Warning. Containment failed. Live stream initiated. Unknown BOW detected. Designation.
Pre-sub. Pre-sub rebels into the stream to prey. Vomiting sermons with tag underneath. Mutated logic cruising behind running and tape. Without God you can't know truth. Sacred faith is script with no real proof. Umbrella grade rhetoric, virus born lies. Vector to create more, we can get more. But nobody on fire, it's just calm and cold. No panic in his voice, no need to fold. Crosshair fuck his intellectual aim. Ready to purge another zombie claim. You start with God, then conclude God's true. A closed loop system with no way through. Ouroboros reasoning, wearing holy skin. A self-replicating virus, spreading within. Within our human like a Gordian knot. Another pre-sub is losing the plot. Nobody on fire, just a room where precision biologic burns hotter than any messiah. Nobody on fire shows patience and poise. Gun through noise with a surgical voice. No rage-bait tactics, no desperate anointing. Just clean precision while the facts keep pointing. Pre-sub mutates when the pressure climbs. Redefining words in real time. Transcendental necessity screamed in rage. Like a tyrant trapped inside a semantic cage. Pre-sub fires off transcendental rounds. Big words echoing hollow sounds. Epistemologize, fetishized, dogmatized. But nobody on fire sees through the disguise. Evidence loaded into every reply while holy assertions decay and die. No miracles found in the source code haze. Just another gulp caught in the blaze. Every single because you can't assume your God is true, then use that claim to prove your view. That's the logic, that's a virus loop. Mind control virus in a hazmat suit.
BOW detected. Pre-sub staggering. Audio peaking. Worldview collapsing. Live while streaming. Status. Eradication required.
Flickers like fluorescent lights. Another theology war in digital nights. Nobody on fire walks through the flame. Understands pre-subs and he's hacked their game. No fear of hell, no need for gods. Just reason and logic marching through the odds. And when the final argument expires, the only thing left is fire. To the door, nobody on fire leaves the pre-sub scorched. Pre-sub reduced to a failed experiment, buried beneath his own circular testament. Containment chamber glowing red, stacks of dead arguments fed to the shred. That document melted to ash, every circular claim erased in the flame.
Containment restored. Debate archived. Pre-sub status neutralized. Nobody on fire status.
Uninfected.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa. show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow, and the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Not quite coming through yet.
Yeah.
I heard you there.
Oh, did you? Okay, cool. All right. Hey, RP, how are you tonight?
Doing good. Had kind of a longer day. Partner got stuck at work, so I had RP Junior for another hour and a half, like alone. But was able to keep him entertained. Had a good time. Took him out on an extra long stroller walk.
Yeah. Remember those days? Can't say that I miss them.
How was your day?
Pretty good. Woke up to some interesting DMs.
Yeah.
Yeah, you fell asleep
Go to sleep.
or something.
Hey,
That's funny.
I got an email. It's like, I don't know if you realize this, but
I was like,
I
oh,
didn't
nice.
realize it.
I was like, they must be. She must have decided to start streaming again. There's
My
nothing
back
going
is
on.
my back is killing me. So I took my pain meds and like did some stretches and stuff, and then I just I was just gonna lay down for like 5 minutes just to kind of chill with my back straight and
That's how it gets you.
listening to Cafe. I was just like, I just drifted off, and that was it. So all the DMs everybody sent me that I was asking if I fell asleep, I didn't even hear the notification. So
Yeah. Like the whole idealism versus like physicalism argument bores me to death, because the idealists, the best they can argue is neither of us know, and so either of our ideas are just as valid. Whereas the physicalists can argue, that this is our objective reality.
yeah, I mean, Cafe's ideas basically boil down to, I like the way it feels when I'm on drugs, so that must be God,
Right? Yeah.
And
That's
it's
all
like,
I hear.
yeah. So it's hard to like justify that. So, all right. Let's see here.
Well, welcome in everybody. Let's say hi to chat. Puggles, you get
Absolutely.
you get the gold medal tonight. First in the chat. And we got
First.
I can't read the entire name. White screen Naval. Good to
Hi,
see
Naval.
you. And then Missing Mod,
And
Calacia, Sir Equinox. Good to see everyone here tonight.
All the usual suspects are here. Hello, everybody.
Did you guys see that Forrest Valkai put out a video tonight?
Cal, are you coming up to talk about him, Morgan? Or do you just want to do it from chat?
Oh yeah, let me find that GoFundMe link again and share it in chat.
Also, is it cool if I just call you Cal? Is it Calacia or Calacia, by the way?
I am not 100% sure. I try to say it how Forrest says it. That's about the best reference I have.
I have no setup for that. You don't need a setup. You could like legit just do it from your phone with a regular headset.
You don't even need that. You just need your mobile. As long as you keep the microphone close.
Technically, you could, do it with just your phone on speaker, but if you have earbuds that have a okay. Yeah, I guess the flip phone wouldn't work.
I use carrier pigeons.
It looks like we can call her Rochelle.
But okay, Rochelle, you're just going to have to deal with the fact that we're going to say nice things about you. Because that's going to totally happen.
All right, got the link. It's going in chat now.
Are you literally a boomer, Rochelle? Or you just saying that because you're older than all the other bratty little millennials around here? Yeah, I said it. So
You're not gonna bait me. I know that's your MO now.
Huh? Yeah. That doesn't bait you at all. I can just trash the millennials as much as I want, and I get nothing from you. I mean, I'm down.
It'll be like that meme of like the kid sitting in class, like holding his breath really hard and the veins bulging out of his forehead.
Yeah, my kids are millennials, all of them. So actually, the youngest one's technically Gen Z, but yeah, so I got a million of them. I just recently, I don't know if you've ever seen me in chat going, I swear to God, the fucking or Gen Z is going to get us all fucking killed. I used to say that about millennials, but I'm paying it forward down to the younger generation now. So
Those darn millennials and their hipster mustaches and their avocado
there
toast.
are a lot of things about Gen Z that have just made me kind of reframe my perspective when it comes to millennials. It's like, okay, maybe they're not that bad. All I had to do was wait to find out what Gen Z was going to be like. And then
No comment. Don't cancel me, Gen Z. I'm cool, just like you. Yeah.
you can cancel me if you want, Gen Z.
They can try.
Tell me that. That sounds like a good time. Let's see.
It'll happen to all of you in chat too. You just wait. Everyone, time slows down for no one.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Slug Racer and Brent A in chat now.
Hey, Slug.
Welcome in.
Hello, Brent.
Oh, do you have a relationship?
No, I love Brent.
Are you sure it's not Brenta?
Brent
Yeah.
A. Because it's the Council of Brents from The Line. There's Brent J,
Yeah.
Brent A.
Brent and I trade insults because he was in the Navy, not Army, like any respectable service member would have been Army. But
Well, at least neither are the Marines. So
yeah, that'd be my husband. So but I don't know what that says about me, that I'm smart enough to avoid the Marine Corps, but ended up marrying into it anyway.
I tried to join the Navy right out of high school. Yeah, I tried. They wouldn't take me though. I was 11 pounds overweight, but I mean, I was pretty skinny. I don't know what. It seemed like pretty strict to me, but I don't know if they were just testing me. They told me, lose 11 pounds and come back at the end of the summer. I just never went back.
Yeah, and my recruiter had a couple of people like that. Like I was, technically when I, first enlisted, I was underweight because I was only, I was how tall was I back then? I was 5'4", and I weighed like 92 pounds, but the minimum weight for a female at 18, because there's a whole chart, and the minimum weight was 96 pounds for a 5'4" girl with at 18. And so my recruiter actually came and took me out to lunch every day for 2 weeks before he took me back to do the weigh-in again.
I tried to join with a friend, and he got turned away too, but he had something wrong with his knee or something. He had some surgeries on his knee, and they said they wouldn't take him for that. So didn't worry about it.
Correction, I fixed the one video. Oh, cool. I can't say female anymore. Why? Pretty sure
it's a joke.
You'd love to see pics of me from back then. Well, I mean, obviously I still look like I'm 18, so you can just look at me. I mean,
yeah, chat. What are you talking about?
I'll see if I can find. Let's see if I can find some. So. Unfortunately, back then in the Stone Ages, not everybody had a camera in their pocket, so we didn't leave a lot of photographic evidence of all the shit we got up to back then.
I will admit, millennials started like documenting like every single second of your life.
Oh yeah, like what you had for breakfast, and yeah, it got insane there for a while. At least that's one thing that I think Gen Z is doing less of, just the wanton self-exposure for no fucking reason.
Are you sure?
Well, I mean, they're mostly doing it for like attention whore purposes. You're like, hey, look at me, look at me.
Yeah, get
But
clout.
I mean, the millennials, like literally for a while, you guys seriously posted everything. Like everything.
Yeah, I think to a lot of people it was more just like a journal that could like be public.
Yeah, that.
But
Mhm.
like
a
then
lot
like
of that.
the attention seeking and clout like really started to take over, and like the people that were motivated by that were motivated to make like their productions bigger, and that would draw more eyes. Just kind of became a feedback loop.
It's like an attention economy that just eyeballs is the currency.
Yeah, my daughter had a friend who was really into photography, and in fact that's what she wanted to do, but it got to the point where she was just taking pictures of everything and putting them all. I think it was her MySpace at the time, and it's just like loaded. Like she would post like 50 pictures a day, but she didn't want anyone to see her, so she didn't post any pictures of herself. Just like,
Here's a rock.
you get credit. You get credit for living your life. You don't have to have, photographic evidence on the internet to prove that we're alive that day. She's like, no, I'm practicing my photography. I said, oh, cool. I don't understand why uploading every picture you take is practice. I mean, you could just take the picture and then,
take the
look at
picture
it.
and then like pick out which ones are the best, because a big part of photography is just developing like your eye for like what good framing is, like
Right.
what good subjecting is.
Right.
That's what I went to high school. That's what I went to college for, was photography.
Yeah, but there's no real reason to put that shit on a MySpace or a Facebook page. It's like, come on. I remember one picture that I just thought was hilarious. She had a picture of the shoes she wore that day, and I'm like, while she was wearing them, and I'm like, any idea that your shoes are on the wrong feet? And she was like, oh my God, I've been wearing them all day. And I was like, you didn't know? Really?
Now that's something that like a Gen Z
Yeah.
influencer might do on
I'm like,
purpose now. Like they
that's
take
what
a
I
picture
thought it was
of
on
the shoes
purpose
on
back
the wrong
then.
feet for engagement bait, because then like people will be like, they're on the wrong feet, and like they'll start fighting in the comments about it.
Yeah, she said, nobody told me. And I'm like, you had to be told? So weird.
Boy.
So weird. So.
Yeah.
I don't know. Then it's possible I just had an axe to grind against her, because that one fucking summer that she was a vegan, and she turned my daughter vegetarian for one summer, and I'm like, ugh. but even my daughter couldn't take it for that long, you know. I think she lasted about 6 weeks and was like, you know what, that's just not my thing. I'm like, stuff like that tends to happen when you do something for someone else's reasons. Go
Yeah,
figure, it doesn't stick.
back when I was still living with my parents and I was performing in this
Ooh,
metal band. Our
Spidey
drummer,
mentioned
who mentioned?
Andy. What are we talking?
Oh yeah. Oh hey Andy.
Oh, leftover
Hey
crack. I
Resist.
love leftover crack so much.
Hey Ray.
No one ever knows who leftover crack is, though. Big fan, though. I love leftover
Let's see,
crack.
who else have I missed? Oh hey Widescreen Naval.
Ray Charles.
Yeah, Charles Oliver. Welcome in, everyone.
Hey, Nave is here. What are we debating? Right now, we're just sort of gearing up, shooting the shit. We can have debate who's worse, millennials or Gen Z. At what? Who knows?
Can I just say we're both just awful, and just leave it at that? Doesn't need to be an awful contest.
Leftover crack is your all-time favorite? Just the ska thing? Or is there a reason, Andy, that leftover crack is your all-time favorite? You know, I was actually at the very last ever Operation Ivy show. Right before they broke up.
Nice.
Yeah. They actually broke up before the show, but decided to do it anyway. Because the show was already scheduled, and they decided to, and they had their first album, which turned out to be their only album, that was coming out right then, so they did it. And also, one of the opening bands turned out to be the first time they ever played together, well, under that name, was Green Day.
Oh snap!
Green Day played the Boathouse in Cedar Falls, Iowa, which I grew up in Waterloo, Iowa, which is like, you know, they're like the same city. Anyways, Green Day played at the Boathouse in Cedar Falls in 1990. But I was too young to go to that show. But I did want to go to that show. But there, like right after that, in the early 90s, there was a big, like, ska. I know like a lot of people were into ska back in the 90s, but Waterloo had a promoter, like some kid who was just diehard into ska, who would set up these shows and get all these punk bands and ska bands to come to Waterloo. And I got to see quite a few of them. Like I got to see like Mustard Plug and I sung on stage with Mustard Plug. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. But like Mephistopheles, the Blue Meanies, Skank and Pickle, Isaac Green and the Scholars.
You ever see a band called Hepcat?
What's that one?
Ever see a band called Hepcat?
I don't think so. I wasn't really into ska. I thought it was cool.
They're more into like they're more like the 60s ska, Latin ska kind of vibe. So they never did get into the ska punk stuff. So but
I was into it a little bit. I don't know. I liked everything though.
yeah,
It was more like
Hepcat
I'm probably more
is-
like hard rock though. Like I really like the Deftones, Alice in Chains, Nirvana, Tool, stuff like that. But I mean, the early 90s is when I grew up and first got into music, and that's when all that was popular. So I was heavily influenced by all that. And music hasn't been that good in a long time. I think there's good music. I think there's just so much of it now. It's just you have to look harder for it, and it seems like there's not as much. There's probably lots more. It's just harder to find from some people.
Okay, doke. Where did?
Whenever I open up Apple Music, I don't even recognize half the. Like, if you just don't open that app for 6 months, don't listen to music, and then open it, you won't recognize any of the artists.
Really? I don't know. I don't. Mine just always in my Spotify just opens up to the last thing I listened to, so I'm always in a playlist somewhere. So
There's Cafe.
yeah,
That was
I
a
got
good
my
song. The Toadies.
you know the Spotify Wrap they do every year. They're doing this year's their 25th anniversary or something, or 20th.
That's cool.
They're
So
doing
Andy. Sorry, go
they're
ahead.
doing these they're doing 20 Spotify 20 Wrapped, which basically it tells you everything that it ranks everything you've ever listened to. It tells you what your number one most played artist and how much time you spent listening to them, and it tells you what the first song you ever played on Spotify was.
Did you
It's
guys?
kind of neat.
Did you guys ever have Napster?
Yeah, I did.
I was in the 3rd grade when Napster came out, and my grandfather taught me how to use it.
Nice.
That's how I was able to listen to Eiffel 65's album.
Are we stealing music? Who cares?
Yeah,
Everybody's
Lars
doing it.
Ulrich had something to say about it.
God, I used the shit out of Napster and then
Oh, yeah.
LimeWire after Napster went down. And
For like, I partied a lot in those days, and for like the longest time, like anytime you'd go over to somebody's house, like the first 3 hours of hanging out with anybody's apartment or house or whatever, drinking would just be, let me show you my playlist and all the cool YouTube videos I've ever seen. And that's all. That's what you did for the first 3 hours. All the music you stole recently. And then there's this new thing called YouTube.
As soon as Spotify launched, I have a friend who worked for, I don't know, he was a coder or something, and he worked for a company that Spotify had contracted to do something or other. I don't know. But and he told me about it. And he's like, here, I got a bunch of like freebies. So he goes, I'll give you a month of premium so you don't have to listen to ads. And before that month was over, he told me they were offering a lifetime premium subscription for, it was like $300 or something, $400. And I was like, hell yeah, I want that. And hindsight turned out to be an excellent purchase.
Remember those music scams you used to get like in magazines back in the 80s and 90s? You pay like,
oh yeah, Columbia
penny.
House, absolutely.
Yeah. I did that too.
Oh yeah, I definitely did that to my parents. So I think I got one in my sister's name and one in my other sister's name and then one in my name, just so I could get all the music I wanted.
Yeah.
And then of course when I realized that I had to pay for that,
that it was a service.
I got my ass kicked for that one. My God.
I had to send everything back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my dad was
I
didn't realize that. I thought it was just, I just read the big block text, thought it was they were really just giving out CDs and tapes at, for a penny. Pick out 10. If you don't like it, just keep it. And then they sent a big bill
Yeah,
and sent everything back.
happened to me. My dad was nonplussed about it. So
I think I recorded all the CDs though onto cassette tapes. I was like, well, if I have to give them back,
I
might as
got
well.
to keep mine,
Oh,
but I took a fucking ass beating for it. But at least I got to keep mine. My dad was a big music fan, so
yeah.
yeah, I guess he sort of said, "Well, I guess at least you're not out there doing drugs." I'm like, yeah, of course not.
Before the internet though, like we used to sit around and like I remember when the first not the first Smashing Pumpkins album, Siamese Dream album was out. Me and one of my best friends, and this is like when we were in middle school. We sat around like when we stayed up all night on a weekend, and since we didn't know what the words were, but Billy Corgan had written like on some of the pictures in the inlay of the CD case, and if you took like a magnifying glass, you could read what he wrote, like sort of. I mean, it was hard to make out, but we ended up transcribing the whole album. We got a lot wrong, but we got a lot of it right. We got most of it right. But just then, like, remember when the internet first was like, when we first got access to the internet, like looking up music lyrics is what I spent most of my time doing at that point.
That was the first thing you did on the internet.
Yeah.
We'll go for music stuff. That's awesome. Yeah. I fucking love that. Absolutely love that.
I miss it. It was nostalgic.
Yeah, I think when we first got our hands on the internet, most people were, really just chatting. And
Instant Messenger AOL Instant Messenger was huge. On ICQ.
Millennials used
I loved ICQ.
Yeah.
ICQ was great. It's basically like I think it's like the precursor to like Discord. So. Which is I had other themes. I don't know. Nirvana still kind of bugs me because they always kind of get all the credit for grunge, even though if you actually go back and look, like Alice in Chains already had a hit with Man in the Box like close to a year.
Yeah, and the Sub Pop and
anyone
like
ever even
Soundgarden
heard Smells Like Teen Spirit,
Yeah. Soundgarden was doing things in the early 80s, in the mid 80s, and they were on Sub Pop. Sub Pop had a lot of good bands before Nirvana came out. But I mean, Nirvana was like what put the spotlight on that area, I guess. But Nirvana was what got me into music. Like I couldn't give a shit about music. I mean, I might have liked a few songs on the radio, but I hadn't when I turned 12, it was somewhere around that age, and I first started liking music. It was Nirvana. Like I would literally run home from school to watch. Like remember that show TRL, Total Live Countdown or whatever on MTV, just
Total
to see
Request Live, yeah,
Total Request Live, yeah, just to see the In Bloom video. Like if I got off of school at a certain time, I could get home just in time for that part of the countdown, and I'd get to watch the video for that day, the In Bloom, Nirvana's In Bloom video. Like I thought I was Kurt Cobain Jr. I was infatuated with that whole scene. I liked all those bands though. I liked them all. Pearl Jam, Soundgarden.
I liked them. They were okay. I really didn't. Even through the facelift, through Alice's first album, I mean, they were all right. It wasn't until Dirt came out
I
that
love Dirt.
I just absolutely fell in love. Dirt was like it for me. And then that same year, I think it was 92,
Mhm.
is when Faith No More came out with their
Yeah,
new album, which was Angel Dust. And
that is one of the best. I love Angel Dust.
yeah,
King
yeah.
for a Day, Fool for a Lifetime is also really good.
Yeah, that was good too. But yeah, when Angel Dust came out, I was just like,
Hmm.
I mean, they went very grunge with that one too. So, and
Mike Patton's one of the coolest frontmen ever, too, in my opinion.
oh yeah, he is.
And Mr. Bungle is
he-
one of my favorite bands.
There's
Of all time.
there's nothing Mike Patton can't do. I don't
Right.
think, at least vocally.
He's a
I
genius.
mean, and he's just got the range of. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's anyone that even really compares.
I think they're so weird that
He can
that,
just
that
do it
Anthony
all.
Kiedis hates him so much because he thinks he copied him. Like,
I
dude,
know.
Anthony Kiedis, dude, you suck compared to Mike Patton. Mike Patton is the GOAT. You can sit down. I mean, I'm not the biggest Chili
Mhm.
Pepper fan. They do some okay stuff, but I don't get into like I don't know.
Yeah, I was never a huge Chili Peppers fan. I did like Mother's Milk quite a bit, but then
I always
the
like
rest
Jane's
of it,
Addiction a little more than I like the Chili Peppers.
yeah, me too. Definitely. Nothing Shocking is still one of the best
Right.
albums. Yeah. So
I even like Porno for Pyros probably better than the Chili Peppers. That was
they never really grabbed me.
really.
I'm not sure why.
They're okay.
Seven Nation Army was the first song I learned to play. That's funny.
The first
Yeah,
song
my
I ever learned
daughter.
to play was "Come as You Are." A friend of mine had learned how to play it on his dad's acoustic flamenco guitar. It's like Spanish guitar. We came over to his house one day after school, and he was sitting there like I could just barely make it out. And as soon as I figured out what he was playing, I sat down on the couch next to him and was like, "Show me." So that's when I started learning how to play the guitar, and I still play it
Yeah.
today.
I had my kids. I took them to music lessons. I got my daughter wanted to learn to play bass, my middle kid guitar, and my youngest was drums. And the first song they ever learned to play was, in fact, Seven Nation Army.
I like the White Stripes a lot too. I don't know how many other songs I ever learned how to play though.
I think Seven Nation Army might be the only White Stripe song I've really heard. I can't even name another one.
I'm also a big Radiohead fan. A lot of people diverge with me on that.
Yeah, that'd be me.
I really like that. I don't know.
But Radiohead's Mezzo's favorite, like
Really?
all time. Yeah.
They're probably I flip and I don't know. I flip back and forth all the time between like 5 or 6 different bands, but they're all different styles, so it's kind of hard to like really say which one's like your favorite. But I really like Incubus.
Yeah, we get talking to Mezzo about 311, and he kind of improvised the intro on the guitar, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I screwed that up." I'm like, actually, you kind of nailed it a little bit, but either way, I fucking hate that song. I absolutely hate it. It's like one of the worst songs ever, and even though it's by my favorite band ever, I still hate it. I really hate it. He goes, "Yeah, I'm that way with mine too," because he's like, Radiohead is like #1, but I hate the song Creep.
I like that song.
And of course, that was their biggest song ever. So,
that's what catapulted them.
I like Paranoid Android the best.
That is a great
One of
album.
my favorite.
I think of them like as like brother sister albums, like the Bends and Paranoid or OK Computer, like go together, and then like Kid A and Amnesiac seem to go together. Like they could have been double albums, both of them. I know that
Yeah, I can
Kid
see
A and
that.
Amnesiac was intended to be that way, and they ended up not. But I'm also a nerd for like piano rock, like the Cold War Kids. Is one of my favorite bands. I like a front
Yeah,
man who
you
sings
mentioned that when I made your birthday song,
mm-hmm.
and I don't know, I listened. That was the only time I'd ever heard of them. I listened to like a couple minutes of what they
Mm-hmm.
do, so I can kind of match the style for your song. But
Yeah, they're a good band. I've never seen them live.
Hmm.
I'd like to. Janice was the goat, but
what
before
is
my time.
fucking fitter happier? What does that mean?
What'd you say?
Something Ray said. He said fucking fitter happier.
It's a Radiohead song from
Oh,
OK
is it?
Computer. Yeah,
Okay.
happier, better. It's like a computerized voice track.
Mm. Okay.
Not eating too much. Going on regular exercise. Something like that. Karma Police is a really good track on that album. Cool video too.
Yeah, Karma Police is a good song. That's straight up good song. I've always liked that one.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean, I listen to pretty much anything except
I
for
love Panic at the Disco's cover of that song. It's so good.
I don't know if I've heard that.
Hmm?
I don't know if I've heard that.
Yeah, they never released it, but they used to play it live.
Did you know that the Deftones lead singer Chino is a big? A lot of people know this, but he's a big Weezer fan. But it's really cool to listen to the Deftones cover Weezer songs. They do a really good job. Like it's
Never heard
strange. It's like a little heavier than what Weezer would do. It's neat though.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard any of their cover songs except for they did do a Duran Duran cover song of The Chauffeur. Oh, so good. So good.
Put out a covers album, I think.
Yeah, I think that's where that one came from anyway. So okay, so should we talk about a margin? Is it margin or margin?
I think a margin.
Yeah, it's a margin too. So,
Do you want me to share that post from last night again?
What are we talking about?
I probably should have like made a screenshot and had it ready to go, but yeah, let's do that. Let's put it up there, and I am going to. Oops, I am in the wrong. All right.
Who is this for?
A Margin, one of the producers
from The Line.
for The Line.
What happened?
Well, you're about to learn along with everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I received this message on my Discord server last night around midnight. Then I read it live for everyone here. But if you're new tonight, this will help catch you up. So the post reads, "Hello there, lovely people. Posting this because things are getting really, really urgent for Amargan. He had a GoFundMe started as help for medical bills because of his bitch of a neuromuscular illness. We're having to repurpose it now because things have gotten really bad really fast. And the immediate goal is getting him from Chicago to Portland before he completely loses housing. He also is looking at having to take his kitty back to the shelter because of this. Like I said, it's really bad. He has a place to go, but no way of getting there. Hence, we're trying to raise enough money to get him to where he cuts off, I think, needs to go. The GFM GoFundMe is still the same one, so the description is medical focused, but right now this is about getting him somewhere safe and stable with very limited time. If you're able to help at all, share it around, or even just boost this so more people see it, it would mean a lot. Truly anything helps right now. Then the link to the GoFundMe, which I put in chat earlier. And thank you guys for caring about him. We're really trying to make this happen in time."
Yeah, and there's an addition to that where, like, if he didn't have anywhere to go, then he'd end up going to like what assisted living, where he would have had to take his cat back to the
shelter.
animal shelter.
Yep, that was mentioned up here.
Oh, yeah, I just missed it. My bad. And I think that little detail, I think that alone just killed Justin. So, because I was posting my little blurb, I super chatted and asked Justin to make me a mod just for today so I could post Amargan links, and he didn't. But then I got a message from Carnage. It was like, what exactly are you talking about? I'm like, okay, well, here's the deal. And by this point, I already had YouTube Punk putting the link in the chat in YouTube, and I was talking to Crystal J already about putting it in TikTok, and I was going to super chat, and then they could put the links up. Like, brilliant plan, right? And then apparently it's like, no, Justin doesn't want you to do that because no. And then I'm like, well, why can't we do that? Because he wants to do a whole last stream for Amargan. So he said, let's maximize the donations and do it right. So that's coming.
See, this is why I love this community.
Mm-hmm. So.
Hey, Loco. Good to see you.
So, yeah. And then YouTube Punk's like, okay, you want me to keep posting the link anyway? I'm like, actually, nah. I'm like, I guess let's not steal Justin's thunder. If he wants to maximize donations, then let's let him maximize donations, you know. So I'm like, all right, let's give it a rest.
Yep. Justin's done plenty of streams just like this, so he definitely knows how to maximize things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you know, I would hate to be the reason that people start saying, oh, well, I already like donated $5, so yeah. He's like, well, we could do it anyway. I'm like, yeah, well, you know, let's not. I mean, because we're obviously good people. I mean, we're the best people, really. Now let's just cause trouble.
Wreak havoc.
Right. So, and I want to say, and then I ended up talking to Morgan in DMs and found out that like he's actually moving to Washington to go live with Rochelle. And I was like, oh, how awesome. I'm like, are you guys like a thing? Or I'm like, I don't need to pry, and you can tell me to shut the fuck up if you want, but he's like, no, we're just, I'm like, she's just a really awesome fucking friend. And he said, yeah. And you know, we've gotten to be good friends over the years, and she made this offer, and he goes, I'm in a position where I can't turn that down, and you know, and why would I? And he said that's a rare kind of or at least, or I did or something. Anyway, it's a rare person that would make an offer like that, you know. So shout out Rochelle. That was insanely kind and generous. And go Rochelle. I mean, I've had people like think I was crazy just because I, you know, have gone to meetups and, you know, go to do all kinds of stuff with people that I only know from a certain community on the internet. And you know,
They act like some people act like it's you're hitchhiking or something. It's like
yeah, they do. They tend to treat you like, oh, you're absolutely nuts. But then you know, here's you know something like something Rochelle. She's like opening her fucking home and her life to a friend that she met because of the atheism community. You know, it's rare, and
I like all those songs.
it's awesome. It's like crazy awesome. Let's see, lightning crashes.
Sundom Paths are
Use
cool.
of Time. That's a good one. I like Use of Time.
We used to always get drunk, and my friend who's lead singer of a band, one of my best friends, he would always end the night, like we'd all be hammered, and he'd sing Dust in the Wind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Or the Alice in Chains Don't Follow. God, those are so many awesome nights. One time I came home from work. I worked in a factory, third shift, and I got off early.
Mm-hmm.
And I come home at 4 a.m, and I have like 25 people at my house. And this is my house. I bought this house, and have a couple buddies move in with me. And it's 4 a.m, and there's like 25 people just crammed inside my living room. Everybody's silent. Everybody looks sad. Like most people are sitting cross-legged on the floor, and I'm like, what is going on here? And they're like, well, we were having a party, and we were singing outside in the yard. You were having a sing-along at 4 a.m. out in the yard, and you wondered why the cops got called on you guys? Yeah, so we had to come in. So
that's funny.
Right.
So
they broke my guitar that night too.
Yeah, that reminds me of when
it was just
the cops did?
No. They were so drunk. They're a bunch of idiots.
Oh.
Someone broke my guitar, and then nobody would own up to it. But I mean, it was all dinged up and old anyways, but still, like, it's my property. I wanted to be the one to break the guitar. I had lots.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is yours. It's
Yeah.
kind of like when you like get a new. You remember back in the days when we used to actually buy music,
Uh-huh.
and it would always piss me off when somebody listened to it before I did. You know.
I bought Rage Against the Machine's second album, the Bulls on Parade one, Evil Empire. I bought that from a record store in Cedar Falls. It was like 3 or 4 days before it was released, because he we were friends with this guy. I was just a kid, and he would do it. He was a nice guy. He'd always sell like he wouldn't do it for like if you were like a adult and you were a fan, but if you were just a kid, he'd sell it to you. But he'd always tell you, you have to promise me you won't go play this at a radio. Don't call any radio stations. And we're like, whatever you say, man. And so we got the albums early. We weren't supposed to tell anyone. It was really cool. It felt really special. Anyway, that was called Co-op Records in Cedar Falls, if anyone remembers that or knows what that is.
Uh-uh.
Yeah. Anyways.
Oh, Arpy. I was in Missing Mod's stream today, and guess who was in there fucking crying about being banned from Async?
Golden Arm?
We haven't banned anybody.
No,
Who was it?
it was Jill.
Jill, you're not fucking
was
banned. You cry,
Crying
baby.
for being banned.
You're not banned.
Well,
you're
I mean,
limited to 2 a week.
technically, I mean, he did get all of his alts, or at least some of his alts, banned from chat.
I only gave him like 24-hour timeouts.
Yeah.
I got a question.
If they got banned, that was
Well,
something.
he did, his alts were just straight up hidden, at least by me, the ones that I
Okay.
saw, because I mean, we have, I guess Lilith made a YouTube mods channel in the Async Discord. By the way, there's an Async Discord. You guys, if you guys are on Discord, you guys should join the Async Discord. And I totally forgot to post tonight that we're doing a live.
Oh.
And I need to get used to that. So, anyhow, I looked through that channel since it's new, and she's already started keeping a list, and it's cool, and it's all of his alts are in there. I don't think we I don't think we banned his main username though. I think that one, at least because those are the rules we use in like Joel and Mezzo, which originally came from Lilith, is that if someone is ban evading, that's an automatic perma ban. I think we ban everything except we leave the original for them to.
No, that's what I always do.
Yeah, it kind of. I think it kind of keeps them a little bit honest when you do that, because like they don't want their original name to get permanently banned from anything, so they kind of play it cooler when they're on their original handle, I think.
I'm torn on it. Like I can't decide what I like more. Sometimes I like the engagement, like in Ian's chat. Like I like the opposition there, especially when they're good conversations. But I mean, like I also like John Cohen's chat, like when he does like a subscriber only mode. But you don't get much engagement from. I mean, I don't understand why the theists won't just subscribe. I mean, like they still what. Like you're gonna make the effort to subscribe to come in and slur, but you won't just come have a conversation. Like what?
But then I also found out that the engagement button, the little heart, the react thing at the bottom of the chat, that's actually worth more to the algorithm than even commenting a lot.
I saw somebody say that, and I
as
saw
far as
somebody say that.
engagement. Well, yeah, it's what's his name from Kieran. Uh, he works for Google or used to work for Google, I think. Um,
It said something like if
it
sharing
it
is
basically
copying.
counts every time. Yeah, every time you hit or the reaction, it doesn't matter which one. You
Yeah,
know, whether it's
it
100
it
or the
counts
heart
whether
or
you do
the
it or not.
yeah. It counts as a typed comment, except it's not rate limited
Right.
like the comments are. So
I thought that was interesting too.
yeah. So I did find
So I
that
immediately started hitting copy and then canceling it. I did it like 10 times in a row on Blitz's stream.
yeah.
I was like, I hope this helps you, Blitz.
Yeah.
I'm probably doing it for no reason, but
Yeah,
saw-
as soon as I learned that, I made a little comment blurb, and I always put it in Joel's and Mezzo's chat. I even throw it in Blitz sometimes, you know. Just if I notice that nobody's hitting it,
Mhm.
I'll just like throw that in there, and then you'll just all of a sudden see hearts. I'm like, all right, they're listening. Cool. Mm. All right, we need to get some theists in here. We need callers. And one of the ways that I tried to bypass the thousand user thing for TikTok,
Mhm.
they said they don't care. I'm like, all right, cool. So I'm gonna come back with the hey, my go live button disappeared.
You're in the you know your stuff about politics, right, Gretchen?
Yeah.
I have a
Why?
question. What would I've always been just curious about this, and it's just a shower thought. But what would
Mhm.
if someone like is a liberal, and this is what they actually believe? You know, they're liberal or Democrat. What good would
Mhm.
it do to register as a Republican? And like, are you pulling any statistics away from them by the way you if you register as a Republican and then vote Democrat?
Are
Do
you
you
pulling
understand?
anything away from the Democrats?
From the Republican statistic wise, are you hurting their statistics at all if you register as a Republican, even though you're not, you don't believe it, you don't align with them ideologically, you're just registering and then voting, like you're sending a message like I'm a Republican, but I vote Democrat. But are you
Yeah,
actually?
you're not really helping or hurting them. The only real difference that's going to do is give them more in polls. Basically, it's going to make them think they have, and if they get a lot of people doing that, it's going to make them feel like they've got an advantage. Like, say in they do a poll of my district and found out that the voter split is 40% Republican, 40% Democrat, and 20% other. It's just going to make them think they have more voters in that area than they really do. And that's it. But
Also said
ever
some
since
states.
2015,
Go ahead.
for whatever reason, I still don't know why, but fucking Republicans all started lying about how they're registered.
Right.
you know, which just made the whole Trump election like so super surprising. It's like, oh well, the polls are skewed. Well, that year they really fucking were, you know. Um, but it that's really the only negative. You know, now you can't just look at voter registration to make any sort of predict bets or, you know, anything. You can't predict anything based on the certain registration numbers.
Hmm.
You know, now you actually have to call and ask them how they're, you know, how they're registered. So, and otherwise, yeah, it does nothing for them or to them.
This person says
Really,
that
the
some
only thing
states
it's gonna
may
do,
not allow you
it's
to
gonna
even do
get
that.
you, it's gonna get you a lot more like paper mail ads and shit like that, more mailers from a candidate that you don't want to hear from.
How would they even stop you from doing it though? Like
Hmm?
they couldn't tell you they couldn't stop you from doing it. Like this person said, some states may or may not allow you to even do that. How would they be able to stop you? Like, you're free to register with whatever political party you want to. You're free to vote for whoever you
Yeah,
want
they
to.
can't
Because
stop you from doing it.
yeah, I don't understand what they mean.
You know, but you're also taking a you're I mean, it's kind of like shooting yourself in the foot, really. Like I said, first of all, once you know you change, if you're a Democrat and you change your registration to Republican, first of all, you're gonna get all kinds of advertisement and shit for all the Republican candidates. You're not gonna get them from the Democrats anymore, because a lot of the representatives that you elect, they just go party lines. Like they'll send mailers to all the Republicans and
Mhm.
and the independents or others, you know, um, other and a lot of them don't even bother advertising to Democrats. They
Yeah,
just don't, you know, because it'd be a waste of money. And I mean, as far as like the biggest mistake would be like when they go to redraw districts every 10 years. Um, you want those to be accurate
right.
because especially if you're cutting up districts, um, you really want to
Right.
know how many of those are your party. And nowadays you just it's hard. So especially in California, because we passed the motor voter bill to where now when you go in and get a state ID or driver's license, you're automatically registered to vote. And you know now they're trying to weaponize that too. At least the Republicans are, um, saying, well, you know, you're just registering illegals to vote. So, but no, because just because you the DMV filled out a registration form for you doesn't mean that the your county registrar isn't still going to do the legwork to find out if you're legal or not. So
Yeah.
they
Well,
definitely are. If you don't qualify, you don't qualify.
I registered as a Democrat back in 2016.
Hmm.
Or no, I think it was back in 2012. I don't remember, but I've never changed it, and uh, I've never, I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. I vote in every election, but uh,
Mm.
I don't know. I don't consider myself a Democrat anymore. Like,
Yeah. Oh, you're also another thing that if you decide to register as a Republican to throw off their numbers or whatever it is you're doing,
mhm,
um, when you go to like a vote in the primary, I mean, depending on what state you're in, like you can't just walk in and vote for the Democratic primary if you're a registered Republican.
That's a good point. Yeah.
You know, it's
So there's no advantage to doing that.
well, yeah, not really. At least not here. You know, there are some states that have open primaries and they don't care what state you're registered in or what party you're registered to. Um, they'll let you switch. California will let you switch right there at the poll, right there at
Mm-hmm.
the polling location. So you can like. We also don't have party primaries anymore. They switched us to, we call it the jungle primary system. I think it's officially called the top two, where everybody
Is
runs
that like the rank
together and,
choice?
huh?
Is that like the rank?
It's not ranked choice. It's everybody runs together in one primary.
Uh-huh.
So we don't have a Republican and a Democratic primary anymore. So it doesn't
Oh,
matter whether you're Dem, you're Republican, you're
Mm-hmm.
you know, DSA or Libertarian, whatever. Everybody runs together, and the top two vote getters in that for that seat, those are the two that go on to the general election in November. So, regardless of the party. So, we have a lot of districts in California that end up with two Democrats running against each other in November, or, you know, some places two Republicans running.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah. And
I'm gonna
ranked
drop
choice.
for a second and refresh. I can't. I think my browser crashed. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
You sound like you wanted to say something about ranked choice voting.
Is that any better, Necto? Because
Can you turn my camera off?
Huh?
Gotcha.
Thank you. Yes, that's
Yeah,
much
the
better.
ranked choice voting. Whoa. Was that my eyes, or did I really get all like blurry? Did I look like a thumb there for a second?
Alaska has ranked choice voting, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They instituted that. And as soon as they did, they got like their first Democrat in Congress in like forever.
Oh,
I thought that
no.
was funny. I thought that was funny as shit. Like the first ranked choice election they had, and boom, there you go.
Don't let the people have what they actually want.
Hello, JR. Oh, and Mallard's here, and I haven't been looking at chat. Sorry. Let me get every bit. If I missed you, I'm sorry, but say hello, and I will say hello back. Yeah, I like the way it works. But I don't know. I feel like it's just complicated enough to where people won't get it. And I also think that it really is just another avenue for Republicans to claim that, you know, the blue team's cheating and rigging shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because there are about, I don't know, probably 2 or 3 different aspects of ranked choice voting where I think just confuses people. So the fact that they don't get it is gonna just give them another avenue to attack, really. I mean, it would be one thing if they just sort of, you put in your top 3 choices and okay, they can add up however many points or what have you, but they don't do that. They actually take people out of the running just after the first rank, you know? So that's a lot of votes that don't count even starting on like the second ballot because the person either didn't get enough for the votes in the first ballot to even be counted for the second. And
Um,
there are ways in which something like that can end up working against you or against the system. So
my memory's really fuzzy on this. I haven't read this book in a long time. It's probably been 5 years since I last read it, but it's the best book I ever read on politics, at least so far. It was called The Dictator's Handbook by, I always forget this guy's name, Benito or something. Oops. I'm not gonna try and look it up because I'll lose my connection to the stream. But anyways, has anybody in chat? Has anybody else read that book? The Dictator's Handbook.
I don't know, but I'm looking it up. So by Alistair Smith.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
What's the other guy's name?
Bruce Bueno de Mesquita.
Yeah, that's the guy. He's the main author, I think. That book changed the way I saw politics from then on. Like, just like how it operates. Like, it was like it was the, I don't know. Like I had been in like really conspiracy brain before that. Didn't really know much about politics, and that kind of got me to stop thinking like that and see it like in a more real. Because it gave me a more realistic answer for how it's all actually operating. Instead of mysterious shadows in the. And I'd rather not believe fantasies and fantastical stories. I'd rather know how it's really working. But I mean, it's hard because it's hard to you don't get a clear view in, when it's human societies. But
yeah, I mean, but I mean this. I mean, I think that's a rather large problem with our politics today. It's a huge. It's a big ass system, and there is a lot of bureaucracy built into it. But and I just think, unfortunately, a lot of people are too lazy to do the work to figure how it all works and how it fits together. So it's kind of like, people that say they're Christian just because they're culturally Christian. And, at a certain point, you just accept the talking points that you're fed because it's easier,
Yeah. Like one of the things he talked about in that book was like that why he's explaining like why bad behavior is good politics. And he gives examples of times like when people did do the right thing or tried to naively, and like what the real world result was. I can't remember like any of the specific names, but there was like one guy who was in the Philippines. This is like in the 80s, but he had been exiled out of the Philippines, and naively went back thinking he would, the people would protect him or something, and the political opposition just murdered him on the tarmac as soon as he stepped off the plane. And he knew there was a chance that would happen, but like he believed in
Yeah.
like this really silly idea of politics that didn't exist. And his wife was way smarter. Like they talk about that in the book, like how his wife ended up stepping in, and she wasn't so naive, and she ended up, being much more effective.
Hmm.
There was like a lot of examples like that, and I don't know. So whenever like someone in chat comes in like with fantastical stories about shadow, it's crazy. Like MAGA, especially, with the crazy conspiracies and the QAnon stuff. That was so wild. That was like the most insane. Did you know anybody personally that got sucked into QAnon?
Yes.
Yeah, I had family members.
Unfortunately.
None of my immediate family did.
Yeah. And that shit's hard to, unravel somebody from.
Mm-hmm.
Especially then, because of just all the constant engagement, and they do tend to, or at least they did, although I've heard from some people that QAnon's like making a comeback now, so
I'm
they're
surprised.
trying. Yeah, it's crazy. So
People don't learn. That's what the frustrating thing about it. It's like I agree with like Jimmy Snow, like when he talks about like he's like, he's like his point about a lot of people think that it's coming to an end, or this is all gonna like these people are gonna figure something out. And he's like, no, they're moving on to Tucker Carlson, or they're just reloading.
Yeah. Right.
This ain't getting
Yeah, it's all the same shit. They're just looking for a new paper bag to store it in, really. And
Mm-hmm.
They don't care who it is. They just it's all gonna be the same. So
I've been watching Jimmy Snow a lot lately, and he's really impressed me. I don't know. I don't know if I had never watched him much before, but
Yeah, apparently Jimmy got in a car accident yesterday.
really,
Like he's okay, but like a little banged up.
Damn, that sucks.
yeah, I think his back and his ribs hurt, but
What happened? Does anybody know?
And just a car accident. That's all I read.
Mm.
his post on Threads said that all he said was it was the other guy's fault. So
It would be.
So what did I do? Oh, that's what I did.
Did you see? I was going to say this earlier. Did you see that Forrest Valkai put out a video earlier today about? There was a creationist that he made a video about about the grandpa. Do you remember seeing that like a while back? You know what I'm talking about? It's an old grandpa guy that made I can't make out. Hang on a second. I'm gonna mute myself first. Sorry. Anyways, Forrest put out a video where this guy made a movie about Forrest. He made this other movie, and Forrest criticized it. So Forrest.
I heard about that. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking
He
about.
said he was planning a special reaction to someone that made a movie about him. And
yeah.
Did he release?
Yeah, that came out tonight, and I watched.
Okay.
I watched half of it before stream, and it's wild. Oh my god, it is It is unhinged. This guy, and then Forrest just shreds him, like bluntly, like in a
Oh,
very
really?
Forrest way. It's good. I highly recommend.
Oh, that sounds cool. I definitely gonna watch that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just found out that it was while I was at the pharmacy actually, screwing around, and Professor Dave released a new video today about the Terrence Howard movie
Mm-hmm.
that
I
came
started
out.
watching that too. I didn't see
Yeah.
the whole thing yet.
Yeah, me either. I didn't know about it until right then, so I just listened to that on the way home, and I tried to listen to Justin, but it's hard. I can't listen to Justin and not chat.
Yeah, same.
So I've decided that I'm just not going to. I'm going to stay the hell out of like any of the atheist lives. Or like I need to stay the fuck out of them when I'm driving.
Right. I'll like even ask my wife if there's a stream on and I'm driving. I'm like, I'll hand her the phone. I'm like, will you put this in chat for me? I need to say this.
Oh my god, same.
Yeah, I need to say this
that's
right
what
now.
I need a designated chatter. Oh, that would be so cool.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, otherwise I have to like totally stay out of there. So I found that the Professor Dave thing, and I was like, oh, this has been out for 12 hours and I didn't know about it. That's nuts. I'm like, yeah, let's watch that. And
It's crazy. He definitely called that one. Terrence Howard is totally trying to start a cult. Guaranteed.
oh, it really it plays that way. It definitely does.
He thinks, he wants people to worship him as some sort of guru.
I think so. I mean,
He's a narcissist of the highest caliber.
I mean, even down to like the little details, like even something as stupid as wearing a fucking hat on top of a fucking hoodie. I mean,
yeah, wearing his hat on his hoodie.
That's just odd enough to where,
He thinks he's a trendsetter.
Yeah.
Like Chris Cross or something. He's wearing his pants backwards.
Yeah,
No
that
one's thought
can't
of it.
go wrong. I mean, there's no way in 30 years people still gonna be busting on us for this, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh shit, I'm out. All right. I'll be right back.
All right. What'd you do today, RP?
Just kind of had a longer day with my kid. My
Nice.
partner had to work a little later, so I took RP Jr. out on a longer stroller ride.
Sweet.
Yeah.
It was a nice day here too.
Good. How's your dog?
He's fine. He's sleeping next to me. We went around the block a few times today and trying to help him lose weight. But we have a colony of stray cats that live in this ravine right next to the building. And one of the neighbors sets out hard cat food for the cats. And it's right outside our door. So it's hard to walk past it without, most of the time I have to just pick him up and carry him out and set him down. But even if I do that, he turns and makes a beeline straight for it. He loves cat food. I don't know why. It's not like we bought him his own cat food too, just because we thought that was the thing. He just wanted cat food. So we bought him his own and put it in a bowl inside. He will leave that, go right past it, go straight outside, eat the stuff that's been sitting out in the sun and the flies and the ants. And then in the dirt, he will look for every last one he can find in the dirt. That's the best for him. So I don't know. But when he was at the vet the last time, they said he's extremely overweight, which he is. But we kind of got a mixed message from them. The last time we were there, they were like, "He's old, let him eat." And then they said they want him to lose weight. But I mean, it's not like we only feed him like twice a day. It's just like I say, he eats so much cat food out of the dirt. So
Yeah, we have a 12-year-old puggle, and he turned in quite the sausage when we moved here to Colorado. It's because like we were working all day, and just be cooped up, didn't get much exercise. And finally, when we started getting more into our routine, started taking him out on more longer walks. My partner would take him out into the mountains and go hiking. So he's sticking around like 30 pounds now, which is healthy for his weight
nice.
or for his size.
Mm-hmm. And Fry's well behaved. I mean, we still, he has lost some weight from, I don't know. We take him once a year at least. And so I think the last year he went, or the time he went last year, he weighed.
Oh, we lost Nick too. He should be back in a second. Yep, there he is. Hey, we lost you for a moment. Can you hear?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think my browser crashed again.
Damn.
I don't know why I did that.
Apple.
Right.
Gotta be Apple.
It is. It's an iPad. I totally forgot what I was even saying. You probably hear my fan. I have on speakerphone. I am going to order a new microphone.
I can't hear it, but then
I can, but it's not very noticeable. It's barely in the background.
Okay. If it's an issue, I don't know. It won't be an issue for much longer.
If Gretchen can't hear it, it probably means I can only hear it because I work with audio all the time.
Well, JR said they hear raining in the background, so I assume they mean me.
Yeah. But also, I use like really crappy headphones. So, because I get irritated by the shit. Like whatever this part of your ear is called, the little thing that like right there.
The nub? I don't know what it's really called.
Yes. Okay. Nub. That works. There's like no headphones that don't irritate that for me.
Right.
So I get these open ear ones that technically go over the ear. There's nothing that goes in there. So
I have a nice set of Bose headphones.
So the sound isn't great, but it's fine.
I'm the king of
and then
setting things down in some place, thinking I'm a genius. Like, oh, this is a good spot for this. I will definitely. This is a nice spot. So it's going to be safe here, and then I will never remember.
I do that too. End up hiding shit from myself all the time just because I thought I was like, oh yeah, I thought I was being slick, and it turns out I'm just a fucking moron. Yeah.
2 years later, like, oh shit, that is a clever spot, but there was no way I was gonna remember that.
Yeah.
I do that all the time. I still have a pair of old glasses. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've done shit like that. Like I'll find a new place to keep something and think I'm being so cool, and I'm like, oh, but you know what? I better write this shit down so I don't forget.
Yeah.
And I've been in like going through like a file of old, text messages or reminders or something, stuff that I need to go through and erase. And I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. That was like a year ago. And I go and look at like, don't forget you put this thing in this spot. And I'll go back and look, and it's just chilling there waiting for me. I'm
Right.
like, God damn. Good thing I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. So,
When I'm at work, I have to write things down. I cannot rely on my memory. Someone tells me to do something at work and I don't write it down, there's no chance it's getting done.
well, damn, speaking of losing shit, I guess I lost an entire pack of cigarettes. I don't know what I did
I
with
got
them.
one left. And I don't want to go anywhere.
Well, fortunately, I have a whole carton, so it's not a big issue. What is this?
That like a whole carton. You have to get a loan for that? A payday loan?
Yeah, they're fucking expensive, but then also I
How much are smokes in your state? Per pack.
I have no idea anymore. I think per pack, I think they're 10 or 11 bucks.
Oh, that's less than what I pay. They're like 12 here.
But my husband actually smokes like 2.5 packs a day, which is fucking insane. I'm like,
It is.
I have
That's a
no
lot.
idea how he does it. I mean, he works a full-time fucking job. I mean, he usually works, like 70-hour weeks,
It's like 50 cigarettes a day.
Yeah, it's a lot. I'm like,
Yeah.
how the fuck do you have the time? Yeah. I mean, I'm a chain smoker, and I don't smoke that much. And all I do is sit here on fucking YouTube all day. But he works a full-time job, which is more like a 4.5-time job, and he still manages to find time to smoke that much. I'm like, how does your chest not fucking hurt?
Yeah, no joke. I smoke about 5 smokes a day right now. Smoke
I'm
one when
down
I
to
get up.
one.
I have one before
What
breakfast.
was that, RP?
I'm down to one.
Nice. Congratulations.
One
Monday
cigarette a day?
Yep. Before we go live.
Wow.
I have right next to me right now, I have a prescription for Chantix. But I only want to use this one box of it. I don't want to be on this stuff for very long. So I wanted to
tried
wean
the
down.
Chantix thing years ago, and clearly it didn't work for me.
My wife just used it, and she got off. She quit. She'd been smoking since she was 12, and she's in her 40s. And it worked for her sister too, but
the
it didn't.
Chantix, it made me so fucking nauseous. I don't know why.
Yeah, it doesn't work for everybody. It didn't work for some other people I know.
Yeah, that's a common side effect of it, and I still don't really understand why, but it did not like me. But I mean, to be fair, I don't think it was going to work for me anyway because I really didn't want to quit smoking.
Well, yeah, it's not
So,
going to be an issue.
yeah. I mean, that was one of those just doing it for other people's reasons, you know?
Sure.
So, 'cause-
But I quit smoking once in my life. I smoked. I drank a lot in my 20s, and so about the time I was 25, like I felt like I was smoked out. So I quit smoking. And the way I quit smoking was I decided to drink heavily and just not have smokes.
what?
Man, I know it doesn't make sense, but that's exactly how I did it.
No, it doesn't.
It worked. I quit for 10 years, and then when I was 35, I started smoking again.
Oh.
And now I've been smoking again for
Bummer.
12 years. But I'm ready to stop, so I don't know. I'm going to give this a shot and see how it goes. If this doesn't work, I don't have a plan.
Yeah. Damn, I was so hooked that I smoked all the way through my first pregnancy. Like, I didn't even cut down.
I've heard, that doctors used to say, like, they would tell people not to, they thought it was more disruptive to from the stress of quitting smoking.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were told that.
I was told that by the doctor for my third one.
Mm-hmm.
But then I was already having so many problems. I mean, I was basically, it ended up being like a slow motion miscarriage.
Oh no.
I mean,
Sorry to hear that.
I starting at like 8 weeks when I first found out, because that's how I found out I was pregnant, was because I just started like bleeding uncontrollably and ended up, I'm like, this is ridiculous. I don't know where this is coming from. I gotta go to the hospital. So they were like, oh well, yeah, you're pregnant. I'm like, no, that's no way. And yeah, and they pegged me at 8 weeks, and I was like, oh, I know exactly when this happened. Yeah, it would be 8 weeks. And it was, and then that continued, and I went to the OB, and he said, well, you know what, since this is already happening, because I was diabetic with my second one, and they said, well, we're going to test you now and see if if the diabetes is showing up already, because that could be what's causing this. And they said, yeah, you're going to lose this one, so just don't even.
That's rough.
I was like, well, so should I just terminate it? And they're like, actually, it's safer for you and everything all the way around if you just let your body terminate it naturally. I'm like, all right, cool. And then it turned out that no, my body didn't want to play with that. So got to the point where I actually decided to terminate it, but then I had the state I was in at the time, I had to go do the paperwork 30 days in advance and then go back and do the,
Mm-hmm.
We got Krista J in the chat.
And then in the interim, when I was supposed to go back, I had the appointment actually to terminate it, and I ended up going into labor when I was like just 6 months pregnant. So he ended up being born at 2 pounds.
Oh my God.
As teeny tiny.
Yeah, it was crazy. And I'm like, all right. And they're like, well, don't get too, say, because likely, he's not gonna make it. I'm like, all right, okay, I'll manage my expectations. And that kid is the size of a fucking truck now.
That's awesome.
And not only that, it's like the most common things that preemies have to deal with are apparently asthma, because
Hmm.
the lungs are like the last thing to develop, and then most of them need glasses because the eyes are also kind of done
Underdeveloped.
in the last months there.
Sure.
Yeah. And so it's like, I'm like, all right, cool. So he's gonna grow up and he's gonna need an inhaler and glasses. Got it. And kid's 28 now, and he's never needed either of them. He was real susceptible to RSV when he was a baby and toddler, but other than that, nah. He just whatever. It's like everything the doctors told me to expect never happened.
Hmm.
So, I mean, apparently there's some sort of will to live there that we all just failed to see. So, what was that from OE?
RP Gretchen just watched someone do a review of my debate with Jill. Laughing face, laughing face, laughing face. And also,
Oh yeah,
we've
you want
got
to come
Crystal
up?
J in the
You
chat.
want to come
too.
up and tell us about it? Oh, Crystal's here. Hi, Crystal.
Hi, Crystal.
We also got Robin in chat.
Resist OP. That is hilarious.
Jessica.
Yeah,
Giles.
Crystal actually inspired me to kind of like, because like I said, I was sending Crystal the link for the GoFundMe, for
There's your
Morgan's
ball.
GoFundMe, and she's like, I think we need to ask Justin first. I wouldn't feel right about doing that without his permission. And I was just like, oh, was I supposed to ask for permission? I'm like, fuck.
Have you ever watched NCIS? Yeah. Yeah, so Gibbs has the saying, better to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission. And
Yeah.
I think that counts here today.
Yeah, that's an old school quote. Yeah, I think that. But she just the way she said it, it got in my head, man, and I was like, fuck. So I started texting. I was like, is it all right if I do this, or am I putting you on the spot, or can I, and that's when he said, actually, hold up. He's like, I want to maximize donations on this, so I think it should be its own stream. I'm like, all right. So I'm like, yeah, just FYI, YouTube punk's already been spamming that link in the chat. So, but yeah, so Crystal, like I said, got in my head there, and yeah, sometimes I forget to, I don't know, be courteous or some shit. So I just needed that little reminder to help me be a better person. So OE, you want to come up and talk about that? I'd be interested to hear about it.
Come up.
Yeah, OE, don't run away. Go ahead.
Come on, low tier, slow boy. Let's go. Go ahead. Come on.
We start saying enough
The
dog
high
shit
pressure.
rhetoric. Nobody on fire, and then UG will show up.
Can you demonstrate that? Go ahead.
And what's your grounding for my need to demonstrate that? Go ahead. Sweet. Oh, he's going to jump up.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh, God, my nose itches like crazy.
Do you have allergies?
I do, but this is I got my pain meds refilled today, and
Mm-hmm.
you know that it's the first time I take my meds when I haven't had any in a couple of days, and that itch, the opioid itch, just drives me fucking batty, and
Yeah.
so. But yeah, my allergies are super weird and wacky, and but mine are like, you know how most people, when they'll turn on a humidifier and it helps them breathe. I'm the opposite. As soon as you put moisture in the air, it makes it impossible for me to breathe.
Mm.
That wet asthma when I was a kid, and turns out it's a family thing. There's like one in every generation that has it, and
Wet asthma, also known
it
as
was
wasma.
yeah.
Yeah.
My
I feel
grandma
like
had it too. Apparently, that was the reason that my grandparents got divorced.
Oof. Yeah, I feel like
Totally
Because of
totally
asthma.
amicable otherwise, but yeah, well, because they lived at Venice Beach, right on the ocean. Because my grandpa, when he got out of the Navy,
You just said that they got divorced because of asthma?
well, yeah, because
Like, how does that work?
my grandpa got out of the Navy and immediately opened up a company where he designed yachts, and he didn't want to move away from the beach, but my grandma couldn't breathe, so she was like, okay, well, fuck you, I'm gonna move to the valley. And he's like, all right, see ya. And that's why they got
Okay,
divorced.
that makes way more sense. I was imagining it like, oh, I want a divorce. I have asthma.
Yeah.
What?
So I mean that it's what it ended up being, you know. She's like, well, I can't live at the beach, so
Yeah.
they were always friends, you know, through my whole childhood. They got along great, and I could see them,
Sure.
you know, being good together. But no,
It does sound odd though, but I get it. It makes sense.
yeah. So,
Hi, Robin.
Hello.
what's up, Robin?
No, I
Hey.
seen OE come up here. I thought I'd chase him up here.
Hi, OE.
Yep. Hey,
Hey,
buddy.
how are y'all doing tonight?
Good.
Pretty good.
Well, cool. We can get the moderator's opinion on the debate too.
Oh yeah, I would be curious about that. But do you mind if I just ask really quick while we're on that, Gretchen? With this, I've never heard of this wet asthma before. Am I hearing that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make you more susceptible to pneumonia then?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You need to be
Apparently,
careful. Yeah, you need to be careful. I actually know pneumonia can be extremely dangerous, even for healthy people.
Yes. Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I've had pneumonia like 4 or 5 times in my life.
you can get a vaccination for that now too. But
yeah.
like just one of the Bush brothers, the race car drivers, just died from complications from pneumonia this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read about that. That's what I was thinking of. My father-in-law has gotten it a number of times as well. Now he's the toughest son of a bitch I've ever met. can't. That guy is crazy. He had one time he had his pacemaker. He's not supposed to be doing anything. He's got a fucking pacemaker, and he's up on a ladder trying to like saw down like tree limbs and shit. And the electric chainsaw he was using caused a short in his pacemaker, and he fell off the fucking ladder. He's still going. God damn. But yeah, they don't make them like they used to. Men nowadays are pussies compared to old timers. I'm telling you what, they just don't make them like they used to. But at any rate, yeah, that's crazy. Well, yeah, I would love to talk about that debate if you guys are into it.
I would love it if Jill actually acts on his little offer that he made today.
You talked to Jill? No, what'd he say? I didn't see it.
Well, yeah, it was in Mod Stream. He goes, somebody debate me on the fact that that men today, that no atheist can be classified as real men today.
Oh my goodness.
Some shit like that. And I was like, I'll fucking debate you. I'm like, in fact, we can do it on async where you're not, banned. Fucking liar. Because he was going off about that today. He's like, oh, it's because she's a woman. And I'm like, no, it's not. First of all, you're not fucking banned. I'm like, you're limited to twice a week. I don't understand how that's,
You've told him he can't be here but twice a week?
Yeah. Because he doesn't.
It was hilarious. It was so funny. And he's been crying about it in chat like 2 nights in a row. He's
Oh, well, I mean, I ain't gonna say nothing. I mean, I'm sure you have your reasons. I wasn't watching.
Dishonest. He's dishonest as shit. I mean, I've heard him, like I was in A's philosophy just a few days ago, and he was in there, and even Andy was up on the panel with him, and they were talking like normal humans. He was being fine, and if he was like that here, then cool. But he's not. He just comes up to fight and call people names, and yeah. I mean, if you want to just show up, and just act like an asshole, then you better be ready to accept the consequences of that. And
yeah, for some reason, I don't know what the deal with him is. I mean, I can only imagine. I don't know Joe that well. Apparently, he's very well known, and I didn't know he was that notorious. But I've seen him here on your channel a couple times since that debate, and I saw him on A's Philosophy that night. I was there with you, and I don't know if you remember this or not, or if you even realized it, but he had. Every time he said, oh, you probably just read the Bible like OE does. You don't know what you're talking about. He mentions my name like all the time. Anytime he says somebody can't read the Bible, it's like always about OE. OE can't read the Bible. Well, you probably can't either. I'm not even in the conversation or on the panel. He's just fucking everything. He's like, I'm like living rent free in his head at this point.
Yep. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Now that you mention it, yeah, he does. You do catch a few strays. When we
catch a few strays, at least a few. Yeah, apparently he's done a bunch of videos about me on his channel, which I've never wasted any of my energy looking at. But people tell me, they're like, have you seen what he's saying? I'm like, no. Or have you seen what Jill is saying? I'm like, no, I'm not going to go to his channel and look at that bullshit.
Maybe we should look up.
No, I don't care. He's probably not that good. It's probably pretty bad.
But react like in real time.
Yeah, we should react to that.
To this video.
Jay Pasick reacted to that debate. I think that's the first time that I've ever seen anybody do a reaction video to one of my streams.
It was pretty funny, actually. But when Simon was talking,
is that the review you're talking about? Objective Ethics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we pull that up?
Yeah.
I haven't watched all of it yet, but yeah.
It's a hot mess because it's a 7-hour stream because he let somebody jump on the panel, and that guy didn't want to have anything to do with the debate or anything because I guess he really hates Jill. And so this Jay guy and Simos were there trying to take the debate seriously and actually do a review on the debate. And
Mhm.
this guy just kept derailing the conversation. I mean, I was like, how did they turn this into a 7-hour review? The debate was
I
barely an
haven't
hour
made it.
long.
Yeah, I haven't made it to that. All that. I haven't even made it to the part where Simos.
Who
is in
was
there.
it?
I don't remember his name. I'd never heard of any of these people. I knew Simos. He's the only person who I knew. I don't know
Well,
who the J
Jay-
person was.
Yeah, have you ever heard of Jefferson Spatchcock?
No,
Okay, well, Jefferson and Jay are, I think they're twins, maybe. I think they're twins. But anyway, Jay's been around for a long time, though. He's
Yeah, Jay, I know, but I've never heard of the other person.
Jefferson.
It was pretty
You
funny.
don't know Jefferson? I think he's his twin. I think they're twins. For some reason, I'm thinking that. I may be wrong. Maybe somebody can tell me in chat, maybe. But I think they're twins. I know they're brothers, but I've been thinking that they're twins.
Yeah, if you guys are ever looking for content when you're, because I know you guys go long streams and sometimes you're just looking for something to watch. You guys should do a review of that debate, because I'd be really curious, because I know I could have done things better. I'm always looking to improve, and I was a lot harder on myself than Jay or anybody else was, and I doubt you guys would say anything that would hurt. You're definitely not going to hurt my feelings, because like I said, I always appreciate the constructive criticism, because I'm not perfect and I could always do better. And so these are just learning experiences, but it's pretty hard to ignore. Jill just fucked himself. It doesn't even matter how good or bad I was in that debate. Jill just fucked himself so bad. And these guys were just making fun of him so hard. It was pretty funny.
What was the original topic of the debate?
The topic was, is the Bible the best guide for morality? And to just lay out my own criticism, I assumed, because I've heard Jill talk a couple times about slavery, and his apologetics are so bad on slavery.
Yeah,
So
they are.
yeah, really bad. So I spent a lot of my opening actually dealing with slavery to kind of get ahead of it, And in hindsight, and after listening to Jay's review, they're right. Their criticism is I should not have wasted so much of my opening on just slavery. But I did it, like I said, I did it because I thought Jill would. I really wanted to address that with Jill particularly, because I wanted a chance to publicly basically just refute his bad arguments for it. But it kind of, for the audience's sake, it made it seem like the debate was more about slavery than morality in general, which it really
did.
wasn't. And so that was my fault. And the other issue that I really screwed up on is that I was so busy with work stuff that even though I put this debate off for like a month or two so I could prepare, all I had was all my research material. But normally what I do for a formal debate like this is I will type everything, my whole opening statement, everything up so that I could just read it and it sounds more fluid. And I just wasn't as fluid as I wanted to be in my opening, because I had way too many pieces of reference material. I had way too many citations to try and sift through. So it wasn't just the overall performance. I don't feel like I was as
Robin?
strong as I was. My argument was good, but I don't think my actual presentation was as good as it could have been or should have been. But I'm sure there's other
Robin,
things
you
I could have
wanna
done
link?
better.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Oh, never mind, you got it. You got it.
I'm working on it. It takes me a minute.
Now, from your overview of how things went, like, this is how, like, I personally would have attacked it, is, just go straight for, like, the fact that Christian ethics are subjective, and an objective framework is going to be vastly superior to subjective framework. Then just
That, I would have loved to have taken that angle. The problem is that Jill doesn't even know what descriptive and prescriptive is. Trying to get him into, I shit you not, brother. I shit you not. If you watch the debate on Rob, I would recommend watching Robin's stream uncut and do your own review instead of trying to sort through Jay's, because like I said, Jay's is like a 7-hour. It gets really disconnected too many times. Just go, because the debate itself, Jill quits after like an hour. It's not even that long of a debate, and
Well, I mean, honestly, I mean, because I was there, I saw it live, but as soon as you mentioned, because the prompt was exactly what you said, is like, is the Bible the best guide for morality? As soon as you opened up the Hammurabi door, and that he never, not only did he not refute it, he never even addressed it.
The other thing that was crazy for Jill, no, you're right about that. And the other thing, and that, again, that was, I don't even know if I should have gone there. In hindsight, I should have just done my research like I did and then waited for Jill. Like I should have mentioned the passages about slavery and then let Jill start the bad apologetics and just refute him as needed instead of
Right.
dragging us into that. That would have been a much more effective and strategic way to do it, because
Set
we
up the
could have
trap
talked
card first.
exactly. But the problem is, brother, if you guys, RP, I'm so sorry. This is like the 5th time I've fucking misgendered you. Like I'm so embarrassed. I'm
You're
so
good.
used to saying brother, sister, family, and you've never given me shit about it. You're so patient, and I'm really embarrassed about that. I'm so sorry.
Well, I appreciate that you're trying.
I have no excuse. I'm tired at night when I talk to you, and I just have no excuse. I have noticed it. And I actually meant to say something to you without making a big deal about it, because I'm not trying to embarrass you over it. It's my embarrassment, and I need to be better about this kind of stuff. I'm an old man, and I'm not used to a lot of this, to be honest with you. And so I'm trying to make the proper adjustments and be respectful at all times. And I'm an idiot. And is part of it. The problem is that I don't see myself as having friends or enemies. I only see myself as having brothers or sisters or family members, because I think there's just one race, the human race. And so I'm so used to, I learned this in the joint and growing up on the streets, when I got along with everybody. And so black people started calling me in the joint, they started calling me fam. And this was not like a term that was being used back then. And so there was family because they just basically, like, I just treated everybody the same. So they treated me like, they called me family. So I started with fam, and that's what got me thinking about how we are all in one race. And so then from there, it was just brother, sister, family. And now I just am so used to saying that I don't think about, when I hear deeper voice, I automatically say brother without even fucking thinking. And I need to continue to work on myself and just be better. So I appreciate you being so gracious about it. That says a lot about you. It really does, as a human being.
Oh, well, thanks for saying that.
Yeah, I think I will say OE is always like, some people are not ever trying to make themselves better, and OE is always got a goal of being better than he was yesterday, and that's what I like about him.
RP, tell him about your dysphoria, euphoria thing.
Oh, so like I don't experience
that actually makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, so I don't experience gender dysphoria. So like if you call me by my sex assigned at birth, like it doesn't really bother me, but I feel euphoria when my gender is affirmed. So like I get the good feeling, but like if you mess up, it doesn't really like hurt me, just more rolls off my back.
You're a great person for me to work on my own improvement with, because you are able to take it for what it is. I think you're able to recognize that as a person, I'm certainly not trying to be disrespectful or discount your lived experiences. And that's really helpful for me, because, you have every right to kick me off your panel and be like, this guy's a fucking idiot. Who is this guy? But you're very patient, and that's going to help me in the future in other interactions. So I'm really fortunate that, I'm glad I met both of you and Gretchen. Actually, I met you through Robin, who's a person who I have a tremendous amount of respect for. And I think most people who get to know Robin actually have a lot of respect for her. And so I'm really glad that I've met you guys through her.
Yeah, same.
But anyway, so I'm sorry, I digress. So Jill, he fucking doesn't even know what prescriptive and descriptive is, and you'll see that if you watch the debate. It's really embarrassing for him. And so trying to suss out objective versus subjective morality, I felt like that conversation was going to be so dysfunctional. It was just, you know what I mean? I didn't think it would be even worth the audience's time. It would be not entertaining for anybody to watch. I really did it. Would have been just bang your head. But actually, after listening to that review and hearing some other people talk about the debate, I think a lot of people were frustrated with Jill because they're so used to him doing this kind of shit that it's just like, he's notorious for dodging questions, refusing to answer questions, talking over people, and then complaining if anybody interrupts him. It's so weird. I don't know if he does this on purpose. I really feel like he has some kind of a mental, and I'm not being trying to be mean when I say this. I'm trying to be just factual. I think he has some kind of a something in his head is not working quite right in some way, because
like
he can't be this
disorder.
Something is going on there. I just refuse to believe that a perfectly functioning brain can be this dysfunctional. He just literally doesn't. I was going to ask you guys for permission to, and I know Robin will let me do it, but I was going to actually do a short thing on my own channel about this debate because Jill came onto your guys' panel and also onto Jill's panel after the debate and has told multiple people live that I'm the one that quit the debate. He actually is the one that quit the debate. He literally gave up during my cross-examination and said, I'm not doing this anymore. But then he comes around and tells everybody that I quit. So either he's just a compulsive liar and can't help it, like this is actually like a disability with him, which I need to be more sensitive about if it is, or he's just that malicious that he just doesn't care. He's just going to spin it his own way, and that's just how he's going to do it. I don't know if it's intentional or not, if it's really malicious. If it is, that's more understandable, but he's got to be just, something's not working right with that guy.
You have my permission to do with the video whatever you want. So
yeah, I just want to link the debate unedited from your channel, and then I just want to basically tell people, listen, I know Jill's out there saying that I quit this debate, but here's two places on, you know, Async's channel and on Robin's channel where you'll see him say, oh, OE quit the debate. And then I'll say, you could go to this timestamp on the debate itself where Jill is the one who quit. And that's all I was going to do. Just a quick, short little thing like that. So
yeah,
people
but whatever you want to do, that's fine. You can use it for however you want to use it. I've tried to stay sort of neutral.
Same thing with Async. You can clip any part of any stream and use whatever you want.
I've tried to stay neutral on it
And then we'll
because
take
I
all the
was
money.
moderator. So I've tried to stay neutral about it. Like, you know what I mean? I've tried to stay out of y'all's like little contest. I have my own opinions of it, and probably you know what they are, but like I've tried to stay neutral. Just
I could respect that. Yeah, that's why I never asked you who you think won the debate. I'm not, and I never will, because I don't think that, you know, yeah, I respect your position as the mod and also as the person who's kind of in the middle. You set the whole thing up. And so I just don't want to do anything that's going to cause you any grief from Jill or that community whatsoever. It's not necessary. And for me, it wasn't even about wins or losses. It was literally about just letting Jill expose himself, which I think he did perfectly. Jill was Jill.
Yeah, Jill does all three of those things that you mentioned here too. He'll run away from
That's
questions.
why it's hard
Yeah,
that's why it's hard for me to pin it down, if it's intentional or if it's just because he's so consistent with it. You know, it's like maybe he really has some kind of disability. I need to be more patient with him or something. You know, I don't know.
Or it could just be his tactics that he uses, you know, dishonestly.
That's what everybody says. I'm going to mute my phone for just a quick second. I need to just floss and brush my teeth really quick. And then I'm getting ready for bed here. So I'll let you guys talk for a minute here.
Cool. Well, I have that debate saved in my watch later playlist for this profile. So we can definitely check that out sometime.
yeah,
Putting on PJs and
you can tell me how
Tucked
bad a
into bed.
moderator I am.
I'm sure you did great. How do I check the playlist if I don't have a channel created? Oh, here we go.
I'm gonna get off here, y'all. I was just wanting to say hi to OE and y'all. I'm probably gonna go to bed here in a while.
Oh,
Did you
hope
get
have a good night.
Did you get my Discord DM earlier, RP?
About the permissions?
The brand channel? Yeah.
Yeah. Let me go respond to that really quick. Accept the invitation. Oh, it's going to put it under.
It's just it's gonna give you like a second YouTube account, which you can just you go click on your
why
icon.
is it so quiet?
And why is what quiet?
Yeah, it looks like I can
I
sign
don't think
into
I can hear
Async now.
again.
We
I
can
think
hear
your
you,
fan noise got louder, Nick, too.
Thanks,
He's
y'all.
gonna have to reload.
Thanks,
thanks
y'all.
for jumping up,
Having me
Robin.
on.
We'll catch you later.
All right, bye.
There we go.
You're probably gonna have to reboot again.
I can hear. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good.
So far in the reaction queue, we have the M stream from a couple months ago. A YouTuber playing the Jesus Christ video game. Ian and Ross Souls debate. That'd be fun to do with Nobody on Fire here. And now I've just added OE versus Jill. So those are in the pipeline so far.
Was there somebody coming back to talk?
Yeah, OE is just winding down for the night, doing those bedtime routine
He's just
things.
brushing his teeth and stuff, but
Oh,
he'll
right.
be back. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Will you put a channel on the async server? Or, you know, we can get Resist to do it or something. But I think we need to open up a channel for people to say, hey, remember that debate where Justin talked to somebody?
Mhm.
Or, you know, hey, you remember that, you know, one of the
Suggest
times
a call.
Let's Talk to Free. Yeah, like, you know, if somebody,
Agreed.
you know, so whether it's just us or, you know, I would actually hope it would be public. That way the actual viewers can drop in and say, oh, this is my favorite debate. I would love to see your take on it, you know?
Yeah, I think once the viewership goes up, we should like run polls and you know, other audience engagement. Like John Cohen does it. He's really good with audience engagement, and
Does he?
I don't know what.
Yeah. I said, does he? I've only seen his stream one time.
John is
And it
great. John has like Rate My Guest, and it's like a grid, and it's like and it scales between good faith and substance. So like in the top right, you know, you have your most genuine person, and then in the bottom left would be your troll, and then you have like a shifty in the top left, and then like, you know, somebody who's maybe still genuine, but there's just nothing, there's no substance. But it's really cool.
Where
Like
does he
how
do it? Where
has
does he put that down?
it's called Rate My Guest, and he has like a website or something that he like. There's a link when you go to when you go to his Discord server. There's a link, or it might just be in the description of the video. But you click on the link to Rate My Guest, and then it takes you to the website where it tells you what guest you're, you know, what guest you're, yeah. And so it also tells you like, how many other people are voting currently, and it tells you your position relative to the rest of the crowd. Yeah, it's pretty clever. And then he's also got like, so like some people have like Philbro timers, and I actually gave him a suggestion for this, and he adopted it into the way he does it now. But he has a kill switch for Philbros. It was initially started for the Philbro, like as a Philbro timer, but like people that subscribe or that join, you know, pay for his membership. They pay like, you know, to be in this, what's like the top tier, is what he calls his that's what he calls his inner circle. And so if you're an inner circle member, you get a vote, and yeah, that's the Rate My Guest on the top right there. And then the kill switch is like, so if with any call, if like this person's just, this call isn't going anywhere, this isn't doing, no one's interested in this, you can vote to kick it, and it's based on how many Like he has it like worked out mathematically. So like based on how many inner circle members there are total, everybody
Mm-hmm.
gets one vote. And when he first had it, it was just like an accumulative situation. So like once you casted your vote, it added up, and then once it got to like 8 votes or whatever the count was, once it hit that number, then John kicked the guest regardless.
I like that a lot more than just a regular pay to kick function.
But there
I mean,
were some times that it didn't work out though. There was a few times when the inner
well,
circle voted to
I
kick
mean,
people that most, like a lot of us thought, damn, that call was really good. Why would we kick that?
well,
Why?
I mean, there's always going to be, that possibility around, but I mean, it's like at
Well, this
least
is
there was some sort of like mutuality going about it, because I mean, like under the normal pay to kick, it only takes one person to disagree with
yeah,
you, and at least
but
this is like, taps into the zeitgeist
yeah,
of
it's
the
a great
whole
idea.
audience. Yeah.
I was like sitting there trying to figure out the problem, like because like John, had mentioned it. Him and his co-host Sean had mentioned it, like like they not like they were complaining or anything, but like there's been times when the inner circle, but they were saying like, well, that's I would have liked to continue that call, but the inner circle says they made their choice. So I messaged John and asked him, if he would consider taking suggestions, and he was like, of
Hi,
course.
Isabel.
And
And
so
hi,
I said,
Britt.
well, what if we did it like as not only could you vote to kick the guest, but you could also vote to not kick the guest or shield the guest.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what he's implemented now. So like if it's 8 total and there's 5 people, they only need one more person to, you have 7 votes to kick. I could step in with my vote and vote to reduce the count. So instead of needing just one more vote to get to 8, now they need 2 more. And that's worked out really well because
I
there's
like
now
that
it's
actually.
harder.
I
Yeah,
like
it's
that a
harder.
lot.
Yeah, and I
I
think
really
like,
do.
but
Especially because a lot of the people voting like maybe can't afford to like send super chats and vote on stuff like that. So or like pay to kick. They just
Mhm.
most people can't just afford to spend $25 or something or whatever it is to
Right,
you know.
exactly.
Yeah.
I said yes. We're talking about John.
And also sometimes it feels unfair to do that to a host, because
Well, you
there
still
are a
got to
lot of
be.
times there's a lot of times where they have nobody in the queue. So
Mhm.
like if you kick a guest and they have to do it, it's like, well, now you've deprived the entire audience of hearing anything from anybody
Yeah.
because there's no one else requesting. So
Well, that's what I
and
initially thought, was that John was like giving like executive power to like all the way over to the audience. But then there was a scenario just the other day where John and Sean both vetoed of the inner circle. We're like, nah, we're going to continue this call. So I guess, I don't know. That was confusing to me, but that doesn't happen very often. Like that was the only time I think it's ever happened.
yeah.
But
I can
otherwise,
see that.
that's how it works great.
I've had some of my $25 kicks just like straight up denied for
I would
whatever
ask for my
reason.
money back then. Like if that was the reason I spent that money,
Yeah.
I'd be like, well, then give me the $25 back if you're not going to honor it.
Yeah, most of the ones that I got that were denied were from Carbon, and Carbon was like,
Yeah.
tell you what, next one, I totally got you, and I'll even let you bank one for that because I'm overruling you. So instead of giving the money back, he'd like cut me a deal. I was like, all right, cool,
Yeah.
I can live with that. So
I agree. So it's much better. I think it's a good
but
system.
yeah, when it comes from, especially for like a platform like this, because it's like
Mhm.
I'm not really building this just for me. It's so that we all have a community space to do things our way.
Yeah, it's so like when we do debates, I think we should follow in John's footsteps with that kind of stuff. You know, maybe
Yeah,
ask him how he did it and how we can set it up
I'm
our own.
definitely stealing that. Definitely.
Um,
I figure it's fitting, that because someone else was like, well, you're trying to turn your stream into this or that. I'm like, actually, no, I'm just sort of
oh
taking,
yeah, you're right. Yeah, I remember
I'm
that.
taking the best parts of what I like from all the other streams,
Right.
and kind of putting them together. And
And if you like it,
you know,
other people will like it. That's kind of the way I judge. That's how I operate most of the time. If I like it, there's a good chance other people are going to agree.
yeah, I asked a lot of people, even just before I started this whole thing up, I asked a lot of people if they even wanted a channel like this, because I mean, straight up, if there was no need for it and no call for it, then why would I waste my time,
Yeah.
But I talked to a lot of people that said, "Oh my God, that sounds so cool. That's exactly, you know,
Mhm.
A channel that actually takes atheist calls." What? It's like,
Yeah,
all
and
right,
that's why I like John. Is
let's
John
do that.
John talks to everybody. John will let friendlies come up, and he prioritizes still, and it's
Yeah.
still about 80-20, is the ratio. But it's a nice after sometimes when you get in that gauntlet of call after call, especially when they're hostile, like one right
Mhm.
after another, and there's like no breath. Like it's a nice refresher to have someone pleasant come up for a few minutes and just shoot
Yeah.
the shit, and like gives
I
everybody a chance
also
to get that out
I
of their system.
listened. I watched Thinker's stream for the first time a
Yeah,
couple of days
Thinker's
ago.
great. I've been watching
Mhm.
her for like the last
Oh,
year.
yeah, I've
I
seen it.
never have. I've only seen her on other people's lives, and um, she seemed cool and all. It just I never,
There's only so
you
many
know,
hours in a day.
yeah. And with everybody else streaming, and I never made it. And then the other night when we took the night off streaming, I think it was Monday night. Brian Federico invited me to go watch Thinker, and I'm like, all right, well, I think I will. And
Yeah, Thinker's stream is where I met Brian.
I think, she's pretty cool.
She's quick on her feet
So
too.
I like her, and I'll probably keep watching her. So
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll talk
But-
more into my mic. Is that better?
I can hear you fine. I
Yeah,
don't
it
know.
wasn't bad before.
yeah, I could hear you fine, but I mean,
Resist in chat said I'm too quiet,
oh,
but I
everybody
did
else
have
thinks
my microphone angled away from my face, so.
yeah, I really love that Thinker does not take people's shit. I fucking love that. I loved her attitude on all that. It's like definitely a woman after my own heart at that point. So
Well, Gretchen, I think that you and Arpy have done a really, I don't know, how long have you had this channel going? Because I just literally found you like what was it been like a week or two? I think after that night of that debate is when I realized you guys had a channel. So I started following your channel, but I didn't know you had one. So how long has this been up?
I have no
Couple
idea.
months.
I
Yeah.
think since February, I just started getting active. Like,
Oh, you know what?
4
Yeah,
weeks
it
ago.
was I started trying to figure everything out around February-ish, January, and then I was about ready to start it, but then I had my 311 day festival coming up on on March 11th, and then I had a bunch of people asking, and I just it's probably going to be middle of March when I actually get it started. And it turned out to be like toward the end of March, but yeah, I actually started it in March.
But you guys are growing really fast for that. But I think,
Yeah.
for one thing, I don't know if this is just something recently you started doing, or if you guys have always been going like 5, 6, 7 nights a week, but that really helps because you're getting a lot of content out there. But I think the other thing that's really helping, aside from your guys' great personalities, is that you guys are going late at night. And I don't think there's nearly as much going on. So you're not having to compete with all these other channels, because I think that the whole atheist theist stuff, it's a pretty saturated market, to be honest with you. I don't, you know what I mean? Especially with so I think that you guys are going to do well based on the fact, like I said, you're interesting people, which your personalities definitely help, but the time slot that you've chosen and the fact that you have the energy to do it so many nights a week. I don't know how y'all have time to do that. I can only do one video a week. That I can barely keep up with. It's crazy.
Yeah, I got another comment like that today. It's like, wow, do you sleep? I was like, absolutely. Right on
Sometimes during stream.
Apparently.
That was awesome.
I missed a bit of it, but we're vampires. That's actually how we stay awake.
Speaking of the charging thing, that is an interesting, because I did not, when I started my channel, I had, and I still have absolutely no intention of monetizing. I didn't think I would even be in the conversation, and I'm obviously a long way from it now, but I just don't think that for what I'm doing, I'm just trying to provide a platform for people to have conversations. And I don't think that monetizing or charging people for that is really even appropriate or necessary on my end. But I am doing a non-profit effort this coming up here in a couple of weeks for the Ark Encounter protest. I'm doing a big show to help Joe out to try and raise money for those guys. But I don't really feel comfortable asking people for money because I don't need the money personally. Financially, I've got a good job. My wife has a good job. But as far as the protest goes, I think that's something really important. That Ark Encounter is a monstrosity, and I'm actually really adamantly set against it. So I told Joe I'd be happy to try and put something together to help those guys, do like a fundraiser or something.
Isn't that the Kent Hovind thing? Isn't that his? Yeah. Okay. I was
if you guys can stop by,
Well,
I'd love to have.
The Ark Encounter, isn't that that's Ken Ham, right?
Kent Ham, yeah, one of those guys.
Out in
Ken Ham is the Ark.
I think Ken Ham has the Ark, and
Ken Hovind has the Dinosaur Park.
Creation Museum.
Yeah. It doesn't help they're both named Ken.
Yeah, I'm all for if people want to do their religious thing in their own homes or whatever. I'm not an anti-theist, but when you start teaching kids that the earth is like 6,000.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, you're fine. I was just gonna say you should consider taking donations, though, even if you don't need the money. Nonprofits are allowed to make a profit. It's just that's not their intention. But the reason why, even if you don't, a lot of people just want to donate to things like that. So collecting the money and then if you have another a cause that people want to donate to, if you don't need the money personally, turn it over to somebody who can make the money. But if people are willing to give you money because of who you are or what you're doing, I think you should make the most of the opportunity. Just my 2 cents.
I think that's reasonable. I thought about doing that. I actually thought about setting up a few different charities and saying, if you guys want, we can all pool our money together and then we can vote on which charity should get it this month. Because I actually do make donations. My wife and I, we volunteer time and money, to things we believe in and support. So, I mean, I don't know if people want to do that because there's a lot of good services out there that people should have access to. But I feel, the people need their money. In America, our economy, especially with what Trump is doing, is so insane. It's so upside down. And what I found is that most people, the most generous people, tend to be people who can't really afford to give up the money in the first place. You know what I mean? Like I worked in the service industry, and the best tippers are the poorest people, ironically.
Yeah, you know what? I like the fundraising thing is really the only reason I want to get monetized. Well, I guess there's a couple reasons, but the only reason I want to get this thing monetized is just because I want to be able to do fundraisers and stuff, and you can't unless you're monetized. And well, I guess I could, put up Cash App links and all that shit, but I mean, I'm not doing this for the money. So yeah,
Whoa, jam
I'm,
mixer.
you know, and
Oh, it's
also,
good
you
jam.
know, like when people contact me and say, hey, I want to see if I can, you know, I'm thinking about doing my own channel, and you know, can I come on and just do a thing on your stream? Then whatever super chats or, you know, whatever kind of donations they get or tips, I'm gonna give that to the person who's doing it, because I don't need it. And so,
But if you do, you get more 311 donations you can do. So therefore, the spare cash you do get, you get more 311 super chats. So
oh
you spreading your 311
yeah,
around.
yeah, but you know, so but that and being,
What's your
you know,
favorite
being able
11
to,
song?
my favorite 311 song,
Yeah.
I honestly, I legit don't know because there's too many.
I'll tell you mine.
But I usually go with a song called Lucky,
Okay.
because it was the first one I ever heard, and I still like it even now. And it's, I mean, it's got to be up there in the top 5 or 6 anyway. But yeah, I mostly just go with that one because it was the first song I heard.
Mine is Omaha Stylie.
Oh, that's such a good one. That's definitely up there for me too.
Yeah, that song is so legit.
Yeah, it's great.
And it's so groovy, like especially when it hits that first chorus.
Hey Jams. Yeah, Fuck the Bullshit's a good one too. So even with that weird intro, it's got like the fat chance. I dig it.
My least favorite has got to be Down though.
Oh yeah, Arby. By the way, you remember that one stream that got partially blocked because
Yeah.
of all the 311 shit? So did the YouTube flagged the Rap God thing.
No way.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Oh, yeah?
I got a content warning for it, and so I went into the editor and I just had it erase the
left it out.
song. So
Yeah.
yeah,
That's fair.
because otherwise
It
we
was
were
just a
gonna
meme.
lose. Yeah, otherwise the YouTube said they were gonna take away all the watch hours that we got for it, so it wasn't gonna count toward, you know, the monetization goal.
Oof, yeah.
So
But as long as you remove it, everything's fine.
yeah, it said it'll update any effect that it had on my watch hours. It'll take it off after they, you know. So yeah, you wouldn't think that would be a thing, but it was. So yeah. So and then I wonder how much, I wonder what kind of success she got out of that. Because there's a girl named Cam from Dalton stream that she put up her own channel last night, and she's begging for subs today. I don't remember how to spell her name. Let's see if the title works. But yeah, Dalton's like, "Oh, I managed to get her 100 subscribers, but we're going for 1,000." I was like, oh, for a channel that you started last night? Okay.
Kind of hard. No, you know,
It's
video
optimistic.
history or anything like that.
Huh?
Kind of hard. No
That's
video history.
that's
anything like that.
optimistic.
Well, I
To
mean,
try and get 1,000
yeah.
subs in a single night, that's pretty wild.
Well, if anybody's capable of making it happen, it'd be Justin. I mean, I think he had 1,800 people in his YouTube at the time. So
You're talking about Justin from DZ Debates or Deconstruction Zone, or whatever he
Yeah.
calls that.
yeah,
Justin's
exactly.
kind of like
He's-
the newest, hottest celebrity on the atheist scene at the moment.
Yeah.
So anything he touches turns to gold.
Yeah, the thing I don't understand about his channel, and I'm not trying to throw shade on the brother because I think he does a great job, all things considered, especially. But I've watched his channel like quite a bit when I first came across it. Oh, I don't know, maybe it's been a year since I found him or whatever. But I tune in every now and again, and it's literally the same 6 arguments. Just every time, it's about 1 Samuel 15.
It kind of depends on
Oh, yeah.
the caller. If the caller,
Yeah,
you know,
that's fair. But the thing I don't understand is like how can Christians continue to go up there knowing that Justin has debunked those same 6 arguments about 10,000 times or more at this point?
because most of them are, a lot of them are up there in good faith. Number one, but number
And a
two,
lot of them think they're the first one to think of the
Yeah.
argument.
Yeah, and these are just where the apologetics lead.
Mhm. Some people just go up there just with any argument. They don't really care what the substance of any of the shit they're saying. Their only goal is to make it appear that somebody is challenging, because there's going to be people in the audience who are just too stupid to figure out anything about what's going on, and will just root for their team. And there are some people who that's their only goal, or to waste time, or stuff like that. But it's
Yeah, I can't even find this woman's channel. Damn it. I was curious to see like what her results were, from doing that. So
What I find is a lot of the apologetics aren't really good arguments. They're more Christian pastor talk. That's the way to put
or
it.
they're just excuses.
Well, yeah, but it's just
Yeah,
meant to make
excuse
their
Jared.
side to like, yeah, I agree with
Yeah,
them,
exactly.
and then they
Mr.
tune out the rest.
Deity. Mr. Deity is awesome.
I love Mr. Deity.
Oh yeah.
I've been binging a lot of his videos.
yeah, I mean, at a certain point, there's only so much you can argue about, because in the end, we're all working off of the same source material, which is, the Bible. And
Only so many words in the Bible.
yeah, so I think, yeah. And of course, and everybody has their own, specialty. Whereas, Blitz does convince me not to be an atheist stream. And, even him being a physicist, he gets all kinds of, different callers, but they all pretty much fall within like a 5 or 6 different argument spectrum.
That's
And
that's what I was gonna say.
that's why
It's just
that's the genius of Unapologetic, is that they have
no avenue.
they have 3 people that are just absolutely fucking killers in their particular specialty, which
Mhm.
is speaking of stealing from other people, that I absolutely wanted to make sure that I had specialists from each different area to to make sure that if someone shows up wanting to debate philosophy, I'm like, well, I'm not gonna do it, but if we get a caller that wants
Yum,
to do
yum,
that,
yum.
and probably a lot of them, because I've been paying attention over the last year where it's almost like these days you have to do it,
Yeah.
Yep.
Otherwise,
No, you're right.
I mean,
Actually,
like,
you are right, Gretchen. I was just thinking to myself because I actually many years ago when I was an undergrad, I also attended a Bible seminary because even though I've never been a religious person, I love ancient history, and I just studying world religions was so fascinating to me at college that I
wait,
decided to
time out,
audit. Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
real
yeah.
quick. Did you really find this channel because of the song? Also, which song? Because I put up "Used to Be Atheist" too on shorts, and
Oh yeah, now there are
it's
3 songs.
yeah, we got 3
It
songs
could
now.
be Nobody's Dame, could be Beautiful Lie, or the I Used to Be an Atheist.
Yeah. And oh yeah, it's not called Beautiful Lie. We just named it Welcome to Async. So
Okay.
yeah. So the only 3 people that knew it was ever called Beautiful Lie are you, me, and Neptune. So, from chat and another live. Okay. What other live? Is that Cody's? Because that would be just the song Cody uses is another one of mine. So, but sorry, Oe, go for it. My bad. I didn't.
Oh, no worries.
You know.
No worries. It's good to interact with your chat. Actually, I was just going to say though that when I audited classes at 2 different seminaries actually, and which is paying a lot more for nothing because you're not getting
Sure.
any credit hours or something. But one of the classes that I took was on apologetics, and I didn't even know what apologetics was until I took that class. This is a long time ago, and the same arguments they went over in this teaching apologetics at a Bible seminary is the same stuff that they're using 20 years later. It just blows me away. They haven't come up with any better arguments, but there has been a shift to more philosophy. I've noticed. You're right. They're running a lot of precept nowadays.
God will always exist in philosophy.
Yeah, like even just like a year ago, Justin was like, "Fuck Phil Bros, hate Phil Bros, not gonna fucking do it.
I kind
I
of
don't even
has
speak your
to.
language. Don't speak that jargon at me." And we should have a Phil Bro timer and all this crap. And now he's like, "Yeah, let's do it. What's your ontological epistemology for the fact that fucking P is not P?" It's like he's all about it now,
Right.
and he you could see it happen. It was gonna it's kind of gotten to the point where
Well, there. I mean, there's no point.
you know what
He might as well
we-
learn the philosophy. If he's
yeah
gonna be doing this for his living.
yeah
What else has he got to
and
do?
and the
Not
ratio
trying to
of
take anything away
Philbro
from
callers to regular
Kind of
callers is
stupid of me. Sorry.
and so I think that even someone like Justin, it's like if you want to survive, you got to be ready to deal with what's happening with the guest pool, and the pool of potential guests is going hard into the Philbro lane. So
Mhm.
I pretty much figured I better get some fucking philosophy people lined up. So
You can call me a
It's
Phil,
very
bro. I don't give a
tempting.
shit.
yeah,
It's very
Phil, bro.
tempting because they yeah, you're right. It's very tempting because to the person who's already convinced that this is true, the philosophical arguments seem so powerful because they're not actually breaking the arguments down to find out they're all fallacious in one way or the other, and they don't care if they're fallacious because they're already convinced of it. So they feel like it sounds so smart to say, well, you don't have a grounding for morality, or you don't have a grounding for knowledge, or like that doesn't even mean anything because nobody does. You can always run those guys into something like hard solaces if you had to. I mean, it's just the arguments all fall apart if you know philosophy. But if you don't know philosophy, those guys could just run circles around people, and they think that it's a really great tactic. But
Well, another thing
And
you should read up on is just like persuasion and influence, because it has more. A lot of the times, not all the time, but a lot of the time, when it's especially when it's bad faith, it's going to be more about their tactics and strategies that are it's all in the meta that they're trying to pull on you. I mean, you could sit there and know all the facts, but if you're not delivering it in an effective manner, you still look like you're getting dog walked, even though you are technically right. You know, like Ian is really good at matching people's energies. You know,
We're taking a couple of shots of Fireball to match their energy.
that was awesome.
Well, I've even seen something. I think it was like a debate con or something. I don't remember what it was from, but Planet Peterson and Andrew Wilson. And if you actually just like, if I had never seen the video and was just reading a transcript of it, I would have thought that Peterson just walked away with that debate. You know, I mean, totally just ran away with it. But then once you watch it and you see all of, you know, because Andrew Wilson, he really sucks as a debater.
Oh, he's horrible.
All he has is fucking attitude. That's it. That's all he's got.
He's dismissive.
And if you watch the debate and you watch his, you know, both of their behavior, and you know, you can get a feel for the way the audience was feeling based on their, you know, applause and shit like that. I mean, Wilson like destroyed Peterson in that debate just based on, you know, behavior.
Well, he's stupid, like,
but
if you really off.
Yeah, if you go back and look at just the words that were said,
and
read it on the paper, I mean, fucking Peterson slaughtered him.
Like, what was that one stupid argument? The 1/8 penis stroke. That argument does absolutely nothing when you actually think about it.
Oh, that came from Jay Dyer and Jim Bob. Yeah.
Yeah, but like that argument really doesn't work for anything when you think about it. But the whole point is just to throw off the other person.
What is it now? I'm not familiar. I didn't. Which joke or which what?
Yeah, apparently Jim Bob. His own audience, you know, turned on him for that one. They didn't like that became what it became. Yeah. What it was is they were doing an interview with somebody, or Jim Bob was doing or a debate, whatever, and it was about evolution. And he said, "Well, yeah, what if nature, you know, caused me to have like 1/8 of a penis, you know? Then how would that affect blah 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 blah, you know, whatever." And Professor Dave Explains did a video dunking on Jay Dyer and Jim Bob, but yeah, it kind of went a little bit viral after that. Like 1/8, you know, people are making their own videos with him just saying it over and over because he did actually say it like 7 or 8 times just in that conversation, you know. So people they fucking wrote him about it, you know.
It's a horrible argument, but the whole point of it was just to throw people off.
Yeah.
Well, what Nick 2 was saying is absolutely right, though. So much of debate
Taco made an entire song about it.
Do you know who Fight the Flat Earth is? Craig? You know who I'm talking about?
No. Huh? Oh, is he the? No, I don't. Not by that name. No. Does he? There's a guy who does flat Earth stuff. Like has a gaming channel sounding name, but it's not a gaming channel. It's like.
His intro is like heavy metal, like almost death metal sounding.
Typically goes by just the moniker FTFE.
Yeah. Anyways, if you saw his face, you might recognize him. He's popular. He's not bad. I like him. I watch a lot of his content. But some Clipper channel this morning. I was watching some atheist Clipper channel. I guess there was some debate conference where Craig debated Andrew Wilson, and the Clipper was basically setting it up like Craig is. Watch this as he just totally annihilates Andrew Wilson. This is how you do it, and I had to stop watching it within the first 10 minutes. Because of how cringe-inducing Craig was being. Like, I'm so used to Ian and how Ian would approach a lot of the questions, and how Ian would approach. Like I just was like, oh my, I can't handle any more of this. This isn't an ass whooping. This is, and he's letting Andrew Wilson control the narrative, and like he's not responding. He looks he looks nervous, you know. Like Andrew Wilson has got the audience laughing at Craig. I mean, it's just an embarrassment. I don't know how it ended. Maybe Craig comes back and annihilates him. Maybe that's true. I don't know. But he's like, this Clipper guy was like saying like, you know, like the way he was setting it up was like, you know, Craig walks in calm and confident. I'll try and find the link for you, but it's just,
But
maybe it was,
that's all Andrew Wilson has at the end of the day. It's like even the one time that I went up against him, it's like he decided to pick me to just fucking clown on, you know, start saying, oh, what's up? That woman in the chat, her head's fucking exploding because she didn't even know how to freaking deal with her. And he's just talking shit.
he just
You know,
performed.
and
That's just performing.
most people just let him get away with that shit.
Yep.
But, you know, and he didn't know what to do. The fact that I just said, well, fuck it. I just went on. I jumped up on the panel and I'm like, let's fucking go.
It just goes to show that
And it was like,
ethos, pathos, and logos
what?
are all equally important.
What'd you say, RP?
It just goes to show that ethos, pathos, and logos are all equally important. Like when you're on stage, like with an audience.
Even when they shouldn't be.
Yeah, like it should just be substance, but like the shit kind of fucking matters if like you're in it to change minds and not just be correct.
And you don't want to do harm. That's like the main thing. If you're going to be going on stage, you cannot, like Ian has made this a point, you, especially with the worst kind of people in society, you don't do it. If there's a chance you'll do harm, don't do it. You know, let somebody who can do it go up and do it. And I agree with that sentiment. You know, I don't think you should, if you don't have what it takes, you cannot lose these debates. You know, they don't win very many debates anyways, but you can't lose debates. You really can't.
Yeah.
Especially when, you know, when we're talking about, especially with the environment we're in, the stakes are this high, and, you know, Nazis are trying to come back. No, these people have no place in society. So that's why it's important that, you know, if these people identify themselves as such in the moment, you know how to deal with that in the moment. And if you don't,
They want to club baby seals. That's their goal.
Yep.
That's why, like, Charlie Kirk, what was that one dude? Change My Mind dude. Can't remember his name.
Steven Crowder.
Steven Crowder.
Tim Pool.
You know, they went to
Ben
college.
Shapiro.
Yeah. They went to all these college campuses where people, you know, aren't prepared for anything. And then they clip farm. They get rid of all the times they lose.
They only
shit
debate
on.
dumb freshmen.
Yeah.
I like to post slogans in chat, like, I don't know, just about maybe out of boredom, but I just come up with these ideas, and you know, I just, you know, and the one I came up with the other day was, and people have been liking it, was atheists win debates, theists seek political office because they can't win debates.
Yeah, I can see that. Like they push to limit speech so that, you know, they can get their narrative across without being silenced by you know, actual critical thought.
Exactly.
I like that. I would probably like amend it, like, you know, if I were to do something like that, I would probably amend it to theists have rendered debates pointless. Because
I have
like,
said it a few different ways.
In a political sense, it's I don't think, I think they've just made it not matter. Like, because like, when was the last time of political debate ended up mattering at all? I mean, it was at least like 15, 20 years ago.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like they don't debate, and that's but like the thing like, you know, atheists, we win debates, and we will debate in public.
Yeah.
We don't lose debates, we win debates. The reason that theists take political office, in my opinion, is because they can't win those debates. They do it, like what RP was saying, they do it because if they can't win that debate, then they will force people. It's about controlling other people to them.
You telling me God didn't
Well, I
actually
mean,
command him to go for political office?
They don't win a debate. Like Trump will get up there and fucking lose while, you know, his fucking people hand in the W anyway, you know?
Yeah. They win because they say so. What in their world might makes right. So it's not they don't have to show you anything. They don't have to you know.
That's why they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. And he still fucking won that debate, you know,
And they
as
think
far
everything
as
comes
the
handed down
polling
from on
went.
high.
Yeah.
The whole world, like they believe in rigid hierarchies, and they think everything comes from Trump on down, and Jesus on down. And it's just not reality.
Well, there is a strategy that I think actually can be very effective and useful for the overall purpose if you're trying to change minds. It's been less than a year, but it's coming up on probably a year. When I first was trying to figure out how to get the settings on my phone to let me join a live stream, the very first live stream I ever joined was, you guys know, I think they call themselves the Think Institute with Joel and what's that guy's name? Max, but
Mezzo?
No.
No. It's a Think
Yeah,
Institute.
Different Joel.
He's really
okay.
Yeah, different Joel. He's a pre-supper who runs tag every time. And you guys know who Matt Slick is? Another
I know that guy.
Pretty well known. Okay, so I joined and it was just supposed to be a 15-minute kind of debate, whatever, conversation or whatever. And they extended my time to almost an hour because the conversation was going so well. And the guy, Matt Slick, thanked me like not 6 times, like 3 or 4 times, saying, "You're the most polite person that's ever come up here, and I really enjoy talking to you stuff." And somebody else ran the transcript from our debate through ChatGTP and then posted it in the Joe said it? Yes, set a case, exactly. Yep.
There you go.
And anyway, somebody posted the transcript of the debate, and I smoked the guy. In fact, the ChatGTP said I was one of the best debaters all night. And yet here they were thanking me for being up there. You know what I mean? Because of my demeanor and stuff. So I think that for the audience's sake, I didn't give his Christian audience, which is heavily skewed towards the theist side, any opportunity to really hate me because I was being so polite. And yet the arguments I was making were strong enough that ChatGTP recognized that I was dunking on this guy. So yeah, exactly. Kill him with kindness, and not to be fake. You know, you want to be sincere, but you always find the best way to try to deal with your interlocutors and stuff. I did the same thing with Jill in my debate with him, even though he was really frustrating me. I just maintained, because it's for my own self-respect, really, and what I'm trying to do, like with my channel and what I try and do in life, is try to ultimately focus on people. And if you could either convince them or you can't convince them, the chances of changing somebody's mind is very, very slim. It's got to be, try to think of it like you're planting a seed, something they'll chew on later when they're out of their echo chamber and be like, oh, wow, you know what? Maybe being gay isn't a sin. Maybe I should treat those people like my brothers instead of treating them like the enemy that I need to condemn to hell. You know what I mean? But they're never going to admit that to your face. But if you could just plant that seed and show them that as a human being, you're the type of person that they would actually enjoy dealing with. But I understand I have an advantage in the sense that, one, I have that mindset, and the other is I don't have a deconstruction story. I've never been a religious person, so I don't have any kind of really religious trauma syndrome or whatever it is that goes on. Because when people leave these cults, is what they are, they have a lot of emotional baggage.
A
lot of baggage. I don't blame the atheist.
You're like a gold star atheist.
I'm a gold star atheist.
Gold star.
Let's go.
Yeah, you too, Mallory.
Let's fucking go.
It's awesome. I'll take a gold star. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know about all that, but I do try to be polite and civil in every situation. You know, I worked as a bouncer, and I was very successful at it because I was very respectful. I was not an ass kicker. You know, they call them head knockers. And my goal was not to just make a reputation, make everybody think I was a tough guy and beat everybody up. My goal was to just, maintain the safety of the club and myself and everybody else. And it was also in the adult industry. So it was I dealt with a lot of bikers and gangsters and stuff like that. And I never had to actually fight. I had to put my hands on people sometimes to escort them out the door pretty regularly, but I never actually had it break down into a fight. The only fights I got into were when I was partying and it wasn't on my shift. I was in there just fucking around or whatever. But as far as like when I was on the clock, because I was able to just talk people out the door for the most part. And I think that's kind of the same mentality that I take in these debates.
Yeah.
I agree. The problem is we kind of need a diverse voice because there's so many different areas on deconstruction. But like that's where I kind of see the benefit of someone that is a little bit more willing to be dirty.
Yeah, it is a little bit like a boxing match with certain guests. If you can identify right off the bat that the person you're talking to isn't, they didn't come to find out anything. They're not here. They're not there to engage in a, back and forth conversation. Like, I want to know this. I want you to tell me
Like
this.
Jill. He's just
They're
here to
just coming
fight.
out swinging like a madman. Like what?
Well, I think that's
Like
where,
Jill.
and I do
like
think
Jill.
I do think there is a purpose. There are times when you do have to fight people, in real life or whatever. Absolutely, you
Yeah.
can't just let people walk all over you.
Same in
But I
debate.
think that you could make an argument, but still not. It's because like you were talking about before. You're absolutely right. It's the performative thing, but that's a two-way street. You can still maintain as long as you don't let it affect you. Now, if you let like an Andrew Wilson like dog walk you emotionally or mentally, you're screwed. But if you can maintain your own composure and own self-respect, then what ends up happening is these guys look like the bully. They look like the idiot themselves. You know what I mean? If you don't play their game, they expose themselves.
I really want to, I'm really excited about Ian's book club because the next book, I was really happy to hear that they're going to do the ethics book because I want to know more about ethics and philosophy because I know a lot about science. I have spent my entire life reading science, but I don't know much philosophy and I'm very weak in that area and I don't have very much confidence. But I've learned a lot from watching Ian and Blitz and Justin, but especially Ian when it comes to philosophy. But when it comes to ethics, like I think that'll help me, especially have the confidence to navigate like the trickier conversations that could arise, and otherwise I'm just gonna I'm just gonna not engage. I'm not gonna be able to. I'm just gonna back out. Like if that's where the conversation goes, but I would like to be prepared. That is something, like I just want to. I think like anybody in life, you want to do your part to help make the world a better place. And if I'm here in this space doing this, I should be doing it.
Yeah. As far as going back to the staying calm and maintaining your composure, I have read especially when I'm TikTok debating. I mean, I see the virtue in that, and I've actually had to force it a few times. But generally, I don't really care about keeping my composure. Especially like Jill was like, "Oh, look, I made her crash out," and I'm like, "Dude, it takes like nothing to get me to raise my voice and crash the fuck out." So don't think you fucking won something.
Well, yeah, you disarm that by doing that.
Yeah, and I
take it away
have
from
no problem doing that. So like, you want to get fucking crazy? All right.
That's
You
I
get
mean,
to
it's
see that side
legit.
of me.
It's fully valid.
Yeah. It feels more honest to me because that's just sort of where I live. So
for sure.
All right.
And I think if that's your style, if that's what you want, that if that's what you think, that's whatever way I also think you should lead with your best foot.
Yeah. And I'm fully aware that it has the great potential to just make me look like the idiot. But again, I'm okay with that. I'm fine.
I mean,
well, I think there's two things. I think there's two things there. One is like what the brother was saying. He's absolutely right. I was actually talking to Richard Carrier about this very thing. He came onto my channel. He has a really strong argument for objective morality himself. He's done some peer-reviewed work on that. But I was talking to Carrier, and we were talking about how when it comes to the the atheist sphere, so to speak. So many of the atheists that I've gotten to know over this past year of interacting with people online, the average atheist is so well informed when it comes to biology in particular, with evolution and cosmology and mathematics, the hard sciences. But when it comes to philosophy, it does seem to be a common weakness, especially the philosophy of ethics. A lot of atheists are really unfamiliar with the terminology, the different arguments, you know what I mean, so on and so forth. But if you get into a conversation about evolution, fuck, they all sound like biologists. I'm so impressed with how smart
That's
the
me
average
in a
atheist is
nutshell.
when it comes to something like that. It's brilliant. It's commendable. But I would recommend to the atheist to get into the philosophy of ethics, because there are really strong arguments in favor of objective morality. And once you can put that argument together, you have such a leg up on the ethics debate, because all religious ethics are based on subjective morality and divine command theory. And if you can dunk all over that from the objective moral position, it's such an advantage.
Right.
Yeah, can I break that down like really
Yeah.
quick? Why they're
Honestly,
subjective?
I agree with that, and I am trying just at my own speed. And
Hold it.
Nobody on Fire
Wanna
has
hear what
been
you
a
have to say.
fucking rock star with me in that respect. But I still really hate it. But while also recognizing that I've got to get into it at some point,
What were you saying, RP?
So ultimately, morals are normative, which means that like they're reason giving. You have to have like a reason to like act, and so in order to say that like God's commands are like objectively like the right thing to do, like you need a reason to follow those commands. And if you just don't fear hell at all, you don't care about going to hell, you have no reason to follow God's laws, ultimately making his laws subjective. And so Christians like just start off not even being able to argue for objective moral standards.
And you're right. And you can make the objective moral argument from the ontological position as well as the normative position, which are two different angles, actually. And the reason you could do that from the secular position is because ultimately the normatives are what any reasonable, rational person would do, what we would expect to do. Whereas when it comes to like the divine command theory, you still can't get the normative, because like you said, you could not care about hell, you could be from a different religion, or you could not believe in the God. So there's all these reasons why it's not normative, even though you can technically, if everybody did recognize this God was real, and if everybody recognized this God was making the rules, you could get to a normative. But that's not the reality of the situation. So there's no way to get to a normative from God's commands, God's will. That just doesn't work.
well, yeah, you can't even get a handful of Christians to even agree on whether even hell is real or not.
Or what hell is it annihilation? Is it separation from God? Is it actual eternal torment?
Is it torture? It's like,
Is it just being in a less cool heaven? Like
You can put 100 Christians in a room, they all be different. You can
Right.
get 100 Christians
you
from
get
the same
100
church.
Christians in a room, you'll have 101 different concepts of hell.
fuck less
Yeah.
cool. If heaven and hell are real, I think it would be the cooler heaven, to be honest. I mean, all the cool people will be there.
Yeah,
When
heaven number 2 won't have the Christians, so party time.
when
That's a
theists
reason
come
in
into-
itself enough.
when theists have been coming into chat lately and saying you're going to hell, dropping that line out, it's like I don't know, like
There's a Hindu question.
Right.
It is, if you were sent to heaven and you found out all your friends, family are all sent to hell, would you choose to go to hell? The obvious answer would be yes, I would rather go to hell than being stuck in heaven knowing all your friends are suffering.
exactly. Well, that's what I tell people. Like, so they like the threat of hell doesn't work if you don't mind going. I like to spin it like this way. I tell them that not only do I not, if Christianity by some stroke of luck turns out to be true, I don't think it is, but if it does happen to turn out to be the case, I will not only choose to go to hell, but my plan is to There's going to be way more of us down there than you guys have up there in heaven, and we have our own magical being. Okay, so we are coming to heaven to overthrow it and put Yahweh in hell, and we will take over, and then that will be eternity. The righteous people will win in the end. They don't know what to say about that.
Well, hey,
The
can
thing
I
that I always
quickly play
press them
this?
on. Oh, go ahead.
This Jim Bob 1/8 penis
What
thing
were you
for
saying?
OE.
Oh,
Oh yeah, go for it.
yeah.
Yeah, this is the thing we were talking about probably about 20 minutes ago, but like we hit such like a good roll in the conversation. I didn't want to interrupt it.
Yeah,
But
no, it's fine.
yeah, here's the 1/8 penis thing.
Again, penis, fully functioning penis.
1/8 of a PP.
Penis that you have now, different kinds of penises.
PP and the testicles?
Penis, temporary penis, proto-penis.
1/8 of a PP.
Penises in the world. Penises, penisness, penis.
PP comes to be PP.
You hate to see people deny their sexual orientation just because of the religious ideology they've been.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Jim Bob loves to talk about this penis argument, but I thought that would actually like play a clip of the penis argument. That was actually just like a supercut of every time he said penis.
Well, that was Jay
What is he
Dyer
trying
that
to
was saying
accomplish?
it.
What is he actually trying to accomplish with that comment? Like, what is it even relative to? Evolution? How?
The idea, if I remember right, is that you would need a 1/8 of a penis isn't useful for anything, right?
Yeah, he
You
doesn't
need
understand that
a
asexual
penis.
reproduction existed before, sexual reproduction.
And it's basically just
And he
saying
doesn't realize
he
that
doesn't understand what
there are
cloaca
ways to
is.
like spread sperm without even a penis necessary. I mean,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like,
He doesn't understand what cloaca is.
Yeah.
Like if anyone actually thinks about what's being said for more than 5 seconds, it becomes pretty obvious it's stupid. But Jay Dyer isn't known for anything other than being stupid, or racist.
I think it's an attempt to just poison the well.
By me?
No, not at all. No, by Jim Bob and the other by basically trying to get the atheist worldview to look like, that's a small penis that doesn't fit into evolution, and they don't know anything about penises and sex and whatever else. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't know because I didn't see the whole
think
debate.
Jim Bob they're just LARPers and performers. I think they like being the kings of these internet trash heaps. They have this little following that worship them and think that they're dropping sick burns and looking super smart and burnt, owning the libs, and I don't know. It's just, it's so cringe, like it's like reality inverted, and I don't know. It's just gross in my opinion, but.
What really bothers me about it is that how many of the Christian in the audience are just lapping it up.
Yeah.
They just think
They're not
that's
only
what
doing that,
bothers me
they're
about
sending
it.
him money. They're sending him tons of money. Like this is what he does for a living. This is how he
Oh,
pays
yeah.
his bills, hating people and doing it for performatively and causing real world harm. Like this person really exists. Like fucking A.
Yeah, they do, and it pays well too.
Exactly.
Like
Even
when
that Chud the Builder.
when I
dude,
jumped up on that panel to talk to Andrew Wilson, he straight up fucking tried to deny that the manosphere exists, or the Rogan sphere or whatever you want to call it,
right.
He acted like I didn't know what I was talking about. I'm like, seriously? That's the way, this is exactly what you do. This is how you play it. You pretend you have no idea what the other person's talking about, but you do.
You just got to bring the receipts prepared ahead of time. And drop them on him, knowing that he's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Andrew Wilson embarrassed himself not too long ago. Actually, he was trying to debate against a Randian. You know who Ayn Rand and her objectivist
Oh
philosophy
yeah,
is?
yeah.
Yeah,
And
Ayn Rand.
Andrew Wilson got embarrassed so bad by that kid, and that kid sounded like he was in college still, and he just ran circles around Andrew. And Andrew Wilson's only tactic that he had left was to try and act stupid and just ask the same question that already had been answered a million times, as if he didn't understand what was going on.
Right. Because it's all he's got. And then insults too. He'll always go to insults. Like with that girl Charlie, he went on, oh God, he's like, well, yeah, well, you lick sniz. You know, it's like, really? You had to go there? That's why I loved it. I mean, I already adored Nobody on Fire, but when he came up and he was debating us, and then Nobody on Fire gets to ask a question, and he's got, you know, his voice. He was like, well, my first question, do you or do you not lick sniz? I was like, I fucking lost it. I had a cup of noodles and I ended up wearing that shit. I thought that was so funny. Oh God. Because, you know, and his calm, just patient, total, like, you know, and his whole philosophy voice and all that. And then he went straight there. Oh, I thought that was so hilarious.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by Nobody on Fire, and also with Andy. I've seen that. I don't know how to say his whole name. Is Andy Thoutman or Hotman or something like that, or whatever it is. But
Houteling.
He's really smart. You could tell that guy is really sharp.
Yeah, absolutely. I made him a
You never
co-host
noticed that there's a
this
trend.
channel.
There's a trend that like most people on our side kind of tend to be this way, be that way. Whereas like all the guests that come up on the show are all the other way. I don't know.
I see a lot of emotion on both sides. To be honest, I see a lot of emotion on both sides, and like I said, I understand the emotion from the atheist perspective, because deconstructing it affects so much of a person's life. It's just I just feel so bad for people who have to go through that, because you lose friends, you lose family members. You're already going through a potential existential crisis because now there's no afterlife potentially. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just, God, it just affects so much of a person. You know, it's got to be a lot to go through.
Yeah, and in a lot of countries, you know, apostates are hunted. You know, like you lose everything. They lose everything. You know, they have to go on the run essentially from their own people, live their lives in hiding.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rough for some of them. And I mean, I've talked to people that have like been deconstructing for more than 10 years. And I'm just like, wow.
Yeah, that's a lot to go through. I mean, I have a someone who I care a lot about. When I was living on the streets as a teenager, he actually is one of the people who opened up their home to me and helped me get off the streets. So I really care about this person. But he's like a lifelong Christian, and he's like in his mid-70s or something like that. And I was talking to him some time ago about some things I had noticed in the book of Daniel, how bad he gets the history of the Persian period wrong, considering it's supposed to be written in that period. And my friend literally looked at me with a straight face, and he says, you know what? He says, I don't care what facts you ever tell me or what information ever comes out. I'll never change my beliefs. And that just made me so sad, because he was dead serious. Like, it doesn't matter what truth or what information you could prove to him. He needs that belief so much that he would just literally just hand wave it away, because he doesn't care. He could care less if he's living a lie. And I was just like, wow, man, I just feel my heart goes out to you. That I couldn't imagine willfully living in ignorance. To me, that would just be like the scariest
you know,
thing. But
my husband's very much like that. But it's not out of a desire to just not listen to anybody. It's more like he made the decision a long time ago, and now he's just autopilot, and that's just the way it's going to work forever, apparently.
He's found a way to function.
Yeah, it's like, because he'll tell you he's a Christian, but I mean, I was like, yeah, when was the last time you went to church then? Turns out he was like 9 the last time he was at church. It's
Been a
like,
minute.
Yeah.
yes. Okay. But he made that decision, so he just rolls with it. He knows nothing about Christianity, but yes, I'm Christian. Is what he says. It's just
For me, it was so long ago. I mean, I probably started around 16, 18. And by the time I was
Started
22,
believing or deconstructing?
Deconstructing.
You started believing it?
I was about
Oh,
7
okay.
years old when I first started going to church. Before that, I think that's probably why it didn't stick with me, because I have a younger sister who's like 3.5 years younger than me, and she's still very devout. But my family and I are still very close, and I totally respect them, and there's no issues with me and my family. But I know a lot of other families that's not the case. But yeah, I started deconstructing. Like I'd always remember the Iowa Test of Basic Skills and the ITEDs, the Iowa Test of Educational Developments. You guys ever take those?
for Iowa, no.
No,
We don't have the Iowa test in California.
Yeah, they were nationwide. The Iowa ones were, but
Are they like something that you did every year in school?
yeah.
Yeah, we called those SATs.
Well, no. We have the SATs and ACTs.
Well, no. Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I mean, at the end of every year, we had a thing it was Scholastic Aptitude Testing.
Sure.
And it basically, it
Well,
was the same basic thing. It's just it's what they called it, and so we just called it that.
Other states had like there was Iowa wasn't the only one that had like theirs in other states. There was another state that did that too, but they wouldn't be like totally uncommon to be from like Massachusetts or something, or Maine, and take the Iowa Test of Basic Skills. It happened. But anyways, the point was I always scored really well. My aptitude in science was always really high, and my reading comprehension was always really high. I was tested in the top percentile. But my math was always really low. But
real quick, your reading comprehension is really high. Are you a slow reader too?
Yeah, I read really slow.
Too.
Yeah,
me too.
Let's go. Me too. Me three. Actually.
My memory and my my recall and my comprehension is just fucking off the charts. But I mean, I pay for it in speed because it takes me a while.
What helped me increase my speed though? Like I actually tried to years ago. I got into I found it at a Goodwill, Evelyn Wood's speed reading, and I tried it, and that does work a little bit. I mean, you can at least double your speed, but it's not, I don't know, it's not something I kept up with. I was kind of amused by it. I don't know if like the actual phenomenon of speed reading is something that, I mean, I know it exists for like certain people, like savants, but I don't know if it's an attainable skill for like the average person. It didn't happen for me. At least
I messed with it a little bit, but I did notice the difference in my retaining the information,
Yeah.
It made it a lot harder to retain it and to comprehend it, and
like it distracted me having my hand, swiping my hand back and forth on the page and following it. Like I didn't like the strategies that they were having you do. I mean, I was able to double my speed, but I didn't retain things very well. But anyways,
in the end, I just decided I was going to be a slow reader, and I was going to be okay with that. So,
what really ended up helping me increase my speed was moderating chat, especially like Ian's chat when it's fucking flying. Like it's just going by. Like, and I feel like obligated to get every bigot out of chat as fast as I can. So like I just became like I just noticed one day like it was Chrissy when she first became a moderator. She was like she made a comment like she's like, "Oh my god, Neck2 is so fast," and I didn't even realize how fast I was going. But like I was like I always thought I was a slow reader, but I must be cooking. But like I was like just glance at a piece of text. And it's like your eyes just pick out the things like it's like you don't even have to read it consciously. It's like you just see it instantly and know what the person's getting at. Almost like you just like So if that's speed reading, then maybe I have experienced it, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah,
Like your brain is able to pick out like keywords or something like that.
Yeah, like you get like the idea, I get the almost like the entire image, and I'll just zap it. I'll just blast the comment right out. I don't even know if I've read it, and then I'll go back and check it, and it's usually my intuition is usually right. Like I nailed it. Like I knew what it was gonna say, and from that brief little glimpse I got of it before I muted it. So, but I don't know if that's speed reading or not. But I need to go to the store quick. I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
Okay. Okay, sorry for that little rabbit hole, but OE, back to you, dude. Our bad. We keep getting totally
No.
derailed.
I was.
Yeah, sorry.
No.
I didn't mean to do that.
No, I was enjoying the conversation, enjoying getting to know. Is it Neck2?
Cool.
Is that how I say that name? Neck2? Yeah, really enjoyed. I've met so many really interesting, very intelligent people in this community since I've been watching these videos and stuff. Because I don't know, you might know a little bit about my background, but I got really sick. Okay, so I got really sick a couple years ago. I was in the hospital or stuck on my couch for almost 2 years. So I started getting into the whole YouTube thing, and that's when I started watching all these atheist channels and stuff like that, because I never did it before. I was just too busy. And so it's been really interesting just getting to know all these different people for the most part. Some, there's pieces of shit on both sides of the aisle, don't get me wrong, but I've met a lot of really great people. Learned a lot from people too. I mean, I basically have gotten a free education on evolution just following these channels.
Yeah, that's true. Especially if you like end up, preferring someone like Forrest or, Planet Peterson or whoever.
Erica
You
Gutsick
definitely-
Gibbon is doing.
Eric
Yeah, I was
too.
just gonna say Gutsick Gibbon. Yep. And
Yeah,
also Austin Sims.
Oh yeah, Austin is the coolest. I love him.
Right now, Erica is giving basically an entire intro to evolution course to
Will
famous
Duffy.
creationist, Will Duffy.
He's been doing that for a while now.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
been several months. Because
Every
it's
time
an
you think he
entire
learns,
course.
he doesn't.
Oh my god, he jumps right into the comment sections after the video and just starts acting a fool.
Does he really?
Yeah.
That sounds hilarious, actually.
It's honestly like really sad. You think he learns, and you're like the
Oh, yeah,
perfect
that's what makes
explanation
it
given to
funny.
him. And it's just he always regresses.
That is unfortunate because I'm with Mallard on that one. That actually is sad because when that whole thing started, my understanding was that individual was really like willing to be open-minded and was legitimately curious, and they were giving him a lot of flowers for overcoming his previous flat Earth beliefs. I think if I'm remembering correctly, but yeah, that's unfortunate because that started
wasn't-
like three months ago.
He wasn't an actual flat earther. He was like
He wasn't.
toting the line in the middle. He's like, I don't know.
He's just a
He
young Earth
developed the final
creationist. He was
experiment.
never a flat earther.
Yeah.
They flew out 2 prominent flat earthers to Antarctica to observe the 24-hour sun.
Yeah.
And Will Duffy was in charge of like making that happen.
Well, it was his idea, and he raised the money for it. So
Because again, according to him, he was like toting the line of I don't know which side to believe. And so he's like, how do you find out? He asked both sides, and both sides said Antarctica eventually. That's why.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
take the whole flat Earth thing seriously because I just refuse to believe there's people, like a significant amount of people on this Earth that believe it's flat. I just cannot believe people are that dumb. I don't know. I don't believe it. I think they're just trolling.
Watch Dr. Blitz, and you'll quickly realize just how many people believe it. I think it's like 10% of people believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
That's insane. That is absolutely insane.
I mean, not worldwide, but like in the West. Yeah. It's like 10%.
Aren't we one of the most advanced scientific countries, though, when it comes to that? I mean, the West in general, because of democratic freedoms, and yet we have the most flat earthers.
There's a fair handful of Muslims too, but they typically tend to argue like on philosophical and cosmological grounds instead of, you know, the religious magic bullshit grounds. It's the Christians will totally buy that, but yeah, it's weird. But there are a lot of I mean, I've never seen like an Asian, like Chinese, Japanese, or anything person show up and try to argue that the Earth is flat. If they're Eastern in any way, they tend to be Muslim. Otherwise, like 90% of them probably are straight up like from English speaking countries.
Actually, that doesn't surprise me because both the Quran and the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, describe the Earth as if it were flat. There's nothing in either one of those texts that would indicate
a clay
the Earth
seal,
is a sphere.
and it refers to it as a chug, like a primitive type of wheel, which has a flat side.
Standing on pillars.
Yeah, standing on pillars. The four corners of the world. There's a lot of flat Earth like terminology in the Bible.
There is. I think it's just enough to like just to give them something to point to when they're coping, because I think the whole concept of flat Earth has turned more people into Christians than the Bible has turned into flat earthers. If you know what I mean.
I would grant that.
That
sounds right.
Yeah. Like I don't but for most of them, I don't think that Christianity or anything that their holy books say, I think that was just like an extra bonus that they found after they were already flat earth people.
Well, the thing that surprises me about
it's just a hunch though, and I have no way of proving that, but
that's just a theory, a game theory.
Well, what shocks me about it is like when they deny evolution, I understand that as well, and I'm not a biologist, so I could be wrong here, but from my understanding, there's not like a lot of experiments that you could just like run in your kitchen and do to figure out if evolution is true. You have to look at other people's work. But when it comes to the circumference of the Earth, you actually can do experiments yourself using like lasers, auto levels, things like that. You know what I mean? Over a particular distance, you can start to detect the Earth's curvature yourself. You don't even have to go to anybody else to do it. You just literally set up an experiment yourself. And for people to be unwilling to say, well, why do 90% of the people on this planet think it's a ball? I should maybe look into this a little bit. They're just parroting these really bad arguments. And that's why I think it's so much trolling, because I would think that anybody who really wants to look into it can simply just figure it out themselves.
There are some tests you can do on evolution if you want to figure out your own, but most people don't know what they're looking for, so they don't.
Honestly, I really fucking hate that whole, that entire attack avenue is, well, I don't believe that because I can't, have you done it for like saying, well, the space is real, we went to the moon. Were you there?
Exactly.
Do you know? How do you know you can trust those pictures? You weren't there. And it's like, over the years, the internet has taught every fucking idiot in the world that you can do your own research and be better off for that. Except most people are fucking idiots and lazy, and doing your own research is actually bad for, I mean, at least half the population.
You know, like how
They
huge it would be for like China or Russia to like disprove America on what shape the Earth is. You throw a whole scientific consensus like out the window if you're able to do that, and they don't. It's a globe.
Yeah, but it's ridiculous. But then the whole do your own research crowd, I mean, especially since COVID, I mean, they fucking act like that's some sort of badge of honor. And honestly, it's just like, as soon as you say do your own research, then that's just a big old fucking neon arrow just pointing at you all the time that you're a fucking idiot.
The P900. Go get a P900. They stopped selling them because they were proving the flat Earth. I've heard that argument legitimately. The reason they stopped selling P900s is because they sold the P1000s now, which are better. It's like, this is the level we go to. Everything is conspiracy.
Yeah, and
Right.
honestly, all of our talks with J Money, and a lot of it boils down to the fact that he won't make a call on a lot of things that directly affect his life just because we can't know something because we didn't see it ourselves, you know? And that drives me batty.
Well, and that's why I
super
always
bad.
bring up the gumball analogy, because like, how do we know that there's something that we're not seeing instead of nothing at all?
Yeah, and at some point, even if you can't prove what you're seeing is real, you still got to put that fucking car in gear and, you know, take action and make the fucking leap. You know, you trust, it's like scientists do. Yeah, nobody's breaking any huge things in science anymore, but like the entire, you know, cross section of the world that makes up science, they're all standing on the shoulders of giants, all of them, you know, and always will, as far as I know. So
All inventions needed something else to be invented before that.
yep.
Are you saying there's an infinite regress of inventions?
Oh, not the infinite regress. Oh no.
Go ahead and justify that claim. Go ahead.
Fuck. Fire needed a stick. It. Fuck.
Slow tear, slow boy. Go ahead.
Slow boy.
You don't know how to think properly. Go ahead.
Fire needed. That's hilarious. Well, you're right though, Mallard. It's you said the key word, conspiracy theory, and that's the common thread between flat earthers and evolution deniers and everything, vaccine deniers. I mean, it's literally gets down to conspiracy level stuff. And I've tried
Usually
to press
find the
people. just
demographic
from
of those
the
people are
angle.
all the same. If they believe in flat
Yeah,
Earth,
I
they're
did-
probably a vaccine denier. If they're probably a vaccine denier, they're probably an evolution denier.
Yeah, I actually
So-
got some grief
go ahead,
from
Louis.
Derek McAllister. I don't know if you guys know who he is. Derek McAllister. He's
No,
like
I
an
don't.
up and coming apologist or someone supposedly. But anyway, he put a post on his channel saying that what's the common thread between leftists and conspiracy theorists. And so I did some research on it because I thought that doesn't seem right to me. And I'm not into politics. I'm actually a centrist, but still, just I prefer to be aligned with what's true. So I posted a comment in his video saying, actually, I did a bunch of research on this, and it turns out that the most common thread between conspiracy theorists happens to be with Christians. If you're a Christian, a fundamentalist Christian, you're more likely, significantly more likely to believe in conspiracy theories. And man, he did not like that.
Well,
He said, what did that have to do with my video?
once you're
That
part
doesn't
of
have anything
one
to do with
cult,
my video. I'm sorry, what was
yeah,
that,
if you
Gretchen?
believe in one. I said once you believe in one cult, it makes it far more likely that you'll believe in another one. You know?
That makes sense too, just logically. I mean, if you're willing to believe in invisible things and say that they're
Oh,
real, well, then what else won't you believe in? At that point. I mean, that's just seems
Well, it's
natural
not even
progression.
believing
Like you
in
said.
invisible things, believing in truly impossible things.
yeah,
You know,
but
like the
it
whole
makes
Yeah, that
their
makes
Omnicron
it even
piece.
worse.
feelings feel
The
special.
Fifis.
Yeah. I mean, it makes I think that was probably a big draw for the whole flat earth thing. It makes people feel like they're, on the inside. They've got access to the big info.
Same thing for
And
like religion.
and
The
I
reason why
know
I think a
more
lot of
than
religions got big.
everybody else, So they, latch onto anything that, making it's like, hey, 1 in 10 people have this information. I'm one of the chosen. I'm one of the special ones.
I
And
am
every
one
time
of the
every time they
144,000.
feel like that, they get a hit of dopamine in their fucking brain, and you're off to the races.
Yeah, I have a group of people I interact with online. It's a lot of them are vegans, and they love to say that we're the one percenters. And I'm like, well, okay, that's good for you. I mean, I'm not against veganism or vegans. They can do whatever they want, as far as I'm concerned. I think I actually
Right.
think that they're trying to do what they think is right. But it is, you could definitely tell that they wear that's I'm one of the one percenters, and it's like, I didn't even know what the hell that meant when they first said it, and it's like, no, because like 99% of the people are not vegan, so only 1% of us have like true empathy for living things and this kind of stuff. I'm like, well, don't just so you know, that tiger doesn't give two shits, so stay out of the fucking jungle.
Yeah.
I feel like vegans could have better arguments if they read Mary Midgley, specifically Man and Beast. Like she gives pretty good arguments for like rejecting reductionism and also cultural relativism when it comes to ethics.
Yeah. And I kind of think that, it doesn't matter what you're talking about. You're going to find groups of people who just do things because it makes them, part of the in group, or sometimes part of the out group. And, just like even within vegans, you have people branching off, like, oh, fuck that. Yeah, I'm not just a vegan. I only eat raw food. It's like, oh, come on.
And they shit on the people that only eat like bugs as their
Huh?
protein source. And then they shit on
Yeah.
people that only eat bugs for their protein source. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's like, oh wow,
They're
you
not a
found some
true vegan.
You found vegan gluten-free crackers. Oh, you're a terrible person. I only, it's ridiculous.
Well, there's a good argument to be had that like if you're trying to reduce like suffering, and that's your main goal for pursuing veganism or vegetarianism, like then eating bugs, it wouldn't be in conflict with that goal because a majority of bugs lack pain receptors, so like they wouldn't be suffering. Like they're more automatons than like really sentient beings. My partner, she worked in an entomology lab. She studied entomology for undergrad, and so she was actually tasked with like finding the most effective types of insect repellents, and she was testing out like essential oils versus like DEET concentrations and things like that. But she
I'm sorry for my
confirmed
ignorance. RBK, what is entomology?
the study of insects.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you for that. All right.
Yeah.
also known as bugology.
Oh, God,
and
free.
That's
and
what it should
the
be called.
problem,
I'm
the
with free
problem
on
is
that.
though, and your partner probably knows a hell of a lot more about this than I do, obviously, but it seems to me like we don't have a very good understanding of so much of the ecosystems, and so many bugs are actually very important to the ecosystems because the food chain, for one thing, and also because of like pollinators, so on and so forth. So I don't know, it just gets to be really sticky. But I don't know enough about it, so maybe I'm wrong about that. But
I don't know. Mosquitoes are no purpose. I want them gone.
Well, the point is to like repel insects and not like kill them. So instead of like using insecticide, like finding a more effective repellent is like usually the course of action that we want to take in order to maintain, you know, healthy ecosystems and not lead to some sort of like sudden collapse because a certain food group disappears and then that weakens another food group and then just has a cascading effect.
yeah. Yeah, for me, what it seems like, and I don't really have a lot of debates or discussions with vegans on veganism because it's a very emotional topic for them, and they just, you know, I don't have an emotional attachment to the argument, so it's hard for me to meet them where they're at. But it does seem like it really boils down to an appeal to nature versus an appeal to emotion, and I believe nature's a brute fact. So it seems like if you're going to have to make one of those two fallacies, so to speak, then the appeal to nature would be stronger than the appeal to emotion in that regard. And I might be oversimplifying it just because of my lack of understanding of it.
I think a lot of vegans are just arguing the sanctity of life, which like really we're still doing sanctity of life in 2026.
Yeah.
Like we should be examining the qualitative experience of that life and if it actually like has experiential like potential or if it's just, you know, alive and like, you know, going through homeostatic processes, but it doesn't really have like a subjective experience driving it. It's more, you know, an automaton. And at that point, it's just like fancy chemicals, in my opinion.
Well, that's ultimately what life is going to break down to is going to be on a chemical basis or a physical basis. I mean, I'm not a physicalist personally. I don't have a good argument developed for it yet because I'm just kind of now starting to adopt this position. But I actually believe, while I am a naturalist, that I believe that mathematics and laws of logic are actually metaphysical as opposed to emergent. I understand we make the language of mathematics, but I believe what mathematics represents is actually a priori. But again, I haven't had time to really get into the nuts and bolts of it and develop that argument. And I fully admit I could be wrong once I really look into it.
Would you identify more with like a monist's view?
Not necessarily. It depends on what type of monism, you know, because monism, substance monism. I mean, with physics and what they're finding out about maybe this continuous field, this quantum field, or you know, I don't know. There's some interesting arguments to be made for that. But as it stands right now, I would consider myself a dualist. It seems like there's this separation to a certain degree, at least experientially, between us and the physical world or the objective, you know, material world. But
So you adopt parts of idealism and parts of physicalism.
parts of both, yeah.
Yeah.
I just think that metaphysically, it seems like that mathematics and the laws of logic. It seems very strange, hard for me to conceptualize or to believe, and this might be my own incredulity speaking, but it seems difficult for me to believe that we just happen to have discovered a universal truth or a universal principle that, you know, and that's if that principle isn't necessary in its own right. You know what I mean? That it just happens. Oh, hey, look, we just invented this language called math, and it happens to you know, mathematics happens to work in every single situation once we figure out the right you know, the right formulas. That's just crazy that would. And same thing with logic. You know, the law of identity must work. I mean, it has to work for reality to even exist, for us to function. So that just seems really strange that we would have just happened to, figured all that or invented all that ourselves, as opposed to that being fundamental. But again, I haven't developed any arguments for it, and so I'm probably just talking on my ass right now.
Yeah, I like arguments that like all mathematical objects exist necessarily, and they all arise from the wave function, and so like monism is incredibly compatible with that idea.
Hmm.
And so these things exist like aside from just descriptions of how like existence actually works and operates. Like they are fundamental in themselves.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hey, UG, good to see you.
Yeah, I really Spinoza. When you mention Spinoza, when you mention when you mention monism, I automatically think of Spinoza, who's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I feel like Spinoza like did a disservice by like coming up with their Spinoza's God, because like so many people misunderstand like what Spinoza's God actually is.
They just say the
Right,
word God
right.
and like,
Yeah,
oh, it agrees
exactly.
with me.
They hear the
Right,
word
that's
God
fair.
and like, oh, it must be like a personal ultimate foundation. But
Kind of
it's
like you hear like
Panpsychism or
Adam,
something.
yeah, exactly.
I can't see the word now. Fuck. I'm not gonna attempt to.
if you want to put it in private chat, I can pronounce it for you. I'll take a crack at it.
Let me Google search it first so I can spell it properly.
Fair.
Wait, what are we talking about?
In terms of
Dabbling in dabbling a little bit in metaphysics and the concept of monism, and how Spinoza, when he wrote in God and Nature, at the way that it's titled and the way he presents it, as opposed to explaining it, that nature, everything we ascribe, see if I could dumb it down enough, everything that we ascribe to any kind of God that would be tangible to us at the end of the day is ultimately just going to be nature, and the natural world answers all the questions that we ascribe to the God of the God of the gaps. But we just look at nature itself, and he predicted so much because we didn't even know about like evolution, you know what I mean, stuff like that. So it's, I think a lot of people colloquially, if I said that right, refer to Spinoza as the first atheist, which obviously isn't true, but you know what I mean. That's how strong his position on naturalism was, and I do agree. I am a naturalist. I do believe that if we ever did discover some kind of creative force or something like that, it would actually be necessarily natural, because we can't measure, test, or observe anything that's supernatural by definition. So,
See, I don't think it'll ever be proven, but I think majority of humans were atheists. The problem is well before the time of writing, they were just like, fuck. They didn't have enough time to think about anything, just trying to survive.
Yeah. And having stories to like quickly explain these things and give you the idea of truth has more utility than like actually investigating and like finding the actual truth. Like that investigation takes extra energy, time, resources.
Which they didn't have a whole lot when you're trying not to die all the day.
Right.
Either you're sleeping or working.
Yeah. Again, I'll push terror management theory. Like if like every action we take like is motivated by the fact that we understand that like we will die someday, like people like taking like adopting beliefs that are easier to digest instead of truth tracking, makes a whole lot of sense, because you don't want to expend any extra time trying to think about these things if like you're marching closer and closer to death.
And you could be thinking about, how can I build this hut better?
How can I make sure these alligators don't chomp my child in the middle of the night? Oh, maybe we should stop sleeping by the river.
Top tier speed racer Ugg. How you doing? UG's here. So just saying hi.
Oh,
And
mitochondrial Eve. Is that
Yeah,
what you're
Vincent-
saying? Something like?
Vincent
The-
DeVecus.
The
Do you
name,
guys consider
although,
the immaterial as real or objective? Hi, Vincent. Will you
Could
please
you
like the
re-ask that
stream
question?
and subscribe for me, and we will totally dig into your question.
Well, it doesn't really make sense. Do you guys consider the
Well-
material as real as objective, or like is there supposed to be an or in there? How can you say natural about describing outside our universe? Can you ask the questions in a more understandable format?
Would you like to come up and talk to us, Vincent?
Can you even demonstrate that there's anything outside of the universe? Because I'm not sure that concept outside the universe even makes sense.
I'm good, UG. Thanks for asking. There's a link pinned in chat. It's also in the description, Vincent, if you want to just come up and talk instead of typing a bunch of stuff in the chat that you need clarification on, or we need clarification on. Come on up. All are welcome. Even if you don't disagree with us, you can come up. Anyway. Hope you're having a good day, UG. Is it Walkie's time yet?
Probably getting
I don't know
close.
I don't know what it is that fucking gets me about that. It's just
Well, it's a beautiful trial every single time.
I
Uh-huh.
like that he has stabilized footage, walking around with the camera stabilized. It's all aesthetic.
yeah, I love Walkie's time. I've actually had, listening to debates that were going on, and I getting all aggro and want to pull my hair out, and then all of a sudden it's Walkie's time, and I'm just like, and it matches Yuji's personality because he's very much like that too. He's very calm and seems very centered, and he's smart and super good dude. Sorry, I wrote that wrong. Not sure what you're trying to say, Vincent. I would come up with that would just prove I'm stupid. I hide it better in the chat. Oh, come on, 6. All it would do is prove that, you're smarter than Jill or 3.
That's pretty easy.
And,
Not a whole lot needed to prove that.
Yeah,
You can
Vincent,
answer your
we
question.
don't grant that the universe has a
Frank
start.
sent me a weird fucking DM today, said that all the atheists on your channel are all fucking cowards because they won't go up on panel to talk to you. If they really cared about you, they would panel for you. And I'm like, what a weird fucking take on like the entire concept of YouTube. It's really weird.
Yeah. Just
he was talking like, like everybody that happens to drop by the channel, like owes me something by trying to, make the channel, I don't know, do something, or I don't know, weird. He's so cooked sometimes. It's just crazy. So
I bet Jill has Grok on his phone. It's like
you think?
he has to. Some of those arguments are so bad. I was like, I can't even think a human made them.
I've never used an LLM in my entire life, and I ever plan on doing so.
I built my own LLM.
I've been hearing more and more people say that they've been doing it. They're making their own, or I don't know if making their own makes sense.
Oh yeah, having
Kind
their
of
own
build your
agents
own.
and
There's different types of version. Like when I say I built my own, I took a kernel from a pre-made one, and I wildly modified it. Most people want to say they built their own. They downloaded a model online and basically
what
plug
do
and
you
played
use
it.
it for?
There's different types. So there's agent
Okay,
models, which are independent. Like they're kind of like a coworker, someone would describe them as. They're meant to just automate certain tasks that you don't want to do.
I know what they're for. I asked, what do you use it for?
Oh, for me, I have a research model that I made, and it's just meant to figure out certain articles that are really specific on certain topics. So I can just get a quicker read, and it looks at all Google Scholar, fresh with no pre-data.
So
It has to
you
actually-
wanted your own search engine, so you made one.
essentially, I didn't like Google's version, and I was like, this fucking sucks. And I wanted a little more easier use for me, and so I made it myself.
Okay.
So it's basically hyperized version for me. Hyper particular. And I also made one for a joke. I trained a model on all my previous writings. And so fun fact, you can train an AI model to have dyslexia. And it's very funny. It misspells quite a few words the same way I would. That's how I wrote it.
interesting. Yeah. Did you see Justin showed today?
I saw a bit of it. I didn't see it all.
There were a couple parts where he was trying to like clown on ChatGPT for not being able to do shit. He's like, "Oh, I gotta look that up and see." Like, texted him that there's a guy on YouTube named Husk IRL, and that's like all he does, just videos of saying, asking.
Yeah. Oh, I know what you're
asking
talking about.
ChatGPT to count, and
How many R's are in strawberry?
Yeah, and
The problem with
how
I
many-
find with those kind of AIs is that
Yeah.
they are meant to be very broad.
Yeah,
So
it's
it's kind of like a 3-year-old.
What month on the calendar has an X in it, in the word?
And just gonna say random shit.
Yeah, it said
throw random-
October.
Yep.
It said October, and then justified it, and then he goes, "No, you're wrong because it's March." And he goes, "Oh yeah, you're right, it's March. My bad."
Yep.
It's like,
Somebody who does a lot with AI, doing their own stuff, like training their own AI program or whatever, was saying that the LLMs are essentially designed to affirm whatever you're
Yes.
saying, to kind of like get along with people,
Yeah.
essentially.
So
Yeah,
not all
they
models
suck
work
up.
this way. There's most AIs work in this kind of way. Not all of them do. There are 3 computers essentially. One is
the
actual
chatbots all
LLM.
do.
Well, yeah, the
It's the
chatbot.
it's the chatbots that do it because
This is the main one.
the other
Yeah,
ones don't have to because it's
yeah.
just
Their job's different. They don't talk to
regurgitating
humans.
information. Yeah, whereas the chatbot, just since it's
Yeah.
speaking to you, yeah, they definitely train it to suck up first before it
Well,
tells you anything.
there's another reason why. Imagine 3 computers, each one that's given a certain job. The main one is the actual LLM. It reads what you put in and spits something out. There's a second computer that moderates it, making sure it's like on topic. And there's third computer. Its job is to make sure it's like the right tone. It's not like swearing or anything like that. You can change an attribute of each one of these computers and wildly change the output that would come out. And what happens is that they overcorrect the moderation one, and so it will be like do you guys remember a while back they shut down ChatGPT 4.0 or whatever it's called? Like a lot of people got upset because they lost their AI boyfriend and stuff. That model is over tuned for being correct. Not correct, sorry. Being affirmative to you and all that. On the moderation side. But if you change the moderation side, it'll act like the previous models. If you change those attributes a lot, and 4.0 was overtuned like a motherfucker. And that's what we see with all these modern AIs, that they're overtuned because that's what people like. And they're there for to make money, so they need to basically get people addicted to it. The good news is you can change them pretty easily to not be like that, but they don't want to.
Can you hear me?
Well, okay. Yes, I can hear you, Nick, too.
Okay.
Well, yeah, people don't want to because people don't even know that's a fucking option. Because people aren't told where all this is coming from.
I don't know how well ChatGPT does it, but certain ones you can kind of correct it yourself in the settings, but I don't use chat. Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, well, there are a shitload of people that actually think that these LLMs are in fact artificial intelligence, and they're not.
Nope, they're just prediction algorithms.
They're fucking searching. They're Google on steroids, and meth.
And meth. A little bit of meth
Steroids
always is a
and
nice
meth.
touch. I've been calling them a 3-year-old given all of the intelligence. It doesn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, if
All
you
of,
really break it down, a fucking an LLM is basically just a program to read your search results for you and to dumb them down. Because people are too lazy to fucking go through their own search results.
I'm not reading
So
more
they
than 3
created a
sentences.
computer to do it. It's sad.
That's the reason I like mine. It actually gives me the source and brief description. Make sure I'm looking at the right ones. And it's just because
That's why
I don't want to
would
spend
like
all
yours.
day.
Is that what you said?
This is the reason I like mine.
Oh.
It tells me the raw data. So it gives me, I have it to give me exact quotes, make sure it's like the right information I'm looking for. And then I go to the actual article.
Okay.
I just don't want to spend time browsing Google for like a really niche topic.
That's crazy. Like straight crazy. You don't want to spend an extra 3 to 8 minutes reading something that you're actually studying, but you'll
I'm
blow 8 hours
dyslexic.
on a fucking You'll blow 8 hours on a live stream about nothing. It's crazy.
To be fair, I actually do quite a bit of studying when I'm on here. And
It's insane. Oh. I am so glad I will be dead by the time our robot overlords take power. I don't ever have to see it. Sorry, Gen Z. Sorry,
Maybe
we
not,
did that
Gretchen.
to
I
you.
mean, maybe not. We might live to see it. I mean, it's because technology grows at an exponential rate. And if we think about just from
Yeah,
the
it
time of
does.
the Industrial Revolution to the fact that where we're at right now, talking about AI and stuff like that, it's the rate of progress is so phenomenal.
That's true. That's very true. But
Well, and Ray mentioned the other night that we have one of the most brilliant computer science minds working on artificial general intelligence right now, John Carmack. So if there's anyone that can solve AGI, it's John fucking Carmack.
yeah. Someone needs to pay John Carmack a visit and tell him not to, maybe. How about that?
Give him three ghosts like the Ebenezer Scrooge treatment.
Mm-hmm. That would be a good
That's
idea.
actually really good. Dude, that's a really good analogy. Actually, you break that analogy down.
Okay. Do you guys think today's society in the West was... Hold on a second. You guys think today society in the West is a successful, flourishing society compared to the last 100 years or so?
All societies improve over time. Every single one since the beginning of time has, marched forward and improved until its collapse.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult for me to isolate one society over another because human flourishing really needs to be judged on over the whole species.
Yeah,
And given the fact that population explodes every year, I'd say we're flourishing
what
too much.
respect we're talking about. What qualifies as flourishing to you? Like talking about technological advancement. Have we become better people? You'd have to totally define flourishing.
I don't actually think it's a real threat, to be honest with you, but I'm not real savvy in politics, but I think it's something to be aware of, but I don't take it that seriously. But I think if these Christian nationalists took over, we'd see a tremendous amount of regression, actually.
Absolutely.
Hey, Nectu, mute up if you're gonna do that.
What I do?
Are you, I don't know, you're eating or...
No, I'm not eating.
Running through a junk drawer or something?
I'm not even moving. I'm just sitting here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know what I am on speaker though. I'll mute though. Actually,
well, then maybe it's not you, but you were lighting up when it was going ka-funk, ka-funk, ka-funk. So.
But my wife just went to bed, so I got kicked out of the bedroom. So but I might just go to bed anyways because I gotta take her to work here in 4 hours. I need to get some sleep. But if you guys are still on when I get back from taking her to work, I'll join again.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Have a good night, everybody.
All right. Peace,
have a good one.
Good night.
Vincent, why are you...
nice meeting you guys.
Nice to meet you as well.
Night, buddy.
We'll see you around.
Vincent, why are you trying to isolate just the West? Like, if we're talking about like societies like increasing in quality of life, we have to look at every single society.
Nectu, did you mean to come back?
No. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
I got you, buddy. Don't worry.
I think if you took out the word flourishing and replaced it with something more specific, you could then isolate a particular society or region or country or something like that and have a more productive approach. Because like I said, I just think that we need to think of human flourishing in a broader sense when we use the word flourishing. I know you didn't say human flourishing, but I just think, well, by what metric are we talking about flourishing in what way? I think Gretchen may have said this already. You know, technological advancements, medical advancements, less criminals, you know, reduction in crime or something like that. I mean, less poverty. There's so many metrics you could look at to define as flourishing.
So many.
I have a feeling this is just going to devolve into an argument from utility. At that point, I just have to ask, do you care more about if your beliefs are true or if they're useful?
Okay. Vincent, are you like dead set on not coming up here to talk to us?
They said they don't have a laptop and like don't know how to navigate their phone. So it's really easy. You just put the URL into a browser.
Yeah, it just, you don't need a laptop. You can, like, look, Nick2 was just doing it from his phone.
So successful progression. Has China not successfully progressed? Has Japan not successfully progressed?
Just-
You know,
Hold on a second. Just open the link in chat and tap on it and see what your phone will like legit take you there.
Just remember to give it permission this time for what camera and microphone. If you don't do that, it can cause you
Trust
problems.
Google.
yeah, Chrome usually works.
Yeah. Just trust Google.
Don't trust Google.
It's true.
Don't say that.
Love how they took out their "don't be evil" policy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's great.
The phone bugs out. Okay.
I don't know. If it wasn't Google, it would be someone else doing what they do. So
I trust none of them. They all do shady stuff.
except when it comes to having to do research and reading Google Scholar results, right?
Mine runs
Then-
local.
Huh?
Completely local system.
Still running off Google Scholar.
Off its own private search engine. That's VPN.
Okay.
The point is that Google tracks your data. They, build a model of you essentially.
Okay.
I keep myself a little more anonymized on it, just because I don't like personalized ads and stuff like that.
All right.
Yeah, Vincent, the thing is these birth rates, they may be in decline and may be below replacement level, but that doesn't mean that like they're going to disappear like next year. It would literally take generations, like many generations, for society to collapse like that.
Do you mind if I say something
Yeah.
on that topic?
To be honest,
Because that's
is
something
that-
I actually.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry,
let
Gretchen.
me get this out real quick. You would have to actually justify the fact that the birth rate is too low. I mean, we've overpopulated this bitch already and even managed to cause, or add to climate change. I think the earth could probably stand for there to be a little less of us. To be honest. So anyone that tries to argue low birth rate being a bad thing really doesn't have a fucking leg to stand on. All right, go ahead, OE.
Well, I'm going to reiterate. I'm absolutely picking up what you're putting down, sister, because I had this conversation, a fascinating conversation on my channel a couple of weeks ago with Jay Charles, who wrote a book on. He's an antinatalist, and we talked about you know, the ethical position of having children in general. Now, I'm not an anti-natalist in that I don't think it's unethical to have children. However, as an environmentalist and somebody who is concerned with overpopulation, I'm absolutely on board with you. I think that having 5, 6, 7 kids actually is unethical because of overpopulation
7.
issues, human-caused
No
climate
more than
change.
average
this-
2.2.
I think that we could stand to be at a lower population. I think Gretchen's absolutely right. The other thing is this is it's a bit of a red herring. What happens is basically governments are always, and religion, they use religion to do this to people, but they're always trying to promote having children and having large families as this is a good thing. And the reason is because it becomes a self-perpetuating problem with infrastructure. So right now, like you mentioned, Japan, for example, they're freaking out right now because they don't have enough middle-aged people, right, to maintain the infrastructure. Well, what happens is you have, because the young people are too young and too old can't do it, right? It's the middle-aged people that do it. Well, to get middle-aged people, you got to have kids that then will become the next generation of middle-aged people, the workers. The problem is the more kids you're having to replace the workers, the bigger the infrastructure gets. The bigger the infrastructure gets, the more people you need to work the infrastructure. So it's just literally just feeds itself, and it has to continue to grow. So we have to step back from the situation and say, what are we doing? What infrastructure are we building to try to maintain? Is this really ethical? Is this good for the planet? Is this good for each other? You know what I mean? So on and so forth. And I think the answer is demonstrably no, this is not good for the planet. You know, we have a big energy crisis coming up on our hands because we decided to burn fossil fuels in order to create energy. And we are so married to that technology on a global scale that if we stop burning fossil fuels overnight, while that might be good for the environment, billions of people would die. Millions for sure.
Economically it would kill us.
Right. And so this is the problem with evolution is it works in absolutely. And this is the problem with evolution is it works in 3 ways. You've got biological evolution, which is extremely slow, takes thousands and thousands, millions of years sometimes for things to evolve organically, life and stuff like that. Then you have social evolution, which is much faster than biological evolution, but compared to technological evolution, social evolution is very slow as well. So we were able to invent like the combustible engine and start burning all these fossil fuels long before we were ever able to step back and say, ethically, is this a good idea? So we get ourselves out over our skis way too often. And it's just because of the rate that these 3 things evolve. And so I'll get off my soapbox now.
Right. Oh no, I'm right there with you, man. Totally.
And the tough thing about it is this conversation ultimately runs up against I'm so tired, I'm having a hard time thinking my words right now. What is eugenics? And the problem with eugenics is there's so many ethical issues with that, for one thing, and it leads to other potential problems, especially around racism and stuff, and elitism. But the other issue is we have absolutely no way of saying where's the next Ethan Hawking or Stephen Hawking going to come from? You know what I mean? Who's going to be the next Beethoven? We don't know. Is it going to be from a poor family or a rich family? So we can't just say, well, poor people should have less kids because they can't afford to give their kids a good life. But maybe the next person who's going to solve cancer might come from the hood. Well, we just have no way of predicting the future. So it gets so sticky.
Yeah, Vincent, I don't think you're using Darwinian in a correct way that means what you think it means. Also, none of us said anything about limiting how many kids people can have. So that's just a straw man.
Yeah,
Thanks
no one
we're
said
trying to apply
anything.
eugenics.
No one
Hey,
said anything about culling the population or anything. We're just
Nobody's putting a limit on how many kids you're allowed to have. No one's advocated for that at all, Vincent. So why are you even asking the question? So this is why you need to get up here. This format's just way too slow.
yeah.
I think the thing to do is to develop a principle. And if the principle was, if you can't take care of the children that you're having, if you cannot provide them a stable, good life, good education, and afford to feed them and clothe them, maybe you ought to think twice about having those kids. You know, if you can't provide those children a good lifestyle, a good life in general, then because a lot of times it's actually, when I looked into these studies, it's the poorest people who are having the most kids. The more educated people and the wealthier people are actually having less kids. It's not to say they're not having any kids, but because they're thinking ahead about climate change, they're thinking ahead about overpopulation, food, poverty, all these other things, they're thinking more about it. Whereas people who are not that educated don't really have that even in their minds. They're just, popping out kids, haphazardly, in my opinion. So I think if we just, the principle was not saying you can only have X number of kids, say, hey, if you can't take care of your children and provide them a good life, then why are you bringing these kids into the world that they're going to suffer through poverty? If you have a crack habit and why are you going to bring children into the world if you're going to make that, have a crack baby, a baby that's going to be addicted to heroin or something before they even have a chance to face the world and make their own choices? I mean, these are the kind of questions that we could be asking people to consider as a principle, not say, well, you can only have 2 kids or you can only have 1 kid, whatever. That doesn't work because that just creates too many problems. But if we had a principle that we could build off of, I think that's the effective way to maybe approaching it.
Yeah, we should be focusing on like giving potential families the tools to thrive and to be able to make that decision instead of like trying to put patches on the sinking ship right now.
And also, I agree with you. And I think also if we looked more at the children more like a community, like with the Native Americans, right? They had a saying that it takes a village to raise a squaw, right? So if we all thought of the children as we all want to help, like if I don't have children, can I go volunteer at a nonprofit organization that teaches kids sports or something like this? Can I do something to help other people's children live a better life, right? Can I donate money to the children's hospital, things like that? If as a community, a global community, we focused on making children's lives better and making kids safer, that would be, I think, a way that people who didn't have as many resources accessible to them, we could fix that problem by working together to make sure there's enough resources for their kids.
Yeah, and let me ask you a question, Vincent. Why are you just concerned about the West? Is that just because you live in the West, or
Well, because he
we don't?
supposedly wants to argue that Christian values built the West, and that it's going to be very easy to dismantle. But also, like, you motivate why declining birth rates are a bad thing. Like, if rates are declining but not falling below replacement level, that's fine. Like, we can literally live at replacement level forever. We can't have infinite growth because we have finite resources on this planet. So eventually, we're going to have to only hover right at replacement level. And also, I love the comment from Six. Like, what we were talking about was basically like the intro scene for Idiocracy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we came upon the same situation that we're in now. I kind of feel like we hit it already about 100 years ago. And what we did in the West, and a lot of places in the East too, mostly, is we threw money at it, essentially. We created the social safety net. And the problem with that is that it was, as time moves on, inflation always goes up. So now we're in a constant, like, snake eating its own tail situation, to where when you put in money into the social safety net, it's supposed to be there for you when you get old, except now the $10,000 you spent over the last 40 years isn't really worth 10,000 anymore, because everything costs so much more. So we're constantly trying to you know, rob Peter to pay Paul, so to speak.
Can I read off some just quick numbers from that discussion that I had a couple weeks ago when I was talking to the author? Human populations were extremely small in prehistoric times. Around 200,000 years ago, early Homo sapiens numbered roughly 100,000 to 300,000 individuals. That's globally, with effective population sizes estimated at 10,000 to 30,000 due to genetic bottlenecks. A major bottleneck have occurred about 76,000 years ago during the I don't know what that is, Toby catastrophe, reducing the population to as few as around 10,000 individuals. So just 76,000, about 70,000 years ago, we were down to about 10,000 individuals on the entire planet. Now, if you think about 70,000 years, we didn't hit our first billion people till like the 1800s. And then all of a sudden, 100 years later, we're at 4 billion people, right? And then we go from in 25 years, we add another 2 billion people. And then it was in the 1900s, we added from 1900 to 1950, we added 2 billion people. So we were at 2 billion, went to 4 billion. And then from 1950 to 1975, we added another 2 billion people in just 25 years. So now in the next 25 years, we've added another 2 billion. We're at over 8 billion people. In 25 years is not very long, right? It's they say, they're trying to say that if you look at, trying to do some research, they'll say, oh, we estimate we're only going to be about 9 to 10 billion people by 2050. But if you actually do the math and look at the history of population growth, we're probably going to be around 12 to 15 billion people if things continue to grow like they are. This planet cannot sustain 15 billion people. We're already seeing so much world poverty, world hunger, and the way the people get jammed into smaller and tighter spaces. When you have a pandemic, it wipes out huge swaths of people because they're jammed up together.
Okay. That's really weird. Did Vincent, did you just claim that Japan and Korea are above replacement level?
I know Japan's
we're
not. I don't know
not?
about Korea.
Vince also, like, several comments back,
Oh,
like, I'm pretty sure they mentioned South Korea, or maybe I brought it up. But anyways, like, that it's just a fallacy thinking that because a country's birth rate is below replacement level right now, that means that it will continue to be below replacement rate for the remainder of the future. It's trending one way, and it can
yeah,
trend
and
the other
something
way.
is a society is considered flourishing if the population will eventually cease to exist. Well, I mean, I got some disturbing news for you. All populations will eventually cease to exist.
Yeah, the sun's going to fucking explode, and we're not going to survive that.
Yeah. I mean, there's just no two ways around it, man. Everyone's going to die, and everything is going to die. So this can't be
Sun's
new
not gonna
information for
explode.
you.
It's gonna become a
You're
red
right.
dwarf.
We'll kill ourselves before the sun explodes.
Or a
At
giant,
least
whatever
through
it's called.
nuclear annihilation.
Yeah, probably. Sun's gonna get really big and swallow the earth. And then become a white neutron star.
So, yeah, it's just kind of weird. I'm curious if Vincent is just like, if he's really old or really young.
This is kind of sounding like white replacement theory kind of shit that Vincent's trying to push. So I don't know, like, how much utility
I'm not
there
sure.
is in
I'm
discussing
not
this.
sure I get that.
He only wanted to talk about Western populations and about how Western populations are experiencing below replacement birth rates. That's a bunch of red flags right there off the bat.
Honestly, to me, it feels like some teenager doing his fucking homework or some shit for like sociology class. He doesn't want to do the research, so hey, I found 4 atheists, so I'll just go fucking ask them. That's the hit I get from it. He's asking us to think for him, essentially.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Like what's the point you're even trying to argue, Vincent? Like you ask question after question, we answer them. What are you even trying to talk about? Like what position do you take and what is your argument for that position?
Japan says right from now on, for every child you have, you get 20% off your tax up to 3 children. Would this be a good thing? No, of course that wouldn't be a good thing. What is your ultimate goal of asking these questions, Vincent?
That's what I just asked.
Oh,
Let's just cut
okay.
through the bullshit and get right to the meat.
Yeah. Like, are you legit doing fucking homework? Are you, trying to figure out if you can win a debate about something weird? Do you think you're gonna save the world or the West anyway? Do you think you're Homelander? Is that what we're doing?
Oh jeez. The Boys finale was fucking
It was
phenomenal.
great.
Everybody go
Was
out and
it?
watch it. Oh
It
yeah.
was amazing.
Oh.
Very
I
bloody.
cried. I cried several times.
If it's over, then I can watch it if it's over, because I'm so bad at waiting for new episodes. So I just wait
Yeah.
till it's all finished and watch the whole thing. So
The finale kind of converges on the comic book finale. Like they're handled differently, but like it's pretty similar. They made the comic book story in such a way that it was better formatted for the TV show.
cool.
I mean, I haven't given any sort of plot
don't even.
points or details. I'm being as vague as possible.
Yeah, I'm not even. I think before I watch the last season, I'm gonna have to go back and start 3 episodes back for the last season. It's because I binge it all at one time. So that, whenever they eventually get around to making a new season, I'm like, oh yeah, where did it fucking leave off? I have no idea. So, and that's where I am with the boys. I'll have to go back and remind myself who's still alive at this point, who's dead, who's good, who's done a heel turn or whatever. So
Are we going to get a summary of your argument, Vince?
that'd be nice.
Well, it's your P1.
Exactly. I was about to say, if you can give me a syllogism, I will drool and just be all over that. I will talk about your syllogism for an hour. We'll first examine its validity and then we'll check its soundness. Just look into it bit by bit.
Yeah, we're not going to get anything from him. Sure.
Now Vince is trying to argue with someone in chat because they don't want to try to give their argument to us. It's okay. We understand why you're running.
No. It does. The West does not have the. I'm sorry. What exactly is inclusive, moral, or welcoming about the United States? People don't fucking come here because they want to be included or, fucking moral or to be welcomed. They come here because it's where the fucking money is. That's it. We got all the money. That's why people want to be here.
And the U.S. doesn't even have the highest immigration rate.
Well, we couldn't possibly have that because we don't even have an immigration system that works.
Yeah, we don't even hit top 10. India, China, Mexico, Ukraine, Russia, Syria, Bangladesh, Venezuela. Or wait, no, is that? Sorry, that's
With
not
everything that's happening in Ukraine, they're up that high.
And our own president is currently suing our own country because he wants to be able to deport people who are, even if they're citizens now, he wants to be able to deport them if he doesn't like them. That's what the whole thing about ending birthright citizenship is. But then, I mean, technically, he could just cancel your citizenship and deport you to a place you've never been. Because if where you're born means nothing, then you're super fucked. What societies are more inclusive of what?
European societies.
You know what? How old are you, Vincent? I want an answer. I need you to tell me that you're older than 18. I am more convinced now that you're actually a kid.
These are still questions. This isn't an argument. Like, arguments aren't questions. What is the claim that you're trying to make? Do you
Yeah,
understand
first-
what constitutes an argument?
First, I want you to put a number in chat and tell me how fucking old you are. I legit have it in like 3 different places that this channel is not for kids. Every time I start a new stream, it is not for children. And if you're under 18, you get kicked and banned.
Their PFP makes them look like they're older, but probably like their mid-20s.
And the U.S. doesn't even make the top in the list of the rankings for, and I don't know what the happiness index. So according to this that I just saw, happiness index would include GDP per capita, social support, healthy life expectancy, freedom to make life choices, generosity, and perception of corruption. You've got Finland at the top, Denmark, Iceland, Sweden, Israel, Netherlands, and Norway.
His PFP looks like John Lovett. For real. Isn't it? Let's see. You're welcome, Six. Why did you want to know that? Just out of curiosity. How do you decide this?
Vince,
I think Vince
a
is
question is
confusing
not an
everybody.
argument. Vince said, I asked what you consider flourishing. Like asking what our position is not you making a claim and like arguing a position. Like you need to make.
Yeah,
a
you
claim,
haven't
give an argument
actually
for that
made
claim.
any claims at all.
Exactly.
You're legit like just wondering out loud. That's all you're fucking doing.
You're jacking off, just asking questions.
Yeah.
It's JAQ.
Yeah. Yeah, so do I, Six. Same thing. Just yeah, if I suspect I'm talking to a child or someone who's just not mentally all there, I am not qualified to deal with that and not prepared to deal with any consequences, so I'm out. Just like that one girl, Ren, that called in to Justin's today.
I didn't see that. Should we react to that once Vince eventually fails to provide any sort of argument?
We could. I mean, I think she said she was 30, but she sounds super young. And I'm like, so I jumped on TikTok and went through her profile and her videos, and I started realizing that she might be 30, but I think she's got some sort of developmental disability, and I'm like, yeah, I can't say anything more mean about her. I'm like that's just, it's too punchy downy for me. Like I said something about like, well, damn, if she's 30, she sure is using her OnlyFans voice, because that's what it sounded like.
Yeah, Vince, that's a goal. That's not a claim or an argument. Like an argument would be like, you give specific premises and then you follow it up with a conclusion that's supported from those premises.
I want the most accepting societies to keep flourishing, like the ones that guy read out. That's your goal of this conversation?
And how do you define most accepting societies? Like, what are our standards for acceptance? But before you answer that, please just give us your claim and argument. That's step one.
Yeah.
So this study that I looked at says generosity was one of the criteria, defined as willingness of citizens to help others, and freedom to make life choices, would respect personal autonomy and civil liberties. And social support might apply as well. Availability of help from friends, family, and community.
Are
If
these
Vince
things
is
that
a,
like
if Vince is a troll, this is the weirdest fucking troll I've ever seen. You know? He doesn't want to debate, so he's just going to keep asking questions. So he wants it to be a discussion, but he won't come up and talk to us. So he keeps asking questions. And none of us have any fucking idea what you're talking about, Vince. What are you trying to determine here?
Which countries are those? I'll go through the top 7 again. Finland is number 1, and going down to number 7, it's Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Sweden, Israel, Netherlands, and Norway. The source on that is World Population Review.
I'm on the same one, and Israel was in a different position for me. It's Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Sweden, Netherlands, Costa Rica, Norway, Israel.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Are you looking at 2025?
2026.
I don't have access to 26. That's weird. Huh. No, I think it's unfair to separate Israel and Palestine. Because
That's fair.
If you're like becoming a part of Israel, who is currently engaging in genocide, you're gonna do a lot better than the part of the country that's getting genocided.
Yeah, that's a good observation.
It's kind of like saying like a slaving nation has no slaves if you exclude all the slaves. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like, no, you kind of have to include them. One big jump.
I think he might be a bot. Maybe he's a bot.
Andy, the list is countries indexed by like happiness. Like given some sort of happiness index score. And yeah, I think Vince is like misunderstanding what a lower birth rate means. Like if a country has a birth rate of 5 and then the next year has a birth rate of 4.9, it still has a relatively like high birth rate if we're considering 2.1 to be like replacement rate. And so it's still above replacement rate. It's still going to grow after each generation. It's just growing a teeny bit slower than it was the year before. That doesn't mean that it's declining.
Shout out to Andy's in the house. I don't know if they were here earlier or not. Or I just now seen the name pop up. Andy, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I was telling Gretchen and Arpin how impressed I am with you. You're very intelligent, very intelligent.
Mhm.
Really have enjoyed listening to some of the things I've heard you say. And that I don't know if it was really a presentation that you gave, but your explanation that you gave on A's Philosophy channel the other day was absolutely I just really enjoyed listening to that. Clearly very well read.
Andy has a fan.
Absolutely.
Oops.
I mean, just being, just being that I admire him isn't much of a compliment, because basically I admire anybody who's not a total fucking asshole.
Vince, are you really this dumb? I never said that the U.S.'s birth rate was 5. I was giving you an example of what a decline in birth rate means. And you still haven't given a single argument. I'm getting really annoyed by you not understanding how to like just make an argument. Questions are not arguments. Questions are not claims. And also claims cannot be used to defend your argument. When you make a claim, you'll also have to back it up with evidence. But when Vince said that the birth rate for the U.S. for the past 50 years is only 1.6, it's still screaming white replacement theory to me. So I'm not convinced that Vince isn't, some sort of white supremacist conspiracy theorist.
The only effective solution to declining birth rates is immigration.
Exactly. You increase
Anyways,
the number of people coming into your country, you stabilize the population. But that's probably not going to be a solution to Vince, because he wants to maintain white plurality.
And I'm not sure what they're all including in the West, because I thought America was around 2.2 or something like that. Now, I haven't actually looked at that, but I should probably look it up and see. So the West, is that everything we consider to be the West, like Europe, for example? Some of the countries I mentioned.
Like, this is the kind of shit that Elon Musk posts about.
Rock, be more white supremacist. Mecha Hitler. It's sad that's a real thing.
Yeah. I'd love to see what they did behind the scenes to make it go off like that crazy.
Tell me Mecha Hitler isn't a phrase you would hear from Idiocracy or something like that to describe a computer that went haywire.
It originates from Wolfenstein 3D.
Yes. And why cat?
Vince, at this point, maybe like, do use Grok to give us your argument, because you are super slow at responding.
I wasn't actually very far off. I said 2.2. It says 2.1 according to this.
I'm tired than I thought we were. I'm sure like Trump and all that, Trump, Elon especially, wish we were like 5. Still, there are some crazy people right there.
Well, then maybe we should look into, things like UBIs and universal health care, and,
But those
making
cost
sure that
money. They
children
don't
aren't
want to spend
starving at
money.
school.
They want to repaint the reflection pool. That's where they want to spend their money at.
They want a fucking UFC event at the White House, spending money to construct an entire fucking
They're getting it,
UFC.
too.
Right? It's crazy.
Have you seen what they're painting the reflection pool? The color?
No.
It's a blue.
Yeah. I don't like the timing on that, but it's just the fact that they're doing it actually doesn't bother me any. But
I just the whole press around
to
what he
do
said
it
about it was
and then to do it while you're starting a war that doesn't need to happen is fucking crazy pants.
I need to correct myself. I was wrong. So the number that I was thinking of is what the population rate should be. The number to maintain population would be at 2.1. So actually, it is below that. They're saying at total population rate is 1.78. So I was mistaken.
that
Right.
sounds more about right.
And I need to understand why that's a bad thing.
I'm personally a fan of a smaller population that's highly educated, you know?
Yeah, more efficacious population.
Okay. More inclusive, more ethical. Yeah, absolutely. And more environmentally responsible.
More generally knowledgeable. Just
Less religious.
especially.
Right.
A lot of excuses made for religion.
Maybe he's just like a Philbro in training.
No, they haven't proposed any sort of philosophical argument. They haven't even given a single argument. It's been all just questions.
Right. I mean, like, like probing the enemy, trying to trigger our defenses so he can learn where to attack. That's kind of actually far too clever for someone that appears to be not clever like him.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just that clever that he appears to not be clever for that purpose.
I know that you know that I know.
Somehow I doubt
that I
it.
know that you know that you know that I know.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I think I'm the one guilty of giving him a little too much credit. So.
Bring back polytheism.
Polytheism definitely has the best narratives. I got to give them that.
Yeah, best stories hands down.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I just feel like you get to be a lot more creative with that kind of view.
Vince, where'd you go, buddy?
I don't even think he knows. P1. Vincent is always right.
P1.
Vincent can never be wrong. Vincent believes the first rate is a problem.
Conclusion: birth rate is a problem. Yeah, I'll go ahead and
Get down to
attack P1.
0.
I'll attack P1 and give Vincent a very basic algebra equation.
The other thing, Andy, what I would say on that is that a lot of the polytheisms or polytheistic religions are still tapped into animistic roots, which is probably the core of all religious beliefs, in my opinion. It starts with animism, and so they're much more likely to be environmentally responsible.
Well, kind of go with that. We've been seeing a rise of European witches. It's like the term. It's just witches, and they're very pro. They're usually polytheism and all that, and they're very pro environment. And like we're seeing the rise of those kind of religions now. It's kind of convenient if those religions started taking over. Less of the planet is ours to abuse, kind of Christian religions.
God made this planet specifically for us, even though like 75% of it or more is designed to kill us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it 90% of the drinking water can't be used? Most of the land, there's more ocean than land. Water that there is, most of it can't be used for anything. Great.
Personally, to me, like any argument of fine tuning, like it immediately breaks down because, like, by saying that things need to be a way for us to survive is conceding that, like, God couldn't have made us like in insurvivable conditions with the ability to survive them.
Yeah. If God existed, like the Christian God, all that God should be able to drop us in anywhere and you'll just be fine.
Right. We should be able to survive on the surface of the sun.
Yeah.
Like if we were living in those conditions and like it was completely unknowable, like we can't understand how we're able to survive, but we are somehow surviving, then that would be a better argument for, like, God sustaining us.
But we drop dead all the time for all sorts of reasons.
Yeah. I mean, our fucking breathing pipe is right next to our food pipe. Like, worst fucking design ever.
Even though we already kind of have a separation for breathing and drinking pipe, but didn't continue keeping them separated.
Yeah.
Like, why? Even if you wanted to make the breathing pipe and the drinking pipe the same, right? You could have made a separate tube for breathing still. You already started doing it. Just continue it. Come on.
And also, what the fuck is an appendix? And what does it do? And when God gave them to us, did he know that we weren't going to need them eventually?
He knew those doctors would
appendix
need a
is cool.
job.
Yeah. So modern day appendix for us serves just to hold bacteria. That's his only job now. It's just kind of sit there with bacteria.
Yeah, it's like a reservoir for, like, if our
Healthy.
like gut
Yeah.
biome like ends up like out of whack or something.
Yeah, you have the shits and you lose all your bacteria in your gut. But originally the appendix, well, I guess I wouldn't say originally, but it was meant for digesting plant matter.
But now our stomach does that just fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Especially
God
with the
fine-tuned our body.
gallbladder, which apparently we don't need that to live either.
Yep.
We have muscles that can move our ears to wiggle them around. They're so weak now that they just don't do anything. What's the point of even have the muscles there?
Tonsils have
Tonsils.
become completely pointless.
I think Vince ran away. There's no more Vince in chat. Oh well. Sorry, white replacement theory conspiracy theorist. Go back to Twitter.
I don't think that Vincent doesn't know how to do any art, but cut off his ear, give it to a prostitute. Vincent Van Gogh's a weird dude.
Most brilliant minds are.
Most artists are. You see the theme of, like, especially artists, they're really weird.
I don't know about that. Some artists appear to be pretty, together, interesting. The whole Banksy thing. Seems like a smart dude
Banksy is a psyop.
and not weird at all. Huh?
I'm kidding. I'm trying to play.
What'd you say?
conspiracy
I'm sorry.
theorist.
What'd you say?
I said Banksy
Called him
is
a
a
psyop.
psyop.
Oh.
Psychological operation.
Oh,
It's the CIA.
Yeah.
that would actually be kind of funny if, now that he's been doxxed and people know who he is, that if, they started releasing like all the receipts showing that he was a psyop from the beginning, That'd be kind of
I mean, the CIA has done weirder things, so
yeah, I was today in Justin's chat. The freak came in and just started fucking tearing me apart for the golden arm shit. He's still stuck on that.
I don't think Golden Arm really cares. He's on vacation in the Philippines. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much. And it was the weirdest thing. And YouTube Punk was like, you know what? I think I'm done with him for today. I think I'm ready. I'm ready to give him his timeout. And I was like, just hide him, dude. Why do this to yourself? At this point, I don't think Justin would care. And within like 1 minute, Freak just disappeared. And I was like, oh, well. And I asked YouTube Punk on Discord, I was like, did you do it? And he just said, LOL. Okay. I just left it at that. I'm like, I don't want to know, man. Because that was so funny to me. I was like, that is comic perfection right there. That's so cool.
hey, have a good day, Andy. It's good seeing you in chat.
Have a good one, Andy. So, oh, Andy, do something about that email I sent you. You have 24 hours to deal with it. Otherwise, I have to send you another one. So, you got 12 hours. It'll be from Talk Studio from Streamlabs.
The message will self-destruct in 12 hours unless you respond.
it will also blow up your computer. So,
Wow.
gotta get it quick.
Yeah.
That or just download a bunch of Ben Shapiro memes, which is, arguably worse than blowing up.
I talked to nobody today too, and he was just, because he asked me if I'd fallen asleep. I was like, and he's just laughing, like, I was like, yeah, I assumed you would end the stream. That's why I gave you the fucking login. And He's like, what? I thought that was impossible when you're the host. I'm like, no, dude, I fucking told you all this, and it'll let you end the stream. It won't let you take me off stage or, moderate me, but it'll let you end the stream. And he was like, oh, God damn it. Now I remember.
Yeah, I don't know how long.
My
it
next
kept
comment, it
going
was
when I
like,
had to jump off.
my next comment was like, you are so fucking fired.
But wait, nobody is on fired.
Yeah. Nobody is fired. Period.
Yeah, unless it's
Which
the
obviously
weekend.
he's not, but now I have to go fucking hire an assistant nobody because nobody be slacking.
So like, unless it's the weekend, my hard cutoff is usually 5 a.m. Mountain time. So that's when my partner gets up and needs to start getting ready. I gotta go make sure that
Yeah,
the
I've
baby
noticed
doesn't
that.
fall out of
Only
bed.
it's typically more like 4 for. Oh no, yeah, that is. Yeah, never mind. You said Mountain and
Yep.
Pacific, but yeah. I have noticed that once it starts getting close to 4 o'clock, I'm like, yeah, he's gonna take off. He's gonna bounce. So makes perfect sense.
Tonight I might call it earlier because I'm getting kind of tired. And there's like no one to argue with.
We've got, yeah. We don't. Do we have any atheists that want to talk about, I don't know, anything?
Come up and defend, why Coke is better than Pepsi, and I'll tell you why you're wrong.
Yeah, and just for everybody watching, I assume we're going to have to go through this like probably daily for a good amount of time.
Oh yeah, we're still building the platform.
Because a lot of people don't realize it, but this isn't just to be, this wasn't built to be just another atheist debate stream. It is meant to be basically a stage for all of us, because in most of the atheist streams, they don't take calls from us. They don't let us, chime in on debates or whatever. All we have is chat, and not all of us can afford to super chat stuff to get engagement, so the point of this channel is for everyone to be able to do that. If you can't afford super chats and you want to say something to a guest or a host or a panelist, if you're curious about something or angry about something, or just really want to call someone a cunt for no reason,
I
that's
do that
what
daily.
this channel is for. So you can come up and say what you got to say, whether it's to us or a guest or anything, and we will take your call. And yeah, if you want to preach, cool. If you want to, bitch, fine. If you just want to be, if you just want to shoot the shit for a few minutes, cool too. We will take all calls, unless, obviously you have to be an adult or you'll get kicked and blocked. If you are obnoxiously inebriated in any way, I refuse to exploit you to get clicks, views, or super chats. I I know a couple channels that do that to people, and I don't fucking like it. And that's not gonna be what our culture is like. So if you do decide to call in and you are wasted, then you will get kicked for that day.
No more golden arm drunken hours.
Yeah. And that is not just because, you know, consider it me doing you a favor. You know,
Yeah, I
not
appreciate
doing
It's
it
like
to
the
be
bar taking your
mean.
keys.
Yeah, I'm not doing it to be mean. I'm not trying to be a bitch. Just, I don't like the way it makes me feel about me to keep somebody who is unable to make good decisions and to use them for my own personal gain, like some other channels do. So that's all. So anyway, yeah, that's what this channel's about.
I think I should jump back down into the chat at this point. I need to start winding it down, and I'm really not adding anything beneficial to the content at this point, if I ever was. But I do want to thank you for your generosity and hospitality for letting me come up here and shoot the shit with you guys. Really enjoyed
Yeah.
it.
We always enjoy having you up here.
Anytime, Owie, and I mean that. And it was a absolute pleasure talking to you.
And because I haven't told
Yeah.
anyone they're a cunt today, have a good day, cunt.
Fair enough. You probably won't be the last one. I'll still be awake for another hour or two.
Good stuff. Well, hope you have a good night.
Nessie, you thought pathos was high? I don't know. I've talked to Dotson before on another channel a lot, actually, and
I think that's him standard. He's kind of always.
I think that's just him. So
Had a few interactions, and that's just kind of. I mean, unless he's drunk or high 24/7, but yeah,
which is not likely. I mean,
yeah.
if you're gonna be drunk 24/7 or high 24/7, then you get, J money.
You get J money. That's true.
You get J money. Oh well, yeah. Where's he tonight? Surprised he didn't show up. So. What? We made it through another night with no Jill.
Honestly, I really expected Jill
Very
to be here
cool.
on Monday.
I did too, but now I'm thinking that, he's left us, and I don't think he knows how much that hurts.
So sad.
Mhm. Like Jill and the Freak in the same week. I mean,
All fun
how
and
we
games
gonna
till we get
survive like that?
Freak and Jill in the same day. Just
I mean, and it could be fucking Golden Arm too. We don't know. What if he comes back from the Philippines and he's just been nursing that open wound and that hatred and anger for us the whole time?
that'd be an interesting stream.
Which-
Having Jill, the Freak,
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Golden Arm, and Sun all at the same time.
Yeah, I don't
would-
think that's gonna happen. Because
Oh, guaranteed not. But that would be very interesting.
I really don't think that Golden Arm even remembers what happened. I think he would have to watch the stream back to find out what happened. So, but super weird that another grown ass man from across the country has just decided to get up on his soapbox and defend him, all while calling him golden dumb and golden tard and just all kinds of choice names, because obviously Freak thinks he thinks he's like the nickname guy, and he believes that works for him for whatever reason. And I've never seen any of his nicknames actually. Well, I don't know. His one for me wasn't too bad. It was kind of clever when he came up with it, because it was like around Christmas and it's just after Christmas, but he someone said something and I was just like, I was in a mood, so I was being a total bitch, and that's when he started calling me Grinchin. I was like, okay,
That's not bad.
you know what? The timing was good. That it fucking works in this context, and it does actually kind of rhyme with me. All right, I'll give you that one. I gotta give him that
Only
one.
problem, it's a bit seasonal.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also the Grinch. The Grinch defies seasons, I think.
The Grinch would have severe health problems if his heart grew 3 sizes. They never like add anything about that part of the story. You know how bad it would be for your internal organs to grow 3 times?
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
That'd be good.
Dome.
Yeah, I can't believe a doctor came up with that idea.
Yep. Dr. Seuss.
Yep.
Golden Tard.
If Dr. Seuss was a doctor, what kind of doctor would Dr. Seuss be?
And on all these DMs he sent me, which like legit take like 5 pages of scrolling to get to the end of them. He did come up with, I mean, he's even trying out nicknames for Rainbow Ash and all these. And calling her Skittles and just I don't know. I do find him funny. He's cringy as fuck and he gets out of pocket, but
There's a reason why he's called the Freak. It's just that self-aware.
because he can't fucking spell.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason.
That too.
Yeah. Like 2 or 3 times he was like, You know what? I bet Rainbow Ash can't name a single 311 song. You should ask her to name 311 songs. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
It's
It's so
Itaka.
weird. It's so weird.
Yeah, Itaka. Like if you have a like theist position you want to defend, go ahead and follow the link in the pinned message. Get in quick, otherwise I'm going to bed.
I'll be following close behind.
Yeah, and if all I have to talk to is myself, then you know. So
You know, since God won't answer our replies, who else are you going to talk to?
Sucks my gross. What? Okay, I missed something.
I
Someone
think
called me
someone gave
Sucks my gross.
Six a new nickname. It was pretty funny.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I just landed here. Is the panel for theists to hop on? Absolutely, the panel is for theists to hop on, or for atheists to hop on, or for MAGA.
A J Moneyist.
That's my happy spot right there. Is when you want to come up and argue about politics. But then we got Arby, who, if you want to come up and argue about philosophy, he's your guy, or nobody.
I'm just a
If
duck.
you want to get into the Bible, Arby's pretty fucking good at that too. And
Not as good as Andy.
we do,
but I have 3
yeah, I was
semesters
gonna
at
say
Bible
we
college.
also have Andy for that, and you know, if you want to flog the Book of Mormon, that's my territory.
I recently did a little more research into the history of the Mormon religion. The Mormon religion is a very interesting development.
How so?
So the development, the Steerstones and all that, Joseph Smith, they left the far East Coast. They went further west. They found the Promised Land. However, the Promised Land, the people that lived there did not like them. And so they had riots and all that against each other. Eventually, they get pushed out further west. And they're like, well, they're just going to ditch America entirely. They went to Mexico. This is where we get Deseret. That's when they made, basically modern day Utah. In there, eventually, America buys over, get that Mexican land, becomes part of America again. And well, we get more war against the American versus now Deseret colonists and all that. It's a long history, and I can't remember all of it because I'm half asleep. But just learning about the history of the religion has been interesting.
Okay. That was super vague.
It is because I'm half asleep and I can't remember my reading that
didn't
well right now.
understand most of that. But so yeah, they're all insane. All of them. So there's what's the guy's name? Yeah, he's not even in chat anymore. So
Okay. Well, I'm going to call it here then.
okay.
As will I.
Well, okay. I want to talk to me, huh?
I want to go to bed.
Gonna
Okay,
shame us into
go to
staying.
bed. Huh?
Gonna shame us into staying.
Anybody in chat want to come bail me out so I don't have to talk to myself? Anyone? Anyone?
Bueller. Same track. Well, hope you all have a good night, and I'll
You
catch you
too.
tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Thanks for hanging with us, Mallory
tomorrow,
in chat.
tomorrow's probably gonna be one where you gotta start it without me. More than
Okay.
likely.
Well, I
'Cause-
have access to that now, so that shouldn't be an issue.
Hump day.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, that's right. So I won't
says that
even.
they'll hop
I
on,
won't
but they're not
even
strictly
need
a theist.
to. Hmm.
Itake finally responded.
Oh, okay.
So they're not strictly a
all right.
theist. So
No worries.
I'll hear them out, but then like if it's just
Okay.
like agnostic, I don't care about debating
Come
an
on up,
agnostic.
dude.
Hey there.
Hello? Can you hear me
Yeah.
fine?
Hello.
What should we call you?
Yeah.
Just Ita. It's fine.
Ita. Okay.
Ita?
And
Okay.
what are your pronouns and your religion or your belief or whatever you want to defend?
Pronouns. I don't really have any. I mean, you can use what you like. It's fine with me.
I as a pronoun. You as a pronoun.
Yeah.
We all have pronouns. Mine, for example, are they
Like
them.
the chat is going to talk about you and just
They can refer to me as they please. I don't mind.
Are you he, she, they, or something else?
I'll leave that up to you.
or it. Are you it?
If that's what you'd like to use me, that's fine. I don't mind.
Okay, so any. All right.
Yeah,
Cool.
any's fine. Yeah.
Hmm.
Sorry, what were the other questions?
That
Well,
works.
what's the belief you're coming up here to defend?
Oh, and also, are you over 18? We got to get used to asking people that because
yeah.
when I finally get TikTok on, on game, then we're gonna have to just get used to that. So
Yeah, I am over 18. Yeah.
okay, right on. Go, take it away, RP.
Well, yeah, just tell us what your claim is and your argument for your
Yeah,
claim.
what religion are you? So
No, I'm not in any religion. No.
you don't know. Okay.
So what is your belief?
But follow
you mean I don't think you probably would say I don't have a systematized belief structure system probably.
I didn't ask belief system, just belief. Like what do you believe in?
Do you believe there's a God?
There can be gods, yeah, that's possible.
There
can be multiple
gods.
Yeah.
Do you
So
believe
none that are
was
ultimate.
the son of one of them?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you believe that Jesus was the son of one of these gods?
No.
Okay.
Okay, if there can be multiple gods, where did these gods come from?
That I'm not entirely sure of. I mean, because there could be a multitude of them, some that I don't even necessarily know of.
How do you know that there can be many gods, or even a single god to begin with?
This is a possibility. How I have a minor.
Well, we understand that anything could be possible.
Right.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about your understanding of what this god is? Does he have any properties? Does he have a name?
I think maybe I think the one god or gods I'd say most probable as I'd probably put down as being, I guess maybe how you look at it is more in the more polytheistic pantheon kind of thing. So if you want to go ancient Greek or ancient Near East, that's probably the best approximation, what I'd consider the most probabilistic.
Well, it's not about what we want. I mean, it's your god.
It's your belief.
So you need to tell us about this god so we know what to talk about. You know?
So just to clarify, I don't follow a god or necessarily or practice anything like that. It's more, I think I'd probably put myself more in the camp of a supernaturalist, if anything.
Okay, so what's
Okay.
your argument for
So
the
there can be
supernatural
supernatural.
existing?
Sorry, I interrupted you. What did you say?
What's your argument for the supernatural existing?
It wouldn't be as a wholesale thing. So I wouldn't say necessarily werewolves exist, but I might say ghosts exist as an example. So that should be specific ones. So for instance, how would I put it? So I'd probably just chalk it up to that. There, I lived in a culture where I guess you'd call it superstitious. So certain things happened, such as people using black magic. So those kinds of beliefs I might hold more credence to.
We'll go more into this black magic. Like, how do you know that this black magic was working?
All the things that I know of it have come. So I haven't witnessed black magic in front of me, but they will come from whether someone's telling me, so another source. But I've not witnessed it myself. But I guess I've
What did
hold
it look
credence to
like?
some of them.
What did it look like when you saw this supernatural activity?
Well, I've never witnessed one. I've only heard of it from someone, or someone telling me about it, or reading about it.
Okay.
I can give you one, which I guess got. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, yeah, go ahead and do that. You can give me one. What? Do that.
Yeah, I mean, just one example that I guess became more, I guess, viral. This was probably 15, maybe more than 15 years ago, more. But it was in a West African country, so it was basically. So the gist of the story is that two robbers were escaping from the police, and apparently one of them, to try and thwart the police, he used black magic to turn into a goat, and the police arrested the goat. And I mean, if you Google that, if you put, I think it was in Nigeria. If you put Nigeria goat police arrest, you probably get some BBC article or something about that. That's probably 2009 or so. So I mean, that was one just as a viral one that is probably more internationally known than other ones would be that I'm on more know locally of.
Okay, so Is there like evidence that this man actually turned into a goat, or did these police just arrest a goat because they thought it'd be funny?
See, I think I agree with you there that it's the police. Just knowing the cultural context of o- the country, I think it's more likely that the police were trying to, they messed up and they tried to pass it off as the goat being the culprit for whatever reasons. Because from what I hear, kind of when everything settled down, they probably just ate the goat, and that was that.
As
That
a
was
little
just
scapegoat.
yeah, precisely, yeah. Yeah, but that was just to highlight a case. But I mean, the other cases I can only give you that there wouldn't be anything kind of reporting in any relevant international media. So it can only then be me giving the case to you or relating it to you.
Yeah, so it sounds like these are just claims with no evidence.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Six. Yeah, so when we asked, you said, we asked you for a description of this God character that you believe in. And you said, I had an experience. And so I asked, can you describe said experience? And you said, well, here's a bullshit story. It happened to my friend. But the story you told, it not only did it not happen to you, it didn't happen to your friend, but your friend was witness to it. And it also appeared in the news.
No,
So
sorry to correct. If I gave the wrong impression, I didn't hear it from a friend. I actually read it because I was living in Nigeria at the time. I actually read it from the national newspaper, the story. So that's how I knew about it. And I did hear further information from people, but that's where I primarily learned about it.
so that story made you believe in a god / many gods.
No, just the supernatural.
Okay, just
Well, sorry,
supernatural.
to
So
correct,
before
I didn't.
that,
Sorry, so to correct, and it's not that I started believing in the supernatural because of that story. I'd say I probably always held some sort of belief in potential supernatural things because it's not necessarily everything supernatural.
okay.
Like I wouldn't.
Okay, let's just say, for the sake of argument, that okay, this experience, maybe it was real, whatever. Police got a goat. How does any of what you told us actually mean that, like, even if we're willing to grant you the supernatural, how does that make this God concept even a little bit real?
Which specific God concept are you referring to?
Yours.
Oh, so I mean, I can see. So because I kind of think of it in the way of the. If you look at the ancient
We asked you
Greek.
for evidence or an example, and you told us that story. So
That
I'm
was
trying to
about
determine why you told us that story.
Oh, so that was I think it was to give an example of like, I think RP asked about black magic. What did I mean by that? So I just gave that as an example of a black magic story. And I think it was easier just to highlight that because there's a BBC article about it. So I thought it'd be easier than me just blabbing on.
Oh. No, next time just blab, honestly, because I think it had the opposite effect of what you were going for if you were aiming for clarity at all. So
My apologies then. So was there
I
some?
didn't mean
Sorry, go on.
to like derail that. So go ahead and I don't know. whatever
know.
the
I
last
mean,
question RP asked you, go for it.
I know. I mean, I'm happy to answer the God bit. So I'm trying to, just to be succinct. I think what I'm saying that that there's the possibility of gods or God existing, but I don't hold to that. You know. So you can say I don't believe in that there are any gods, but it's definitely possible that there could be. So I'm more focused in the supernatural. So that's why I would say more of a supernaturalist than a theist. That's why I said, I guess, in the chat, I'm not a theist, unless, I guess, believing in the supernatural would lump you in that category.
RP.
Sorry, I'm starting to drift
I was
off.
gonna say,
I think
I think RP may have fallen asleep.
yeah, I'm gonna call it a night.
It's all right,
Hope you
guy.
guys have a good conversation, but I'm just not mentally into this.
No problem at all. Been there.
All right. Good
More
night,
than
everybody.
once.
I take care.
Good night, RP.
Have a good one. And I'm also
Okay.
gonna leave now. Officially. Have a
Okay.
good one.
Good night, Mallard. That was weird. Alrighty. Okay, so it's you and me, pal.
Sure.
What question did he ask you that you were?
That's
Or
what,
do you
sorry?
just want to start again? How about that?
Okay, well, let me see.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. That's why I
Alright,
was a bit
let's start again.
reluctant to.
So
Yeah, sorry.
you
Go on. Yeah.
you believe in God, many gods possibly. So tell me about this God concept, please, as you understand it. I'm not holding you to any particular standard or anything. I just want to know what you believe.
So I think I would hold to polytheistic gods so that they're more human-like, not they don't have any of those omni properties necessarily that people talk about. So consider them like if it was like we had super or like
Yeah.
superheroes. They're just
Yeah,
ascended
that
beings compared to us.
yeah, that's actually a good thing. Because it's what we call the triomni God is they actually make the Christian God or the Jew, the Abrahamic God impossible. So
Yeah, no, I mean,
it's very good to dispense with those.
yeah. I mean, I would just say, well, I mean, not that I've done any actual maths or sums, but I would just say it's less likely. I would think it's less likely for the Abrahamic God or that kind of God to God with omni properties to exist than maybe some superhuman beings that we think are gods or godlike.
Wow. Well, since we've gotten rid of that triomni God, can you tell me anything about yours or one of yours or all of yours or whatever?
Yeah, that's the thing is that I mean, that's been a problem because I don't necessarily follow a religion per se. So I mean, if we came from kind of the tradition where I grew up in, so if you're gonna get West African polytheism to put it broadly, so you have the gods
So wait,
Mhm.
real quick, what culture did you grow up believing in?
What culture I grew up in well, specifically I grew up in Nigeria. If that.
Well, I mean, what religious culture? Were you raised a Catholic and
No. Well, not. Well, I'd say probably Christian. Yeah, Christian. Yeah.
you're a Christian?
Yeah, in a Christian. Yeah, because I mean, I did go to church and all that. But I've
Protestant
never,
or like Catholic Orthodox kind of thing?
Lutheran.
Lutheran. Okay. So, all right. And how old were you when you I don't even know a word for that.
When I stopped,
When did you when did you deconstruct to your current belief system?
so I've never been a believing Christian, and actually I've never been, because I mean, to add a bit more context, my family, well, my father specifically, he was actually a Muslim to begin with, and then he converted to Christianity. But I guess he did a poor job as a Muslim. He did a poor job as a Muslim because I was never been to the mosque or anything. But when I was about in my early teens, he converted, and then that's when I went to church and everything. But I've never believed in an Abrahamic God. But the supernatural bit,
Honest?
I'd say in the supernatural bit, that one is a bit harder. It's more, I think, more of a recent thing is where I've realized that. Well, I'll try and put it like this. For instance, it would be irrational. For, like what they have the thing is that you shouldn't walk under ladders, is it? Because that will get you bad luck, isn't it? That's like some superstitious belief, yeah. So I've noticed over the years that even though I overtly didn't believe in things like maybe black magic or something, I'd avoid situations where I think I might end up in that kind of situation where maybe someone might try and do black magic on me. So then I started thinking, why isn't it irrational for me to do that? So I think why I'm calling myself a supernaturalist is trying to kind of see is, do I genuinely believe, because I seem to act in many ways as if I do believe, but why is that? So I guess that's kind of a more recent thing I've taken on. Is it that I just grew up in a social environment where I've been that's kind of facilitated this almost like a covert belief that I just that I kind of, without even realizing, I do these things, or is it that I actually genuinely believe in that there might be some things that are supernatural, even though I've never myself witnessed something. I don't know if that made sense. Sorry, that was a bit meandering.
Not a terrible amount of sense.
Yeah. Fair.
But so if you can't explain it, how would anybody be expected to understand it?
Oh, my beliefs specifically.
Like, I mean, we could even just straight up talk about nature versus all supernatural things, or because I've asked you like 4 times now to describe the God, and you always end up going for supernatural stuff. So okay, we can do that, but
I thought I said
let's just put it as a centerpiece. Like, we're not even talking about God anymore, right?
I mean, I'm happy to describe the gods that I'd see most likely to be. It's just I don't like, if you like, if
Okay,
you're looking,
cool.
if you're looking for like a religious, but like you're looking for some sort of theology, and otherwise I
No,
don't have the.
I'm
I
not.
don't. Oh, what is? Can I then check? Like,
Absolutely
what is
not.
it specifically about the gods you're looking for, like from me? Because I might be missing it.
I would like to know what you believe and why you believe it.
Okay, I don't
That's what I
believe
would like.
that they are gods.
You don't believe that there are any gods?
No, it's just on the balance of probability. No, probabilities. No.
But you do believe in magic.
Yeah.
Okay. So, first of all, welcome to atheism. You'll love it.
Does atheism allow for the supernatural, like magic? I thought.
Atheism doesn't allow for anything. It's simply a lack of a belief in God, in any God. That's why you'll hear people say, I'm an agnostic atheist. And you think, well, those are opposite things, right? They can't exist. But it just means that I don't have any knowledge of any God, and therefore I don't believe in any. And that is all atheism is, at least to me and to most atheists. Then you've got the more militant and combative ones that actually will go as far to say, I believe there is no God. There are no gods. He does not exist. But those would be more like your anti-theists.
Right.
That'd be
So
what that's what I am. So, and the anti-theist thing is, at least my take on it is like, I don't believe there's a fucking God, and I'd prefer it if you didn't as well,
so is it
because politics is the reason for me, because I don't like what it's done to our country.
right? Yeah, it's just
Mhm.
I've heard.
But that's just a personal thing.
Yeah, no fair. No, it's just I've heard. I mean, like you kind of mentioned, but I guess what you get from theists is that atheism is always taking like the positive stance of there's no God or gods.
Yeah,
And
they like to lay that one on pretty thick. It's like there are certain things that other theists will tell you that atheists believe that, oh, they're totally convinced that there's no God. Atheists believe in I mean, there's all kinds of shit. Like they believe in macro evolution, but not micro evolution, or the other way around.
I think other way around.
Yeah, that atheists believe that that the universe was created from nothing, then, and which no atheist believes that. All kinds of crap like that.
Well, can I then ask you? Okay,
And
yeah. Sorry, go on.
what? No,
No,
that's fine. What?
yeah. No, okay, I get you. An atheist, and then maybe an anti-theist, and that's a stance. Okay, but then what do you think of something like black magic? Do you then think someone believing in black magic? What do you think of that kind of belief then?
I mean, why does it have to be black? I mean, magic itself is
What?
like.
Well, I'm just sorry. It's more of a. I think this is probably more of a colonial label that's been put on, because if we go by the actual etymology of the actual wording from West African cultures, it wouldn't be black magic. It's just gotten that label thanks to, I guess, Christian missionaries and Western colonialism. But I just call it black magic because that's a quick good heuristic to let you know what I'm
Well,
talking about.
magic is magic, right? And it doesn't matter what
Not
color it is.
necessarily. Not necessarily. No. No.
Really?
No.
Okay, well, that would be my take on it. Is it doesn't matter whether it's good or bad or who's doing it. It's all fake. It's made up. So I don't think it matters what anyone thinks about black magic, because I mean, essentially you just asked me if I think Harry Potter was a real guy, and I said no. Or maybe Dumbledore, but I still no, I don't.
Well, what about the Salem witch trials? Were there actual witches there?
No, of course they weren't actual witches.
How would you know that?
Well, you could read the historical documents and, you know, court records, and apparently, you know, they knew they weren't witches. The whole thing started over a property dispute.
That doesn't mean there weren't witches involved. Or magic, I should say. I mean, there's there's black
Do
magic that
you
happens
really
in.
do you really think that all the women that were and there actually were men too, but do you really think they were all witches?
Well, I mean, I'll grant you, I haven't read in much of the Salem witch trials itself. I'm less familiar with that. But yeah, I can definitely. I mean, I would have to entertain the possibility if I think, because I mean, I don't see why, if magic is, let's just say, use magic broadly. If magic works or is real in sub-Saharan Africa, then why wouldn't it also be in North America?
Well, they weren't real in Africa.
Well, that's why
So
I'm saying that they. So I'd have to grant that there's a possibility that the Salem witch trials they were actual witches. Now I'm not saying that is the case, and I can't show because I don't even know much about the trial itself. But if it's within the same universe, well, magic would have to probably work anywhere and everywhere in one type of form or another. If
and
I'm
you're
making sense.
comfortable with that. You get a little over your skis, but yeah, are you comfortable with asserting that? Like, you know, if I grant this, then that, and you're just is
Well,
that
I
the
mean,
way you like justify things?
well,
I mean, it's
doesn't it?
possible.
Well, I'm just because well, it's within the same. Well, I mean, I guess depending on how you describe the nature of magic, but I would assume magic isn't just localized to a region. It would be, I guess, everywhere within the universe. So if I believe that black magic, or just magic, can be practiced in, let's say, sub-Saharan Africa, well, I think I would have to accept that there's a possibility that it can be practiced in other continents, and per se, it's possible that Salem witch trials involved genuine witches.
Okay. You'd have to really start by proving that any witches ever existed.
True.
Ever. Like, ever.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Can you do any example that even moves it from impossible to even possible? Or I was gonna say probable, but fuck it. It's 3 a.m. I'm not doing anything, so I'll even give you possible. What you got?
I doubt I can, because I'd have to collate everything. And to be fair, to be frank, I mean, I'm only in the early process of, because that's what I want to try and do, to see if I can prove to, I mean, people such as yourself, that there can be things like magic. Now, in the process, I've already, because actually, there was one, let's say, a supernatural creature that I was kind of researching, and which I believed in. It's one of these West African ones. Yes.
Let me clarify real quick. So you've already decided that you can't win this debate, but you're gonna take a shot at it anyway. respect, dude. I seriously, I do appreciate that. Yeah, even if you're if you're planning a call to like a bigger streamer, I mean, I appreciate the work ethic of you going to someone small and new, and I'm gonna go test out my arguments on, those of us that watch those bigger streamers. I appreciate the hustle. That's all. I just wanted
Fair,
to say
fair.
that,
I mean,
but it doesn't change the fact that you just conceded that you can't possibly come up with a name or with an argument that even makes your belief system possible. So, yeah, don't do that. I mean, because if I was one of the bigger guys, I mean, that would be it. You just, oh, okay, this guy, this is J Money. This conversation is about to get a lot more interesting. Hey, J Money, this is Ita. Oh, your voice is horrible. You have a lot of that static, like you did. So whatever you did to fix it last time, you need to refix it. Okay. Did you hear? Yeah, there you go. Just like that. That sounds better. Okay, so Ita, how much of this call have you heard?
Nah, I just woke up now, like literally just now. So I ain't hear nothing.
And the first thing you did was come here.
Well, nah, I saw you was live. I made some.
We knew you loved us, dude. We knew it.
No.
But,
I've been up for a minute, Gretchen. Like, I didn't just roll out the bed. You know what I'm saying? I didn't just crack my eyes open and click the link. You know what I'm saying? But
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Ita is an American, I assume, and he is. Are you a polytheist, or are you just like a whatever? Because yeah, I mean, you could just be lying, saying you're a theist just to get on the show, but we do take calls from everybody here, so. Even if you're another atheist just wanting to fight about magic, I mean, that's a call I would have taken either way. So
well, I mean, you said that because I don't believe in any gods, then yeah, that guess would make me atheist. But I would probably say that I'm just a supernaturalist.
Okay. Yeah, he does believe. He believes the supernatural is real, but he doesn't have a God belief.
That's the thing, like
per se.
That's the thing. It's like, do you have a God belief or not? Or do you just not know, right? Like it's okay to not know, right? Like it could be a God, maybe not. But like if you believe in something supernatural, that leaves room for the possibility of a God by default, because it's the unknown. Like the God, demons, entities, deities, like lords, again, people entities that exist, entities that are capable in some type of way in spiritual.
Okay.
All
right.
Spiritual means.
So we're all caught up. We're on the same page. So
okay, well,
go jump back in, Ida. So
yeah, no, I mean, I was trying to. I'm doing a poor job of it, but I was trying to explain that. My, if you want to say, beliefs would leave the room for God or gods. But what I did try and say is that I would say a greater probability would be for, if you want to call it, the more polytheistic kind of gods who are like don't have the omni properties and all the other things of the Abrahamic tradition. So that's kind of where I come from. But generally, yeah, I don't believe in any gods currently.
Well, that's the thing. it depends on what you ascribe to be God, right? Like I always say, God is something that could have emerged from the universe just as much as we did, and just made us. Like if some mind or some sort of deity formed out there, and because that formed out there, it in turn created us, and we formed as a result of it, then that's God, no matter if the universe made it too. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's responsible directly for us.
That's just a straight up paradox, J Money.
No, it's not. It's not. It's like
And I'm not going to. I'm not going to attack that and jump on that right now because you're here. You're here every day, and Ita is the guest. So
it's so good, man.
I'm gonna go back to.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm understood J Money right, I mean the way he's kind of one conceptualization, it does sound a bit like
Nobody understand J Money.
Yeah, but it does sound it's a bit reminiscent of the ancient Greek thing, because obviously all the primordial deities, they came from chaos. So chaos was kind of the underlying substance of the universe. So I can see what he means by that, but I'm not necessarily saying I hold to that, but I can understand his conceptualization. But that seems a bit dangerous if you are an Abrahamic faith, or to an Abrahamic tradition, because I would assume God didn't emerge from anything. He always has been and always is. So I don't obviously know what his belief system are, if he holds a religion otherwise.
Yeah, no, my thing is everything.
That's a big can of worms.
Everything has to align with scientific metric. You understand? Everything. It doesn't nothing gets to bypass that. Not God, not the most baddest entity in the known cosmos. Nobody gets to bypass that. You understand what I'm saying? And so what happens is the only way that a God concept, in my eyes, can truly align with scientific inquiry is if it could also be something that emerged that we can't find using our scientific instruments. You see what I'm saying? Like the way we emerge. Like say, for instance, something emerged all the way on the other side of the cosmos. It would be hard as hell for them to find us. They'll have to have advanced technologies and stuff like that. Maybe we don't have that. But that don't mean they don't exist. And that don't mean they also didn't emerge or had an effect somehow or something else going on that I just can't quite figure out, right? But as we see, we just see things emerge and things happen and processes taking effect. We don't see the underlying root causes of them. We just see what happens, and science gives us models to describe it. And we could go as far back as the Big Bang and describe everything with eloquence. So science is not that much off when it comes to knowing what it is. It's just the deeper details that we can't get to, right? So I do know that if there is a God, it has to line up somehow with science, right? And there's no guy out there floating in space, just floating around in space. I haven't seen it. Science hasn't found that. It hasn't found no firmament or nothing like that. It hasn't found certain things that was
land the plane, Jay.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. He could cut in at any time. I'm waiting for him to interject.
Oh no, sorry. I usually let people finish.
He doesn't appear to be that type to me.
It's a two-way.
I don't think he's
traffic. You could just fire at me, man. It's all good.
Yeah.
Interject anytime. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I think he's you're new to this whole thing, right?
Yeah, no, I don't really appear on this kind of panels. Yeah, sorry.
What
was the question? Yeah, so
this is just batting practice.
Fair.
But that's fine. That's cool.
That's a fact.
Yeah, so yeah, you said that God or whatever conception of God would have to conform to whatever, I guess, the discoveries of science. So are you kind of implying that God would always could not contravene, the laws of nature or the, physics per se? Am I understanding you correctly in that?
By the way, I'm still here. I just gonna have a cigarette, so I need to turn off my camera.
Well, I'm saying that for it to have any type of effect in the physical world that's verifiable, science should be able to do that, because that's what science does. It gives us a model of the physical world, and it gives us ways to see how things happen and how things are going to happen. You know, like, it's how we make our best assessments. You know, science just tells us what we're in works, not what we're in is. You know, it doesn't tell us what it is. It just tells us how it works. And it gives us our best estimate in how to, like, manipulate this physical plane, right? So if there's any physical effect of a god or a deity or something out there, it will stand out every time you repeat the sequence in the data. Something's gonna eventually stand out, because that's what science does. It just looks at what's there, right? So if that's there in the physical sense.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I just interrupt quickly? This God, the God, you know, science finding out, I guess, his handiwork and otherwise in the world. But are you saying that God, or if you want to call it even a mind, is the mind material or immaterial? So is it like, I'm kind of trying to understand kind of where this God, this mind exists in. Is it within us in the material realm or sphere, or is it something more immaterial?
Well, that's the thing. That's what I can't put my finger on. That's when a person has to say either I don't know or I think this, right? And I can't say nothing but I don't know, but I do have a hunch, right? Like I have a hunch. I believe in the God, man. Like, I believe in something that's out there that wanted us here, that wanted this to happen. Even if it's more than one, you see what I'm saying? Even if it's a God for every universe, like, you know, like a God level entity that could be born and manipulate the cosmos, like, you know, something like that. Like, I don't know what, but I don't think that this just happened on its own. It just resulted this way due to natural processes and no type of intervention in no sort of way, physically or metaphysically. So what can we find the thing that intervened in this physical realm while still alive? Who knows? I always say that the real differentiator is death. That's the way we know for sure. That's when the science can no longer help you. You understand what I'm saying? That's
Yeah.
do you
think we go somewhere after dying? Especially that's in relation to this God or this mind.
Yes, I do. I think that we transition into some other sort of existence. How does that work exactly? I'm not quite sure. I can't tell you. Oh, it's like this, and we go left and right. You know, I don't know, but I do suppose that, because it just makes sense to me. It adds up with what I would think would happen. Based, again, this is me just using my own thoughts in mind. Maybe you might call it appealing to mystery. Some people do. Some people say God of the gap. Some people say all of this stuff. All I'm saying is that we don't know
saying
it
that
all.
he's insane.
Nah, I'm saying we don't know it all. You could say that I'm insane, right? But I say you don't know it all neither. And if you claim to, then
I
you
do
truly
say that.
Okay, so if you don't
Made
know it all,
no
then-
claims on my knowledge level. I
okay,
just
so
said
then
that you're
so then
insane.
there's room for you
I've
to be
said it
insane
100
too.
times. I'll say it 100 more.
Exactly, and I said
think-
it 100 times too. There's room for you
I
to
think
be
you're
insane too. Like, I could be
batshit
insane.
crazy when it comes to this stuff.
You're right, but I'm not being crazy. I'm telling you as accurately as I can. There's certain things that we just won't get the answers to, and there's reasons for that. Like, we're
You're
limited. We're bound to our physical perspective. You see what I'm saying? We can't see certain shit until we're dead. You understand what I'm saying? And even then, who knows if we experience something in the way that we're experiencing it now? It might be a whole different
Okay.
experience.
Again, let's land the plane.
He just cut in 2 seconds ago. Ida, you know how to
Huh?
have a conversation, right? Like, you can
I
just
did
cut
not.
in.
Dude, you've been talking for longer than 2 minutes. What do you
I'm
mean
not
2
trying to
seconds
talk for
ago?
longer than 2 minutes. Just cut in, Ita. Whatever you got, anything to say.
Yeah, I just want to ask you. I
He's
mean,
not going to do that.
He did it already once. Go ahead, Gretchen. Ita.
No, he didn't. He's
Gretchen.
being very polite and
I
very
know
chill.
that's polite. Goodness gracious, Gretchen. It's polite. I'm literally asking him to do it. It's not unpolite to cut in.
I know,
Go
but
ahead,
he's
Ita.
not going to. He just doesn't appear like that kind of guy to me. That's all.
It's all good. It's all good, Ita. You could do that.
yeah, I just wanted to ask. I mean, feel free to. I mean, because I don't know whether you have a specific religion you follow or not really, but I did want to ask, kind of keen on what I kind of joined in for is for the supernatural bits. What are kind of, I think more supernatural, like demons or something. Are there any things like that that you believe in at all? Maybe you want to list a few things, maybe like maybe an easy one. Do you believe in magic in any form?
I think that anything that would be considered supernatural or something we don't got an answer to that lacks an explanation could be ascribed to magic. You could put magic on anything, even lightning. Back when people didn't know what magic, what lightning really was, you know what I'm saying? They put Zeus and all kinds of other stuff. People do that. Magic is fictional, but there are things that if you see when they happen, you would think they were magical. There are effects in science itself, you know, forces that work a certain way that you would think is magic when manipulated a certain way, but it's just reality. You get what I'm saying? So what really is magic? Like when you say magic, you talking about spells and potions and like witches and stuff, or you talk like, what do you mean? Like you talking about
Yes, it
deities from
is.
the other side?
Yeah, I mean, magic. I mean, that can be anything from kind of more ritualistic magic, so more passive. I mean, I guess a good depiction of that might be in something like, I mean, this is now going into realm of like fantasy fiction, but like they have the kind of high-low magic kind of thing. But if you think of like Lord of the Rings, they don't really throw
I think
fireballs
we
around a lot.
started
Well,
in fantasy fiction, so I don't think it's super crazy to go, you know, all the way into
yeah,
that. I mean,
yeah, fair, but
we
yeah,
did start there.
yeah, fair. I mean, you hold to that. That's fair. Yeah. So I'm
Yeah.
just saying that this.
I
I mean,
mean,
it can go from ritualistic to like more overt kind of spells. I mean, I don't know about throwing fireballs and stuff like that, but you know, it's a whole range of
yeah.
it. But I did want to just follow up on that. You're saying because you said basically, if I understood you correctly, that um, magic is kind of the unexplainable, currently unexplainable, the inexplicable of the moment, and science would probably be able to kind of find out what's behind the mechanism behind of whatever we think is magical or supernatural. But I'm just wondering because your belief kind of in this mind or this God being seems to suggest that you at least entertain the possibility of the immaterial or supernatural.
Yeah.
So how do you kind of square
All right.
something? I'm sorry.
I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I have to change some new headphones. So, but
Sure.
keep on. You guys keep talking.
Sure. Yeah, no, so I mean, how do you kind of square that? You just hold that anything supernatural magic is actually just something material waiting to be explained, or something physical waiting to be explained, but this mind or God is this a supernatural, immaterial, you can almost magical kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's the thing. We again ascribe magic to things we truly don't know. Like there's always an explanation for a magic trick. I've never seen a magic trick that qualifies as a textbook magic trick, no matter how good it is. It could be Dynamo himself, you know what I'm saying? There's always a way he did it. You understand what I'm saying? There's always a way they did it. So if you're talking about magic, right? This is why I try to ask the distinction of what you're talking about, because anybody could be Burt Wonderstone and pick up a magic kit and, you know, learn how to do magic on a stage, right? That's different. We know that that's clearly something that's not real tangible things. Nobody's going into the ethers and pulling out rabbits from actual non-physical planes. Like you get what I'm saying? Like that's a different type of magic.
Yeah,
Like,
but I mean, this sounds a bit more like what I mean. Maybe Gretchen might make that kind of argument against me and you, both of us, because I'm not quite understanding how this God or this mind can exist in this ether and then intervene. So, like, because you said you've never seen someone do magic, like the actual kind of Harry Potter kind of magic, if you like. But then, have you ever seen this mind interact to intervene in this world either? So I kind of, because both of us could be that same argument could be, both of us could be charged with that same argument.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. What I'm saying is that there's a difference between what is actual magic in my sense, like, or like not magic, like what's actually supernatural, right? I don't know if I consider magic, the term magic, supernatural, right? Like magicians do that. I could do a magic trick with a deck of cards. That's not supernatural. You know what I'm saying? So when I hear the term magic, it kind of like already kind of like encapsulates a certain outlook for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, we talking about magic, a trick like that. Like, it's not real spiritualism. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's not talking about what could possibly be happening on the other side when I do a magic trick with a pair of dice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, because I can see someone in the chat is saying talk about God of the Gaps. So I guess that's the charge they lay against you. But same way they could say me like, oh, magic of the gaps. So wherever we can't explain it, I'll just say, oh, it's magic. But both of us have the same issue. So I'm kind of wondering, what is the actual difference between us? Is there any difference? Because if you believe in a mind, in an immaterial mind, so that's just you holding to one, if you want to let's broadly label it supernatural, while let's say I don't believe in that a mind, in material mind, but I believe in magic. But then that's just me holding on to something other that's like supernatural. So we're both in the same category, but I don't quite see, is there any real difference between us here? So that's one.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No. So I kind of see, I don't, because you've kind of used an argument that I could see someone who doesn't believe in anything supernatural. That would be the kind of argument to use against both of us. But you've kind of used it for my belief in this game, let's say case of magic, and I would probably use the same way against you about God of Gaps. But then wouldn't that then just put us in the same category, and we kind of hit an impasse, if you understand what I mean, because we're using the same argument against each other that atheist, if you want to say broadly, atheists would use against both of us.
That's what I'm saying. Like, an atheist is only using that because they're sticking to the data and nothing more. They don't want to stem past the data. They don't want to use their mind past whatever the data says. Like, they're saying, okay, this is what the data says. I'm going to go with it. And the data doesn't directly indicate an afterlife or deity or some big thing floating around it. Right? But we do see in ourselves that natural processes can happen in the universe, random parts, because we're literally located in a random part of the known cosmos, and here we are, right, thriving. So natural processes can lead to things like us emerging. So I'm simply supposing that it happens again and again and again out there somehow. You know, we probably don't got contact to these entities, to these creatures, to these beings, right? But in my opinion, if it happened with us, it could happen again somewhere else. You understand? And if it could happen again somewhere else, then maybe different types of minds can emerge in the same way. Or all that happened was that our minds and consciousness emerged from physical material. And the only way we're able to know it is because we emerged in a way where we're able to process that. There are things that emerge that don't got consciousness that'll never know what it exists in. You see what I'm saying? We do. What I'm saying is that it's possible, in theory, that something out there also emerged with a mind of its own that we can't pick up on, detect, because we don't got something like that to cut open or do an autopsy on, or we didn't get a dead one yet. And, you know, you get what I'm saying? Like, that it's physical, but it's also not the physical we know. Like I suppose that there's a lot more physical that we don't know that's out there.
But
That
uh,
would,
I,
yeah,
but
go
I
ahead, sorry.
thought, yeah, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I thought you were making the argument that everything but this one mind, that let's say God, this God mind, is physical / material. So, but it now seems to say almost say you might almost give in a Scientology kind of thing where maybe there's more superior minds out there like alien minds, and but they would still be material, / physical, wouldn't they? Sorry, I'm kind of having a hard time grasping. Do you believe in anything that's supernatural or immaterial, or are you kind of
Yes,
physicalist?
that's what I'm saying. I do, but that's what I'm saying. Like I
That
can't.
is a question we've all been
I,
asking J Money for
I have
months.
to try to find that through science. Ita, you get what I'm saying? There's no way to do that though. Like I'm a person who only trusts science when it comes down to making fact claims. I could give you opinions all day. We could theorize and conceptualize all day, but science is the only fact arbitrator. You understand what I'm saying? It's the only
Is that
thing that's
even
gonna.
for God as well?
Yes, even for God as well. You understand what I'm saying? Because here's the thing, right? Science only gives us an explanation of what we exist in. It sets aside feelings. There's no feelings. You understand what I'm saying? When it comes to science, it's just data. So whatever exists has to exist among that data, maybe in a way that we couldn't pick it up yet, maybe something like that. But all it's doing is just showing us what we exist in. It's not making no bold claims about an afterlife or not.
But
I'm doing
then,
that.
but then, isn't this God mind? Isn't it then just something physical / material then?
No, I think that is something again that we can't explain. It goes back to the original argument that you and I had. Like you can't explain it. You see what I'm saying? You know that, like you feel a certain way, but you can't explain it, and you call it whatever you call it. You won't call it a god. It's just deity, spiritualism. You just flipping it that way, still not knowing if it's a god or not. That's just how you choosing to conceptualize it.
No, but
Me
I mean,
still not know. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, sorry, but I think there's a difference between us here because I would probably but I would assert that I'm trying to assert that there is something supernatural. There's something that science would not be able to explain. So magic.
Me too.
So they would not be able to explain. But I think the way you're kind of explaining it, it seems like the God mind that you're trying to describe would be bound by the laws of nature eventually. I mean, in some ways.
Everything is. Listen, everything, even the supernatural, is bound by some sort of something.
Okay.
It is. It's just not something you could speak on the bounds of. You don't know what's outside of the outside.
Yes, peace into this house.
Yo,
Yes,
Can you hear us okay?
yes, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Yeah, I was hearing you guys talk about like the spiritual, and I don't know if you guys have ever realized, but love is a spiritual way you can describe to anybody. It's like it doesn't exist in the animal kingdom, but for us, we all know what it is and what it does. We know it's good, but it's not tangible. Love can hurt you,
right?
But that's just a way that you can kind of describe the spirit realm, because outside of the animal kingdom, love is like no use. But when you look at a faith in something bigger than us, it will have to start with a love. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, but it doesn't like
Does
not with the
not.
animal. Not with the animals.
It makes no sense to me.
It makes some sense because at the end of the day, that's what separates us from anything else like that's just organic but not conscious. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, there's organic things that are not conscious. That's what separates us.
Exactly.
Stuff like that.
It's like the animal kingdom. When it gets hungry enough, it doesn't care what relative, in some instances. But we can grasp the idea that, like, for one another, if we can do good or bad towards each other and it has an effect, A hardened heart will say, I don't care. And it's like a robbery. Everybody knows it's wrong to take from somebody. That's the spirit realm, because the animal kingdom doesn't deal with that. It's the biggest always wins.
It's just exact survival of the fittest. And I
Amen.
get
Yeah.
Wait, what? That
there are things, Gretchen,
No.
in us that separates us from every other organic being out there. We are organic creatures. You understand what I'm saying? Carbon-based creatures.
Because this thing exists inside us. What?
Yeah, like
is
hope.
that love? What are you claiming here?
Okay, so no. I'm just trying to see if it's maybe if you could describe how the spirit realm works, it would be more clear when you deal with it. It's like if I come in peace, and I'm not trying to start any kind of controversy, but just to impart maybe a different way of looking at things. Well, there's some people that would come in here. There's some people that would come in here and try to start a fight and try to prove their point. Well, there's no points to prove.
Oh, yeah.
If there's a reality. So the reality is like hope. We all hope that today is not going to fight us as hard as yesterday. The animal kingdom doesn't look at anything except moment to moment. So our ability to analyze tomorrow and our effects that we have and we do today can affect later, gives us a consciousness of, okay, so why do we have the understanding of love? How come our first default is to hurt somebody? If you don't agree with somebody, you don't wish them well. Well, the spirit realm is like the idea of, I believe in the spirit realm. I believe there's a higher above us that loves us. So love would be sacrificial because that's not what the world gives. When you take love, you're lusting. But when you give love, you're looking to be hurt, because everybody knows when you give love, that's exactly what you're opening yourself to. Now, if you don't,
not.
What's that?
Said absolutely not.
Hold on. I kind of
Gotta disagree with all of that. Of course you do, Jay. Of course you do.
There's merit to that, man. He's kicking some gems, man.
Yeah, see, yeah, I'm not trying to win any argument. I'm just saying from the point of view of hope.
I'm fine if you want to fight too. I mean, I can do that too. But I do appreciate you being, sober and delightful and, absolutely. But
yeah. Right. So you wouldn't learn from me if I came in here like a wrecking ball saying you guys don't know anything and nobody knows anything.
You can't just jump up here. Hi, John. You can't just jump up here and say, oh, by the way, magic is real. Magic is love.
Nobody's saying that.
And the first thing we ever think about is hurting somebody when, you have made some pretty wild ass claims, and I don't think you have any way to justify them.
Well, I'm just saying, like, from a standpoint of, when you're hurt, you want to be in defensive mode.
Also, time out real quick. Ita, are you cool with the way this conversation has gone?
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm just listening.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't
like.
I mean, I don't agree with the what Servant is saying, but I mean, I'm just listening at the moment.
Yeah. If
anytime.
If that was your chance to reassert your place on the priority list. So okay, but now we're all gonna talk about this.
Okay.
Let's
So
go.
Here's what I would say is an amazing spiritual idea. Family. The way I read scripture is like it's a father looking for loving children. But when you hear the religious people, it's about worship, it's about holiness, and you have to be a certain way. When the scriptures don't declare that, they say, it says like ordinary men are chosen over people with knowledge. Well, the reason is because when you feel like you're
Where
a
does
somebody,
it say that? I'm sorry.
it's not about
Well, I guess
saying
we
it.
don't. I didn't actually ask you the questions that I need to. Obviously, how old are you? Or
I
are
kind of
you
don't.
over 18?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, are you over? Okay, and how do you identify spiritually?
I believe in scriptures and reading them and knowing what they say. I don't believe in anybody
Which
else's input.
scriptures?
The okay, so I'm in a line with like the King James version of the scripture, because there's a equidistance letter sequencing, like
So you're a
cryptography.
Christian.
Yeah. I guess if you're
All
in a
right.
class, I do believe it as a Christian.
Okay. And pronouns, he, him, yes.
Yeah, however, I don't really know anything too much about that. So I'm
You come
I'm a guy.
on. You don't have to be
He, him
so
virtue. He, him.
weird about it.
He's
It's
not
just
with it.
everybody uses pronouns, and chat is gonna talk about you.
Okay.
And
Okay. Yeah. No.
how
I'm not trying to fight.
how would
was
you
just
like him to be addressed? How would you like to be addressed? They could call you it, and you'd be cool with that. I mean,
absolutely.
but you are a
Yeah, and
male, you are a guy, like you said. Just say he,
yes,
him, and move on, because
I didn't mean to stop anything.
yeah.
You good,
Let's
man.
not
Don't
get
worry
hung
about
up on something so stupid as that. You know what pronouns are. You know what you prefer to be addressed as. So
Well,
just
I've been called worse things, so it doesn't
say
really
it.
bother me.
it.
Say
Address
it,
me
and
as
we'll move
Mac
on.
Daddy.
You
Address me as
Okay.
Mac Daddy.
So you're a he, him Christian, and you're over 18. That's it. We're good.
Amen. You
Now,
got it.
continue.
Okay, so the way I would describe the real scriptures is it's a father looking for children who want to be loving, but he says in a world where love is not given like he gives it freely, but the world, it demands something back when it gives love. The way everything is
Where's this in the scripture? I'm sorry.
Which part do you want to like? Do you guys get into?
I
looking
mean,
at scriptures, or?
honestly, you can choose any of what you just said and just show me where that's in the scripture.
Well, it says his ways are not our ways. His ways are above ours, and it does make a reference. Like he gives love, not like the world. But if you want me to, I can look everything up. It
His
just
ways
takes a lot of
higher.
time.
Got it. So specifically, none of what you said is actually in the scripture. It's an interpretation. But okay. I mean, we can work with that. But
Well, it's like this idea that the scriptures say that you can know nothing about what they say unless there's a spirit guiding you in understanding. It is, spoke about.
where does that come from? What part of the scripture is that in?
Well, it's talking about the gifts of the Spirit. It says gifts of the Spirit are miracles, healings, and knowledge and understanding. So as many people as you see running around who can heal somebody is as many people as running around that knows what's in the scriptures for real. If everything is based on, it's like there's a division point between the carnal man cannot understand the things of the Spirit. Does that make sense to you?
No.
Yeah, it
It's not.
does though. That's what I'm saying. Like it does, but you ain't gonna get that.
Jay, stop.
And to me, it
Huh?
does though. Like what the hell?
To you, it does.
Okay, so I can describe how it works.
I don't think that there are as that many guys out here healing people.
not healing
I
people.
mean,
Not at all. But you
there.
have to understand, there's not very many
I
people
mean,
who really
he's not
under-
talking about doctors.
No, I'm talking about in. Okay, so here's how. Okay, so if I
We're
was going
talking
to
about
describe,
faith healers, and I
no,
don't believe that any of that is real. So
no. See, this is where people don't understand scripture. If I was going to say, okay, so Peter is called, when he's changed his name from Simon to Peter, it's called Little Rock. Here's an idea that most people have never heard before, but when you throw scriptures at people to help them become better walking, you're actually stoning them. You are literally committing the law, which is to stone somebody to death. And I'm sorry if I'm not supposed to say that. If you're supposed to,
you're fine.
If you're supposed to stone somebody, you're to take up rocks and kill. Oh, I'm sorry, and do that. But what you're doing is it's in the
You're
spirit.
fine. You can say kill.
Okay, so what we're doing is we're killing the flesh.
We're not on TikTok right now, so.
Okay, so what we're doing is we're killing the flesh and allowing the spirit to be alive. But people, they read the scriptures and they analyze like words and what they say, and they listen to what people have told them, and they're not listening to what the Father says he will reveal in them. The scriptures say, here a little, there a little, so it means that you can piece stories together to find the heart of the Father. The idea that he wants us to be in the body of Christ is what most Christians miss. If you're in somebody's body, you should look and act like them so you can pass it off. Now, in the Old Testament, there's a story about Jacob, and he had a brother named Esau. They were twins. What people have never what people have never understood is they are both you. The reason why the Father says, I hate Esau, but I love Jacob, is because when you are Esau, you're in the world, losing your blessings. But
they were not twins. In fact, they had different mothers, did they not?
No, they came out of the same womb. One came out first, and that's when he grabbed the heel and they put the string around him. But just try to follow.
Who was Esau's mother?
What? No.
And conversely, who was Jacob's mother?
Okay, so let's not divert that far yet.
That's a pretty big fucking thing. You just claimed they were twins.
Okay, no, hold on. Listen to the point.
They have different mothers.
Okay, so in the story, it's a description that Jacob would stay at home and listen to his mother. She's wisdom. When you look at the scriptures, she is to be listened to. And if that's mother and that is wisdom.
Who is his mother?
No.
What mother is he listening to?
No. Listen to the story.
Clarity's sake.
Okay, no. The story is that he had to look like his brother, feel like his brother to receive the blessing. Is along the same lines as you're supposed to be in the body of Christ, dead to the flesh, alive in the spirit. Is like you're putting on the garments of Christ and you feel like him, you walk like him, you talk like him. That's how you receive the blessing. And that's why the story of Jacob and Esau is so important for us spiritually. It's a spiritual matter that we are to look like the brother to get the blessing. Does that make sense?
Nope, it doesn't, because it sounds, to me, to my just, regular ass atheist ears, that you're just rerunning the story of Cain and Abel, except they actually were like real full brothers. Well, they actually had the same mom, according to your book.
They're twins.
But
yeah, one came out first.
Jacob and Esau absolutely did not. Esau was not honored with the blessing because
Yeah, but the reason why he
Why?
wasn't honored is because he was in the world.
Because
he
God
sm-
hated him.
No, no, no. Listen to the scriptures are meant for us to glean and to learn
Didn't
how to
didn't
align.
God hate him?
Okay, so if
Am
you
I
hear
wrong?
what I'm saying is like you realize that you have a fleshly nature, and then you have a nature that is more in tune with doing things good versus what you want to do. The Bible describes us as being in our flesh, we will take advantage, but in the spirit, we will give even to our own life and our hurt. What it's a description of is you have Jacob who stayed at home and listened to his mother and got the blessing, but you also have the description of somebody who's in the world, smells like the world, and is losing the blessing. See, it's the moral of the story that you can find that goes through all of scripture to tell us who we really are and how we become what we're meant to be if we decide to. All the descriptions in scripture is like somebody who decided to listen to what the Father is saying and do something. Well, most people think that the Holy Spirit is in everybody and it is leading everybody, and that's not true. The Bible says that you can only have the Holy Ghost given in obedience. Well, what about ignorance obedience? I still don't believe he can be in you unless you are perfectly trying to be dead to what is wrong and alive to what is right. And that is just pure love for somebody else. And to know that there is maybe something greater coming that we should be aware of. So it's not religion. I think all these churches have it so wrong because they choose to get into doctrine when it's simple. It's a family trying to come together that love each other. That's a way better message than any church I see giving. Correct?
Absolutely not correct. First of all, you still haven't explained how two people can come from different mothers but still be twins.
Okay, so the idea that Christ
You
hold
have
on.
anything for that one?
Sure. Christ had a mother that's not your mother, but when you become dead to your flesh and alive in the spirit of Christ, and you're walking in the body of Christ, your mother is no longer your spirit, like your earthly mother at all. What you are born of is spirit, which is not about male, female, or where you live in the world and what you believe. It's actually the spirit of God is, and it's like the idea of holiness is just separate. If you're separate from the world, what would that be? Loving. The world's not loving. So that's the description about a different mother.
Separate is the opposite of loving?
The world is unloving. The world doesn't give love to make sure you're doing better. It takes. Does that make sense?
No, it really doesn't.
Do you
not even grammatically, it doesn't make sense.
Okay,
It's
so from my point of view, and maybe it's because you were beautiful, where you had a lot of people giving you things in this world, but this world does not give at all. It takes. And unless you are a part of the system, it will leave you behind. This world is not forgiving, and the things of it are not forgiving. That's all I was just trying to describe. I wasn't trying to be, anything other than just talking.
okay.
Sorry, am I right to ask a quick question from Servant?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
So are you pretty much just saying that the world is unfair and unjust, and that's why there needs to be a God, or a Christian conception of God, or what?
No. I'm saying like the world is controlled, and it gives the good and the bad the same opportunities. And I've seen it for myself. You know, I've seen people who are less fortunate who have been blessed, and I've seen people who are rich, you know, taken down to the bare minimum. So chance happens to everybody, but I've seen where people are loving, they happen to have a better life, and they seem to receive what I would call blessings just because they're loving towards people. Now, it's not religious because I've seen people who have been blessed that don't believe in the higher power, but they care for people and other people look out for them. That's spiritual significance.
Well, I mean, for instance, I don't know how many in a day, but in a day, there's probably dozens to hundreds of children that are dying of malaria in villages in sub-Saharan Africa. Are you telling all of them aren't loving people or have the propensity to be very loving people, but then they just die in agony and with short lives?
Okay, so the way I would describe it is if you know that there's other people that have it worse than you have something to base your opinion that you're blessed. I know people who can't move very well, and I'm blessed that I move better than they do. So I know there's people going through bad things in the world, but if it's not you, you have an ability to, you know, to spiritually reach out without any significance. It's kind of like people who are looking at trouble, like who have gotten into big trouble. The first thing they do is they start praying. They become real religious real fast when their butts are on the line. But when you don't have any reason to be loving and trying to find why we should love, like a regular day, you're not in tune with the spirit realm. The scriptures make it kind of clear that there's only a few people who will seek him out to do it his way, but there's a blessing for it. There's going to be, everybody is going to realize that there really is somebody who made everything at a point.
So wait, are you saying, so I know you mentioned there's this chance, and chance can lead, you know, whether good things or bad things are visited on you. But then you're almost implying that there's a certain nature that whether you not necessarily born with, but you either cultivate or otherwise, that would bring you know, the good things in life for you. And but then almost you're trying to say, like, if you're materially comfortable and otherwise, then you wouldn't, that would like kind of dull your spirit, but while suffering would better your spirit. I'm hearing a number of things, but I'm not kind of linking them. Could you maybe put them together in a way, maybe? Because I'm sorry, I'm kind of missing it. Yeah.
Sure. The way I would describe it is the scriptures has a story about a guy named Job. Now, this story is about a guy who was really, really rich. He had good things, but the story starts out that 4 winds take away his loved family. There's 7 sons, 3 daughters. So all of this is significant if everything means something in scripture. What you're hearing is that if you have any material things here that you hold value to, you're not of his spirit. Now, the scriptures say that if you call your brother a fool, you're in danger of hellfire. Well, the only thing you can really make sense out of any of that, the only thing you can make sense out of that is if you're doing something that he wouldn't do, puts you in danger. So if Christ was here to give love and to see if he could help anybody that wanted it, he never went around calling people stupid and fools for that reason, that you shouldn't do it, because as soon as you do things that he wouldn't do, you're liable for judgment. But as long as you can remain abiding without complaining, trying to love and to direct people to the giver of love, you are in his will. This isn't religion. This is just a loving family coming together. I don't know if that made anything clear.
No,
Not
it's
quite.
what did you call it? This isn't scripture. This isn't religion. It's interpretation is what you said. So why are we thinking that your interpretation justifies anything?
Oh, okay. So the way I would describe what's happening is, for thousands of years, people have fought over what the scriptures mean and what direction you can go in. Well, I've given my life to find out how he wants me to give my life. And the way he's describing everything in scripture, it's like this. If I was going to say, like, we're both Adam and Eve, here's the idea is that we have two hemispheres of our mind. One side of our mind will make a decision that will lead us to death and to get our family killed. But yet, if we make the right decision, we actually become the son who dies for the bride. It's a moral of the story spoke throughout all of scriptures is you either fall for listening to things or you listen to him. It's simple.
But servant, just one question. I mean, not every.
Nothing
probably,
simple about what you said.
But
Go ahead,
probably
Ida.
yeah, well, just question because most things in life where you take decisions or have to take take an action, it's probably not a binary choice. There's probably a plethora of choices, and it almost seems to like you might rank them on a spectrum of if you want to use evil and good. So how do you? Because you could make a choice that's less evil, but that's still bad. So how do you kind of navigate all of that?
Okay, so the scriptures are a description of everything you're allowed to do and not allowed to do. Now, what you're allowed to do is walk around and see if you could help people. What you're not allowed to do is look and talk and interact with the world like the world. So if somebody makes you mad because they think they know it all and you feel your temperature rising, you can always go into scripture and go, you know what, I'm going to die to myself and I'm going to let you take the wheel, so to speak, because I know you won't be mean to anybody, but I will tear you apart. But I know with your spirit, you're going to be patient, long-suffering, and kind. You're adapting a different, like your nature is changing with the more you know. It's like your ability to turn the cheek makes not very much sense to anybody. I've seen Christians that they will snap at you for even making a mistake, not even intentionally trying to hurt them. So that's not a good thing to be. But when you see somebody who does it, you know you're seeing the spirit.
But doesn't this undermine your point about that? Oh, this is not about religion and so forth. It sounds like you have to go to the scriptures, so you have to ascribe to some sort of a religion to try and find out that how you.
Well, that's the thing. He's not really quoting scripture either. This is all just
it's like
imagination, and it's like you take talking points that you grew up hearing from your pastor and you run them through some sort of probability matrix and add them to your feelings that make you feel all good. And then you come up with this, because most of what he's saying is scripture is not scripture.
Well, can you point one thing out that's
wrong? And okay, the fact that Jacob and Esau were twins.
Okay, let's look at it.
Okay, show me where it says they were twins. Give me a Bible verse, dude. Like for real.
No, I'm not here to fight with nobody. I'm just, you give me a little bit of time. I've done this before to where I've had a conversation that took like 2 hours and it was only about over a sentence.
With Justin?
Let's see. Okay, so it says this in Genesis.
Was that with Justin?
No, ma'am. I have never been here before, and I appreciate you allowing me to just talk.
I'm not here. I'm talking on another channel. I think I feel like I recognize your name.
No, I don't. I've only been on like
Deconstruction Zone.
Deconstruction Zone. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. Okay, so Genesis 25:24, and it says, "And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, there were twins in her womb. The first came out all red," okay, all over like a hairy garment. They called his name Esau. And after that came out his brother, and his hand took a hold of Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. So I'm not trying to.
Were they really twins?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be combative, but like I said, is like when you hear somebody who knows what they're speaking, they speak like it's like the idea that Christ, when he came across Pharisees, they all argued with him. But when he came across the people that were listening for the word of God, they were amazed at what he had to say because he did not talk like anybody. I believe that the Holy Spirit is now pouring out his spirit on people who want to love, not be religious, because that's who he's choosing, is people who choose love over taking. That takes a lot of the religious people out of it. So it's a better, and like I said, it's kind of hard because I try not to say Christian too loud, because many people take offense to Christians because they've done things wrong. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Were they? I'm sorry. Have you been oppressed because of your Christianity?
No, but I've had a lot of backlash. Like I've heard people say some real negative things about Christians because there's been a lot of Christians that they mean well, but they don't do well in some instances. And what it does is it causes more problems because now you're giving somebody something to label you as. It's like haters and, like stuff like that. And it's like, no, we're just, if you understand who and what he's saying, it isn't complicated.
Yeah, like 20 years ago, like when they said we gotta go to Iraq and go to war because they hate us for our freedom, and turns out it wasn't our freedom that made them hate us. It was our geopolitical meddling for decades.
And the world is at war with itself, and it's like the scriptures say that if you're of the world, it will accept you. If you're not of the world, it will reject you. If it hated him, it will hate you. This is how you can see when groups get together. There was this I went into this one chat, and it's I don't regret it, but here's how I would describe it. The scriptures say there's a den of like vipers. If that's relevant today, that is the yard stream where you could go into a place where people will bite at you with their mouths when you are not like them. That's a den of vipers. See it?
Your interpretations are wild, dude. But oh god, I just completely
no. If
forgot
I could
what I was
ask you,
gonna say.
if I could ask you for just a consideration, is you accused me of not knowing scripture.
Okay.
Do you
No, I said your interpretations were fucking wild.
No. I'm talking about Esau. You said that they weren't brothers, and you said that I didn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah, I was thinking that Hagar was his mother.
Yeah, but here's where we're at is the garment. If you realize,
take it, Peter, take it.
Oh, maybe he's in the background. It's like the idea of the garment is throughout all of the scriptures. It starts with.
Oh, he was saying goodbye. Okay, my bad. Keep going. I'm
okay. So like Adam and Eve, they lost a light. Okay, so this light was spoke of when in the beginning, the Father said, "Let there be light." Now, if Adam and Eve lost light because of disobedience, in Christ coming as a fruit of his own kind in the tree of knowledge, giving the tree of life, is when you take of his fruit, you die to yourself and you produce more life. That is the Christian walk detailed in scripture that people miss. And I don't know if that made any sense, but if we were to slow it,
No, you think that God said, "Let there be light" after He made Adam and Eve?
no. He says, "Let there be light," and there was light. He divided the light from the darkness, and then he says, "You are children of the
Wait.
day, not the night. Be children of the light, not the darkness." See, everything is real cohesive
Okay.
in the spirit because one spirit is the author of all the word that's put together. But you have a loving father that doesn't want to take the credit and have you look at him as he is the everything to look at. He gives it to regular men he trusts and puts faith in them, and they bring you the word and says you do the same like they did.
He wants to be loved, but He created us to love Him, except for all the people that don't. And why? Also, how?
Is that for
a
me?
little bit of when? Huh? Yeah, because you keep saying that he wants to be loved. He wants us to love him. And
No. I think it's more like he wants you to understand what giving love and not receiving it is. He wants you to be able to understand his position. Like when you love somebody and they don't love you back, you're taking a position that the Father sees all the time.
why would God need that from us?
Well, you can appreciate it's like the idea if you love your brothers and sisters with all of your heart and you have one understanding in your mind that your father loves them and it's going to hurt him if he loses them to a judgment where they will have to depart from him. Now the scriptures say, "Depart from me, I never knew you." So that's going to happen.
Why
Now-
is this my problem?
No.
I didn't ask to be here. I didn't ask to be created. I certainly didn't, go out of my way to hurt anybody or their feelings. Why am I being held responsible for all this?
Well, there's not a responsibility that you're being held to as much as it is you have a choice to say, if there's a God that made everything, do you want to really be against him? Now, my
You did
point of
talk about burning in hellfire, so I mean,
I didn't talk about hellfire, but what I did say was like,
oh, that wasn't you. Was that Ita before you? Because I don't think he mentioned hell, to be honest. And also, what camp are you in? Are you in the lake of fire, eternal torture, or just separation from God?
I would say,
or do you think hell's even like an actual place or whatever?
I think spiritually, we can understand hell is at our lowest moment when we felt alone is something we never want to feel. But I think if we look at the wrong things, we're going to miss what the word is trying to bless us with. Is he wants us to speak life. What that kind of pride looks like is we don't look to going, hey, you're going to burn in hell. It's
hold on a second, Jay. You gotta mute, dude. The sirens are okay.
Yeah. So I would say, hell is not good, but let's not worry about that. Let's look at what is your possibility, which is to be blessed and to become a son or daughter to a maker of all things. Well, that sounds like a good position, but what is his position? He says, I want you to learn what love is and to give love. You will be, it's going to be tough. They're going to reject you, but just love. Well, his standpoint is pure. I can't find a fault with somebody saying, go love somebody and don't worry if they want to take advantage of you. Pray for them. People make the Father sound like he's a God that says, get on your knees and bow down When I read the
He
scripture, I
doesn't?
look at it. No, I look at a father saying, "Stay out of the street. You're about to get hit by a car."
When he gave Moses the commandments, what are the first three?
Okay, so love him with all your heart. What does that look like? He says, "Go love your neighbor."
I didn't need to know what it looks like. I just asked what it was. What are the first three? What are 2 and
Okay.
3?
Well, you don't want to have images that confuse you, and you want to keep him at the center of your heart.
Well, the first one feeds his ego, right? So
No. There's no ego.
What are number 2 and 3 feeding? Okay,
Hold
his narcissism. Fine.
Hold on. Do you love yourself? Do you wish bad on yourself?
We
Then
can
you're a
go with
narcissist.
narcissism.
Now,
Me? Absolutely, I am.
okay. Now, do you have children? I don't mean to be prying too far, but do you
Yes,
have like
I do.
Okay, so would you wish bad on your children at any point for just for fun? Now you have the heart of God. You don't wish
When did
bad.
anybody say we're doing this for fun?
No, you said he was narcissistic. Narcissistic means that he's gaining something from your disobedience. He gets nothing from it, but he gives love.
Doesn't mean it has to be fun. But
Well, life
you
isn't really
gotta have
fun.
a reason, right? I didn't say he did it just for kicks.
Well, you said he's narcissistic, which means that there's something that's behind his
Right.
motives. And if I said his motives are pure, he wants a loving family, you could agree to that because you want your children to love you, come over.
Why does he have
say hi.
motives at all?
Hold on. You would like your children to call you, to love you, to see if you're good, even if you don't need anything because it shows a warm heart. That's not narcissistic.
You don't. First of all, no.
You don't want your kids to treat you good. Are you kidding me? You don't care at all how your kids
I
act. Quit it.
don't think that what I want is their responsibility at all.
No, but you have a desire.
There are no consequences for my kids doing that. Let's say one of them just decided not to speak to me. All right, cool.
Yeah, and you can do nothing about it, but is that your wish? Say it's not.
It doesn't matter whether
It's
it's a
not
wish
your
or not.
wish. You want your
Am
children
I
to love you.
am I omnipotent? Do I
No,
have the
are
power
you-
to
are
make
you-
all of this the way I want it?
No.
with the
Are
snap
you
of a
evil?
finger?
Are you evil? Do
Then-
you want bad for your children? And if you can say you do,
I
then
created
you
evil. I did that shit. I
No.
created evil.
No, but you
Mhm.
don't wish bad. for your
Everything
children.
in the world that's evil, that's my bad. I mean, my good. I mean, I guess I get to determine what it means because I invented it.
Yeah, see, but that's what's wrong is
And
you're coming up with your
I
own
like
way
that.
of thought. And the scriptures say that there's a better way.
Wow, really? An
Our way.
apologist telling me I don't know how to read the Bible because I got the wrong end of the stick?
No. I'm saying that the
Wow.
spirit man cannot understand or help the carnal man see unless they want to understand. So when I describe things that are in scripture, some people that know a lot of scripture, they know it's there, they
That was
know it
beyond
could
words
mean it, but
salad.
they fight against it.
Why wouldn't they fight against it? Why? Where
they-
are we getting all this from?
Well, the scriptures say, be of one mind, one body, one spirit. So when you see
And-
somebody who chooses
Wait,
their
time
belief
out,
system,
real quick. Are we talking about is he the triomni God we're talking about? All powerful, all knowing, all good, loving. Yeah, that guy.
well, if you want to put him in a box, I would just say a loving father, like you're a loving mother that just wants kids that hopefully are doing good.
I'm
it's the
not
same
putting
situation.
anybody in any boxes. I'm
Well, you just
just
said
trying
all
to
knowing.
clarify.
Well,
I'm
he's not.
asking you. I'm just asking you. I just want to know what kind of understanding you have of this character. That's all.
Yeah, the best way I could describe it is if you are a parent and you do love your children, that's the position I want you to take when you read scripture of who you're looking to. Is if you would hurt your own dog, you're not the right kind of person. But if you love your own animal and you would hurt somebody over hurting it, you have the
That's
right
a
outlet.
conditional response.
No, 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 no.
Not what I asked you at all.
It's a hard issue of saying if you can understand love, you can understand scripture. Some people don't understand love and they don't understand scripture. It's
not
the
a
idea.
heart issue. It is an ear issue because I need you to hear what I asked you, and then it's going to be a vocal cord issue because I need you to tell me the answer to what I asked you. So let's go back to this. Can you please describe, in your understanding,
I'm going to tell you the love story about a father or a mother to put
I
it in
don't
your
need a love story. I really don't. I'm
No,
not
that's my
that kind of
description.
girl. But what I need is for you to tell me about the properties that you believe this character holds.
Okay.
Is he omni anything? How about that? Does he have any omni properties?
Okay, so my description of when we
That
read
is a yes or
scripture.
no question.
No, you asked me for a description. You literally asked me to tell you about him. So here's what I would say is there is something that is justice
about his character.
I understand. He's all knowing you and everything you're doing, good or bad, and there's no reason to hide. He's all loving and is not looking to condemn anybody and is hoping for good.
Benevolent.
He's not in control of making you good. He wants you to develop who you are, is the way I see him.
So omnipotent then? Powerful? All powerful?
Yeah, I would say he's everywhere. He knows everything. So omni completely.
Omnipresent? He's like
ever present.
He's like a quad omni god. Oh, even he's a pent up omni god. Okay, cool. Because that was 5 omnis. Did you catch that?
And I would caution the only thing I would caution is that I'm not trying to stir up any kind of controversy, but classifying me into categories is not something I would wish anybody would do. But just inspect that my only thing that I'm trying to convey is love. If you look at scriptures,
I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to classify you at all.
Well, no, it's beyond me.
Which
it's
category
not
did
me.
I? What label did I put on you that you're rejecting here? So I can be specific when I, get down on my knees and beg for forgiveness again.
No. I was saying from my point of view, I wouldn't put a classification like that, because if he wants to teach you a lesson, he's becoming like a father that's going to discipline, is not the same thing as somebody hoping you're coming home, like the prodigal son. He wants you to realize you're alive when you're with him, and when you're apart from him, you're not. But it's like the idea that in your flesh, you can be 100% right and 100% wrong. Here's how the Father would describe it, is if somebody decided to break into your place and you decide to do away with them. In the flesh, you're right. Nobody should come into your place and try to do anything that you didn't say. But in the spirit realm, if that person did not know the Father and you just put them to judgment and they will never have a chance of doing it, is the spirit realm that most people cannot understand. Does that make sense?
No, it does not.
And I agree. It's because you said you call yourself an atheist, but I think you're not. I think you have a lot of faith in things, but if you concentrate it and say, if there's somebody who made anything,
things.
What's that?
I have faith in things.
Well,
and that makes me a not atheist.
Well, I know you have faith in things.
You care to, but that's what you said, literally.
No, I said I know you have faith in things. Everybody does have faith in something.
Right.
It's like this. Okay, so I'll ask you this.
You said
right, and I'll show you how you don't see some things that I see. I would say we live in a world where it's all smoke and mirrors. The smoke and mirrors is that there's this there's a
belief,
system,
right?
What's
Is that
that?
what we're talking about?
No,
Faith
no,
is just belief, correct?
No, I'm trying to describe something to you.
Belief with no justification.
No, I'm trying to describe something to you. Just try to track with what I'm saying. Is I think people believe they live in this world and they're going up and getting a job and going to work, and they work at a computer just like you're sitting in front of, something device. But the Bible says that there's a destruction coming to the hammer of the earth in 1 hour. If their electrical system is taken down, everything you thought you knew life was is a lie. You will not be getting up for work tomorrow. You will not get on a phone or a computer if there is no electronics, because they're all fried. Your way of life is completely foreign to anything you've ever known. And all it took was the power to turn off. We live in a lie, just like you have faith in something. But you know what? As soon as the power goes off, you will see reality that you've never seen before. Does that make sense?
That since I have electricity and I believe it's going to come back on after the storm, that means I can't possibly be an atheist. Did I get that right?
No, and I agree. If you're not trying to understand what my heart is, you're not going to hear me. What I'm just trying to say is, love.
Those were literally your words, dude.
Well, you just threw some words at me that I said. That's not any intent I had. I was saying your way of life is fictitious because all it takes is an EMP and you will never have power again. That's what I said. So I didn't throw words at you. I said your way of life can change right now. If a bomb was to go off and it was nuclear,
how does any of that have
change
anything to do with faith? And
no, I was describing something that you could see now, but you can't see in the spirit realm. The Bible says that the carnal man cannot understand the things of the spirit. So all I can do is describe something to you. Like if you turned your power off, you're not worried about anything except food and water, which you've never had to worry about. Your way of life is completely different, and all it took is one thing to change. You think you're living in a life where you're safe and you're going to have warmth and there's going to be electricity. I caution you to read scripture, because if that ever changed, you probably should have took it more serious. It's just a life you do not realize is there. It's relevant, but because you don't want to see it, you don't believe it's there.
that's a lot. That's a lot of bullshit. It really is. And I'll tell you what. First of all,
okay,
you don't know anything about me at all, but
no. I was talking in general.
You made a lot of assumptions there, and I don't think you're attacking me at all. I think you're spinning a web of bullshit. But I mean, hey, you know,
Yeah, some people said.
gotta get-
you know,
everyone got to be good at something, and you know, this seems to be your gift. So I mean, cool. If you got it, use it. I have no
yeah,
problem with that.
and here's where you
But-
can find in scripture where everything I'm saying is relevant. He says, "Come out of the world." He talks about come out of Egypt for his people and come out of spiritual Egypt. What he's saying is don't look like the world, don't act like the world. Well, everything you know is the world. So what is something that you don't see every day? I all I can say is
Where does he say to come out of spiritual Egypt? Sorry, just curious.
Well, that's okay. I don't really think you're intent on finding truth.
That's a new one for me.
Okay, well, hold on.
Well, I mean, I've just. You know.
Well, it's okay. You didn't believe in the twins.
Yeah, I completely got that one wrong. That's all. I'm not like the Bible expert on this channel, so
Okay, so if you go to
I'm not really
Revelation,
an anything expert. I'm a complete fucking idiot.
no. You're just misinformed as everybody is to truth. You don't want to be against truth. You just don't have faith that you've seen it yet. When I describe that your ability to desire loving children, it sets in your heart. You can say whatever you want, but in your heart, you know the truth, and you realize that's a spiritual issue. And if I said that that's the Father and Scripture's point of view is that alone, all of the Scriptures will now make sense to you, and you will no longer claim that there's not anybody out there, because when you fall in love with His Word, He tells you things that you could not possibly understand, will grow you in a way to know things that you've had it wrong. It's amazing when you sit there and go, I had no idea I was blind. That's the miracle, is when you can see something that in the Scriptures, that's the whole idea. When He walked around and did miracles,
I definitely had that experience.
Well, good.
Like I was like, oh wow, I was blind. And then I read the actual Bible and the actual Book of Mormon, and turns out I was absolutely amazed when I actually finally read it all and realized that I've been conned my whole life.
Yeah. You know, some
And
people
I just swallowed it all, took it on faith.
Yeah, and the problem probably might
Mhm.
be that you've never heard the truth. You've only took your assumption, which could be wrong. And it's kind of like I've heard people say that, how do you justify slavery?
You know.
And then I was like, well, what do you mean about slavery? And they're like, well, some people have a problem with slavery, and it's in the Bible. So how do you say
What do you
anything about
mean?
it? And the way I describe slavery is I want to be.
Do you justify it?
Do you want me to keep going, or?
No, I just said that's wild. How do you justify it?
Okay, so
And
here's
then I
what
said, or do you justify it? I mean,
okay. Here's what I would say to somebody going, how can you serve a God who believes in slavery? And this is what I say is I freely call myself a slave to somebody who says, I will feed you. I will give you everything you need. If you trust in me, let me be the one. See, we look at slavery in the wrong point of view. Is like, if you wanted to put your flesh into slavery, that makes good sense, is because your flesh wants you to go get drunk and possibly kill somebody. Your flesh wants you to go do something that can get you hurt. But if you can control your flesh, you're a slave master. Please don't tell me that slavery is wrong. It's how we look at things that gives us a bad taste in our mouth, and is why we don't see truth, is because nobody's explained to us what the heart should see. We want to be a slave to anybody who would take care of us when it's not in our control. We don't want to be a slave to somebody who abuses us.
Oh, I get it. You don't actually know what slave means. That's got to be it.
Well, no,
But
you want
just
to
said that
enslave your flesh.
you
Let's
just
say
said that you can go from being a slave to being a slave master just by believing. That's
no,
what
no.
you like legit just said to me.
No. You missed what I said. What I said was your flesh is something you can rule like
No,
a
before
slave
that.
master. No.
Before that, when you
I
said that if you believe, then you become the slave master. You said that. I mean,
Yes.
we could go back and look at it, but those were your words.
What I said is when you can master
Chat, were those his words?
when you can master your flesh, your decision making that makes bad decisions, and I don't know, what stage of life you're at, but there was times where I know when I go out the door, I was going to do something that could possibly get me in trouble. And I know if I was to fight me from going out that door, I was saving myself possibly from a bad night. But my willingness to risk it to have a good night always overruled. Now, if there's people out there that decide to drink too much and they get caught too many times, their risk level starts increasing. What they start weighing out is it worth my life? When you can sit there and go, I don't belong doing that because I'm about to change my life for the worst, you are enslaving your flesh. You're enslaving your free ability to make bad choices. Enslaving. You're enslaving your fleshly desire to
That
a
is not
master.
what that is not the definition of slavery.
No. You're missing
it's
that
not.
the spirit realm works like this: is you may not understand it, but it doesn't mean it's not true. It's like you won't hurt your children. Well, what if you're so hungry there's nothing to eat? The animal kingdom thinks it's okay to eat your young, but you would never do it. You would die before you did anything to your children because the spiritual significance is beyond what you think it is.
So
okay, so the Bible says
how would that possibly make me want to hurt my children?
No, the Bible says there's a ways that you think are right that lead to death. But there's one way that will lead just to life, and it's not your way. It's just a choice you're confronted with. If you want to, be well. I want to help you. And anybody who wants to love what was wrote, that's my position, is stop listening to anybody tell you anything it says. That was the first story in the Bible. Is
you mean like you've been doing for the last
yeah, absolutely. In one aspect is I could be screwing your mind up and making you worse, or I know what I'm saying and you hear the goodness. One of two things are happening. I'm either saying something that is completely bad and I would never do it, or hey, he's talking about love, it's at least it isn't awful. I don't know what your position is, but I know you can seek the truth and find him. That's all I'm asking you to do.
I don't think you're capable of fucking me up. I really don't. So, I mean, we're good there. I think you put in a lot of flowery words when something makes you uncomfortable to talk about, but then why would you do it? Why would you do it with slavery? Because you're the one that brought slavery up. I didn't even say the word.
No, I did.
I
And I'll say it again.
I didn't even imply it or hint at it or even,
Well,
and you're the one that brought up slavery.
yeah, and I'll
And
do
now
it
you're
again
trying
and
to
again.
tell me, and now you're actually trying to tell me that slavery doesn't mean what it means.
Exactly. Yeah. And I'm telling you, on a spiritual level, there's things that you won't understand that are true. It's like the idea I should not hurt anybody trying to come into my place, because if I do, and they have to leave here and they get judged unrighteous and they are departing from my Father, I made that happen, is a spiritual significance most people can understand to some extent. But if you don't, you don't. I'm just saying, maybe you've heard the wrong things. And maybe when you read the scripture, it says this is when you hear the word, faith grows. Most people read to themselves. So I'm saying, if you can just take time and go to James and just let your ears hear what is in there, I guarantee you, you will see something different today. But you have to be willing to go, if there's a truth out there, I don't want to deny it. That's all you have to do.
Or not. I mean, what am I supposed to hear that's so different? Exactly.
Well, I don't mean to direct everything at you. I'm saying, like, anybody who's kind of like has
You're just preaching.
No. I'm saying anybody
That makes
no,
more
no,
sense.
no. Anybody who has the option of a choice should realize it. If you've been lied to your whole life, the scripture says it. It says, my flock has been led astray. It doesn't say some of it, parts of it. He says, my flock has been led by the blind and wolves. It doesn't give another option. So you have to assume you have heard the worst. You have heard nothing but lies. And then when you look at scripture, he says it. He says, there is coming a time where they will say, we have inherited nothing but lies from our forefather. That means nobody knows the heart of the Father, because nobody asks him, what is it? They go to a place and get people to tell them what it says. That is 99.999% of everybody. And the other percent is the ones who decide to look at why it says it so they could argue with
You mean
somebody.
the other 10th?
No, I get it. The other percentile is those who want to dig into scripture so they can argue about it, so they can prove how you don't know something, how you got it wrong. They have a reason, and nobody goes to scripture to go, tell me whatever it is you want. Everybody is taking, nobody's giving. And that's why
I absolutely have not done that to you. Not
no.
once.
When I'm saying, when you read the scriptures, I'm sure you.
In fact, I was wrong about something, and what did I say when you pointed it out?
Did you say sorry?
Hmm?
No, you told me why you did it, and it's.
I
like said,
fucking owned it.
Yeah. And all I'm saying is, I'm not coming from.
And I did not say sorry,
position.
because I'm not sorry.
No,
But,
and I'm not asking
I
you
mean,
for. I apologize for even
you
saying
called me
it.
out. I owned my fucking mistake, and we moved on. And you know how much that hurt me?
No.
Not at all.
Yeah, no. But I appreciate the fact that you weren't like, hey, I say whatever I want and I don't care, because that attitude is really hard to listen to. And some people get it when they have to, but some people naturally have it, and it's like that's where you go, that's the world. Or you have somebody like, your sons and daughters that they're trying to be respectful probably at most times, or maybe they're not, but you hope they will be. Your hope is not, I hope you're coming over to fight. Your hope is, I hope we're going to get along this time. Hope is spiritual, and you know spiritual.
Yeah.
Oh, you do. Don't tell me you don't hope. You hope for good. You hope.
But hope, I'm saying hope is not spiritual.
It is. Name one. Name
Alright.
one way you can describe hope in the animal kingdom. There is no hope. Hope is a belief. That's what I'm telling you. You
What are you
have
talking
belief.
about?
Hope is
You
a
don't
belief.
you don't think that just because we can't understand them doesn't mean that, you know, your dog isn't hoping that you fucking come home from work that day.
No, he takes it moment by moment. When you do, it's on in love. When you don't, he's sitting there anticipating that
No,
his pack is
that's
missing.
goldfish. Isn't that
Well, no,
gold?
no, no. I'm trying not to
That's
argue. I
goldfish,
apologize if I
right?
said it wrong.
Chat, is it goldfish? I mean, moment by moment.
For a dog, it
Pretty sure
is.
that's pretty sure that's goldfish.
No, no,
Nah,
no. I was
dog,
going to say
the
I've seen a
dog
dog get hurt, and it goes back to trying to play the next moment. It doesn't sit there
Dogs
and go,
only have a
"Man,
1 second memory because I thought
no."
that was goldfish.
It lives for
Yeah,
what it is,
that's
what's
not true.
happening now.
Nah, that's the dogs miss their owners. Like you could be away from your dog, and your
Oh,
dog will
anxiety.
act different.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
like,
Well, they're missing part of their pack. They know something is wrong.
no,
They're
but
not.
they know, and they miss that. And to miss something is to have that sense too. You know, like to miss something is also that. Like it's akin to the stuff you saying.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
It's more towards instinct than it is like a feeling of like going,
but they
well, I
know
hope
who
when he
you
comes
are.
home, he's going to pet
Yeah,
me.
you know what?
They
Time out
know
real
who
fast. I
you are.
hate to do this in the middle of a conversation because I'm getting into this, but I have to use the restroom. So will you talk to Jay for just 2 minutes, please?
Oh, absolutely. Hey,
Okay.
Jay, how are you doing, man?
Chilling, man. Just chilling.
Yeah,
It's all
so
good.
like you sound like you're more open-minded to the fact that hey, if there is reality, we just, we're just looking for it. And I'm not pointing anybody to do anything except say there's an option that I find is true. And I think most people make it into religious things like, hey, is it Mary? Is she a virgin? Is there, who do you believe in and who's the fathers? And, they get into stuff that the scripture says, don't do it. It says, keep it simple.
That's the
It's
thing,
a,
right?
yeah.
Scripture is one of those things, man, that it's not simple, you know. So
Well, it
when
can. It's as simple as you want it to be, but it's as deep as beyond you could ever think it is. Did you realize, man, like in the King James version, man, this is one thing that I don't tell a lot of people, but I think the King James version is like supernatural because I found equidistance letter sequencing as a code in it. That has to be correct. There's no way you could put information by chance in anything. I've tried to do that with every translation I can get my hands on. No other book does it. And it does it in the original language and the King James only. It's amazing what you can find for truth, but you have to call it faith.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You see, that's already in Genesis. There's a lot of things that weren't scientifically accurate. Like science is the only way you could reach truth claims. You know, that's where the deists go wrong 10 out of 10 times in my book. You know what I'm saying? Like,
can I ask you a question? It's like, let's say electricity and technology is the deception. Now, one thing people haven't realized is if everybody's cell phone decided to say that something was happening and it wasn't, is that possible? And it is. They could lie to you and put it on everybody's device and nobody would see it's not true.
No, it's not. A cell phone is just a device and it processes signals that's input into it like anything else, like any other device. So anything that's processed in that is something that was uploaded somehow by a person. Like, like that's just
artificial.
How it transmit signals. So it's not the cell phone telling you anything. The cell phone isn't doing anything.
No. Right. What I was describing is like if you were watching your just like act like we're in a movie. We're watching a TV, but somebody decides to play a generated artificial movie Could they do it? Yes, they could. They could project anything on any electrical device that they want right now and make it look like it's real reality, and it could be a lie. It is already a faultable system that people trust with all of their heart. I mean, people will stick close to their phones.
So what you're saying is because a person could play a movie that qualifies as that. We know movies and how they're made. It's not like it's a device that's actively on its own, using its own consciousness to like try to deceive people. Like it's just a device that plays things that were made by people, websites, information, data, processing, you know, like that. That's all this does. It's not that deep when it comes to machinery. Machinery is just that technology. It's machinery. It doesn't have thoughts or feelings. It just processes things. Even AI has to rely on its code that it was written with. You can't just come up with stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Like technologies.
Okay, so look at the spiritual significance that maybe you've never seen before is the idea that right now there was a guy who was arrested and spent 72 hours locked up because he made a post. I think it was on, FB or, it was something that he did on social media. They didn't like it. They put him in jail, and then they had to pay him 800,000+ because, and they took the people's money to do it. Now, the spiritual significance is you are using a device that is being scrutinized for who and what you are saying and why you're doing it.
Hold on, what happened? I'm not clear about what you just broke down. You said what? A guy did what and got?
There was a guy who made a post on something social, and they put him in jail for it.
Okay,
and it's so okay, so do you live in a reality where you can go, I have an opinion, and you deserve to be put in a box for days away from your family? That makes no sense.
Here's the thing: the phone didn't put him in jail. His comments did. His comments could have put him in jail if he made that comment anywhere else. So, and there's places in the world where that comment probably wouldn't put him in jail. That goes according to the laws and something outside of technology. That got nothing to do with the phone or the tech. You understand what I'm saying? The tech is neutral. How you use it is different. It's like the gun. The gun didn't kill you. The person who pulled the trigger in your direction did.
No. What I'm trying to get you, see, I think you're taking me wrong. I'm not trying to make an argument. I'm trying to expose an alternate reality that people live in, but maybe they could see beyond it. The idea that the technology is something we rely on. It powers our water, our lives. If the power was to be shut off, especially in the wintertime, people would die for sure.
Yeah, it'll be more of the way it was before. It'll be more primitive like it was back in the day before technology, right? Technology came along and made life better. The scientists that I speak of came along and did the science and blessed everybody, right? Because you now live a better life on this earth because of the scientists. You personally.
No, hold on. Right? No. But what I'm trying to expose is the same way you can utilize technology for your benefit is the spirit realm when you do it his way. There is a way that doesn't, like, if you were to explain to an Aborigine that has never seen anything, or like, they would not understand what you're talking about. You mean you can look at something that you made and it shows you something from somebody else in the world? That sounds outrageous to go back into time. Let's say you went back like 200 years and you told people, I'm going to hold something in my hand that can tell me anything I want to know. And it can show me people who are in China. They would say you're a witchcraft, right? But it's true. So what I'm telling you is the spirit realm is when you love people and you find there's a blessing there, that's your Google opposing.
Nah, that's not. That's the thing. That's where you go wrong. You
Google
see, like
is Google.
You're making a fact claim there. Like that's where you're going wrong, right? Science doesn't give you the data, the formula, the metric, the peer-reviewed mechanisms to reach that conclusion. Like you're doing that off of your faith, right? But you're
no. Okay, so
about it like a fact.
No. Okay, so what I'm trying to describe, I think you're just missing what I'm describing is you can use technology and it works for you because you know how to do it. I'm saying the spirit realm and the spiritual is the same thing. It's a technology that's not like the phone, but it's still a system that can be used for beneficial reasons.
You suppose.
No. I know how to use it. I use it.
You suppose.
We mock it and call it magic because we don't understand it. Is that it?
Yeah. Do you understand how electricity is made? Do you understand how a magnet works? There's your magnet. There's your magic.
Electricity is made.
You don't understand how
generated.
Magnets are.
When you, by the way, when you're done with this, I would like to go back to the ELS thing.
Magnets are natural, man. Like it's gravity.
No, they're not.
The 90s in the army.
Magnets are not natural. They're formed under pressure, and the only way to make a strong magnet has to be man-made.
About that code breaking shit.
I'm not a physicist. There's people that are better suited to like break this down.
No. This isn't about an argument. It's
right?
just
It's not about an argument. I'm telling you that the stuff that you're asserting and the criteria you're using to assert it, which is your book, you understand what I'm saying? It's not a valid assertion to make as a fact claim because there is no fact there. Like down to the creation story in Genesis. You see what I'm saying? That was off. Science disproved that.
Okay, so if I was to say that there's seashells on top of mountains, that makes no sense, but it's true. It's the same thing as I say, like
it does make sense.
Hold on. I was gonna say, like, if you took the normal man and you gave him an island, I guarantee you within a couple of years, he's not going to have a cell phone and calling people because we do not understand the way the processing chips. Have you ever seen how they're made? That is super. That is something that is beyond human. You're talking about atomizing.
Humans made them.
What are you talking about?
No. I'm trying to describe something. I don't mean to go off. Okay, so let me make a statement. I'm saying the normal person does not understand how electricity works, how amperage works, or how to generate it. And you can't do it with just a field and a shovel.
Yet they do.
You have to have technology to produce technology. Is the same thing I'm saying, like in the spirit realm, when we were talking about, is he omnipresent? Well, can you find any answer you want right now in your hand? You can. It's how you perceive life is your information on how things work. The spirit realm is there, and I could show you how it does things. Like you could show me how Google works.
No,
you can show me how you can show me how you can call people.
That's a hell of a claim. You can tell me how spirituality works.
That doesn't work, man. Like that's
like
your own.
You said
assertion.
you can tell us about it all day.
That's
can
your own.
You show
assertion.
us one? Just one, maybe.
Yeah, you want one spiritual what? What do you? Did you want one?
I don't know what were you were you saying? You could explain to us. You said you could.
Right.
You told us. You tell us how magic works, and I'm so down with that.
Okay, so here's how magic.
I want to learn how magic works. Can you show me how magic works?
Yeah,
please?
Yeah. So the idea of magic is something that shouldn't be, and it tricks you. That's mostly what magic is a trick. Now, what I'm talking about is a reality that you don't realize, like magnetism is a process that was developed to make it. Now, everybody knows what a magnet can do. It sticks to like ferrous metals. Nobody understands why it does it and how it does it, but they know it does it. That's the same thing that I'm telling you. Like when you pray and you love, it does something. You just don't know how it does it, but you don't even play with it. You analyze it from afar going, it's sticking to the refrigerator. I see it. And then you're going, but it's wrong because it's not doing anything. It could have been there. It could be glue, and you don't know how things work.
Well, I mean, I started talking to this one guy, and he said he could tell me how magic works, but then he started with the magnets. How do they work? And it's not what I asked him for.
Yeah, no.
So,
What I told you was a magic.
I'm
is a deception.
disappointed now.
Yeah, I know. Well, I told you magic is disappointing, but the reality is what you want to deny, or you're going to look for it. It's not what you're.
Not the magic. It's the you teased me with the I can explain it all day, and like you can't even explain one magic to me.
I know. Well, you know what?
Can you explain one magic to me?
Okay, so here's a magic trick. This word says that there's people who are carnal that cannot understand the things of the spirit, and I cannot pull that out of my hat. I'm sorry.
But you said you could. You said you could do it all day.
Well, I thought you were more open to it, and then you would have been like, "Oh, I see it. That we're supposed to be loving and trying
I'm
to find a
totally
loving
open
family."
to it. Are you kidding me? Someone telling me how magic works? I like that would be so amazing.
That's where you go wrong. You see,
Like,
trying
I'm
to make fat
serious.
claims. You trying to make fat claims and you can't. And that's where you go wrong. You're now what you're doing is playing against your own plight, because it'll make a person who's listening be like, oh, he just claimed this and now he can't do this and now he's saying this, and now it'll make them probably stray away. You get what I'm saying? Instead of believing more. You get what I mean?
Right.
You gotta be honest and say you don't know. This is your belief. You're supposing this. This is what you think. You understand what I'm saying?
So I hear what you're saying, but what I would say is if you would be able to walk with me for a day, you would see exactly things you've never seen before. Just like people who've never seen a cell phone, it could do things that they've never even thought of.
I've heard that.
There'd be like 3 or 4 magics.
Everybody says that.
Yeah, so it's not that I'm trying
says
to say that I'm not special in any way, shape, or form. What
Everybody
happened is
says
that I took a word serious, and he says, if you want to seek me, you will find me. And I know he's really there because I did. Now, I know people who claim they did and they didn't, but they believe they do. So I'm not faulting you for not questioning who you're listening to. I'm just saying, if you have an ability to open your mind and say, if there is a truth that can help you or it can hurt you, open your ears and mind to, if it's really there.
I'm open to that. You're so used to telling people that you don't see that. I'm open to that, and I'm still, despite being open to that, telling you that's still just your assertion.
Jay,
and you're
Jay's
not.
not an atheist, by the way.
That's what I'm saying. I believe in God. I
not
just
on
don't
my
know if like I used to kick that book too. You understand? Until I realized that there's actual scientific data out there, metric that we could use and we could peer review and look into. And this is real stuff that we use to make the technology you're talking about right now. So if we can't validate it in one regard and talk about the cell phones and all the stuff that comes about it, but then disregard the other stuff that goes against your book. You can't just conveniently use parts of science that, you know what I'm saying, just fit your plight.
Okay,
Scientific metric goes against the stuff that was revealed in the book, and there was no way for the people back then who wrote that book to know the things that science revealed later. They had no idea about the
dimensionality.
Paleozoic. No, listen, they had no idea about the Paleozoic era. That's why they had to speak about maybe a behemoth or two, maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 or 4, but they can't talk about the billions of years that dinosaurs roamed the earth, because they didn't have no way to find that out. They didn't have the tools that we use to find that out eons later, ages later.
Can I ask you a question?
They went with their limited understanding. I got
Hold-
you.
hold on.
I just want to land the
Jay.
plane. Now I got you.
Jay.
I just
I
wanna-
have one question just for you, and it's real specific. Is it possible you've been lied to?
No, it's possible you've been lied to.
So it's not possible you're wrong in any way,
No,
shape, or
it's not
form about
possible that
trying.
I'm wrong in any way, shape, or form.
It's
Science
not-
has confirmed that.
Okay, so we're saying millions and billions of years. Do you realize the salinity level of the oceans that are changing? This Earth can only be so old. That's what. Hold on. Let me say one thing, because I'm not trying to get into this logistic. I'm
Are
saying
you a
that
young Earth creationist?
okay, I am trying to just stick on one topic: is can we love and find out a truth?
Okay.
And it's not about magic. It's not about anything, because if you were to say that this Earth is 6,000 years old, I don't think you could disprove it, because I have one fact that nobody's been able to
disprove. Is that what you believe?
Well, hold on. Let me ask you. Here's a fact that I've had anybody, when they hear it, they have a problem with answering it. You realize that all reptiles never, ever stop growing as long as they're alive. If there was a time when the atmosphere...
Do I realize that? I don't realize that. I didn't know that.
Okay, so like big snakes are old. The only reason why they're big is because they're old. The bigger a turtle is, the older he is because they don't stop growing. Now, with something that doesn't stop growing, that means if you gave it 800, 1,000 years to be alive, I mean, snakes within 50 years, they go over 20. So what if you gave it 200 years? Would it be over 300, 400, like we have fossils of? Maybe, but it only takes hundreds of years to start going. Is it possible we're analyzing questions that mean nothing to us? Like, are dinosaurs even real? Who cares? Because right now, you're only confronted with is if you were to die right now, knowing if a dinosaur lived millions of years ago is a useless piece of trivia, like Jeopardy.
You're running from the point.
Why is it
That's the
useless?
thing. You're running from the point, Gretchen. Like, he's not understanding the point.
Yeah,
What I'm telling you
he's super
is
running.
what I'm saying is that it's science proved that, and your guy who wrote that book didn't have science. That's why he got the order of creation of the universe wrong. We know how solar systems form. We know how all of this happens now. It's not like back in the day of Moses where people couldn't read or write. You understand?
So here's an easy one that most people, if you were to ask them this and say, okay, I know some scientists, and I don't personally know them, but I did talk to one, and what he told me was, it's kind of hard to believe that the sun is traveling through the universe at over 1 million miles an hour. We're spinning at 25,000 miles an hour. But here's the thing, he says, if you took our star constellations per night, they could be shifting a little bit per night. If you gave the solar system 1,000 years to move at 1 million miles an hour, how come our star charts are all the same? Our constellations are no different than thousands of years ago, is a reason to go, let's not worry about what science says, because if science is lying to us, you have no way of knowing it. You don't know how to do carbon dating.
Relativity, man. You understand what I'm saying? We move at a certain, we part of our system, and there's other systems out there, and all of this stuff is moving at the same time. Nothing is still.
You think so?
No, it's not that I think so. This is how it is. Everything is in motion. We're constantly here on Earth in motion. Anything we look at up there that's quote unquote still is not still. You know why? Because we're moving.
No, it's like the northern star.
We're moving. You know what I'm saying? So that's moving too.
Well, no. I'm saying, like, if we want to get away from what we think we know, there's too much debate of going, it's too risky to say that they've carbon dated the same animal as being tens of thousands of years different in age. Well, there's no way that an animal can be tens of thousands of years younger than his front part, because his ass is 10,000 years older. There's flaws in the system, so you can go, what if we just get rid of not worrying about the things that don't matter?
You better off asking. Yeah, go ahead. My fault. Go ahead.
I was going to say, today matters in one thing is, I'm looking at you as a brother. I don't want to see you done any harm. And if I come from a genuine standpoint and I'm like, hey, just walk with me and talk with me a little bit. Let me expose to you something that I believe I have found. I believe I have found a love that was spoke about for thousands of years. And there's a system that connects the whole thing together like it's one letter. You could analyze that and say, hey man, thanks for looking out for me. Or you could go, I don't care to do it. The standpoint is the only thing I'm asking you to take is if you care.
That's not sincere right there. That's not sincere. It's kind of like accept what I'm saying, or you chose the wrong thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that. It's more objective than that. Like
is that the magic that you said you could explain? Is love? Is that the secret?
There's a world outside of your book.
Is that the big info?
That's it. If you heard love and you can love, that's there's nothing more I could say to complete your life. Is if you can be loving, you're there.
Listen to me, man. Love is something that you can't put love inside of a bottle. It's an emotion. It's how you feel. You understand? There's certain love that's not.
Yeah, that was my next question. I was going to ask him what exactly is love.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a tangible
Baby, don't hurt me.
It's an emotion, and it's something
How
that
do
people don't always do it right. People don't always love right. You understand what I'm saying? So not all forms of love, this essence called love is just gonna come around and just fix everything. It's not how it goes. Some people love evil things.
Like what?
They love evil things, you know?
No.
Can you define love?
Yeah, I would say the definition of true, honest love is to give, not to take. The idea that if you are exerting a loss to give somebody a benefit, there is love there. If it is, you're right. So the benefit is the love.
No, I don't need an example or an analogy. I really just like a definition.
Your man heard it. Jay heard it.
No. That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
That's a little weird.
Listen to what I'm trying to say is that's your opinion. You're infusing your opinion into the data. You understand? And that's where you again keep going wrong. Your own book, your very own book, the order of creation in that book, it was wrong. It produced nights and days before there was an actual earth. You understand what I'm saying? And then it produced the sun on day 4 when there was plants on day 3. And that just doesn't make no sense.
No, Jay.
It doesn't make sense.
What you okay? So if I was to tell you, in the beginning, the first thing that happens is the Father creates light and divides it from darkness. Now, in the New Testament, hold on, just see if you can hear something I'm saying. Now, in the New Testament, he says, you are children of the day. That means you are to live like you see where you're walking, where you're going, because there's a children of the night that cannot see. So you got in the beginning, he talks about night and day being separated and created. And then he says, you are children of the day, not the night.
That says nothing. That says nothing. You said absolutely nothing.
No, I'm not
All
doing
you
it.
did was convey a whole lot of emotion with that.
No.
Night and day. That
No. I haven't made my point yet. So if he says in the beginning, he makes light and darkness, and he says, I want you to be light apart from darkness. There's a message that you cannot look at it for what it says without somebody like the Spirit leading you to know the heart of a matter. It's like Christians don't say, hey, if you have kids, would you hurt your kid? That's how you look at the Father. They say he's a holy Father. Get down and worship. No, man.
I'm saying that says nothing. You're still saying
Nobody
nothing.
says that.
Nothing like that. I got nothing from that, man. I'm telling you about the order of creation in Genesis being wrong. You got into this thing about light and somewhere else. I'm telling you that it's not this fictional light, this quote unquote light that you're talking about. I'm not even going to say fictional, this theoretical light that you're talking about, quote unquote. It's not that one. It's the one from the sun. the actual sun that comes up and down every day, the one that's in our solar system, that sun right there is the one that we need for photosynthesis and abiogenesis and all that stuff to occur on the planet. It doesn't occur on the planet without that sun, without the light from that sun, not the other mythical light that came days before that sun up there was created. No, not the one that you're talking about, the one that's theoretical, that's possible. No, we need that one. You see what I'm saying? And that one didn't come until day 4. And guess what? The plants that need that sun to emerge in the first place, they came in day 3. How's that possible?
Yeah, no, I agree that you don't understand how it seems like it's out of order. But what I was trying to convey as a message, hold on. Day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, they are like the feast days. There are reasons for when things pop up and why he made them. It's like the idea of trees, and you are to be grafted into him is a symbolism. You're not an actual kind of tree, but you are. The Father wants you to think of trees and how they produce fruit.
You're seeing it wrong. The order of creation is wrong. It's making a claim and it got it blatantly wrong, not because it didn't think it was not getting it wrong, or it's doing assertions, or it's just analogous, or it's not a science book like the way they like to say. No, it's not like that. What they did was make a claim and they got it wrong because of the time frame. They were not around at this time. If they were around at this time, if they had any type of data from 2026 back then, if you could shoot Moses a cell phone, guess what? That the Bible will read differently. It would account for all of that, all the stuff that it would make his manipulation better, because that's what that was for, a power tool to control the people to this day. That's what it's doing. That's what it's doing to you.
Maybe
right now. It got you.
I think they would have just killed Moses and gotten on with the rest of the Bible.
I'm telling you that there's no way to verify anything you're saying. And at this point in time, all we could do is look at the words and take it for what they say. And what it's claiming is wrong. It's wrong. Everything about the order of creation is wrong. What it's doing is basically talking about a toddler, and it's telling you about stages of the toddler. But then after like stage 3 or 4, like let's say the toddler becomes like a little boy or son, a little girl, whatever, then it tells you about the birth of the toddler, as if the birth occurs at that point. It got the order wrong. The birth doesn't occur later on in the toddler's life. It occurs in the beginning of the toddler's life, right? That's important. If you're trying to factually tell me about a toddler's life, about life, right? You have to get the order right. And that's what it tried to do. It tried to tell you the order of creation, and it got it wrong blatantly.
Okay, so here's what I would think that what if you could look at it from a different point of view. Is it possible you could say, I have a lemon tree, right? Now, if I threw it in my closet, I bet you I could keep it in that closet for a week before it decided to die. Now, it can go days. Hold on. I'm saying if you want to say logistically, you can take light away from any plants for more than a couple of days and they're not going to be dead. They will be alive. Is not outrageous to say, don't look at the semantics and don't get into the details that you want to fight over, because they might be just, beyond what we think. And it's like the idea, like, is it possible science is lying to us? I think so.
No.
I think science could be lying to us about everything, because monkeys, hold on. I have a problem that monkeys are not still coming out talking, and nothing is evolving in front of us, and yet people can believe whatever they want. I just say stick with the basics of what you know. You know your heart. You know when you want to do wrong, and
you don't believe in evolution either.
You don't do that though. But you don't do that though. You see what I'm saying? You see how you don't keep the same energy for yourself. Stick to what you know is what you tell me, and I know science, and science goes a long way. But that's what I go by. But you don't do that. You start
figured out this time.
Things you can't justify.
I'm asking you, do you think a tree will die within 2 days if you put it in darkness? I'm going to say
I'm
no.
telling
What do
you
you
that
say?
there's always
No,
a
you're a man of
scientific reason.
science.
No,
Can you
listen.
answer my question?
No, listen.
You can
That's
answer
when
my question.
you're trying to turn this into a gotcha.
John, you got your sound figured out? I muted them, so. John, say something.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah, it's this tiny URL. The inputs are all over the place. Sorry about that. Quickly,
Okay.
Steven.
I'm gonna unmute them so they can. All right.
Yeah, cool. Cheers.
Sorry,
Christopher.
guys. Just needed to get John squared away. And
Yeah, sorry, gents. I had a bit of an audio issue there. I do apologise for interrupting in that manner.
Go ahead.
Quickly, Servant, the order of creation that you're talking about, and when you talk about the notion of sort of like putting a tree that requires photosynthesis in a closet for a week or something, does seem a bit disingenuous. I mean, the length of time between, I mean, the length of time that you would be putting the tree in a closet in this sense wouldn't be for a week. It would be hundreds of millions of years.
Well, that's if you're presuming anything, because the Bible says day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which means there were 6 days, not hundreds of anything. You literally have 6 days that, if in faith, you can say, is it plausible? Well, if you don't know and you can't say absolutely not, at least allow your mind to go, okay, let's run with it and see where it goes.
Servant, are you a literalist?
It sounds like you are. If you're not, then this conversation seems redundant.
I believe the seriousness of what he says can be taken to the letter and the T, but is it? I think he did say 6 days, and he meant it because he gave a description of what a day is. The evening and morning is day 1. He didn't say like the evenings and mornings. So without pluralizing it, I would say he was being at least leading us to what he wants us to know. Is it was a day.
Yeah, but what Jay has been saying to you is absolutely right. In that like the order of creation, like day 1 is light and darkness. Day 2 is the sky and the sea. Day 3 is the dry land, plants, fruit trees. Then day 4 is the sun, moon, and stars. Well, the sun, our sun, which is just a star, it's a main sequence star, and all of the other stars, according to our understanding of physics, they're the fusion, they're the molecule, the element generating fusion reactors that are required to produce the hydrogen and the helium and all of the other heavy elements that make up things like the sky, the sea, the dry land, the plants, the fruit. So we've got things that exist on day 1, day 2, and day 3 that precede what from the perspective of physics would have been required to produce the matter that they are all created out of.
Well, no, it's like the idea that the oxidation of air makes it impossible to have like the mineral contents and the balancing that we see here. Oxidation is why the laboratories cannot create any life. And,
so
they can't even throw materials that should do it because of oxidation. So it's just like I understand that you can question how does it work and it doesn't sound right, but you can never sit there and say it's absolutely impossible, because you're talking about the Father created a healthy tree. The next day he made the light for it. That's not unreasonable.
No, the problem that you've got is that, or at least I would think the problem that you've got here is that you're introducing like a lot of Christians tend to try to use physics and a lot of the scientific principles to retrospectively justify their belief in a deity.
They
when
do be doing that.
But when we pick up those tools, those broadly speaking secular tools that have been hard intellectually fought for, and apply them to things like Genesis, it does seem to break Genesis. So there then needs to be another retrospective justification. In this case, I don't see how you get away from just invoking magic, like, you know, God created special light and he created special hydrogen special oxygen to create the seas, and then he, you know, it's this
no
it's the notion of the Cartesian demon, you know.
Right, no,
He's already
what I'm asking you is there a,
and he said that he was gonna explain magic to me all day, and I asked him, can you just explain one magic to me? And he
hold on, let me give you an explanation that you will understand. Do you believe that there is light you cannot see?
I'm not sure he's 100% trustworthy, John.
Do I think, well, I have no reason to doubt that there are photons traveling through time and space in the universe that I don't have access to right now.
No, what I was saying is, like, there's a visual spectrum to your eyes.
Oh, I see. So like different
hold on. Now there's also our ability to read outside of it is impossible for us. Is the idea that maybe some things can make sense to you, but logistically there's reasons why you cannot disprove it, but you can, you know, you can frown against it, but you can never say it's impossible.
Well, no, but we can bring different technology to bear on the ontology of our universe to help us understand it. So, for example, yes, there are spectrums within the frequency of light within the electromagnetic spectrum that the biology of my eyes is not able to see. But we keep chickens, and I know for a fact that those chickens can see further into the infrared spectrum than I can.
Absolutely.
I have a thermal. I have an Arkansas thermal scope on one of my rifles that sees further into the infrared than I can, and it interprets that information and presents it to me in a manner that's intelligible. So yeah, like just because my biology, my perception of the universe is limited, doesn't preclude us from having an understanding of it, and that understanding of it equally applies to Genesis.
Well, if you look at the spectrum that you can observe and that's unobservable, like radio waves, we have no way to, we don't have any way to do it, but yet birds, there's creatures and creation that lives in a place we do not, like ultraviolet. So if there's a place that is designed for us to live, you can say that, okay, there's things that we don't understand. It's like, I've never heard anybody back up the argument that they carbon dated that woolly mammoth and found it being, was it 9 or 10 or 20,000 years difference between its front and its back, is a reason why I wouldn't trust ever something that could get it wrong once, could get it wrong twice, and it could cost you your life.
I'm sorry, Seven. What you're asking for there is perfection. There's nothing we do that requires perfection. Like, just because you can get an erroneous test result doesn't mean that the test itself is in principle unreliable.
No, it's like the idea that they found flesh on a carcass that was supposed to be millions and millions of years old, except science says it's impossible to preserve anything.
Yeah, except I know what you're referring to, and it wasn't flesh.
No, there was flesh. There was literally flesh on.
No, it was some kind of rehydrated protein that existed. It wasn't flesh.
No.
There was no intact cells.
Did you see the Ankylosaurus that they uncovered? It's a full creature. It has the skin. It has everything. It's everything. But they found. Hold on.
No.
Hold on.
You're incorrect.
Did you see the fossilized Ankylosaurus? That's what I'm asking.
There is no way that they have uncovered a fully preserved Anki as if it was like a 10,000-year-old human that they pulled out of a peat bog. Just
no.
If you can present me direct evidence that actually happened, I'll be amazed.
No.
You can put the link to that in chat, because I would absolutely love to see that. I mean, you couldn't explain any magics. Maybe this will qualify.
Okay, well, there is a discovery of flesh on bone that is supposed to be millions and millions of years old, attached to some kind of dinosaur. Now, I don't follow into that because it's not giving any life to my life. And maybe I should dig into it because you guys like it, and it might be something we could talk about that might help you guys see that you may not know.
Are you
that there's a
kidding?
truth out there.
Absolutely, it would.
Yeah. So
Look,
so I'm only
if you can provide concrete evidence of what you've just claimed, that would be mind blowing. Legitimately, it would be unbelievable. It would be a paradigm
No
shift.
kidding.
Yeah, which is why I'm fairly confident that it doesn't exist, because if it did exist, it would be common knowledge. It would be the paleontological equivalent of finding a rabbit in the Precambrian.
Well, the way I kind of view some things is like everybody has wrote about like giants. Everybody knows the lore and the stories of them. And you hear how Smithsonian used to have articles in the early 1900s, and yet you can't find any of them. And yet they had pictures of them. So if people want to hide things, you can't really say it's impossible and they wouldn't do it, because there's evidence that they do it today.
The problem is that you're using words like impossible. Is it possible that information has been hidden from, the general population? Yeah, of course. Like I don't know anybody that would deny that as a possibility. I mean, we seem, as a species, we seem to be really shit at keeping secrets. But is it possible? Yeah, of course. Is it possible aliens have visited the planet? Maybe. Is the government keeping that
Exactly.
secret? Possibly.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
that doesn't mean that. But that doesn't mean that it's probable. And like everything we do is based on, we have a confidence to it, right?
Right. So most people believe that there should be a truth, and some people believe they have it. Now, I have a standpoint of going, if there is a truth, it's going to be old and it's going to be conveyed to us somehow. And I just look at it like that: is if somebody made all of this, could they give me a letter to tell me who they are and what they want? I believe that wholeheartedly, because I found information hiding that had to have been hidden, like DNA.
So if we let's be Bayesian about it. Sorry, Gretchen, do apologize.
Hang on, John. So we're supposed to be getting on this train where this being is so perfect and so powerful that he can engineer this entire universe with the snap of a finger, and he knows everything, so he's going to be able to see everything that unfolds, right? But then when it comes to communication, he's going to whisper to a few goat herders and hope that they write the correct book.
No.
I mean, so if this God is so powerful and amazing, why is it he could never get his messaging game together?
No, he did. And the way I would describe it,
he's perfect at everything except public relations. That he fucking sucked ass
he
at.
needs to fire his agent.
So
no. It's like I said before. It's like the idea of love, the idea of desiring something good. That's the spirit realm, which absolutely exists. We've seen, like, they have videos and probably tens of thousands of hours of miracles happening, like where things just somehow, two cars, they go to a crash and somebody was crossing the street and they somehow don't get anything happen to them. If you look at that as not an anomaly, but
that's just a scam.
Yeah, but
to fool people into thinking that they see miracles everywhere.
No. What I'm trying to allude you to understand,
that's not a miracle.
No. What I'm trying to get you to understand is evidence can be found in the spirit realm. You just have to understand you're looking for it and what it looks like, and it's love.
Do you not see what you just did there, those servants? So you asked me a few minutes ago. You asked me, is it possible that there has been information that has been shielded from us, and that information that has been shielded from us is like the notion that a God exists who has magical power, who snapped the universe into existence.
Yeah, but
and,
you don't have to say
and I like, if I'm being intellectually honest, I have to concede that it at least is possible. But when you reference, when you reference like this really tenuous miracle, like somebody surviving a catastrophic car accident, and we say, well, it's probabilistically possible but not likely, you immediately ascribe that to being a miracle.
No, no, no.
Like
I was
you
trying
can't have your
to-
cake and eat. You can't have your
Yeah.
probabilistic cake and eat it too, right?
No, no, no. I'm trying to relate an idea that when you see evidence that stacks up, it's kind of like if I saw one seashell on the top of a real high mountain, that could be an anomaly. But if I find seashells on
not.
all the
not.
hold on. I'm just trying to make a point. What I'm saying is if we found evidence all over the place, can lead us to an understanding that we thought we already had. Maybe it includes it, but it doesn't disclude another way. It's
The
like
only
the
thing
idea
it
is,
tells us is that you don't know how mountains are formed.
Yeah.
well, you don't know how mountains are formed.
Of course we do.
Because I know
Yeah,
one thing
I
is, hold on. Have you seen the like the
Tectonic plate,
No, no, no.
tectonic plate.
Hold on.
shift,
Have you seen the mountain?
subluxation. Yeah, I get it.
No, you don't get
Uh-huh.
it, because here's where it gets a little bit. How do you explain it?
don't.
Is the petrified? There's a petrified mountain that once was a really big tree. It has bark. It has rings, except it is stone, and on one side of it, it looks like a literal mountain. How do you explain that in your
There is
theory of evolution?
there's no way you're referencing this. I mean, come on. This
Oh,
has been-
absolutely. You can look it up. Look at petrified tree that looks like a rock, and you'll see hundreds of images of many of them all over the world. Now, you cannot say that evolution said that that's even possible.
So what? That means nothing. You're saying
No,
nothing.
you're taking information and saying it doesn't mean nothing to me, and yet you're accusing me of taking multiple
It's that
information.
you
saying it
don't
means
have,
nothing.
look, what you're doing is throwing it out and not just asking the question. You're better off asking the questions. Why does this happen versus saying, hey, this happens. You see my book. You're better off just going and asking the question, why does this happen? Look it up. You understand? Humble down. You understand?
No,
Your
no, no,
book
no,
is not scientifically backed. It's not. It's not. You want it to be, but it's not.
No,
First
no.
of all,
Okay, petrified
did
tree is
Jesus-
science.
Why did
Petrified
Jesus
tree
have
is
to be-
science.
Why did Jesus have to be a baby, but Adam and Eve didn't? Why did Jesus have to be a baby, but Adam and Eve didn't? You know why? Because in the story of Adam and Eve, the person who wrote that had to have the burden of explaining where humans and all of that came from. So they had to make the story of dirt, because they don't know where humans came from, or like what came first, the second. They didn't know about Luca and all of that. They didn't know about that. They had to just make something up. All right, so he made it out of dirt. Boom, boom, boom. So it couldn't have been a baby.
Hold on.
You see what I'm saying? He just made Adam out of dirt, and then Eve out of his rib, and then out of there, that's when the baby started happening.
Well, no,
So
no,
where
no.
Jesus had to be a baby, but they didn't have to be a baby.
No. The whole idea is like, I think you're missing like why it's there versus if I said that you were looking at Adam and Eve as people who understand between right and wrong, would be hard to do if you were a 3-year-old, because 3-year-olds will touch a stove when it's burning hot because they don't know anything. But when you read,
that's fine. You're not making a point again. You're not making a point, because at the end of the day, it could have been baby Adam, and then whoever it was that made him, God,
Yeah,
whatever.
but if they
whatever it was,
made a
the Most High
mistake-
could have raised him, could have nourished him until from he was a baby. He could have fathered him until he was a grown man, and then taught him all those things that you're now trying to say, oh, that's why he didn't make him a baby, because he could have burned his hands and did that. You're ignoring the fact completely that he could have fathered him and
I gave
raised him.
you I gave you a probable outcome, which is like when God created the trees, he didn't make them into seeds ready to sprout out. They could be fully developed, got leaves, and they can produce
That's
shade.
not how humans work.
Hold
man.
on.
It's what I said that you were
You
going to do
didn't.
before.
You didn't give us anything probable.
It's the notion of the Cartesian demon that the world could have been created yesterday with us, with our memories intact, and like the phrase is, even with our holes in our socks. Like this isn't groundbreaking. What you're talking about here is it's a concept that is hundreds, probably thousands of years old.
Yeah, and I'm trying to stay away from it, because what's really important is why he said what he said. You're
not trying to stay away from it. You practically did a fucking swan dive right into the middle of it.
You cannot say I talk like a religious anybody.
Yes. You talk
and the other thing as well, like the notion of these trees that sit through multiple layers, it's a product of rapid burial. Like the trees
Absolutely.
themselves.
And a flood happened according to the scriptures. What's your realization that trees are sitting in stratosphere that are petrified, that go through thousands and hundreds of thousands of years of history, and yet there's a tree in it?
Sorry, just the stratosphere is a part of our atmosphere. It's
the
geological strata, I think, is what you meant.
There you go. And apologies if I sound ignorant.
No,
I don't mean to sound ignorant in front of you guys.
No, the reason I mention it is only because I know that some people who have a particular religious bent, they will talk about things like the stratosphere when they start talking about things like the ether and stuff like that. So it was my own clarification. I wasn't trying to be an ignorant.
Yeah, no. What I try to stick with is what a normal human being can physically do. It's like we cannot make a computer. Just if we were put out in a desert, I don't think a bunch of guys are going to come out with a computer, even if you told them to do it, because you have to have some information to do some things that it's impossible. It's like the DNA structure can do things that evolution cannot account for the time period it would take to make something like blend into its environment.
Hang on, what? Whilst I understand there's obviously a technological difficulty with men in a desert or people in the desert making a computer. Why are we in principle blocked from doing that? I mean, first things first, they've got like computers are silicate based, and if you're in a desert, there's plenty of fucking sand around. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but you have to be able to have create pressure. You have to be able to create chambers with no oxygen. You have to be able to do things that a normal human being in all of history was never able to do. That's what I'm saying is like the idea that we're playing with something that we don't know is the idea is that we can't make our own phones. You can have somebody order you up all the computer chips and still not do it.
So
yes, we can. We did it. We made the phone.
You're talking about this notion of specialization, right? So there is a grain of truth in what you're saying, in that, like, how many people like understand the engineering principles of how a basic internal combustion engine works? Now, the number of people that understand it, like in detail, are relatively small, and then the number of people who could actually have the knowledge to go and refine the raw materials and put the damn thing together without any additional infrastructure is an even smaller number of people.
And then making the machines to make the thing is the problem.
We don't operate in isolation like that. We're a collaborative species. So somebody learns how to.
Oh, no. I'm trying to get to the point where you were saying, like, you know, there was trees and then there was light and then there was what happened is the idea that, well, we have to make the things that can make the things that now we use is like, it's an impossibility. You can't be put in a desert and you're not going to come out with a laptop, because in order to make glass and in order to make chips, you don't have everything you need. And what the things you do need, you got to make things even to make those. Yeah, it's the idea that things out of order are for us to really grasp and go, you don't know that light on the fourth day is impossible when trees were on the third day. The same way you don't know that carbon dating is unreliable, even though you may think it is.
But I'm gonna ask you this question. I think I know what your answer is going to be, but I'm going to ask you this question regardless. The elements that make up everything that we see, the material world in which we exist, comes from stars. Now, a main sequence star like ours, the one that we orbit, the sun, what elements do you think that is producing by virtue of the fusion that's going on in its core? Can you tell me what elements that our star produces?
Okay, so if without relying on somebody's input of this is what it means, I couldn't tell you the difference between like helium and oxygen, because I have no way of differentiating it. My eyes won't do it, and I can't see in that realm.
Well, you actually, I understand we can't observe it directly, but we model it mathematically.
Right, right. No, we're not. It's not
rudimentary
mathematics.
physics. But
Hydrogen is not a mathematic.
But you actually got one of the elements. Our star produces hydrogen and helium.
Okay, so what I would say is I play with, like, magnetic induction and stuff. Okay, so if you can create heat from magnetic induction, do you have to have fusion? I'm going to say no. Right. You're going to say no, but everybody is going to say, well, if the sun is making light,
what does that have to do with anything?
Hold on, I'm going to explain something you've never understood.
That's almost just a truism. Like but energy exchange from one type of energy to another has an inefficiency built into it, and the inefficiency is almost exclusively expressed in heat.
That's
so
not true.
Induction, like it. All reactions, all energy changes from one energy state to another, almost all of them produce heat as a byproduct.
Okay, so you're pretty much correct, except I'm going to induce one train of thought that might change the way you see. If I'm going to give you love, that is nothing electrical that you can see, but it'll warm your heart, which means nothing to nobody. Nobody will believe you, but you in your heart will see a change happen inside of you going, I like that, man. I appreciate that you gave me love. I needed it right now.
That's your brain doing that, man.
No. Everybody understood that. That's not your brain. That's everybody's brain.
But come on, Seven. You must know that firstly, like an emotional state, like this metaphysical, like emotion, the emotions that we feel as humans,
supernatural.
Like I don't think it is supernatural. Also, like the person that is me, or the person that is Gretchen, or the person that is Jay, or the person that is yourself, thermodynamically, we're converting energy from one type to another, and we're producing heat. And when we experience the emotion of love, which we can measure with things like with the endorphins in our brain, the hormones, like it's an electrochemical reaction that in part is expressed by the heat that we emit. Like the human body has what?
You're missing the spiritual element. Is like women wear makeup to look younger because they know their value is to do that. It's the ability to see.
Fuck?
Hold on. Your ability to want to, your ability to want to change who you are for a reason that is greedy shows that you're apart from the animal kingdom in a sense that doesn't make sense. It's like, I want to be rich because women are, they're attracted to it. That's, people don't go, I want to be loving. You see that
you need money because nobody will fuck you. Seriously, you're going there?
You see, you want to take it there. I took it to the fact that if people want something,
I'm still fucking back on fucking women have to wear makeup because
I didn't say look young. I said women wear makeup to appear younger is the psychological fact that nobody will deny that's why they put it on, is to look better, more youthful, because it is their desire to do it. Nobody else is asking them to do it. They took it upon themselves to make somebody dig the clay out of a mountain to start using it for, cosmetics. And they decided to spend their effort to put it on so they could appear different than they are. That animal kingdom does not do that and consider that. That's not.
You don't think other animals within the animal kingdom engage in performative actions in order to attract mates? If you don't think that happens in the animal kingdom, like outside of humanity, like you can walk around with your eyes.
You're not hearing what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say is the vanity
that
I'm talking about is like not in the animal kingdom. Vanity is like, I know something. Well, your knowledge means nothing if it doesn't do anything. It's like you can know how to spell every color of yellow there is, but that's not impressive to anybody. So its value is lower than somebody who can do something that nobody can do. See, there's a spiritual realm.
Fuck, look how many colors I have in my hair.
Yeah, and that's good for you, but I know people who wouldn't even care.
You can't trust a word I say because this is all lies. it's all lies.
Yeah, my
I'm
wife's
just lying to you the whole time.
in my wife's hair is really quite colourful. She's purple right now, but that's because she went. She's only well, I say she's 37. She's 38 soon, but she's almost completely grey, so she dyes her hair.
But I'm saying, doesn't judging a person's appearance go against the whole point of the book in the first place? Like, I mean, like, what the hell does it matter about their
It
head?
does. It really does.
I'm still
Doesn't matter about their head. What about it?
I'm still at a loss as to how we've gone from Genesis being out of order from the physics that we understand that is going on in stars and the sun, to women, because of the sex selection that exists within our species, at least, potentially putting on makeup to.
No. We were talking about what is the probability of like the evolution, and I was like, well, we live in a vanity.
You know what? So you don't believe in evolution?
I understand about micro.
What's the shape of the Earth? Because you cannot be a super trifecta. You please tell me that.
Oh, like a
what's
unicorn.
The shape of the Earth. What is the shape of the Earth, please?
Man, it is as flat as my eye can see. How about yours?
What?
Oh my God!
What?
So you're
No.
such a
Are you
fool,
saying?
then?
Hold on. Are you saying I'm wrong?
There's no fucking way.
I didn't say anything except it's as flat as my eye can see. I didn't say nothing.
Listen,
That's
if you want it to be as round as the moon.
You know what I'm asking you. Can you please just answer a direct question?
Yeah, is the planet Earth an oblate spheroid? Yes or no?
I would answer that as it is not a spinning ball.
Are you a flat earther?
That's crazy, man.
Hold on. Let me
How about that?
say
That
one
is
thing. Let me say one
direct
thing.
as shit.
He already answered.
Yes or no? Are you a flat earther?
No, I'm not. I'm not claiming to be anything about that. Now, here's what I did have as a question that nobody's been able to answer. Is hold on. According to science, we're spinning at 25,000 miles an hour.
Real clear.
And what I find problematic is the deepest part of the oceans are not at the equator, and yet centrifugal force would dictate that has to be the truth. Can you tell me why the equator doesn't have more water when we are spinning 25,000 miles an hour and hold on,
not just the water, the entire planet bulges at the middle. That's what makes it oblate.
The deepest part of the water is like if you put water on a hubcap, it's going to fly off. Is the same thing that you're avoiding, and that's why I said we shouldn't even get into these things.
Oh my God, he is.
There's problems with what
he is.
Firstly, the planet isn't spinning at 25,000 miles an hour.
It's not, exactly.
It depends.
It's 25,000 miles in circumference, and we have 24 hours in a day. That's 25,000 miles an hour.
So I'm gonna. So let's just deal with some of the basic geometry here. If you're stood on the equator,
it's not geometry.
Then, you do understand that the rate of rotation differs from if you're stood on the equator or if you go closer to the poles, right? So to state that the planet is spinning at X number of miles an hour, it depends where you're stood on the planet.
Yeah, so at the equator, 25,000 miles an hour is what it should be at least tracking plus, correct?
Like,
yes, say yes, because that's the equator. Say yes.
With regards to the radius in relation to the axis.
You see now, why at the equator is at 25,000 miles an hour, and you can come up to, let's say, I don't know what latitude, 42, and the waters are the same depth, moving the same direction, is the same reason why I ask, like the moon has a gravitational force that can pull our water, but our gravitational force is so much greater. Why do we not pull it into us? It doesn't spin around us like that. So why is that happening? Now you can ask and answer like you have answers, but it doesn't lead us to know anything.
It's because the conservation of motion. Like the entire planet is spinning, right?
Yeah, but the moon's not. The moon only looks at us on one.
Yeah,
It's
because
too loud.
it's because it's gravitationally locked.
Right. So it's
because
pulled away because it's spinning. So how do our clouds,
No.
which have water vapor, which actually has mass, how come they can go any direction at any time if the wind chooses to?
because like clouds
You
are
cannot answer these questions.
Servant, clouds
in reality.
are a fucking gas. They have less
It's
mass.
atomization of molecules, which is little tiny droplets, are mass.
Yeah.
They're not electric. They have not entered the fourth stage. Okay,
But
they
you
are
don't-
not
you don't-
plasma.
okay,
They are
fine,
literally
fine.
water droplets, and some of them are hail size,
Look,
the size of basketballs. Okay?
If you want to engage in the pedantry and call it water vapor, then yes, fine.
No, let's go to hail. Hail's not vapor, right?
No, it's frozen.
Right, but it can go any direction that the wind is pushing it, and yet you think that we're spinning 25,000 miles an hour and something that weighs like a pound isn't
Hang on, you cannot possibly be this ignorant. Like, look, if you're driving along in a car, right? And like it's not a convertible, it's a closed car. You're driving along and you throw a tennis ball up in the air and you catch it again. Because the momentum of the tennis ball is conserved, because you, the air in the car itself, and the ball when it leaves your hand is all traveling in the same direction, right? So when you throw the tennis ball up in the car, it doesn't clatter through the fucking rear windshield the second you let go of it, because the momentum of that object is being conserved. However, if you're in a convertible and you threw it up above the height of the windshield, the air above you isn't traveling at the same speed as you in the vehicle, and therefore the tennis ball shoots backwards. What's complicated about this? Why is this difficult? As long as you understand that the entirety of the planet, the atmosphere, the water is all spinning in the same direction, notwithstanding the planes of rotation in the northern and southern hemisphere. Why is this complicated? What's difficult about this?
Okay, well, here's the idea that black matter became so popular because of mathematics. Now, what black matter dictated is that there's
what's black matter?
Hold on. Now, the whole idea behind
dark matter.
Hold on, can I speak?
Well, no, I'm just wanting clarification. Do you mean dark?
You are
Can I speak?
speaking.
I'm about to tell you something. Is it okay?
I was just
tell
I
us.
can bow out. I don't care, because what I'm trying to get at is the
Oh,
idea that
you're
black
running?
matter-
Don't run.
the idea that black matter was put into play is because there's forces that gravitational force cannot account for, like the spacing between stars that are hooked together that are millions and billions of light years apart can only be put together by electromagnetic understanding it. Okay, so the idea that fusion is going on in the sun, I would say, how about let's look at magnetic induction? And you can say, well, that's how you create heat, but fusion creates heat. Fusion is expelled. The sun hasn't changed in thousands of years, as far as we know, very much. Now, if it is expelling something, you would think that things get older. You know, they do. Things get older and they change. That's the whole idea of, evolution. Now, if things have to change as they progress for any reason, our star charts, our understanding of the constellations, nothing has changed as far as our observable ability to see. And our observable ability is like, we have to depend that scientists are telling us truth, when you can just say, how about it doesn't matter, but what is life about? And I'm just getting back to the point of, it's love and knowing that there's somebody out there that made you. I believe in the scripture. Just give him a chance to say, hey, if he's really there, ask him to show you something amazing. And when you see something amazing, run with it or run away from it. It's your choice. But give yourself an option instead of, acting like everybody needs to be fought on any level. Does that make sense?
No, not at all.
Not really. I'm just
No.
saying.
You said mountains are formed by love.
No, I said mountains are more probably maybe formed that when the earth was cracked open.
I boiled it down quite a bit, but that, I mean,
That's not the case.
That's what
man.
you said. And you never did define love for me. Just wanted to make
Oh, I
sure
did. I said there's a lust.
No,
where
you
take
didn't.
love. No, I did.
You
It
didn't.
was simple.
You
It
gave
was-
me a weak ass analogy, and even that didn't make sense. So
No, it's okay. You can
you
judge
still
me,
haven't. You haven't
but I'm not
defined
asking
love.
you to judge me. But what I did say was taking love is a lust, but exerting yourself to give to somebody, that is a true love. That looks like a description of real love. You may not have liked it, but that is a
Exerting
very
yourself
accurate
to
description of
give
what I
to
wanted you to
somebody?
know.
It's not. You just showed that you just don't realize what you're talking about because it's a brain thing, man. That's where we process all of that.
No, it's not. It's not in my brain. When you exert, if you exert an energy to give towards somebody to make them better, that is not in your head.
Dude,
That is
it's
literally
energy.
something that had to happen.
Look, you can elicit a love response from a person by giving them a synthetic hormone called oxytocin.
What
Like,
about
we-
if a woman exerts energy to put makeup on her face because she knows you fucking like it?
Okay, so that's a lust. She's doing it for a reason that isn't for but herself. So the scriptures say that in the end days we're going to have
But
bad times.
you
because
said
people-
it was just to make her look younger, and that's the
No,
only
I didn't say.
reason
I
she
said
did it.
if you put makeup
You
on,
did,
you're doing
actually.
it. So, yeah, no, I said women put on
You know?
makeup to look younger because men respond to it.
Mhm.
Is the
Yeah, and if she did it because it was your birthday and she knew you liked it, she wasn't really doing it for herself, was she?
she did it to look
And-
younger for her reasons in her own mind possessed her to do it.
She's a
I'm just saying,
liar.
it's like love. I want to be loving towards you.
Don't even get to use that word because you still haven't defined it.
Oh, I
You-
did.
you're also-
but
you're
what I
also-
do
No,
know, what love
you
isn't.
didn't. All you did was pull fucking words out of your ass and smear your fucking word feces
Are
all
you
over
sure
the
when I said
fucking wall.
exerting energy towards another, that sounds like words out of an anal cavity? I don't think that you're hearing me, Gretchen.
Well, look, I mean,
Pretty much everything you say is words.
No,
out
when
of
I said
anal
exerting
cavity.
energy, so somebody has a betterment, somebody is getting bettered by your exertion of your energy towards somebody else, is an accurate description of what I said love is. And you said pulling words out of anal cavities is all you.
Dude, love
you
is not a
cannot-
Hadouken.
So,
Love is not a
You can't
Hadouken.
give
You
me
know
a
what I'm saying?
definition.
Like, what
You
do
have
mean?
to resort to all I got is analogies, man.
No, exerting love is not an analogy. That is a description.
How do
Are
you
we-
exert
where are we on
love?
this? Okay, it's like this.
Please
Hold
define
on,
what
watch.
love is so I can exert it.
Okay, so love is when you see somebody that has a need and you go to fulfill it, even if it costs you. That's
When?
love.
I didn't ask you for that. It's another fucking example. I just asked you for a definition.
I gave you it. Giving somebody that needs
No,
something
you
is love.
didn't.
But
How do you not understand that that's a definition?
That's not a
It's not a
definition.
definition.
Giving
must un-
somebody that needs something is a form of love. It is.
You must understand that love is
A
multifaceted.
form of love. I didn't ask you for a definition of a form. I asked you for the definition of love.
Okay, so okay,
Period.
okay, I get it. So my wanting to give somebody that needs is love.
Right. Well, on that note, event, I do have to drop out, but I recommend you look up a physicist and a mathematician called Wolfgang
Facts.
Pauli. One of his favorite sayings that he used to throw out at students when they made a completely incoherent statement was, "That's not even wrong." With respect, Servant, you're not even wrong. Like there's no coherence to what you're saying here whatsoever. We started off with we started off with Genesis, and there being a critique that Genesis seems to be out of order based on how we understand the physics of our universe. And now we've meandered through women putting makeup on their face to seem younger, and I mean, how
we were getting to evolution understanding, but you guys kind of take whatever you wanted I said and ran with whatever you wanted to say I said, but you were missing the whole point. I was just saying, if you don't use technology and you don't use what somebody else told you, you cannot come up with how old anything is, because you have no way of using your eyes to go, you're about 3 million years old. You
That's
have no
what I'm
ability to
telling you.
do that. And science has proven it has a fault where it can be wrong, which means
No, it doesn't do that. It self-improves. What it does is it's honest enough to say it could improve itself. It leaves space to improve itself with better science. That's what it does. And you're only lending credence to my point because back then they didn't have the facts. That
no.
What did you just say? You just said that.
No. I'm
you're
sorry. I
basically
think you
shit
took me
up, right?
wrong. No, what you didn't hear me say is the scriptures say that there's a great deception coming, and there's the wise are going to be made look like fools. There's a lot of statements in the scripture where it says that what they think they know, they do not. So I'm sorry that I came across anybody wrong. I didn't mean to offend anybody, but I should have made that very clear, is that there's a standpoint that's not my own that says people have been led astray and have been lied to, and they don't know it. I just look at it as that could be anything and everything. So start simple. Love is where it starts for me. I wasn't trying to, I can get into the physics if you want, and I could get into the other stuff if you really wanted, but it doesn't. It isn't.
Regardless, I do have to go, but
all right,
I'll
catch
you later, Gretchen. Nice to see you again, Jamie.
Okay.
7. Jesus, learn some physics, man.
Facts. He ain't lying. Listen to that, servant. Get up on some physics, man, because the stuff you kicking, I used to kick similar stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like back in the day, you know what I'm saying?
No. Well, hold on, I hear you, but you're trying to caution me about there might not be a father who loves us and is trying to get us home.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
that. That's your option. That's what you're saying is I should look into something.
I'm not saying that. You keep saying that I'm saying that, and I'm telling you I'm not saying that. So you see how that works, right? You want me to say what you're saying, but I'm not saying what you're saying. I'm saying, right?
No, you're saying look into physics.
Crazy.
You're telling me to look into people
telling you
for
that.
information.
It's turning into who's on first, guys.
Science has no feelings, man. It doesn't have what you and I have. It doesn't have that problem, right? It's just data. It just tells us what's there. It's formulas to tell us what we're in.
Okay, so
how it works.
Can I ask you a question, Jay?
How what we're in works. Yeah, go ahead.
If I was to make a statement and say yes or no, and does it matter to you, this is what it would be. Is have they found sea creature, all over the highest mountains all over the world? Can you find, the fossils of crustaceans and things that belong in water anywhere you go in the mountains all over the world? I have them here in the highest mountains here, and I know that they're over there.
Yes,
but that's true, right?
Yes, it's called tectonic plate shifting. Tectonic plate shifting. Yes.
Now, hold on. You suppose it's tectonic plate shifting, and I
suppose what it is. That's what happens. What was at the bottom comes at the top now. It shifts. The plates literally shift.
Okay, no, hold on. No. What I'm not trying to argue, I'm not trying to argue tectonic plates. What I'm trying to say is, just because we have two different points of view, it gives us the option of going, well, you cannot absolutely say those mountains were made the way they're made by somebody who wanted to make them, just the way I can't tell you tectonic plates were pushing for thousands of years making them. Because I wasn't there.
Them. That's what I'm saying. Nobody made them. And scientists was telling you that the thing that doesn't have feelings, the only arbiter of truth, that's what revealed that to you using data, utensils, and all of this that we got. I don't know everything we did. I can't make it sound good. All I could do is make it sound bad with my broken Ebonics, right? You need to go and find somebody who's qualified to dialogue this to you. I'm just giving you a sample. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just giving you that little scoop of ice cream at the ice cream shop. You taste the flavor, you get what I'm saying? But you want the pint, you need to go and find you a physicist. You understand what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to tell you. But there's explanations for everything you're talking about. There's
Paging
explanations
Dr.
for everything.
Blitz.
No. I think really I want to come in more of a, I'm just a guy looking for his brothers and sisters that want to love and pull a family that's loving together. But this conversation, beautiful, interesting, and I'm glad that you guys weren't. I mean, you guys are kind of hard on me, but you're not being like trying to you're not trying to rip me apart, and you're not trying to make me seem like
it isn't hard on you, man. Don't say that, because people,
No,
we're being
we
hard on you.
actually.
no. I'm saying
we
you're not
were-
trying
I
to.
think we were chill as hell.
Oh no. What I'm not accusing you of anything. I know you're just trying to see my position and you're testing me. I know you're not like, hey man, let's give him space. Let's help him run. That's all I was saying is I'm not trying to say I'm sensitive to any of it. I'm just saying I appreciate that you're allowing me, some space to talk with you guys. Yeah. And I don't know if our objective is the same. Yeah, but
you're not being a dirtbag, so I get it, and
being cool.
That makes it a lot easier to talk to you.
Yeah. So and I'm reading your comments. They're like, "Stay the fuck away from me."
Don't feed into that. You gotta have thick skin, champ. You understand what I'm saying? In this world, man, I roll with the punches, man. You know what I'm saying?
Are you New York, man? Are you East Coast? Where are you from, man?
I mean, I be all over, man. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. No, man. I'm hood too. I'm just saying, like, I hear, how, in the scriptures it says, I become all things to all people for the sake and glory of God. What people kind of miss about that is being able to rationalize with somebody on how to see.
You're hood too. What is that? Like, where are you from?
No. I try to. I don't want to get into logistics. I understand that we're not. It doesn't have to
give
be
me a state. Just give me a state.
No, thank you.
Okay, give me a time zone.
It's daytime.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
what?
No.
You can ask Jay that. You can ask us where we are. By the way, I'm in California, LA County.
How's it out there, man? Did you guys have that gas thing going on? Or is that more towards the Orange County, right?
Yeah, it was like right in between Orange and LA County. So,
man, crazy times. No, I try to keep the focus off myself and just kind of go, what is he speaking?
Well, I mean, you're the one that asked the personal question, but then you show your ass and say, I'm not gonna fucking answer that shit. But
No, and I didn't mean to be personal. That's why I said it could be like if you have children or pets. It's just to give an idea in our conversation of
which you also did.
What's that?
Asked about whether or not I had kids.
No, and I said you don't have to answer, but if there's like a pet or somebody that you can relate to.
Right, but notice how I just answered the question and then we moved the fuck on with the conversation.
Yeah, no, and like I said, I wasn't trying to get stuck on this. No. Like I said, it's the daytime. I try not to be too specific about this.
Yeah, you got super precious over what, a fucking time zone? Come on.
I don't think I'm of any consequence of anything that I have to part about myself. It's just I'm talking about the higher power and love, and you want to know about me. I think I'm out of the loop. That's just
I don't even care about you. The only reason I'm asking is because you're the one that's been asking all the personal questions, and I could damn near hear your eyes roll when Jay said, "I don't want to answer that."
No. I said I understand. It's like I hear. It's
very,
like I've been
rules for thee and not for me kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to be intrusive, and I apologize if I came that way. So. Yeah, no, I like I said, I wasn't trying to intrude in anybody's life. I was,
you're not coming off like you're intruding on anyone's life. You're coming off like you feel you project
Okay, so Mountain Time Zone.
you project
but I've been
the
hold on. I've been to
cool.
California.
Thank you.
Yeah,
But
no,
what I'm
watch this.
saying is, you
No,
make people feel like
Maybe
we
defensive.
have to answer the questions, but you've made it clear that you have no intention of doing the same.
Yeah, no, and
So,
that's what I
like,
just realized.
You want us to be honest interlocutors, but you know, the honesty coming from you only goes so far.
No. Okay, so what I wasn't realizing is that we can actually get a relationship of, you know, more about me. Okay, so I'm really kind of, I've been treated pretty bad in some situations because some people don't understand what I want to say, and they can make fun of it. So I don't mean to be defensive or trying to act like I'm hiding. So here's a little bit of a background. I grew up a little bit rough. I grew up with nothing. I know what it's like to bang. Hold on. I know what it's
don't
like.
need your background.
No, you were asking where I'm
to...
from. So I figured if you were wanting to know a little bit, I'm
yeah,
not
and I
against it.
don't really want to know. I just,
Okay, cool.
I don't want you to be asking questions about something and then not have to do the same thing, you know? Like, if you were being a total dickwad, then
That'd be different.
I think that I should immediately let you know that I am capable of treating people like that too, and will commence so immediately. Because if you're going to dish it out, then you better be able to take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
And,
That's why you
like
have been perfectly civil and cool. So that's the way you're being treated up until now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate it.
When you start getting irritated that J Money doesn't want to tell you what city he lives in, well,
I didn't get irritated, ma'am. I'm sorry if I came across.
Well, like I said,
I was like, okay,
please don't. All right, please don't call me ma'am. It's just,
okay.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah, no worries. I hear you.
And it's not my age. I know I'm old as shit. And I don't care.
No. With Jay, I heard an accent.
It has to do with military and being an officer, and no. So, you know.
No. So Jay kind of reminded me of a guy I used to work with, man, and he grew up in a neighborhood, and I was trying to remember the street because I was going to just throw it his way because it sounded a lot like my buddy, and he knew what was it, like Biggie or one of the rappers, but he was from a certain kind of block, and I was just going to throw it. It wasn't to intrude, and like I said, you know, if I can get away from any kind of hostility, you know, I would prefer it that way because it's just a civil conversation between people who are talking about things in life, correct?
Right. And yeah. I don't know. I guess I probably went a little too far with it, but that was just my way of saying that, you know, you will be treated the way you're treating other people.
And that's fair.
I mean, if you're cracking a bunch of jokes, I'm going to do the same back. Well, okay. I'm going to joke around no matter what, but.
And that's good.
Huh?
I said, that's good. I like joking around. You think so. Hard to do.
Yeah.
You know,
and I'm also Gen X, so sometimes that's a little meaner than it was intended.
So. Yeah. Exactly. And it's just, you know, kind of looking at commonality. Like, you know, I see in the comments talking about like don't call me a brother, or, you know,
don't
but
read
it's
comments. Like,
no. I was going to say, like, for us,
you can go back and read the comments after, but while you're up here talking, just best not, you know.
No. I was going to say it has to do with what we're talking about. It's kind of like, you know, if you can see me like I see you, is I don't see you as any kind of threat, and you're not trying to extort anything from me, is a good baseline. But I also go a step further and say, like, you're like a sister to me, because not in relation, but in the fact that we're here in life struggling. and there may be things that we could help each other out on seeing some stuff. Is just a point of view I take.
Oh yeah, we you know, I think there's always something to be gained by talking.
Information, right?
In fact, probably the more we disagree, the more there is to gain by talking. That's kind of why we do all this, you know.
It's amazing.
I mean, up to a certain point, I mean, there is a point where somebody who's just a foul piece of garbage, it, you know, it becomes platforming an asshole, or, you know, something like that.
It's a waste of.
But I mean,
right.
you haven't displayed any of those qualities, and you know, that's what we're here for, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and all that could transpire between the information is like maybe a different point of view, a way that you've never seen something, a question you've never asked yourself. You know, that's the only thing that comes from productive conversations is, you know, a different way that didn't see something could happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you guys could try to open my eyes to something that I've never seen before, and it makes me realize maybe I don't know the truth, just like I could do that to you if you have an open mind like I do. But yeah, you know, and that's why I said, you know, I wasn't trying to go after Jay and ask where are you from, what's your address? It was just, you know, like, and that's why I asked him, is because I heard in his voice an accent that sounded too familiar to me. So it wasn't to be. Yeah. So I'm just here as a guy, not meaning any harm, literally.
No, it's not about meaning.
I mean, I didn't even have a problem with any of the personal questions you asked me. Like, I just straight up answered them. But I detected a little bit of, you know, I'm not answering that, and I figured I'm gonna throw it back at you and see how you react.
Right. Well, so I kind of.
That's all that came from, just straight up.
Right. So what I would say is, like, there's some things that make me feel ugly, and I don't want to show my ugliness to people. It is a way that most people can understand. If there's something that you don't like about yourself, you try not to point it out, because it's a self-consciousness. It is kind of like the idea is like, you know, where I'm from, it isn't the importance as much as it is what are we talking about in life. Was just a point of view I naturally draw to, is not to talk about things that are superficial.
Yeah. And why do you get, and I went to, why the fuck does he get to ask questions but we don't? And
it's fair. You are absolutely right.
You know, when I'm faced with a situation like that, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, all fair. You
like
know,
I always like I gotta have something to fight against. You know.
Well, that's your
like happy. So I mean, that's I go right for it. So
yeah, you're good at it. You're good at looking at how you can oppose it and go after it. And there's, you know, that's good. That's intelligence.
Well, I
don't know if it's intelligence. It's definitely obstinance. So
I say talk to a physicist, man. Go to a museum, talk to a physicist, a scientist, somebody, you know, like that, university, anywhere like that, and have a conversation with somebody like that, because, you know, the questions you got could be answered like easily. You know what I'm saying? I can't do it because I'm not, you know, that.
Well, you know who Dr. Blitz is?
I've never heard of Dr. Blitz, but I was saying, like, my point of view, I don't find a fault in taking the accounts at face value and everything that the way it works, even if I don't understand how the molecular bonds hold, like the peptides. I mean, when you get into the physics and you realize that, you know, there is less mass there than the electrical resistance. you could literally say that we live in a simulation because it's electrically stimulated. Everything your mind in
No,
hold on.
you can't.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is your mind is the electrical computer that is determining what it feels like, the temperature, how do you feel, what is you think the future is going to hold. Everything is in your mind as an electrical impulse, including everything you are visually receiving. Now, when you touch a table, it feels solid to you because you feel the electrical resistance in the electrons. Now, science will prove to you that there is nothing there opposed to what is there. You're talking about like I think it would be equivalent to a golf ball is the center of the electron, but the resistance field is greater than I think it's a football field or a couple of them. So that's what your reality is made up of, is just resistance. It's not even tangible, but that's if you wanted to get into real deep thinking of, can we be lied to? We can be lied to, but I know enough to say,
Yeah.
I see how it works.
You're not looking at the science as how it stands and then going from there. That's what it is. Like you're not like seeing what it actually says. Like you
What do you
listen.
mean? What am I not seeing?
You listening to respond, not listening to listen. Like I would try to at least learn what is said and then go from there. Right? Like right now, you talking about you imposing other things and saying like, oh, this and that. Like
You're sounding a little like Electric Universe.
It's exactly. It's science. That's what it is. That's all it is. Like, don't add.
No. I'm using something that I have no idea if it's true, but science says the electrical resistance. Hold on. Science determined the electrical resistance is between the nucleus and the electron that is orbiting it. Now, what you feel is the electrical resistance between the what's in your skin is made up of, you have a little tiny point of mass, but the electrical resistance is so much greater than that point of mass. Everything feels solid, and it is made up of nothing almost at all there. Science says that. That's a fact. But I'm saying, unless I had a microscope and I had technology, I have to believe what I'm being told. And if I was to cut the fat off of lies, I would go straight to, if I wasn't there, we shouldn't really even talk about it, because the options are unlimited. If you weren't there, who knows what it could have been? It could have been millions and millions of years, but if you weren't there, it could have been 6 days. You objectively can only stand from one side.
That's why we trust the science, man. That's why
don't trust the science, because they can be lying to you.
They're not lying.
You know what? That's just wrong. You can't go through your whole life just like with the do your own research bullshit, because you know what? Even people that are making even mediocre discoveries in the world, they're all just standing on the shoulders of giants, of the people that, the researchers that came before them.
Right.
And we do that all the time, every day. It's like, do you have children? Okay, you don't have to answer that. But
okay, so here's what I was getting at, is the vanity part, I think, is what was overlooked. Is okay, so let's say let's just say we're in a movie, and then all of a sudden we get attacked and we lose our grid system completely because of the electrical impulse. Now we no longer have electricity. We're worried about water because no more electrical pumps are working. So now we got problems. Do you think knowing how the fusion works on the sun is going to be beneficial to you? Versus, I'm saying there's a book that says we're coming to a time period where it's going to completely change from when people are eating and drinking and buying stuff and going out to dinner. At some point, it will change, which means that will not be a possibility any longer, is coming. Now, you can on faith go, well, let's read some of these scriptures and see why it says it, what it says, and stop listening to people tell you what they think it says. That was just something I brought to the table, was just not the breakdown of science, because I can. If you want to refute science, I'll do it with you all day long. And I know enough to hold my own on any level. If you want to talk about the reflectivity of the earth, I can do it.
That's
You
a
want to
false
talk about
claim.
magnetism, I can do it.
You cannot refute science. That's the thing. You're not qualified to do that. You're gonna do it and try to just
No.
keep
I don't have to refute science. I just got to pose you a question that you cannot definitively say is the truth.
Science doesn't claim to have all truths or nothing like that.
What
Science
do
is
you
a
get
method.
from that,
It's a
though?
method.
Yeah, exactly.
What do
We
you-
get nothing from
What
it
exactly
because
do you get from that?
Yeah, you're just trying
You
to
get
talk
to
back. That's it. That's
you
what you're
get
trying
to
to
float
do.
around YouTube saying, I scored a point on an atheist because he didn't believe that, the earth was flat or 6,000 years old or,
Well, see, but
you
here
know.
I didn't come in here to go, hey, what color is the earth? I didn't come in here to say, hey, there's no generated.
You think the earth is flat?
Hold on.
No,
I'm just making
that you didn't come in here for that, but the conversation just went there. I mean,
No,
I
it
thought it
goes
was
all over the place.
actually pretty organic the way it did, and it wasn't a gotcha or anything. It was just a,
No. What I was saying is I don't have any problem if you guys want to get into the details of any physics, any if you want to get into anything, I am more than willing. And I know Jay was saying that he's not, he doesn't know, he doesn't get into that stuff, so he doesn't describe it like they would. So we can just talk about the things we know.
What? No, I'm saying that I know my place, right? I know what to consider a fact claim and what not to, right? I'm not going to pass off my beliefs as fact claims. I'm going to let you know straight out the gate. I'm going to separate my beliefs from the science, which has no beliefs, just data. You understand? Science just gives you data. So if you're being honest, you have to just look at that data, because that data is only telling us what we exist in. So you have to take that into account. You have to take actual reality into account, which is what
Okay,
science is
so do
giving
you
us
take right? So
insight on.
Jay, do you take into account that we have data in the form of scriptures that tells us when things are going to happen, and when they happen, people go,
That's
well,
false.
anybody could have got it right.
That's
Well,
false.
here, hold on. I'm going to ask you a question.
It's false,
Now,
though. You said
no,
it right.
hold
I
on.
disagree with
Here's a
that.
reality. This is a real question that you can answer.
But you
Now,
just said
in
a lie.
scripture-
You want to brush past it. You
No.
just said a
I'm going to
lie.
ask
wanna
you. I'm going
brush
to ask
past
you a technology question.
No, yeah, but you can't.
No, let me
prove
ask you a
it.
technology
You made a
question.
claim. Now you're trying to jump to that. You made a claim that scripture could
Yes.
could
Yeah, I'm
predict
going to
stuff
use a technology
and get it
statement.
right, and you can't give me one instance when it
Yes.
did that.
No,
You
Jay.
can't give me
Jay.
one instance when it did that.
Jay, listen right now. Watch. The
Give me one
scriptures
instance
say,
where scripture predicted something and got it right.
watch, listen.
All right.
The scriptures say that there's an accord coming between Iran, which is Persia, Turkey, Ethiopia, and
Show
Russia.
me
Hold on,
where.
listen, hold on. Now, the scriptures declare that there is a coming together of nations to make a bigger power. And it says who they are and exactly where they are. Now, if you looked at any kind of information and it told you something that was wrote thousands of years ago, and it says, when this happens, you will know more. And it's never happened of all of history. Ethiopia has never had an accord with Iran that has an accord with Russia until, what was it? I think months ago or whatever it was. But it's never happened in all of our history.
You would
But
still have to show me in the scripture where it says these
Okay,
things.
remember I've showed you before and I'll do it again. So if it
Okay,
does give you
please do.
information, hold on. If it gives you information that has, it's a prediction that comes to pass, you can now say you don't need to believe in any technology because you have a true technology that is telling you things that will happen, and no technology is telling you that. We don't know what's tomorrow's going to bring, but yet there's a book that tells you what's going to happen, and when it does, people go, it could have got it right at any time.
That's not true. You're not telling me that there's any passage in the book that's going to say, oh, it's going to be Netanyahu and Trump and these guys and all of this and that. It's not going to say that in the Bible. So
well, you can, but you would be fucking lying.
Hold on. No. I'm going to say something that I don't think you've ever heard this before.
Oh, and by the way, I know I cuss a lot. You know, life's a bitch. It's not meant to like
she's not
be obnoxious or anything. I'm just like built that way. So
yeah, no worries. Like I said, I'm not taking any offense in like thick skin. Hey, if we
cursing's kind of my love language.
Oh yeah, it used to be mine too. But I don't know. We can go.
But anyway, like I said, you can claim that if you like, but you would be fucking lying.
What would be the lie?
You can't make the claims you saying.
But you can't show us in the scripture where
it happens several times
like that are fulfilled, or I mean,
no. Okay, so I would say you realize that there's an account described in the Bible.
I'm not saying.
Hold on. I'm going to describe something to you so you can just understand my point of view. I'm not trying to tell you any information yet. You can verify that there has been prophecies fulfilled that people want to act like the Bible could not have been wrote at that time because it described it so perfectly. It had to have been wrote afterwards, except history has found when we went digging over in the Middle East and we found some temples and some scrolls and some writings that there were people who talked about this prophecy before it even happened, which qualifies the fact that it was a prophecy, not an afterthought.
Name one.
Okay, then show us what you're talking about.
Name one.
Tell us.
Name one right now.
I mean,
well, it's called. Okay, in Revelation,
I think that you're just interpreting things with your spiritual eyes, and you know that's just the way to make anything a fulfilled prophecy.
No. Okay, so it says in the end days that there's going to be 10 nations that come together in agreement. If you look at the BRICS, that's who it is. Is you have the basics. Russia, China, what is it? West Africa. I mean, you have the nations, and they're called the 10 kings with the powers. Now, if you start looking at where are these characters and who could they be, it's like I told you, there's a prophecy of an accord coming together with Iran, Turkey, Russia, and Ethiopia that has never happened, and it just did. That is a prophecy fulfilled, and you can say, "Oh, show me," or, "I don't believe it."
Like you ascribing your own stuff to it. Like it doesn't say that specifically. You're basically twisting and turning it to mold what you're saying and saying, "You see, that's what it's saying," but that's you doing that.
Oh, okay. So here's the idea that I guess you guys missed it when I said it the first time is the carnal man cannot understand the things of the spirit is what's wrote in scripture.
Oh my God.
Hold on. Let me give you an explanation of a train of thought. So if I was to tell somebody that grew up really racist, that it should be, you should love everybody, they would not feel the same way I did, no matter what I said, but it wouldn't mean I'm not telling the truth.
Obviously.
So I'm saying your perspective skews what you believe. Do you believe that?
That's not the same thing. You're trying to ascribe your theism to something physical and tangible. Well, not tangible, but like actually that is experienced in the real world, like racist issues, racism issues. That's different than you telling me the things you're saying. Like you have no basis of truth to claim the things you're claiming. That's what I'm telling you.
Jay, what you just said was right. Okay, so it's like racism. Okay, do
Yeah,
you
but
know? Hold on. Do you know
yeah.
anywhere in the animal kingdom racism is a thing? That it's a spiritual condition, just like love.
Yeah,
Animals,
Hold on.
lots of places.
No. There's no animal kingdom that cares what color they're wearing.
Yes,
yes, they
There
do.
is.
I didn't say anything about wearing
I
because
said
obviously
racism
animals
is a
don't wear
differentiation
clothes.
between people's eyes and what they believe.
No,
It's not
that's
in
not
actuality.
goodness gracious. You're trying to like
That's
still add some
the way
mysticism to
human
it.
brain. That's the way, well, brains in general work.
I'm
No,
not
no, no,
against
no.
adding mysticism,
Oh,
but you got to do
no,
it
no, no,
right.
no. My message
You know,
wasn't about the
there's a
mysticism. No, listen.
there's a reason that when we reproduce, that our kids look so much like us.
No. You're
It's so it
taking
can trigger the part. What?
you're
taking
taking
what?
this in the wrong direction. What I was saying was your ability to understand what love
There's
is,
no
what
wrong
hate is.
direction.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I said what your ability to understand love, hate, and racism is a spiritual condition. It is not an actual
It
thing.
is not.
No,
I
it's
assure
not.
you.
Goodness gracious, it's not. Like,
Well, no.
that's
When you're willing to hurt somebody over the color of your skin, it's because you have misinformation. It's not because there's actually something there. So don't tell me that's true.
listen. There's dogs that won't
You
get next to you, depending. Like, if you light skin, they angry at you. If you dark skin, they angry at you, and they'll get around. Like, there's dogs that have that. Like, there's dogs that feel love. You know, there's dogs that feel just rage and they just
so
bark at anybody. You understand? Like,
Well,
they
you
feel
can
that.
infer that a dog knows what love is, but I'm going to say he
Yes,
knows where he wants to be. And then, are they the two different
yes, he
things? They might
does.
be two different.
Dogs are
Hold on.
self-aware. They
Hold
want to
on.
live. They
They don't
reproduce.
want
They
to
love
live.
their,
Do you know
they
a
love
dog
their
that
baby.
plans for tomorrow?
Yes, they
Have you
do.
ever
What do
seen a
you
dog
mean a dog
plan
don't
for
want to
tomorrow?
live? A dog is going to defend itself and try to live. It's going to defend its life the way you would.
No,
Any
I
animal
don't.
would.
No,
What do
see,
you
okay, so
mean?
there
A
you
dog is
go.
not going to try to defend itself if you
are
try to
you?
feed a
No.
dog.
Hold on. You hit
Okay,
a good
servant.
point. Hold on.
Servant. Okay.
He hit a good
I mean,
point.
you really okay, finish your point.
Okay, so his good point was a dog wants to defend himself. If you look at scriptures, Christ did not come to defend himself, but to give his life. Is the idea of a spiritual realm you cannot understand, but it does not invalidate any point of view that you don't hold as valid. Just
Yeah, but
because
it's,
you don't understand it doesn't
does
mean it isn't valid.
that's
Christ
hypocritical.
came not to what is
Okay,
That's
so
Christ came not to
hypocritical.
defend
do you,
That's
himself but
hypocritical.
to
right. No, when
give
Christ says
his
turn
life?
watch. When Christ says turn the other cheek,
He
do you
said,
know?
I
Hold
came
on.
not with peace, but with a sword.
Yeah, he's going to divide. And what that means is those who say they love him but don't are going to be cut away from him, because there's people who really love him and
Cut
gave
away
of
from
their
him.
life that have the right to say it. It's like when your kids, if you have children that go, I love you so much, but they talk to you once or twice in a month and they don't really show up,
When
but
I
yet
cut
they
off people,
expect
I
to
don't
say
use
that
the
they can
sword.
love you with all their heart. You could say, no, you don't.
Listen, when I cut off people, I don't use a sword. That never comes
Why
into
would
the
I
equation.
need to?
You understand what I'm saying? Like, I
No.
don't need a
You
sword to
see,
cut somebody off unless
yeah,
I'm gonna cut
but you
you
weren't
for
born
real.
with a sword, but you were born with a mouth, and the sword of the spirit is the word of God.
Goodness
So the way it
gracious.
looks is like,
No,
listen,
absolutely
hold on.
You
not.
can't prove that. There's no
Yes, I
metric that
can.
you could prove that. You cannot show that to be the case in the world outside of your words, outside of your interpretation. Like, you
Metaphor.
cannot show that to be the case, man.
No, it's the same way that you cannot show me that peptides exist when me and you go out to a field, because you have to have technology that
Goodness,
gives you an
exactly.
ability.
That's
Hold
what
on.
reveals it to us. That's what
Hold
Moses didn't
on.
have.
I get it.
That's
And
why
I
he
think
wrote that version. That's why he wrote that version the way he did, according to people. And some people say he didn't even exist, but that's a whole nother debate. I'm telling you that whoever wrote that didn't have the technology. The technology you saying we need to do that, which you're right. Guess what? We have it now. We didn't have it then. We have it now, and it revealed to us what it is. So now we know. Now what do? Do we discard that to try to uphold something from thousands of years ago? Or do we accept the gift that we have now of knowledge and expand from that? That's what we should do. You understand? We don't sit there and try to make and contort those reality, this new reality that is upon us, to contort it and twist it to fit that from thousands of years ago. We carry on from the forefront of where we at, which debunks the stuff you're talking about, because every single aspect of what you're talking about doesn't hold up in terms of reality and how reality works. It just doesn't. You understand what I'm saying? So you can theorize and suppose other stuff, but when you go to that
time out. Now you just accused of me of supposing things. Hold on, you accused me of things supposing, and you're doing the same thing going millions of years ago is when it had to happen. You're doing the same thing, except your religion is believing what you've been told. My religion is being.
It's not a religion.
No,
There's
we
no
have
religion
no
here.
religion. I have no religion.
Hold on.
Hold on. Science is not a religion.
You can't just do that.
Science
Like,
is not
you
a
know,
religion.
when you first got here, did you notice that we didn't just go, Christian, get him? We didn't do that. We asked you questions and we listened to your responses, and so, you know,
right.
I determined what I determined what I felt you were religiously, and then you confirmed it. You see, because that's how talking works. So you should really do that too, because, you know, first of all, Jay Money never told you that he was an atheist. And do you know why he didn't tell you that? Because he's not an atheist. Jay Money's a deist, and he doesn't fucking know what a deist means, so he says he's a theist.
I don't even know. I don't title
Sorry,
myself.
Jay. Let me know how it feels under that bus. But
I don't.
I am an
myself,
atheist.
I do believe.
And you have misrepresented everything to me so far about what it means to be an atheist. It's not it's not a religious fucking call to action or anything, or
okay, so
you know,
the reason why I said religion plays a part in it is because you have to rely on your belief in it. The reason why I say that is because
I believe you said we sign up to.
Goodness, there's no belief in it. It's data.
Yeah,
it's data. You run the test, you do your examinations, and it gives you back data.
Literally lack of belief. Like literally,
you know, it is what it is.
Lack of
it is.
belief.
You want to be in denial and look at the data and say that's not what it says, then that's on you. But it says what it says. The data is how it is, and it's that way outside of you.
Right. So Jay, let me ask you a question. If you, and let me please talk, because this might be important.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so let's say I have data for you, and here's my form of data. I can show you on specific days where I saw an outside force outside of time make sure things lined up. That's actual data because it's history. It's official. It's kind of like, and please don't critique this one, but it's like when you leave the house and you're driving maybe to the store and you see somebody that you haven't seen in a long time. What did it take for you guys to be at that exact moment? May not be an anomaly is the only thing I'm asking you guys to open your mind to, is that if there is a chance that I have data that you just have to understand how to read it. Let's say I was out at a shopping mall and I ran into a guy that needed something, and for some reason I had the exact amount of dollars to help him out. I could say it's an anomaly, but I have data saying that's not the first time, nor the second, nor the third, which means with more
Are we
information.
miracleizing
All right, so
coincidences?
No, I'm giving you
exactly. That's what you're doing. How many times were you not there when they needed $10 more than what you provided? How many times are you not there now when they need something where it doesn't fit your rhetoric for you to pass
don't
off
look at
this notion?
No. You're looking at it as a negative. I'm saying in my shoes
not a
as
negative.
no. Wait.
Yeah.
I think you're missing what I'm saying.
I'm not though. I'm not.
No,
I
listen,
follow
man,
exactly what you're saying.
Okay,
You're
tell me what I
twisting it
said.
to fit your logic. You're basically trying to add some sort of extra. It's not just a coincidence. This doesn't just happen. There must be something more to why I was there with the exact amount of money you needed.
That's not what I'm saying.
Listen, man, it just happens. You understand?
Hold on,
Sometimes
that's not what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
You got me wrong. So
Okay,
Jay,
what are you saying?
What I'm saying is I have data from my own perspective in my own shoes that anywhere I go, I can prove there is something deeper than you guys are admitting to, but I can actually show you it by data because it's actuality. It's not how I feel. It's because I see the things happening in front of me that you can say, hey, it's an anomaly. But I say, if it happens all the time and it doesn't happen to anybody else, it's not.
What you said nothing. First of all, you didn't never give an example of any one of those things. You just said that you can do it, and you never gave an example. And I'm going to mute up for the siren, but explain.
Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure if what you're doing is sneaking, trying to prove frequency of miracles, or
Okay, so that's what we're gonna. Okay, so it's not about a frequency of miracles, but it's actually a chain reaction of your life going into play. Let's say that you're supposed to play a position like a video game, but the thing is just sitting there and it's on the couch. Hold on.
Let me
go ahead.
Okay. Let me finish what I was actually saying first. So are we talking about the frequency of miracles, or are we just classifying whatever the hell makes your feeling feels good, or are we diving into determinism?
Okay, so
because that could be taken so many different ways, and I want to know exactly what we're talking about here.
Okay,
because
so
you're a little all over the map.
I agree. Okay, so let me try to. Okay, so the best way I could try to describe this is when I started really living my life on a level that I can say I take myself serious. I started seeing things happen that
Seriously.
Hold on, just let you
Go ahead.
say that. Yeah, just give me just a little bit to try to get my thought out.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
So my data that I rely on is showing me that because I don't understand the other side of whatever we know that could be there is real, because I'm seeing it active all the time. And I know people who've never seen it, who rarely seen it, and I know people who have seen it. So it's like, okay, so if you can just say that your mind is open to truth, is it possible there is something behind life? I describe it as hate, love. What did we talk about? We talked about things that are like, they're really not tangible, but yet they're reality for us. We know what hate is, but we don't know that's a spiritual level. The animal kingdom doesn't hate anybody. It defends itself. It
You're
defends
comparing things that have no business being even in the same sentence.
Oh,
like you're comparing apples to orange traffic cones.
No. What I'm comparing is your ability to see past what is like the technology and say, okay, so if Google says this is where the treasure is, but I have an outside source that I'm relying on, and it takes me somewhere else, and there is treasure there, you cannot discredit what you can't see and what you don't know. That's where you're at with me, is you don't understand the spirit realm is how I live, and I have data in it. You assume I have feelings, and it's the way I think I see things. Do you see what I'm saying?
I can't believe you just said that. Sorry. It's
No, I'm just saying you may not understand my perspective, but if you try to give me
you just
the
you just
benefit
said
of the
you just said the line that J Money says all the time. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? He uses it like a vocal tick, like most people would say, like, like,
no,
like,
no, I was
or
well, no.
that's
I'm not. I was
you see
literally
what I'm
asking.
saying is J Money's like placeholder.
Okay, so I won't say that. Next time
And
I'll say, does that sound?
That's it,
that's
man. Say what you
anyway,
gotta
that's what made me laugh. I wasn't laughing at you or your thought. It was just funny to hear. You see what I'm saying from someone other than Jay. That's all.
Right.
So
So
I
yeah,
didn't mean to like straight up laugh in your face like that because that's not what I was doing.
No, and maybe those are kind of little neat things that are hiding, and they're being exposed. So you guys might be able to say, that is kind of curious that he did something that he had no idea what he was doing was familiar to us. I'm just saying, examine evidence that you don't normally examine.
Yeah, that just knocks it up a level with funny. The fact that we are actually discussing fucking coincidences when you made a coincidence.
Yeah. Now, what if it wasn't me?
It's
Can you
funny.
give it credit?
My thing is, I believe
Hold on.
in a
Can you
lot
give
of
it
things.
credit?
It wasn't you. You're
Yeah,
the
can
one that
you-
just said it.
No, we're talking about the spirit realm and how you don't see things that are there.
I don't
Hold on.
believe in a spirit realm. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No. Hold on. And
I
you
have
just
zero
said-
frame of reference for a
prove it.
spirit realm.
Hold on.
I
You
don't
just
even
lived
know
it.
what spirit means outside of it being a liquor.
Listen, you just experienced it because an anomaly came out of what we were just talking about, and I had no idea. I've never
That's
heard
not
you
an
guys.
anomaly.
No, you said
It's not an anomaly.
I said exactly what Jay says, and it made you stop.
All
And we
that
were talking
happened,
about- Well,
all
you
that
can discredit
happened
it.
was you triggered a
You can
memory
say anything.
No.
of the million times I've heard J Money say something.
Right.
For all I
we were
know,
talking
you've
about
been secretly watching, async all the time, and you already knew about that, and maybe you just decided to throw that in there.
or there's a spiritual significance that makes you go, okay, so
Like I said,
that
I
really
do
did
not
happen.
acknowledge the existence of a spiritual anything.
No, yeah, and I nobody makes you do anything, and I don't want to do that either. I'm just saying, like, for the people who are listening, they witnessed a real crazy coincidence, and I don't think anything is a coincidence. So if you were to ask me, that was the showing of the spirit realm right there in your face of going, look, he did something that was
But it
familiar
wasn't.
to you. I didn't know what I did, and it made you stop. And we were talking about how you don't understand and see the spirit realm. You don't think those are connected? We were
No,
talking
I
about what
don't.
happened. You said there's no data, and it happened to you. You
I
have
didn't
no
say
data.
there's no data. I
Yeah,
said
you-
I don't
Processing brain
recognize the
activity.
existence of a spirit realm. Let
Okay,
alone
so
me.
so
I don't
watch.
even recognize the existence of a spirit.
So
Yeah.
here's what I'm gonna get. I'm gonna ask you guys to do one
Misrepresenting
crazy
brain
thing. And here's what I want you guys to all do. Is I
Suspend
want
disbelief and be a Christian.
No. I want you to keep your ears at least open for one thing. When this happens again, listen to what the person is saying and not criticizing your point of view to them, and maybe adopt an idea that doesn't belong to you because it's not yours. That's the whole idea of the spirit realm, is it's not yours, it's not natural to you, but you can know it if you want. Some people want to know the bad parts, and they do. Some people want to know the good parts, and they do. Some people hope to find the good parts, and bad people lead them wrong, is what we have to be aware of. But if you go strictly just to scripture alone and read it and say, hey, talk to me, I guarantee you, if your heart and mind is open, that there could be somebody there to direct you, he isn't going to tell you no. Because you would never tell your child no if they said, I am hungry.
Oh my God. You just triggered a memory of my mom saying he isn't going to tell you no. Oh, wow. Look, it happened again.
No. That's
Yeah.
not what this is about.
Everything you say, I have probably heard another person say that. So does that make it a coincidence or a miracle? Is it a spiritual anything? It's just a fucking
Yeah.
coincidence.
Okay, so
You don't believe those happen?
no. I literally do not believe
Like
in any kind
ever?
of coincidence. No, I believe everything is set out. It's kind of like a movie that's been already watched. You can replay it, watch it again. You know what's going to happen. You don't tell anybody what they're doing, but you know what the movie details.
So
Is a way you can have a point of view about your life. Is people know what decision you will and won't make based on who you are. If I told you, hey, you need to come with me, your life's in danger, you would probably laugh at my face. And if something was to happen to you, you would pay for it. Do you not believe that that is a possibility, is to your hurt? Because
It's
that
all,
is the
it's
spirit
all your
realm.
brain, dude. It's
no.
all your brain. Your brain is how you experience this. Right now, God forbid, if your brain was affected in a way where you're not the same no more, you wouldn't even be talking like this. You wouldn't even be thinking the stuff you thinking. This is all emergent from your brain, your consciousness. You
Well, it's
trying
already
to
happened.
answer things that you don't have an answer for. It's confusing to you. It's a conundrum to you. I get it. And you got that inclination in you to want to know, and that's okay. But you got to respect what is facts and what is your assertions on top of the facts. You can't say that, oh, there is a spirit realm and da, 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 da. You don't
Yes,
know that for sure. You don't know
no,
that because you
no,
can't
hold on.
tangibly show that. You have to like be honest and be like, yo, look, I don't know that. I suppose that there is. I feel this way because of this reason, but I know the data don't say that because the data don't indicate no spirit realm. And I'm a person who believes in things like that. I'm the one who tells people all the
He
time, life
does.
is meant to be experienced, not explained.
It's
Experienced.
Let
frustrating.
We
me ask you a
wasn't born
question.
with instruction
Hold on.
manuals.
Can I ask you a question then? Doesn't the data say that whatever is doesn't disappear, but it
What
transforms?
data?
It's
What
like
data?
Update itself.
Where's
Better
the
science can
Where's
update
the
the data.
data?
can I talk?
Go ahead, yeah.
It's like conservation of energy. Like when one thing transfers to another, you get sound, heat, or light. Everything has a transference. And yet our data says that with all of your information, if you look at an SD card,
Okay.
hold on.
All
Let
right.
me just say something. A
I
SD
did
card,
let you say something,
I'm
and
sorry.
now
Oh,
I'd like to know where the data is. What are you talking about?
okay, so
Show me
here,
what you're talking about.
okay, so what I'm trying to get at is you can take an SD card that has nothing on it, and you can have an SD card that is built to upload your computer. You can weigh them, look at them, examine them, and there is no difference. But what is inside is definitely something. Does that make sense to you?
No, because it's another.
You don't know what a full SD card and an empty SD card. You don't believe in that?
I don't know what it has to
See,
do
now
with
you're
what
trying
we're
to analyze
talking
what I'm
about.
saying and not trying to
No,
She
I'm
don't know
just
what
trying to
the relevance.
understand what you're saying, and it's not. I'm failing big time because I don't think my ability to understand has been drained, but I'm pretty sure that you don't know how to make sense anymore at this point.
Okay, so let me ask you the
Because every
question.
time I ask a question, I'll ask for a yes or a no, and I get a fucking analogy. I ask you a straight, direct question, and I get a metaphor. And it's like you can't just answer the question.
Okay, so this is for your
And
chat.
I'm not trying to trap you. I'm not trying to dunk on
You
you.
can't trap
I'm
what I
trying,
understand.
I'm just trying to clarify what you actually mean so I can give your question the, you know, the respect that it.
Okay, so yeah, that's all I want is your
I don't know
honest
about
answer to this
deserve,
question.
but
Okay? I want everybody's answer to themselves in this question. If I can show you 2 SD cards and forensically you can take them apart, you can examine them, you can look at them with any kind of microscope. And
all right,
hold
to
on,
be
hold
clear,
on. I told you I just want to
heard
say
your
something.
question.
No. That's not my question. That's not it. Listen to what I'm trying to get at because you're missing it. What I'm saying is
Okay.
if you can literally look at something and go, they look the same, they are the same, but they're not, is the spirit realm you don't see nor understand is why you think you're right about everything, is the same reason why you can't look at an SD card and figure out which one has anything on it. You have no idea without the right technology that tells you what it is. You can do nothing to discover it at all.
It's
It's the same way as the spirit realm.
You're not seeing what it's all.
Well, you're not
signals,
seeing what I'm
codes,
saying
and
because
numbers.
that
It's
should
all
make sense.
zeros and ones, basically. It's all zeros and ones inside of it.
No. Forensically, you can look
Patterns.
at it at a microscope and never see a 0 or a 1, correct? Because it's not
No,
how
I'm
you
telling
do
you
it.
that coding and all of this stuff is all words and letters and stuff that happens on a console behind, like even the stuff you see in
Right. Yeah.
console that's
Yeah.
projecting this. That's what it is. Yes, these are
And that's the
codes
idea
that
that
are
you don't
running
believe.
right now.
No,
You could
that's the
bring up
idea
the
of
console.
this.
There's codes. Yeah.
Right.
Without those
No.
codes, guess what? We don't do this. We can't do this without those codes, without those words, letters.
Amen. See, now
Yeah.
what you're describing is a spiritual realm.
No, I'm
Until
not.
hold on.
No.
I'm not.
Listen to what I'm saying. You're missing what I'm saying. Is like, watch here. I'll prove it. I can have you open up anywhere in a King James Bible and you could point to anything, and I guarantee you will see something that's a direct message. Now, you can say, oh, it's an
That's not
anomaly.
because there's a message there, though.
No, out of all of the scripture,
It's
there's a lot of
because-
scripture that doesn't say very
It's
much.
because you're the way our brains take in information, and we automatically we are predisposed to finding patterns in anything, everything, because our brains are, just one person's brain is more, like 1,000,000 times more sophisticated than the biggest computer, and our brains are constantly filing all the information that is coming in. I mean, I probably got, 400 different sources of information coming into my brain every fucking second. And, the way our brains work is we identify patterns, and that makes it easier to compartmentalize stuff. And you know what? Sometimes we end up coming across information that is just straight bad, but it ends up hitting us a little hard because it feels good to know that you figured something out.
Okay, good. Yeah, now if you run with that and you can use my analogy of an SD card looks the same and one could be full and one could be empty, is the idiom of somebody who has belief and somebody who does not.
No,
I'm just trying to make it so you can see
No.
that there are
Okay,
things
first
to
of
be
all,
seen.
that's not what an idiom is. And second, I mean,
no. Okay, so
now
listen to
you've
what I
gone
said
from
It's a bad analogy, man.
you've
No,
gone
listen.
from similes and
No.
metaphors,
Watch.
and
Jay
now you're
was talking about information.
Now you're dragging
All-
in axioms and idioms that you
You're
don't
trying
even know
to
what you're
switch
talking
what I'm
about.
saying. You're
Okay,
trying to
no.
insert what you're saying into what I'm saying. That doesn't correlate, man. Like we're not flash drives. You understand what I'm saying? That's
Yeah,
not
you
what
kind of
it is.
are, man. And
No,
I'm
we're
gonna
not.
say
No,
one
we're
thing.
not,
Have you
man.
ever
Like,
hold on? Have you ever had a bad feeling and it was true?
goodness gracious, that
What does that have to
has
do with
nothing to do with
anything?
nothing at all. That has nothing to do with
Well,
physics.
can you answer it?
It's just listen to what I'm saying.
You know what?
Emergent
No, because all you're
consciousness
is
itself.
what is
Go
it
ahead.
you're doing? It's like it's whataboutism is what you're doing. Only your whatabouts
No,
are
no. I think you guys got me
absolutely
wrong. Okay,
not
so I'm not trying to
involved
prove anything
in what we're talking
except.
about.
Okay, no. I think I'm not
It's
being
like we're sitting here
clear.
talking about shades of blue, or like, baby blue and navy blue and royal blue, and you come in and go fucking yellow, bitch, and then hightail it.
No.
It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I get it. Now, here's what okay, so in my belief system, it says that people will not understand what you're trying to say. Now, I agree that some of this stuff doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But if I said, hey, do you think a dog ever has a bad feeling? You would have to question what you even know to try to answer that, because you don't know. Now, I know I do, and I know you do. And how do I know that? It's not because I'm a psychic, and it's not because somebody told me you've done it. It's because everybody has. We live in a spiritual realm and deny that we do. The way we do it is through love and hate.
No,
The denial.
we
Hold on.
don't.
Okay. Well, no. I'm just trying to make sure you understand. I'm making sense out of what doesn't make sense, so you can see that
That
it's
makes
true that
sense.
there's things you can see that you don't know.
You
Right?
don't make sense though. You're not making
No.
sense though. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
no,
saying.
when I said this SD card could have information that'll save your life on it, but unless you have a computer that can read it, you're in trouble, right? How do you not say I'm making sense, dude? That makes everything.
That doesn't make no sense, is what I'm trying to tell you. We made computers, we made SD cards. We don't know what
No,
made
I
us,
said
if anything
when you
made
take
us.
this,
Nothing made us except a process. We are
we're
part of
talking
a
about the
process.
spirit realm, dude.
Something
We're not
probably
talking about
kicked
computers.
the process off. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
There's
no,
probably
I-
more going on in this process, but you're trying to ascribe things. You're trying to say that the things that we know already, that we already have a grasp on, like computers and this and that, we don't see drives in us and shit like that. We a system that happens automatically, like evolution happens. We a process that just we evolve, and that's what we are, man. Like we know certain things. We got certain things down pat. We know how the earth got here. We know how the sun formed and all that. We know how the universe formed. We
Yeah,
got
but
the
hold
answers
on.
that we need. We
Let
got the
me ask you a
James Webb
question.
telescope out there giving us data, showing us 300 million years past the Big Bang, light from that far back, showing us the universe. You understand? And this, we're only going to get further advanced with
Okay.
that. So I'm supposed to, discard that, bro, for the stuff you talking about? Come on,
No,
be real here.
Jay, I'm coming to you in nothing other than a form of a brother going, hey, man.
I don't think you are, man. I think you're trying to deceive me with that's like a tactic to lower my guard. Hey, brother, here, read the book. And when I don't read the book, you're gonna burn in hell. That's what that's what it is, pretty much. That's what it always is. Oh, brother, until I don't read the book, and you're gonna perish. You know what I'm saying? Oh, brother, I wish you don't perish. Man, listen, let me tell you something. I don't need nobody to pay for my sins. If I did something, let me be the one to pay for my joint.
Yeah.
Consider it one less. You don't need to pay for nothing that I got going on, big man. You know what I'm saying? I handle my own candle.
Now, Jay, I never said anything about what you're talking about. The only
Did
thing
you
I've
notice how
ever
many times he said, "You see what I'm saying?" In that, it was.
so now I get it. So
You get what I thought that was funny.
Yeah. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? No, but we'll look at the one thing is I'm giving you descriptions to help you to see that, okay, there's a realm of electricity. We don't know what it is. We can't recreate it by ourselves, and we need somebody else to do it. is the same way the spiritual realm works. I'm just giving you a for instance, and you're saying I'm trying to give you a proof. And all I'm trying to say is, in your mind, if you can look at an SD card and go, you know what, does it have something on it or not? Does it matter? If it saves your life, it does. That's the question everybody is ever confronted with, and it has nothing to do with if you're a sinner.
Analogy. That's a bad analogy because your dogma is not the arbiter of what is the life or death or not. That's what it is to you. That's what you read and you believed in your mind. Out of all the thousands of religions that's out there, that's the one you picked. There's people that pick Scientology from Ron Hubbard. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what they base their life on, and they're living down that and talk about Xenu and all kinds of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
okay, so I got a question for you. I got one question for you that might
You know
help
what?
us see eye to eye.
Here's a metaphor for you. I feel like we've given you a bunch of floppy disks that have the cure for cancer on it, and you're using it as a fucking coaster.
Exactly.
That's what this conversation feels like.
The
whole thing.
Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to make anything like a coaster underneath a drink. I was supposed to, I try to give bread and food where I can, and it's just the idea. It's just the
cure for
idea.
cancer being used as a coaster. Anyway, I need to go refill my drink. So talk to J Money for a minute.
So, like, listen, what I'm trying to tell you, Champ, listen, you could say all of this, but it's not scientifically backed. I would say that you could suppose whatever you want. I'm not knocking what you suppose. You're misunderstanding me. That's what I think is happening here. I think the reason why you keep firing back is there's certain stuff you say that hits in the realm of stuff that I be kicking, right? But I can't back it, right, with what you're saying or even get with it because you're trying to pass it off as a fact. You're not letting it be known that this is just your opinion. You understand what I'm saying? You are passing it off as a fact.
Okay,
you are making it seem like what you're saying is really what's happening, and you don't have a way to show that outside of yourself. Go ahead.
Hold on. Now, Jay, in this conversation, somebody had an anomaly twice. Now, I said that's how the spirit realm works. And then I went into detail going, you can't see it. You don't know how it works until you start getting it. It's like somebody can tell you there's a device, you have to turn it on, and then you have to type in some numbers to be able to get it on. Well, everybody knows what I'm talking about. But if you go to the country where nobody's ever even seen a cell phone, they will be clueless on what you are saying is how you don't know what I'm saying. About a lot of it, it doesn't mean I'm wrong. It means that maybe you can open up your mind to thinking that instead of you being right.
No, it does mean you're wrong, because what it shows is that you automatically classified something as
It's right.
an
It's
anomaly.
Yeah.
You just classify shit as an anomaly, but you know what really happened probably is that you just heard J Money use the phrase, you see what I'm saying, like 100 fucking times over the course of the conversation. And the fact that you spit it out, it doesn't mean it's an anomaly.
No. Okay.
It just means that you've been hearing him say it, your subconscious picked it up, and then it came out of your mouth too.
Okay, so you're giving one plausible way it could work. Now, my way is saying, okay, let's say.
Right. Notice how I didn't leave to, I absolutely know what happened here. And it's strange and it makes my brain hurt. So I'm just going to go with anomaly, therefore God.
Okay, so what you're saying to
That's
me
what
is
you're
this.
doing.
Right. No. What you're telling me is this, is I know for a fact because I have seen it and I have been involved with knowing more about it. It is beautiful, the spirit realm. And you're saying it's just my feelings is why I'm telling you it may not be my feelings. It may be real is the only thing I'm saying.
Say it was your feelings.
Of course, you're
I'm
going to think
saying-
your feelings are what's real. because it's your
I
feeling.
think
You're
your
gonna.
I think your subconscious had a lot to do with it.
No.
Not
I
your
remember I said
feelings.
data.
That's not
Is when
data.
things shouldn't happen that do happen.
Your feelings are not data. That's what you're not getting. Your feelings are not data. They are free from feelings. Data is free from your feelings and mine. So that's why you gotta
Okay,
take the
so hold
data
on.
as it is. You don't
Well,
have data. You got feelings. That's
no,
what you
no.
do. And you don't
Right,
want to
right,
get
right.
it through your mind that it's your mind that's doing it. It's through your mind that you could process all these feelings and data and stuff like that. You alter your mind, your brain, your physical composition of your brain. You can't do that no more. You won't see it the same way no more, even though you're alive. You're doing this all now because you could process it through your functioning brain. That's why. You understand what I'm saying? And you're
Okay,
not
now hold
seeing
on.
that.
Now hold on. It's possible because in a belief system it is wrote that unless you are called, you cannot know. Okay, so unless you are given the information, you will not have it. Is a way of going, okay, is it possible that if you don't ever care to look for the creator of the world, he'll never make you deal with him until
That
it's too
is,
late?
you
Is that
say
possible?
you've said nothing. You've said nothing the
No,
whole
I asked
time.
you
You
if it's
just went on a
possible.
tangent. What's possible?
Is it possible that there is a creator and doing it wrong is bad? Is it
I'm saying
possible?
that I believe that there is a God. Like you talking to a believer,
Okay.
but what I'm saying is that I'm not gonna go out of my lane of being able to prove it tangibly, because I know I can't. Neither can you. You understand what I'm saying? None of the stuff. We can only go by the data. We can only go by what the physical scientific data states. You understand? The peer-reviewed scientific data. And don't get it twisted. Nobody goes at a scientist harder than another scientist. That's why it's that way. They always test, and it's hard to get through. Peer review is just the beginning. Peer review is just getting, out
Okay,
there. You put your
so let me
manifesto, pass peer review. Now people do the experiments and they got to pass the test of time. That's how you go from, Newton to Einstein and all that. That's how that happens, because it passes the test of time and it becomes accepted science in the textbooks.
now
But,
Jay.
yeah, so it's
Right,
all
right.
about science, man.
Okay, so let me suppose a situation for you. Let's say the data can show you truth, correct?
It's all it does. It's just data.
Right. So if
It
you have
doesn't show you
evidence,
truth, or it doesn't show you truth or lies. It shows you data without feelings.
evidence, right?
You put the truth or lies on it. That's what you go ahead and do.
No. Now I would venture to say this as a fact. I know I have dealt with things that are not in this natural world normally. Now, people can discredit it, but here's one question that I would never say to myself is, I'm 100% sure I know everything. So if your
Nobody can say
data,
that.
what's that?
Nobody could say that. Nobody could say that. Science doesn't claim to say that. There's still
Hold
things that
on.
science is still trying to figure out. So who's saying that? Who's
You are
making the
telling
claim?
me you have data saying I'm wrong, and you don't.
I'm telling you that science
Pretty
is
sure Golden
what,
Arm
where
says that.
truth. That's where I know you hearing to respond and not to hear. I'm telling you that science is the way we form our truth, our truth claims. Anything outside of the data that we could test and come up with technology. That's how you got your phone. That's how we got the internet right now. That's how we got the global positioning system, the GPS. You understand what I'm saying? That's how we got that up there. It's through science. It's through better science, and it's only going to get better. Better ships, better rockets, better engines, better, all of that. That's science. Better cures,
right.
science, and it's
Now,
doing
hold
that
on.
in this physical world that we exist in. You understand what I'm saying?
No,
It's
no,
giving
right.
you
This
factual
physical world.
reality improvements. So it's
right.
real. It's not something that's just being reported or
No,
talked about from a
watch.
book 2,000 years ago, dog. Like,
No,
get it through your mind.
Jay, in our physical world, we can have two people, and one is like we would call bad, somebody who would, grows up, just doing bad things, and they're just not, they don't care about nobody except themselves. And you have somebody who's a real kind-hearted individual. That's the reality you live in, correct?
No, listen. I live
No,
in a
no, no, no.
reality.
Don't change it
No,
now,
listen,
man. You just said that you want to talk about
You're
something.
not
Let's
gonna
talk
pin me
about it.
down.
Okay,
Listen,
wait.
I'm
All
gonna
right,
tell you,
both
I'm gonna
you.
answer your question.
Charles, stop. All right, since we kind of like tripped on this real quick, were you just being a smart ass earlier when you
No, no, no. I was really
implied to
being
us that
serious.
you were? Can I finish a fucking question? When earlier, when you implied that you were a flat earther, were you just being kind of obnoxious because we were, or do you really believe the earth is flat?
No, no. I entertain in any direction that doesn't mean anything to me, because it's irrelevant to me if we're on a globe spinning like we've been
Yeah,
taught.
I noticed that. I noticed you were, not being
Yeah, I'm not
completely honest
very.
there. So that's why I'm clarifying now. Are you indeed a flat earther?
I don't consider what I'm on. I don't even care about it, and it's nothing that I even worry about. So I don't have an answer, just because it's nothing
Do
that I
you think
want.
the earth is flat? Can you just like honestly answer a question?
He said everything I saw is flat. Everything I could see with my eyes is flat. That's the only.
Yeah,
clear
I know.
thing
And that was
that's
a
telling you
Yeah,
what
and I
that
he's
was
saying.
just
kinda
a
snide, but, like-
dipshit Philbro dodge from
That's what I'm saying.
an
He's basically saying to you,
answering a
he's
question.
he's telling you it's flat,
So-
and he doesn't want to give you an answer on his form. What I can see
I'm
is that
just
it's flat.
asking you now, can you please be direct and
Like I could.
Okay,
are
so-
you in fact a young earth creationist?
Of course he is.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you want to say young Earth, I
Okay.
believe 6 days this thing was made.
Okay, and are you indeed a flat earther?
I've already told you that
I'm
those
not going to.
opinions are
No,
dead
I
to
want to
me.
know. Why can't you just answer? If
Okay,
you've
so no,
already
no.
fucking told us, then why
Oh.
not just? It's just a yes or no. I'm just asking for some clarification. That's
Okay,
it.
so-
I'm not going to turn this into a flat Earth debate. I literally just would like to know.
Okay, so I've argued both
Do you
sides.
believe the Earth is flat? I don't care what you've argued, and I'm not looking to do it again. I'm just curious about a few of your answers, and I want to make sure that I'm not trying to
Answer
trap
the
you.
question,
I'm not trying to
man.
do anything fucking
okay.
special.
So here's my standpoint on the Earth: is I don't believe it is what they say it is.
Oh my gosh, it's just so full of
see,
it, bro.
you
Like,
can't do
just
it.
answer the question. Like I could tell
No,
you.
I don't
this is
believe
just-
we're spinning. I've said that. I don't believe
Listen,
we're
then
on
that's
All right,
correct.
fine.
That's-
We're not spinning. So
Yes, we
flat
are,
Earth,
though.
yes or no?
I have no opinion.
Now you have no opinion. You have an opinion about the afterlife, the stars, the moons, but you don't have that opinion because you don't want to appear a certain way. Why is
No, no,
this
no,
so ego based for you? Why is it so ego driven for you?
apparently
Okay, you're
even know
you're
what God
misunderstanding me.
wants from everyone,
Okay,
and
so
you can speak for God like it ain't no thing. You're just super nonchalant about that, but
Okay, so
one
here's
question
my
about the
reason.
shape of the Earth, and you get all fucking precious.
No.
It's
Okay, so hold on.
weird.
Oh,
Dude,
I get
it's
it.
fucking
Let me
weird.
explain. Let me explain a point of view that you're not seeing in me that's non-offensive. Here's what I would say is like the duality of light. I can argue that light is wavelengths or proton or photons, right? So if I can argue both sides of the case, I really don't. And if I don't care, I don't have a standpoint because I could argue if you wanted against anything that's stupid, but I'm just trying to get to the spirit realm, which is the most important thing.
So you're just a contrarian then. Like, I could just argue against anything that you think, and I think it is stupid. I could just argue
No.
against anything.
You asked if I believe that the earth is round or flat, and I was like, I can argue both sides of the coin. It doesn't mean I'm right in any way.
Nobody asked you what you can argue.
Argue your stance.
I
the one you
asked you for an honest response to a direct question.
You don't wanna
And
be
then I
direct,
told
and that's
you
crazy.
that I wasn't going to do anything with that information. I just wanted some clarity on stuff that we've been talking about.
Okay, so
That's
J
it.
Money was like,
And
wow. When
apparently,
I said I don't believe
he's
we're on a ball
saying
spinning.
wow because you won't answer the question.
No, he
Even
said
at
wow
this
when I said we're
point,
not on the ball spinning. He was like, wow.
No, listen. Nah, I'm
I
saying,
literally
yeah,
said
no,
that.
because
that
it was a
originally
dodge.
No,
No,
listen,
I said
exactly.
we're not on a ball spinning is a direct answer to is
It
this
is
world
not a
rotating?
direct
So
answer.
you think it's flat? That's not a direct answer, by the way. You see, you keep playing game and word semantics because that's what you do. That's what you're doing, and I don't
No,
know
no, no, no,
why.
no,
Like,
no. If you
I don't do that. I'm not doing that with you.
It's not a.
no, no,
I'm
no.
sorry,
Okay,
but
so
that's like the farthest thing from a closest or to an honest answer.
no, no,
I
no.
mean,
Okay,
it's
so
so
the honest
fucking far
answer.
away from an honest answer that you can't even see an honest answer from there.
Okay, no, no, no. Here's an honest answer.
That's
My
how
honest.
fucking wrong you are. You
No, no,
are
hold on.
fucking wronger than siblings fucking.
Okay, so my honest answer is I am more worried in the spirit realm how you guys will perceive me by my own personal views that could be wrong, opposed to my whole ambition in life is to find loving people that want to have a family. If it's a possibility, at least ask yourself that. And you want to talk about, do I think that we could prove that the water cycle would not exist on a spinning planet that is so far away from the sun? I could do it.
I didn't ask you to
What are you
prove
talking
anything.
about, man? What are you
There's
talking
problems
about?
with the ball theory, and
No,
there's
it's
problems
not.
with all kinds of stuff. Yes,
No,
there
there's
is.
not. No, there isn't.
Okay, what
Man.
problems with the ball theory?
Okay, so here's your ball theory problem, and I've already stated it, is the moon has enough gravitational force to pull our waters, but we don't have enough gravitational force, which is several times what it is on the moon, and we can't pull it in is a lie. There's no physics that say that that is an accurate way anything works, and yet you overlook it because you don't know that there's details that contradict itself. You just run with it. Oh, it's because it's kind of spinning away from us. That's not how gravitational force works. When you have enough to pull the waters and make tides, if the 25% of a little scrap of gravity they have can pull our waters, we should engulf the moon.
No, we should not. Listen, there's I don't have the verbiage to give it to you the way it should be, right? But at the end of the day, there's forces at play that keep this way. The earth does the whole earth. This is a massive object we talking about. It does
Okay.
one rotation
All right.
every
Time out.
24 hours.
I-
One rotation.
Yeah, 25,000 miles an hour. You got it.
No, it
All right.
doesn't. It's one rotation every 24 hours. How are you going to feel that? Something as massive as the earth doing one spin.
No, no, no. It's not
24
about that.
hours to do
Okay,
it
so
too.
hold on.
20, it doesn't do it
All right.
fast. It does it in
It
24
is-
hours. You
It's
won't feel that.
15 degrees in an hour. That's not that fast. Anyway, I did assure you that we weren't going to get into flat earth, and I'm going to stick by that.
Please, let's
But,
not do that.
you know, you 100% did not answer the fucking question.
No, okay, so
even
the
after,
answer to my
you know,
question is
I almost feel like I have to fucking plan out a freaking strategic op and then execute it just to get you to answer a fucking question.
okay, so no.
When I, you know, I regret doing. Oops, hold on a second. Hello, John. Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry, I spent some time with the
John,
kids,
what up?
splashing around in the hot tub
It's
and
all right.
the weather that we've had.
How
and now
you
I've
doing?
got another 5 minutes. Mike, Seven, do you think that the level of ambiguity that exists with regards to the shape of the planet and the potential ambiguity that exists as to whether light is either a particle or a wave are even remotely the same thing?
Can you clarify that question?
Well, like the
Oh,
confidence-
now you want clarification.
my
After
like
you just dodged the shit out of what? That's so rude.
well we and when I say we, I mean humans as species calculated the circumference of the planet on which we exist thousands of years ago with 2 holes in the ground and a goddamn stick. But you seem to be making the claim that you don't have any confidence over what the shape of the planet is, and you're justifying, to justify your uncertainty, you're using the notion that light both behaves as a particle and a wave.
Yes. So to clarify how I look at it is, I see there's problems with physics when you have the heliocentric Earth. I disagree with the way gravity works with the water cycle. If gravity is what it's supposed to be, you should be able to somewhat walk up a big enough mountain at a different degree level, because the mass itself is holding you, not the center of the Earth. But like I said, just because I have some curiosities that don't seem like they add up, that's why I stay away from it.
What do you mean by when you walk up a mountain? Like, what should change when you walk up the mountain, according to you?
You when you walk up a mountain, you still have to stay vertical versus being able to slightly lean back into a position that you would normally fall back into. But because of the mass of like a big enough peak, like when you get into the Andes, you're talking about there's so much mass there that you should theoretically be able to be pulled in a direction that's not just absolute parallel.
No, absolutely. No. So when you're because the relative, we've got the relative mass, right? So yes, you in a way you are right. Like, for example, if you put
exactly, yeah.
if no, I'm not going to agree with you. What I'm saying is that
there's problems.
Like, if you're, let's say you're stood next to Mont Blanc, which it's 3,400 meter tall mountain. I've skied down it more than once in my life, right? Let's say you're stood next to it, and it's this huge lumpy mass, right? That is let's say it's immediately to your west. Well, that mass is exerting a gravitational pull on you from east to west, right? But it is so minimal compared to the rest of the mass of the planet that is underneath you. It would be akin to saying that the sea level drops when you get out of it because of the water that is stuck to your body. Whilst it is technically true, it's meaningless in a practical sense. What you're asking for, in terms of like when you say you're walking up a mountain, the mountain should be exerting some kind of gravitational pull on you, is absolutely true. But it is so minimal, we don't have the ability to detect it with our human senses. We could probably detect it with like LIGO or something, but you can't detect it.
But what I say is like, okay, so if somebody was to throw into the arena, let's say we didn't have any facts at all, and we were just going, how does this work? I would say buoyancy and density. That's a good option because things can float and things sink. Things can float on things that can sink. That the way things work is not explainable. Well, I'm just saying it's like, hold on. That's why I don't like getting into this stuff, is because I know enough to argue both sides to where you have problems proving that this is a ball, that when you go up in atmospheric, the atmosphere, you lose.
We don't though.
Well, no, hold on. It's like there's absolute vacuum in space. It would be impossible to have anything. Hold on.
Actually not
space
true.
isn't it's not an absolute vacuum. It's a near
It's
perfect
not
vacuum.
an
It's not
absolute
absolute vacuum. So
okay, so hold on. Let me ask you a question that I don't know if you've ever been asked this. Science has no idea why. There's two parts. That when the moon comes up and it's low on horizon, it gets really big. They don't know why, but the biggest thing that I have to ask you is, how come if the sun is being beamed off of the moon, why does the moon have a chilling effect in its light? It cannot be from a hot spot, because when you put a light on anything round, you will have one convergence of light in any point on a ball, but yet
what do you mean you'll have
the
one
surface of the moon? The surface of the moon is all radiant the same. Like if you take a basketball and throw a light anywhere, there's a place called a hot spot. I don't know what its technical term is, but the hot spot is where the light your eyes will allow it to focus on a ball. Now, the moon doesn't do that, but my biggest question to you is, how come the moon gives off a light that makes things cooler if it's reflecting from the sun?
The
moon does not give off light.
It doesn't exactly.
Okay, no. Okay, so if you take a thermometer in the full moon that's coming up, and you stand in the direct light, it is colder than when you go into the shade of a tree. That is what I'm talking about. You cannot explain that that's how our world works, because.
So look, there are so many potential things that could be affecting.
Oh, but science has been around so long. How come we haven't talked about it and nobody even thinks it's common knowledge?
Because they don't know. Every scientist that ever lived is here with you. You gotta go.
I can tell you now. Like there are some we can use we can use lasers to create a cooling effect, right? So the notion that some things could be cooler in direct or indirect sunlight in and of itself isn't a problem with regards to physics. There are phenomena that would explain
There's no answers for it.
But the problem that you've got here is that if you, let's say you've got an old like alcohol based thermometer, and you have it in direct moonlight, but it's also it's unprotected, it's exposed to the wind, right? Now you go and protect it, you go and cover it over from the moonlight, and then the temperature increases. Well, that's now because there's no wind chill effect on it, right? How do you control for any of this? Just making the assertion that a thermometer is and always will be cooler in quote unquote moonlight, when moonlight is just reflected sunlight.
Exactly is what you think it is. But if you do this, you can take two thermometers, put one in the shade, one in the direct light, and you will see by physics
what
the light
what
goes
does
colder.
any of that matter? You
That-
said
that's-
it because
okay, so no,
you
no, no.
said our problem is that we can't tell you why the moon looks bigger sometimes than
Okay, no, no,
others.
right. So I said
And the
in a
fact
human-
is, yes, we can, and it's not, and it doesn't have anything to do with the
No, you can't.
defect in the moon or from the sun. It's just
you
the
can-
fact,
you-
it's an optical illusion, and your eyes fucking explain it.
Well, also you've got to remember that the moon relative does maintain a uniform distance to the center of the Earth. The orbit is slightly elliptical, so it has an apogee or a perigee to it. But in terms of the size of the moon, the relative size of the moon will seem different for a couple of reasons. Firstly, there's a parallax effect when you look through the atmosphere, but also like where you're stood on the surface of the planet would mean that the moon is either closer to you or further away from you, which would affect the perspective of how big the moon seems to be, right? I mean, there's no problem with that. Like, dependent on where you're stood on the
Right.
planet, you may be closer to or further away from the moon compared to another observer.
Okay, so
Can
okay,
you
so
just say yes or no? Can you just say yes or no, please? Like once,
okay,
please.
so is
Well,
it
look,
Ready, please.
well, look, but look, if let's make it real
Right.
simple. If I'm on the east coast of Australia and the sun is setting and the moon is setting on the west coast, then I would be closer to the moon if I was stood on the west coast, right?
you would be closer to the moon?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm not too sure if that's.
Well, look, if the sun is dropping behind the horizon on the west coast and I'm stood on the east coast of Australia, and Australia is thousands of miles across, the sun is 220 odd thousand miles away, then the moon would look bigger if you were stood on the west coast, if it's setting over the west coast compared to if you were stood on the east coast, right? You'd be physically closer to it.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, like like you're talking about, like the elliptical of the moon will get closer to the sun at times and to the earth at times in its rotation in other seasons, but yet our seasons vary because of the tilt of the earth is a problem. Because what if the earth is closer to the sun? How come we're not warmer if we're closer to the sun? in the winter.
And we weren't even talking about seasons. Yeah, obviously the fact that we've got a 23 odd degree axis tilt on the Earth does mean that the northern and the southern hemispheres experience opposing seasons.
No, I was talking about the temperature change, but yet you could be closer to the sun and yet having a snowstorm, but yet you're further by hundreds of miles, and yet because you're pointed at it, you're warmer. That's not physics.
No, of course it's physics.
Being next to a sun that's hot is the physics. It's not that its rays are warming you up in a manner that makes you cold or hot, is it?
Well, no. Like feeling cold is an absence of energy input. Like,
no. I'm saying, so can you be closer to a heat source and still be colder somehow? Is something that contradicts the physics that there's times in celestial seasons where
okay, the moon is not now, nor has it ever been a heat source.
Yeah. So look, could you be physically closer to the sun and
colder
and perceive a cooler environment? Yeah, but there would have to be some other external factor that was having an impact on you. Like, for example, you could. There's nothing in principle wrong with the fact that you could, in the summer, because of the angle of the Earth, and whether we're, again, the orbit of the Earth is elliptical around the sun, so whether we're at apogee or perigee would have an impact. But you could. There's nothing in principle that is wrong with you being in like the summer months and experiencing the sensation of being colder than you would potentially have been in a winter month. That's on average, that's not how it would work. But you could have a set of circumstances that would allow for it. There's nothing wrong with that.
No,
it wouldn't be the norm, but it would be.
Okay, so no, I'm justifying a way you could believe something different is like the idea that water is the only substance that when it freezes, it doesn't become more dense, because if that was possible, life on Earth would be dead, because the reason that it expands and the colder waters make it possible for the life to go on is the reason that it's the only substance we know that does it. That's a balancing point that is contradictory to everything we see everywhere, except in the spirit realm. It makes sense.
Well, no. So water expands with increased temperature, and then
no. I'm talking about when it freezes.
It also expands.
Yeah, it's the only material that does that, because metals condense, woods condense, anything that is actual condenses in colder except water. And that's why life would be impossible if it acted like everything else. Is a balance in a contradiction that science cannot attain for. And that's why I'm saying, like, there's things that this world does that if you just take their word for it, it makes sense. But when you really look at it, the light from the moon should not be given anything colder, but it does. Those are reasons why I don't look at science as knowing truth.
But we're bouncing all over the place here. Why have we just bounced from? Yeah, like water is unique in that when it freezes, it expands. It actually increases by volume by about 10%. It depends. It depends.
H2O is the only one that does it.
Yeah, but it depends how it's. It depends how it's frozen.
I mean, there aren't a lot of them. There aren't a lot of them, but there are other substances that do the same thing.
No, I'm just saying, like, with our water cycle and the food and the way things work here, is life would be impossible if it didn't do that. And yet it's contradictory to the way materials behave.
Not true.
According to cold temperature. Cold temperature makes everything condense except one thing, water.
So what?
That's
a balance
incorrect.
that you can't. No,
Sorry, you're just.
It's an odd. It's an interesting observation, but so what?
Well, so what is like the idea that you think that there are stars that gave us minerals that held life together, when I'm saying all it took was a designer to say, I know what I'm doing, and did it, and it looks like it's done to me, and it's done right. You know, it's like, here's an idea. Is like, do you realize that on the depths of the ocean, like the Mariana Trench, there are the most colorful fish you have ever seen. There is no reason why there should be anything with color down there other than something enjoys it. There's your spiritual realm you cannot see.
No, I'm sorry. Wow. You can't just like. First things first,
color has no
shitload of claims.
Color has no objective purpose in blackness, and there is zero light down there, and yet there is the most colorful things down there. Is an idea that evolution didn't do it. Evolution doesn't care about making color in darkness because that makes no sense. But if you say somebody wants to see beautiful and they did it because they wanted to, there's your answer.
What's the objective purpose of babies with cancer?
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, look, if we are a product of design from a perfect being, then every engineer, every architect, every designer, every software programmer could have done a better job given the resources that are available to this all-powerful, almighty
No, I disagree, because they've been trying for millennia to try to get into a laboratory and make something grow out of nothing, and they've never been able to do it. So do not make.
Dude, we humanity suffers from things called
That's
autoimmune
also
conditions.
very not true.
Our own
Anyway.
immune system, our
That is a
own
fact.
body attacks itself. We are not a great design. The vagus nerve in a giraffe is 14 feet long for no good goddamn reason.
No, it's the valve in their head that when they go down to take a drink, they don't blow their brains out. You don't know how like these things work. Are you kidding me?
The vagus nerve.
You just exposed what you don't understand. And all I was trying to do is say, hey, we live in a spiritual world where hate and love do not make sense. And yet everybody knows it makes sense. Some reason. You said that that's discrediting. All I'm saying is, like, if we don't know how it works absolutely, why do we even talk about it?
The vagus nerve has nothing to do with
you should take your own
blood
advice.
pressure in a giraffe.
No, I'm talking about the valve in the head where
Yeah,
you
but
have
I
the
wasn't.
valve that slows down the bleeding.
Yeah, but when
I'm
I
on
said
the blood.
when I said that the vagus nerve is 14 feet long, it dropped from the brain all the way down the neck, wraps around the aorta in the heart, and all the way back up the neck again. There is no reason for it to do that. Ours does the same.
Okay.
It's just we
Hold
don't.
on, hold on.
It's extreme in a giraffe because it's got
Well,
such a
first
long
of all,
neck.
it doesn't. The vagus nerve doesn't carry blood at all.
No, it's a nerve.
Yeah.
It's just a great big long filament.
Only thing it carries is electrical impulses.
Yeah, look, if
So-
you were if you were designing a car, right, and you've got
Unless they're surfing.
but
The
if you
impulses are surfing.
let's say you're
I don't
designing
know. We
you're
might
designing a
have
car,
something
right,
there.
and you've got a button on your dashboard that turns the headlights on, right? You just run the wire from the button on the dashboard to the headlights, right? You wouldn't run it all the way through the trunk of the car, wrap it around the roof a few times, you know, tie a nice little bow on it, and then connect it to the light, because it would be an inefficient design. Which is exactly what has happened in the fucking giraffe with the vagus nerve. It's again with us too. Every mammal has it.
Well, you're presupposing that there is no function to it, kind of like they said, like they were trying to say, like, there's a whale that had a useless set of fins, and what it does is it was the muscles were attached so they can open up
You
the birthing
sneak
canal.
God into every little sliver you can.
He is the
possibly
most relevant
find, and
thing
you
you
call
don't know.
us presupposers wild.
If what I'm saying is true, then it is true. If what you're saying is true, then whatever I'm saying doesn't matter.
Yeah, dude. Like,
Do you know what?
science is the only way.
Oh,
Different-
hard to
diff-
agree
diff-
on that.
Different question, but Hizzle in the side chat is saying all cloned organisms share a single soul. What I think would be interesting is if you've ever heard of something called chimerism. It's where you end up with two fertilized embryos, and one embryo is absorbed by the other. So they actually have two. The baby that ends up being born has two distinct sets of DNA. Like if you were to take like a hair sample or a saliva sample, you would get two different DNA profiles that would indicate that they're siblings.
Pretty rare, right?
Yeah, very rare. But does that mean that entity, that person who's born, has two souls? Because haven't they just absorbed the soul of the other person?
Well, I know if I'd probably have the answer if I had that condition, if the Father wanted me to have it. But since I don't, I can only presuppose that you're basing questions that don't have to do with your life and somebody else's because you don't want to look at your life.
No, now you're trying to deflect. You don't got an answer, so now you're trying to deflect.
No, you're telling me like DNA means that you have to have two souls. I don't believe that. I believe if you're alive, you're one. Now you have two natures. You have a nature that is good and bad. That's 100% true, and nobody understands that that's the spirit realm. You could choose to be a bad guy and to treat me real bad, or you could be like, "Hey, I'm going to be good to this guy and not treat him bad." Those are two different people, correct?
The reason I think it's an interesting question is because most, and I'm not necessarily ascribing this to you. I'd be interested to hear what your position is on it. But most theists think that the second that a baby is conceived, sperm meet egg, that's when quote unquote ensoulment happens, right? So if you have two fertilized eggs,
I don't think most theists believe that.
I mean, obviously that's my interpretation. It doesn't have to be the case. Like, if Savant doesn't think that, like, if
we're just talking.
If he takes the position that some of the other monotheists, like a lot of Muslims believe that ensoulment occurs.
I disavow then
120 days or something like that. But it would be interesting to know what the position would be on the number of souls that somebody who has chimerism. So you've got one baby that ends up being born, but it has absorbed the embryo of the other embryo, right? So that means you now should, I would think, have two souls in one body, right? Because the other embryo has been absorbed. It's not died; it's still there. It's just now in two souls.
When bonus soul.
Yeah, exactly. You got a spare soul.
An extra player. No, I don't think that. I think whoever is in control of the body is who's in control of it. It's not that there's a joint meeting of the minds, so to speak. It's more like since it's an anomaly and it happens like one in every 40, 50 years.
That's what happened to Jesus. Maybe he's got chimerism.
It would explain 66% of the Trinity problem.
He said 33% was missing.
I don't know. The fucking that idea's got some legs. We should workshop that.
Well, if you understood how things work, it makes it more clear that we've been told a message that was meant to divide. The scriptures say that I want you to be of one body, one mind, one spirit. Now he says, be holy like I'm holy, which is different and separated. His difference is to love and to come to love and to let somebody hit you on the cheek and you turn it.
Where in the scriptures?
Of what? He literally
any of that shit you just said.
Okay, so the scripture says that Christ, you are to be like him. He says, if they hated me, they will hate you. The things I do, you will do, and greater things you will do. So he tells us literally.
Are you a pastor or some kind of preacher?
I'm a script reader. I read scriptural. Like I tried to teach myself Greek and Hebrew so I can not have anybody else's input when they want to tell me things. And that's how I think we're supposed to know the real reality of the spirit realm is not from somebody else's mouth who screwed it up, but you seeking if you're going to find it.
So are you a pastor or a preacher?
So when somebody tries to tell you things, what are you talking about? God? Does God talk to you?
Understanding more about scripture, I understand more about love. So I do believe he talks to me. Yes. But it's not like, conversation like me and you hanging out, but it could be more like when something comes to your mind and I said something that made you stop and laugh. It's the same way when you hear his word and he says something and you're like, oh, I get it. And here's how I would explain it.
But you said you taught yourself Hebrew and Greek so you understand when who's trying to tell you something.
No. When I look at the scriptures, I there's certain words used in certain. It's like here's just something that you'll find interesting is, you might have a term where they say he was seeking. Well, the word seeking there,
Okay.
shows up a different.
Stop
way
a second. Stop. Okay. What was the question I asked you, and how do you think you answered it?
Okay, I'm trying to give you my point of view on how you can see the spirit realm and answer your question in a way that you're going to understand it from my standpoint, because you don't see the
I
spirit
don't
realm.
understand anything other than a direct answer when I ask you a direct question.
Well, I mean, what
Okay,
does it mean?
I
what does it
expect
mean
you
for
to
you-
match energy.
What's
Okay, so
what's different? But what's different about conveying information? Like if you're reading the Bible and how you understand how you understand that, why would that be different than, like, for example, a textbook? What mechanism is at play that makes it a different type of knowing?
Okay, so the scripture said that you can know nothing unless the Spirit reveals it about His own word. It also says that there's gifts of the Holy Spirit like healing, miracles, and understanding and wisdom. That means as many people as you see out there that can raise the dead and heal somebody is as many people who know what scripture really means. At least that's the way I interpret it. And then when I read it and it says nobody knows, nobody does right. Okay, so that means there's nobody who really understands the Father or his heart. Now, that's where religion comes into play, is because most religions divide people in ugly ways. Some people demand that you worship a God, and people are like, I'm not going to worship anybody. Well, that makes sense, but you as a mom or you as a dad, you don't demand your kids to worship you. You demand that they treat you with respect. It's the same thing, except somebody twisted it to make your ears hear how ugly he is so you don't find him, because that might be a trick in the
That
spirit
isn't
realm.
even in the
Isn't
same
that just
neighborhood as
isn't that just like saying that the
same thing.
uncorruptible word of God has just been corrupted? Like, I mean,
No, he says that he will reveal things to you when you seek him. That means you can't just read him and know him. You actually have to have him telling you things about him. That's what I said.
but then
See,
I
you don't
won't.
understand that, and people don't. Everybody thinks that the Holy Spirit, if you know Jesus, you got the Holy Spirit. The Bible says that you can only have the Holy Spirit given to you in obedience. Now, the
Yeah,
Bible makes a mention of
this is the
disobedience.
But
Go
Mark,
ahead.
this is the same trite nonsense that gets trotted out all the time. Like, I have to presuppose the existence of the God in order to accept the God, in order to be given the knowledge that the God exists.
No. You just have to be open-minded to go, this guy showed up today, started talking about how he's looking for a loving family. Is this possibly the spirit realm? It's not that, oh, I'm going to go to church and wear a suit and they're going to criticize me. That's the wrong way of seeing it. I'm just a guy that showed up saying, hey, if you'll give me an ear, the only thing I'm asking you for is, if you think there is possibly something out there that made us and being against him would be bad, ask him to help you be encouraged and see that he's there, and watch. You're going to see it, because he is. There's your data.
But you do understand what you're asking, though. You're asking, or you're making the claim that there is some kind of special type of thing that we're supposed to sacrifice. Like, we're supposed to, like, just jettison all of our rationality, because some uppity Jew pissed off enough Romans that they decided that they were going to nail him to a bit of 2x4, and then some other dickhead wrote a book about it.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. But what the way I would say is, if you were to walk with me, and I would do this, I would see if you were my neighbor, and if I could help you, I would sit there and have a conversation where we could come to an eye-to-eye agreement that I have seen things in my life that lead me to know stuff. That's called, when you go through life and you learn things, they may not be wrote anywhere, but they're still true. Snitches get stitches. That's a truth. And it doesn't matter if it's wrote down anywhere, because people, there's a way of doing things. It's like, if you're loving to people, you're usually not going to get treated absolutely like shit. But if you treat people bad, you guaranteed are not going to be treated very good in some instances. But that's a spiritual realm. When you get into loving and hating and division in the mind, that all comes from belief. Belief itself is spiritual. Do you agree?
I mean, no. Belief is doxastic. So I don't think a belief in anything is spiritual. I just think.
Well, hold on. There's people who have died of broken hearts because their significant other died and they couldn't handle it. You're saying that's a fallacy? Quit it.
No,
that's
no.
a spirit realm.
At what point did the? At what point, when I said what I said, did you hear me going the psychosomatic effects don't exist? Like, how did you make that leap?
No. Your claim is that we are purely running on atoms and reality, and I said no. There's a spiritual significance like love and hate, and you said no.
I never heard him say that. Did you say we're running on atoms and reality?
No.
You said I'm making claims about
Like,
the
what the
spirit
fuck?
realm like it's not existent, and I'm saying it does exist.
Yeah, no.
You're refuting my existence.
You said that beliefs are spiritual, and I said I don't think beliefs are spiritual. I said I think they're doxastic. And I was going to go on to say, before you interrupted me, that I think beliefs are something that happen to us. We don't control our beliefs. It's just something that our brains do, and we have no control over it. If we receive external stimulus that convinces us of a proposition, we then believe it.
Now through
That's it. End of
conditioning.
discussion.
Well, no. There's people who can turn their back and hurt their kids, and there's some people who will hurt you over their kids in any day of the week. There's two different ways of doing things, and yet the same person could be guilty of the same thing. It's like I told you, if I told you killing a dog is bad, you would agree. But if I told you killing a dog is the option to killing a person, you might now have a question to ask yourself. And it all stemmed with you thought you knew what you were saying when you were saying it, and you didn't.
How we value both animals and other people that are proximal to us is very different. Like, I mean, if you told me that I would have, like, so I've got two beagles. We've got Layla and Jethro. Layla's 2, Jethro's 11. And if there are people on this planet where I am concerned less about their welfare than I am about the welfare of my dogs, but that's because my dogs are proximal to me. I've known and loved them since they were a few weeks old, and they're important to me. Now that people might disagree with that, but that's just how I feel about it. And the same is true with my children. Like, but it's also the case when you say that somebody might. So it's all subject to circumstance. So, like, a lot of people would say, "Oh, if anybody ever dared hurt my kids, I'd beat the crap out of them, or I'd kill them, or something." Okay. Well, actually, there are circumstances where if somebody hurt my child and I felt my child deserved it. Like, if I found out that my son was bullying somebody at school and he comes home with a black eye, I'd be like, "Well, mate, don't fucking bully people. You deserved it, didn't you? You bullied someone and you got fucking hiding. You've learned your lesson." So anything like these things that they're not absolutes. There's no quote unquote spirituality to them. They're contextual, right? Well, I don't understand why you're trying to, like, shoehorn the divine into everything when it doesn't seem to be necessary.
That's why I asked him if he was a preacher of some sort, because
Hold
he's
on, my internet messed up.
he's shoehorning God in there like it's his fucking job. So, I'm just
Apologies.
curious if
I
it
think my
really
internet
was.
kind of messed up.
Sorry, where did you hear to?
If you got a question, if you can just ask, because like I said, the spiritual significance is I think is the only thing that
He
everybody's
literally
overlooking.
just did ask.
No, I told you my internet messed up. I apologize. I didn't know it was going to do that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's why I asked where did we get to? Where did it cut off? Because I don't know where it cut off for you.
It was kind of breaking up. I know we were talking about the spiritual significance is what's being missed. So I don't know what your question is. That's what I'm getting as. I don't know what you're trying to ask me.
Right. Now he's saying, how much did you hear? What was the last thing you heard?
No, I'm kind of out of the. I'm not too sure where we were at because I'm bouncing around.
Okay. Let me do the Coles notes on it quick then. So you said about the beliefs are spiritual. I said beliefs aren't spiritual. And then you made a reference about how different people value different things. So you were speaking about how like dogs, for example, and like hurting a dog is wrong. And you said somehow that's a spiritual belief. And then I responded by saying that these things are just contextual, in that whilst I'm a human and my dog is obviously a dog, it's the canine. I have big, but I have more concern for the welfare of my dog above some other people who are not proximal to me. My dog is proximal to me. It's part of my life experience, and I care about them.
Right.
There are some people on this planet, especially, and obviously it's variable. Like if you told me that there's some weird genetic quirk that my daughter was going to die unless we transplanted my dog's liver, then I'm sorry, Layla, I love you, but that liver is going in my kid because I have.
Why do you think that is?
Oh, I'm hearing it now too. Are you like stuttering, John? By any chance?
I heard John just fine. I heard everything John said.
So,
okay, so
let me know, Gretchen, if I'm like.
Okay, so you're getting to where the area I'm getting to is.
You're okay now, but it was like I think, and then.
Oh, that could have been me stuttering. To be fair, I don't always construct sentences and write them out incomplete.
Okay, so
in order.
All right. A point of view that I see everything in is like you have family members potentially that some are closer to you that they can come in your house, walk in it, they could check your mail, but you might know some people that you would not allow to do that. Is there any difference between the different kinds of relatives other than there's a spiritual significance to the way people behave, which changes your answer? It's like you would give up your dog's life if it saves somebody you love, but your dog life, you would fight over anybody you don't know to save your beloved pet.
Like any parent, like if somebody I didn't know,
it's spiritual.
If somebody I didn't know, who I had no first-hand experience of, other than the fact that they were kicking my dog in the street, I will beat the ever-loving crap out of that person.
And another thing, you keep changing the definition of the word spiritual, or at least using it in the wrong context.
Well, it's kind of like the idea that when you have
can't
a house,
really do that.
No. I'm trying to explain it so it makes sense to somebody who's unfamiliar with what I'm trying to say. So what I'm trying to say is, like, you may have people in your life that you love, but when you die, are they going to inherit? Is the idea of when you look at children that are yours, some want to stay closer to you than others, some do have better behavior than others, is a fact of life. But why is the spiritual realm? Now you're just confronted with.
I don't understand why it needs to be spiritual. Why are we inserting the spiritual into this? That's what I don't get.
Okay, so I would say
that's apparently the whole point of this conversation.
Exactly.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that most people.
I was being a smartass. You don't agree with that?
No, I gotta do what you. Yeah, you say. Hey, I'm trying to be on your team. Just let me help you out. No, I really believe that there's more to life than we know. There's more than we're doing.
I require your help for anything.
Don't distract Gretchen from a focus on me, but don't distract Gretchen from her oral fixation. Just that's.
Okay. So
wow.
So I'm
You
just
know,
messing with you, Reg.
I guess we just take turns wherever we want. No, we just, like I said, I'm just exposing the idea that most people live in a technical universe where we're in zeros and ones in a digital world. And I'm saying if anything was to happen, your world would completely change. Now, what is the truth? I'm saying it's a spirit realm is the truth. Most people argue against it, but it's possible that if it is there, that is the only thing that is true then.
Yeah, but
Because this would
again,
be the unreality because we die from
but
here.
I don't want to sound like a petulant 4-year-old that is just repeatedly asking the question why. But why is that spiritual? Like functionally, what is different about it from any other hierarchy that humans use to make decisions? Why is it spiritual? What gives it a spiritual quality? What is unique about it? Because like there's something and it's actually something that I meant to bring up earlier that you mentioned, where you were talking about that humans are the only things that demonstrate like love. Firstly, I think that's wrong. I think higher primates demonstrate love.
Totally.
I think like you can't tell me that it is not like when a whale carries its dead pup for hundreds of miles on its back, and the rest of the pod is in mourning with it. That isn't an expression of love. That isn't an emotional like outlaying. So like, why is what we have spiritual, and what other higher animals like?
Okay, so here's the spirit realm.
Have not.
Okay, so here's the spirit realm. See, you're looking at it from the other side. If you want to switch sides, this is how I would say to look at it is you have the ability, not like animals, to sit there and go, if there is something I should do, what is it? Okay, stay alive, feed my kids. Now, if you get into the spiritual realm, going, if I die, is there something more than this? How come everybody I know has heard the message that a guy died to pay for sins? I think it's a spiritual significance that everybody had a chance to say, tell me more, or go flip off. Now, if it's true.
Just because lots of people believe in a thing, and these people have been quite persistent in shotgunning their narrative all over the goddamn planet, doesn't make it true, and it definitely doesn't make it spiritual.
Okay, so neither does saying that the earth is flat, and there might be tens of thousands of people that do it, but guess what? You just described you in my eyes. Do you see it?
What?
Yeah,
there could be tens of thousands of people that go, you know what? We've used science to go, we can refute anything that says that this is a ball spinning in a heliocentric universe.
Yeah,
hold on. I'm making a point, not an argument.
Empirical test.
No, I'm not making an argument. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying if there was people that said something that's contrary to what you believe, the only thing you're left with is finding out if it's true, and if you have zero way to disprove the universe that I talk about, which is spiritual, but I can show you these anomalies that show up because of what I believe, you have to say there's evidence that you may be wrong. True?
No.
Yes. So if you're asking like
No.
the notion that something's a non-disprovable hypothesis, so if there is in principle no test or no observation that we could make that would disprove it, then we have no way of empirically assessing it. That forms part of our scientific theory. Like when somebody like a religious person starts shilling bullshit for a living, and we ask them, okay, in principle, what would disprove it? And they go nothing, then we just ignore them.
Well, it's like the idea that when they started getting into DNA, they said that the homo or the I forget what they call them. It's like the ones that are way back.
Like it's a band or something.
There are loads. There's Heidelbergensis, Neanderthals.
Yeah, Neanderthal. Okay, so they were saying like in the early, I think it was 60s and 70s, that Neanderthals were a progression from an earlier ancestor. And then they discovered that the Caucasian DNA actually incorporates with it.
About
And
three,
it's like,
about 3 to 6% of Neanderthal DNA.
right. So then they had to change their point of view, which was, oh, we're not progressively getting smarter, but they changed the point of view because of how they saw themselves. If you can do that, that's not science.
I don't know. I used to love DNA because they were super, hot and new. But then they started getting bigger, and people started getting into them. So,
but
you also sold out when they went mainstream.
But
like all these endogenous retroviruses, like clinging on for dear life, and
look, cladistically, Neanderthals and modern Homo sapiens.
Fuck you if you didn't think that was funny.
In fairness, I did think it was funny, but I don't want to deviate from this individual conversation with, because what he's just said, whilst is true, the conclusion that you've drawn from it is absolutely incoherent. Neanderthals and humans, like modern Homo sapiens, actually existed at the same time, and they interbred. So the reason that we have Neanderthal DNA is because
you're presupposing that it happened, and you're not. You were never in history to go, they were intermingling and there was a difference. All you know is that somebody looked at molecules, labeling them, going, this is what it means, and you're presupposing that they're right.
No, so the reason that we look at the DNA that comprises every living thing on Earth, or RNA, I suppose, if you want to include viruses.
Yeah, same designer.
Yeah, well, you could conclude the same designer, aside from the fact that there are whopping inefficiencies built into almost all of these supposedly perfect designs. Like the function of a liver in a rabbit, a tiger, a human, a Neanderthal, and a mouse, or like a chicken. They have livers and kidneys. Broadly speaking, is the same. Its function is like, obviously its shape, its size, its position within the body, like whether it like with canines, for example, the reason that canines that their kidneys are very, very similar to ours, but they're slightly different. They actually have an issue filtering out sodium. Also, caffeine is highly toxic to dogs, and chocolate has a similar molecule in its caffeine, which they don't process as well as we do. The reason that we have a high degree of similarity in our DNA is because, broadly speaking, a liver does the same job in any animal in which you find it, and there's only minor differences. So when somebody says that a human has 96% the same DNA as a mouse, they don't mean that a human and a mouse are 96% similar, but like a hair follicle is a hair follicle. A liver is a liver, a kidney is a kidney, an eye is an eye, and the vast majority of the genetic code that grows these organs, that is responsible for the creation of the proteins, these like micro assembly production lines that grow up.
Okay, so can you explain specialization? So when you take the embryo and it starts specializing after the division of the cells, what is causing the exact same replica that replicated from that replicate? They're all the exact same thing. Why do they specialize without an output source? I gave you the answer. Can you come up with one?
No. So first things first, they don't create perfect replicas of themselves. That's why we have allele frequency changes over time. What you've just stated is an exact copy for copy for copy, is the antithesis of what actually happens. We don't create perfect copies.
I'm talking about mitosis, cell division.
If we did,
I'm talking about the sperm splitting into the egg and dividing. That's not over hundreds of years. That's within 9 months. You have a new human being. What made the arm turn into an arm and a liver turn into the liver when it all started with one cell that was the exact same thing of another cell, which is the exact same thing as another cell without an outside input? If you can
Why
answer
would it need
that,
an-
you
why would it
have
need an
beat
but why-
religion.
Why would it need an outside input?
Cells
It's mitosis,
specialize
right?
without any
Come on,
coherent
This
understanding.
isn't even like GCSE biology. My 10-year-old is learning about this in school right now. This
Yeah,
isn't
but you
complicated
hold on,
physics.
hold on.
Right.
Can you
Well,
explain what specialization in cells are in mitosis? If you can do that, you do something nobody has ever done. But go ahead, I'll give you room.
Well, this has been done decades ago.
Nobody knows where the specialization information comes from when
Of
you
course we
have
do.
two exact copies telling something to do something different. No, that's an outside input. Do not lie to yourself.
No, it's not. The different cells doing different things. The reason that they do different things is because they produce different proteins, which are made up of amino acids, or the other way around.
But what made it do that in a sac when it replicated from the exact
DNA
same
made it do
copy?
that.
It all it does is copy itself over and over and over, and then the specialization begins. That's where I'm at with you. If you can tell me where the exact same copy replicated itself exactly a million
doesn't
times and
replicate
now
itself
changes,
exactly.
you
It
can
can't.
you have an award coming your way.
You can't.
All
they
right,
do not
Andrew Wilson.
replicate
I think we're going to
exactly.
move on from that part of the conversation because you're talking about something that has jack shit to do
Yeah. See, my only
with
answer
what
would
we're
be that
talking about.
well, I have an answer that comes outside of what we understand, and that is the spiritual realm is what makes a human a human. You have no idea what makes a good or
You've
bad
got
human.
a preloaded answer to a question nobody fucking asked you.
Yeah, you
That's
can't.
wonderful.
You can't just nail the word spiritual to the front of everything and act like it makes it special.
No, I said that the specialization in mitosis cannot be accounted for in anything science has ever put forth because they've never answered the question of how come the
I've
same
told scientists to account
replica
for it every day.
specializes. They assume there's something in the DNA that makes it do it. That's like saying you have a bunch of instruments and it's going to play you an orchestra.
I
It can't do it.
I don't.
No, it's actually nothing like that at all.
So what I'd recommend you do is actually read.
No. Study mitosis, and then you have this. Tell me I'm wrong.
So I would recommend, like, it's a good entry level book, and it's one from
children.
No, it's from Dawkins. And in his, I'm gonna have to Google the book now. It's where he talks about embryology and how the different proteins arrange themselves as particular catalysts that prioritize some reactions over others that change how the individual cells function and they do different things. So it's how, like, an embryo is almost completely comprised of stem cells. And the reason that stem cells are so interesting to us from a biological point of view is because they are the ones that turn into all of the other cells, and then they subsequently self-replicate once they've changed into the cells that they need to be in order to do
Yeah, they
stuff.
specialize.
They specialize. So, like, we can and do account for this. It's science that has existed, that we've understood for decades, like since the 60s, the 70s, we've had a good grasp of this. It's also why almost all embryos actually look very similar for almost every species that exists that breeds the way that we do. Like I don't understand, again, why you are just nail gunning the word spiritual to the front of it and pretending we don't understand what we do understand and what we have understood since long before I was born.
No. It's like the idea of the Big Bang Theory has changed over the years because we're finding out that there's galaxies that are fully formed so far away that it makes no sense that the timing had to be wrong. So let's change what we've already said was a fact and make it a different kind of fact is the reason why I don't believe what they say. And I think you would be better not worrying too much about things that we can't prove, like where do stars come from? Well, in the spiritual realm, I could say somebody created it, and that's as relevant as you thinking a Big Bang happened. Is it not? Or are you preferential?
We can observe what are called interstellar nurseries through.
We have never seen the birth of a star ever.
We've never witnessed
Yeah,
a
okay, so
star.
now there's a bunch of stars that we've never seen.
No,
but
no,
yet
no,
they
no,
got
no.
here.
We've never witnessed a single star like being a cloud of gas and then it condensing and
We've never
igniting
witnessed
under
that.
pressure. Like no, because we can't. We're not able to. It takes too long.
But
Like,
your religion says that you believe in it, and I'm saying something made it. What's the difference?
It takes longer for a star to form than our species has existed. But what we can see.
No, hold on.
are
Now,
different-
what if somebody could say, "Let there be a star," and there's a star right then and there? Are you saying that that is an impossibility in your mind?
But if you just want to, appeal
Could
to
you answer me
magic-
a question? I'm just wondering
No,
who you
all you're doing is appealing to magic.
No, I asked if somebody that could create said, "I want a star," and said, "There's a
Right.
star." Are you saying that's impossible in your
Okay,
mind?
so I'm engaged in the religion right now of believing that Pluto orbits the sun.
Yes.
Right. So according to you, I have no justification whatsoever, no empiric standard or justification for making the claim that Pluto orbits the sun, because we have not known that Pluto has existed, or we have known that Pluto existed for less time than it takes for it to orbit the sun. So what you would have to do is provide me some kind of physical principle that would dictate or would evidence that Pluto is just going to fuck off in some random direction with no rhyme or reason to it.
Okay,
Right?
so you think that I can alter the universe, and I'm saying that that's exactly the point of view that you're not hearing me say.
No. What I'm saying is that the inductive method is a perfectly valid method for knowing stuff. And when it comes to stars, we can view star at stage A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way up to fucking fusion.
No. You're inferring that it's a progression because nobody knows what the steps look like. They can only observe what is there, and there's different stages, quote unquote, of things. But what if that's not there? What if that's how they've always been? People can say what they want, that things change over millions of years. But if I don't believe things are millions of years old, you can't disprove it.
Do you see what you're doing here? Like, we have unbelievable amounts of evidence, unbelievable amounts of scientific rigor, like tests, like self-checks built into the process for us to determine that this thing is actually factually the case. And when it comes to your spiritualism, all you want to do is nail the word spiritual to the front of anything and everything that you don't understand, and then put a knowledge claim associated with it. Your standard.
It's hardcore sophistry.
Your standard, what you claim to know with
dedicated.
regards to God and like this entity creating the universe or doing all the shit that it does, is non-existent. You have no empirical standard whatsoever. Yet when it comes to science, which is one of the most rigorously hardcore tested methodologies that has ever existed, you all of a sudden become a complete pedant.
No. I'm saying be careful about your information. It's kind of like, there's places in our culture alone, because of what we eat, we become more susceptible to skin cancers because there's places in the world that don't eat what we eat, and they have no problem being in the sun all day long. Now, you can say your empirical
Causation
evidence. Hold
is
on,
not
let me speak.
correlation.
Let me speak. I'm not trying to
Or the
point
other way
out
around.
anything except a point of view you're missing. All I'm saying is, like, if I said there is a designer and he designed everything, it's not disprovable because the DNA sequencing and the way things are built, it's everywhere in everything. It's all the same. So if somebody did do it, they have a way of doing things the same. Now, you can argue in religion that you believe in millions of years, but nobody is millions of years old going, I remember when that happened, which means your faith is based on what you're being told exists. I'm not trying to dissuade you from any belief. You can believe anything your heart wants to. I'm just saying, if it's possible you've been lied to, ask yourself, is there evidence of it? Is it possible that knowing the gravity of Jupiter means nothing to you when a whale has more gravitational force on you than Jupiter does? Does that matter in any way, shape, or form?
Hell, dude.
Why a whale has less mass than Jupiter?
No, but a whale has more gravitational force on you here on Earth than Jupiter does on you where it's at. You don't.
okay,
That doesn't make sense to you?
No, firstly, it absolutely does not have more effect on me than the gravitational force of Jupiter.
Well, look at science. You better go to science class because you're not sure what you're saying, so don't say that.
Savant, like Jupiter has an effect.
Okay.
on
You're
the
like the
orbit
last person
of
that needs
planets.
to be tone policing people.
No, I said gravitational force.
Jupiter is orders of magnitudes larger than the size of the Earth. It
If
is
you
an
believe it.
appreciable chunk of the mass of our sun.
If you think it is.
has an effect on the orbit, like it pulls in meteorites, asteroids.
That's what they've been
comets.
telling you.
It affects the orbits of planets in our solar system. And your claim is that some fucking humpback wallowing around in the Atlantic has more of an impact on me than Jupiter does?
Absolutely, because you
That-
have
that
no
is
evidence
the
that
most
Jupiter.
arrogant and incoherent thing I've ever heard anybody say, and I know wits it. It is fucking nuts.
I bet you would have a hard time finding Jupiter in the night sky just by just going out there to look for it. And I'm going to say anything you've been told it. You didn't research it, and no computer you built told you anything. You're going off of knowledge that has been handed to you that you believe. I am in the same category as you.
Most of which I can.
Well, thank you. I just said that, and that's the anomaly I was saying. Is the spirit leads us to see things that you would never done if you wouldn't have tried to talk against me. I said the same thing when you did. That's not an anomaly. This is the spirit realm.
The basis of my knowledge, what I claim to know, is the product of hundreds, and in some cases, thousands of years of replicable observations and actual real world tests that anybody can do right now if they could be asked. What you claim to know is the product of Iron Age goat herders.
Oh, are you saying that people who could build the pyramids that do stuff that we can't do today didn't know more than us? I think you're amiss.
Did the religion that you
did pyramids that we cannot build today exist
come from the Egyptians?
Now,
did the religion that last time I checked, we actually have the.
Was there star alignments to the pyramids that we only discovered when we had technology?
The Tower of Babel was just a myth.
Did we come from monkeys if we built the pyramids? Yeah. See, there's problems in arguments, and that's why I stay away from them.
You can't even critique the conclusions of science correctly. We didn't come from monkeys.
No,
monkeys and humans.
The schools teach that evolution dictates that a banana and a Homo sapien, they were all coming from one source. That true, but the source said let there be.
Are humans this is going to get on my fucking pip now? Are monkeys, bananas, and humans all eukaryotic?
I'm ignorant. What does karyotic mean? What did you say? Karyotic?
Eukaryotic is the type of cell that we're made from. So it's a cell that has a nucleus.
Oh, I think we have different flesh. No, there's like a chicken has a different flesh than a pork, which has different flesh than a fish. Yeah, we're all different. We're different in every way, shape, and form.
That's not what I'm asking you. What I'm telling you is the reason that we come to the conclusion that both bananas, monkeys, and humans all have a genetic ancestor
because it makes sense.
We are all comprised of exactly the same type of cell, a eukaryotic cell that has a nucleus.
Okay, so if I said a designer like Ford uses aluminum bodies, that gives you every justification to say anything aluminum is Ford's.
No.
Exactly. So you can't say because we're human beings that have different reactions in this world that there's not a spiritual realm that goes with it. You cannot say it doesn't exist.
That's like, firstly, the fact that we're all eukaryotic is not the only evidence that we're related. There are lots of other things that similar properties that we share. We also have the fossil record that demonstrates that we have a changing morphology, which all brings us back to the same point. But it's also the case that these cells all function in a very similar way. I mean, we can track it almost exactly when we incorporated a type of bacteria into our eukaryotic cells called mitochondria that exist in humans and advanced primates that don't exist in other things like bananas, for example. We can track these changes through our genetic history.
So do you believe you're as special as a banana? Or do you think there might be something different from a banana in you?
Yeah, but you're introducing like this subjective
No. Can you just, it's an honest question.
Yeah. No, of course a banana is different to me.
Okay, so are you different than the animal kingdom
because I'm
in
sentient.
your eyes? In your assessment, is humans different than the animal kingdom? Not just by name.
Humans are animals.
Okay, so you're saying like humans pay for things, entertainment. Most creatures don't do that. Most creatures make sure that they have what they need, and yet we go to excessive like vacations. Most things that we do are not related to the animal kingdom and survival in any way, shape, or form. But you don't think there's a spiritual significance that could be attributed to that?
Will you please just stop nailing the word spiritual to stuff as if that like is an explanation for anything?
No,
so
you keep saying it's reality.
No, but so what if humans like have this thing called boredom and need to be entertained from time to time? Well, like, how does that provide us any explanatory power whatsoever? What does it explain? It doesn't do anything. Like I'm telling you that humans, you, me, everybody else, we're all animals. Like, I mean, the definition of an animal, not that I want to get into a definitional argument with you, is a multicellular eukaryotic organism with an internal digestive tract that has a nervous system attached. Right? So a banana, despite the fact that cladistically is related to humans, is not an animal. A monkey, a chimpanzee, a goat is. An ant is. Right? And
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
we are
I mean,
all
anything
to
that's
greater or
alive
lesser
will
degrees
die.
related to one another.
Yeah, but you have the ability to ask, why are you alive? Now, the animal kingdom doesn't wonder why it's alive. It just enjoys what it's doing. And I don't want to infer for all creatures, but I'm just going to assume that that's how I perceive it. So I'm going to talk for them. I've never seen a dog going, I can't wait to see what tomorrow brings, because they don't care, because we are special and different for a reason. Now, there is a scripture that says we're special and different for reasons. And if you don't care to look into it and you want to stick with science and what we learn with science,
But you've just made a claim that's not disprovable. How? Like, by what standard are you claiming to know what a dog fucking thinks? How? How would you know what a dog thinks, whether it has hope for tomorrow? But what test are you using? How the fuck do you know that?